Chapter 123, Sword of Forced Awakening, Part 1. Several hours later. Outside the window, it was a bright, sunny day, with gentle sunlight enveloping everything in Germain's room, filling it with a pleasant warmth. Kurapika had woken up early, changed into his dried Kurta clan clothes, and once again came to Germain's room. Germain didn't immediately begin the lesson but instead invited Kurapika to eat breakfast with him. This will be very exhausting. I suggest you eat as much as possible, otherwise, you might not even make it to noon before needing a second meal. Since Kurapika had already agreed to such terms, he naturally wouldn't defy Germain in these matters, so he calmly sat down at the table. Regarding the very exhausting part, he not only had no resistance but was quite looking forward to it. He hoped to be reborn through this, and Germain's guidance might achieve this. After enjoying the breakfast served by room service, Germain had Kurapika pack his luggage. The two checked out of the room, took a taxi, and arrived in the suburbs. This mountain will do. It's just basic training anyway. Germain casually picked a mountain and led Kurapika to the summit. Kurapika carried Germain's briefcase, with two wooden swords tucked behind his back, following silently behind Germain. The mountain top was a flat, bare expanse, with only a few trees on the side, looking like a middle-aged man's bald spot. By the way, what are you doing in Yaichaluo city? Germain asked with some curiosity. Kurapika placed the suitcase aside, then drew the sturdy wooden swords from his back, and replied, I heard there was a master swordsman here, so I planned to come and seek guidance in swordsmanship. However, now I don't think that's necessary anymore, he honestly added. It wasn't disrespect for the master swordsman, it was simply true. No matter how powerful that master swordsman was, he was still within Kurapika's understanding. Germain, however, was different. Just the feat of instantly killing 13 people on the airship was something the master swordsman couldn't possibly achieve, yet for Germain, it seemed like a relatively easy task. Kurapika was certain there had to be a reason. Oh, I see. Germain understood that Kurapika was constantly seeking opportunities to grow stronger during his travels. However, because Kurapika was a materialization type Nen user and had a deeper obsession with chains, he later abandoned the twin swords. This symbolized a change in Kurapika's mindset, from the initial violence for violence represented by the wooden swords, to the later restraint and punishment represented by the chains. Since you mentioned swordsmanship, then I will use my sword to awaken you. Germain stood before Kurapika, a cold voice emanating from behind his bird beak mask. He extended both hands forward, adopting a mid-stance for holding a sword, but his hands were empty. Sword. Kurapika was somewhat puzzled. He didn't see Germain holding any weapon. But he recalled that on the airship yesterday, Germain had indeed instantly drawn a strange weapon that looked like a spiral cane, a sword, and a long whip. However, that weapon later vanished without a trace and was not currently in Germain's hands. Where did he get a sword? Germain, of course, couldn't directly chop Kurapika with a meat cleaver or stab him with a spiral cane. Instead, he condensed his aura into the shape of a samurai sword blade. Since it wasn't materialized, Kurapika, at this point, couldn't see the sword in Germain's hand at all. Next, I will strike you with my sword to forcibly awaken all of your aura nodes. This is a rather dangerous method, but the advantage is that it's much faster than conventional awakening methods. By accepting this sword of mine, you will personally feel what aura is, and only then can you progress further and master your Nen ability. Germain raised both hands high, changing his sword holding stance from mid-level to overhead. Are you ready? Kurapika didn't hesitate or doubt any longer. He dropped his twin swords with a clatter, stepped forward, and calmly accepted Germain's sword. I am ready. Germain brought the sword down sharply. The sword aura poured down from above Kurapika's crown, completely enveloping him. Immediately, Kurapika felt his entire flesh and blood tremble. It's here. The next moment, all of Kurapika's aura nodes opened, and aura flowed out continuously. At the same time, he could also feel the aura flowing in the air. This is aura. Kurapika looked down at his hands, feeling utterly shocked. This incomparable, unique sensation. I have stepped into a whole new world. You're just getting started, Germain said. I'll teach you the most basic 10 first, otherwise, you'll be exhausted in no time. Is it because my aura is constantly flowing out? Kurapika, being exceptionally gifted, understood immediately. Yes, Germain nodded. Let's begin now. So, for the next period, Germain gradually taught Kurapika the techniques of 10, and Kurapika eagerly absorbed the knowledge. However, the more Kurapika absorbed knowledge related to Nen ability, the more melancholic he became. What's wrong? Germain noticed Kurapika was distracted. Didn't you really want to learn Nen ability? Why do you have that expression now? Kurapika paused, not deliberately hiding his inner turmoil. In these past few days, the more I learn Nen ability, the more I perceive the gap between us, which is even greater than I previously imagined. Thinking back to myself without any knowledge or experience of Nen ability, I was truly too ignorant. And the strength of the Phantom Troop members should be similar to yours. They have accumulated so many years of experience, and I believe this is only natural. But if that's the case, even if I train tirelessly, it will take at least several years before I am qualified to stand before them. This is the reality I must face. Kurapika sighed softly as he finished speaking. You're still very clear-headed, Germain said. However, I need to correct one of your notions here. In battles between Nen users, a victor is decided immediately only when the power gap is so immense that it cannot be compensated by other factors. For example, when I dealt with those thugs on the airship. Other than that, it's not impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. The most important thing is to consider the opportune timing, favorable terrain, and harmonious human factors, especially your compatibility with your own ability system. Kurapika's eyes lit up. The ability system was another completely new concept. Indeed, 10 alone couldn't explain the abilities Germain and that exorcist had demonstrated. Excuse me, what is the ability system? Chapter 124, No Comparison, No Harm, Part 2. You still remember the incantation I told you before? 10, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, Ko, Ken, Ryu, Gyo, In, right. You can simply understand them as extensions of Hatsu, Germain replied. There are 6 systems in total: enhancement type, transmutation type, emission type, materialization type, manipulation type, and specialization type. Your foundation isn't fully solid yet, so you can't form and master a unique ability that sets you apart from others. In short, be patient, you still have much to learn. Kurapika then realized he was a bit too impatient and nodded, saying, I understand, Germain. Teacher Germain. When Germain heard the title teacher, he knew that Kurapika was finally completely convinced by him and was willing to let go of his impatience and guard to seriously learn more from him. However, Germain couldn't stay here with him forever. So, he announced in the relay caravan group that he had taken on a disciple and would bring this disciple to the mansion base to continue an ability training near the base. Everyone was curious for a moment, what kind of person would a disciple chosen by this reclusive fellow, Germain, be? Surely not another quiet, solitary person who preferred his own company. At the same time, Bisky also shared her progress in discussions with Menchi and Buera. She hadn't yet revealed information about the Dark Continent, only using the term Secret Realm and Demonic Realm to persuade them to visit the mansion base. I think they are very suitable companions for us, Bisky said in the relay caravan group. This meeting will be the final interview. If they pass, I'll tell them the truth. Germain, when are you returning to the mansion base? They will arrive at the mansion base on May 5th. If you can make it, I hope you will be there too so we can jointly decide if Menchi and Buera are suitable. Germain checked his phone calendar. Today was April 24th, so he typed, I will return to the mansion base on May 4th. Alright, then we'll welcome Menchi and Buera together. After agreeing, Germain put down his phone and continued to instruct Kurapika. May 4th. Germain did not break his promise. He returned to the dense, hair-like forest and the clear, pristine lake, standing in front of the mansion base. The mansion was still the same mansion, but in the shadow-covered area behind it, a low, block-shaped building, like a piece of tofu, had appeared. Germain knew that was the research institute Bisky had newly built for Sandbika, already filled with all the equipment Sandbika needed. Kurapika carried Germain's briefcase, looking around curiously, and it was in this moment of distraction that most of the aura wrapped around him dissipated. You must be able to do 2 things at once, Germain said. Even without turning around, he could sense the flow of Kurapika's aura. Even if aura disappears for just 1 second, it's enough for an enemy to seize an opening. Yes, teacher, Kurapika said, a bit embarrassed, as he gathered his aura once more, maintaining his 10 state. Germain chastised him mildly, then led Kurapika towards the 3-story, brick red-roofed mansion. With a creak, he pushed open the main door, and the hanging wind chimes made a crisp tinkling sound. A man with a clearly defined middle part and slightly narrowed eyes behind his glasses walked over. It was Wing. Mr. Germain, welcome back. Also, congratulations on becoming a 1-star hunter. Bisky had found out this news, although Germain himself didn't publicize it, and the Pro Hunter website hadn't yet announced it. She always had her own channels. The day Bisky announced the news on behalf of Germain, the relay caravan group became lively again. Only the person involved didn't participate, as if the honor of becoming a 1-star hunter wasn't his own. Thank you, Germain replied calmly, even now. Wing knew Germain's personality and didn't mind. He glanced behind Germain and said with a smile, this must be Kurapika, the disciple you mentioned. Hello, Kurapika said, glancing at Wing's shirt hem, which wasn't fully tucked into his pants, leaving him with the impression that this person is disheveled. Come in quickly, Wing said, gesturing warmly, which then gave Kurapika the impression that this person is gentle and refined. Teacher Germain hadn't said much about the people living in this mansion, so Kurapika largely relied on his own experience to judge what kind of people he met. The 3 walked into the even more elaborately decorated mansion hall and saw a small boy doing horse stance there. He was sweating profusely, but his eyes couldn't help but look over with curiosity. He is Zushi, my new disciple, Wing introduced with a gentle, peaceful smile. He's not very talented, please excuse him. He then turned to Zushi, who was already distracted, sighed and said, alright, Zushi, come over and say hello. The short-haired little boy, Zushi, then relaxed his horse stance, walked quickly barefoot across the plush carpet, and stood before the 3, bowing honestly. Hello, everyone. I am teacher's disciple, Zushi. Zushi shouted loudly, then straightened his back. Wearing a white training uniform, the young boy, though small, imitated Wing's serious demeanor. Germain and Kurapika both nodded in response. Zushi. Wing, however, wanted to properly admonish the little boy, who still had a playful spirit. He pointed at Kurapika. This is Mr. Germain's disciple, Kurapika. He started learning an ability a week later than you. Zushi curiously looked up and down at the fair-faced Kurapika with short golden hair. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think, so, My progress is ahead of his? Seeing Zushi's barely suppressed, upturned lips, Wing guessed what he was thinking and shook his head with a chuckle. Although Kurapika started a week later than you, his nin ability progress is ahead of yours. I can tell that his 10 is already quite skilled. Zushi, ask yourself if you've achieved what I said about 10, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, and if you've perceived the expansion of your aura nodes. You're quite a bit behind. The little boy froze in place upon hearing his teacher's words. His teacher surely wouldn't lie to him. So, Kurapika, who started a week later than him, opened his aura nodes before him and even mastered 10? Perhaps he was already learning Zetsu and Ren. Zushi's last shred of secret delight vanished into thin air at that moment. Upon hearing this, Kurapika couldn't help but glance at the unperturbed Germain, thinking, so, under teacher Germain's guidance, my progress is actually very fast. Because of Zushi as a comparison, Kurapika finally had a concept and realized that teacher Germain was quite dedicated, otherwise, he would probably still be at the awakening aura nodes stage now. And teacher Germain, as always, would not actively boast about himself, nor did he care about Kurapika's evaluation of him as a teacher. Kurapika was secretly grateful. Chapter 125 Headquarters Building Concept, Part 3. Germain, however, had no time for such things. He asked, Wing, where are Bisky and Shizuku? Shizuku went out to buy food, Wing replied, then pointed to the back of the mansion. Teacher Bisky is in the Research Institute organizing material. I'm going to find Bisky, Germain immediately said. Wing, please take Kurapika to his room. Wing nodded, all right, don't worry. So, Germain simply left Kurapika. Wing looked at the reserved Kurapika and the dejected Zushi, smiling gently. It seemed Zushi's future training would have a very talented rival to chase. On the other side, Germain walked directly to the back door of the mansion, passed through a small path lined with blooming flowers, and arrived in front of Sanbika's Research Institute. Sanbika wasn't in the Research Institute right now, she would come here a few times a month, and she happened to be out. Bisky had her golden twin pigtails, as when they first met, and was sitting on a very high swivel chair, engrossed in writing something. Germain walked over. You're back, she said without lifting her head, knowing it was Germain. You really said May 4th and it's May 4th, not even a day earlier. It's truly you. The fastest to become a 1-star hunter in history, congratulations. I'm only a 2-star hunter at my age, and you might surpass me any day now. Germain ignored Bisky's complaints and stood beside her, looking down at what she was writing on the white paper, only to find it was a rough sketch. Take a look, what do you think? Bisky didn't hide it, putting down her pen and picking up the sketch for Germain to see. My idea is pretty good, isn't it? Germain took the sketch and saw several circles on it, connected by straight lines, with a line of scribbled text next to each circle. To be honest, Germain placed the sketch on the table, spread it out, and pointed to the text next to the circles. I can't read your handwriting. Even thick-skinned Bisky blushed at this. She argued, I was just casually drawing my own ideas, thinking it was fine as long as I could understand it, so I wrote a bit sloppily. My usual handwriting isn't like this. Bisky, with her gloved hand, pointed to one of the circles and introduced each one to Germain. This is our current mansion, 3 stories high, basically meeting our living needs. If there's a need in the future, we can build another one next to it. This is the Research Institute, for Sanbika and any future plant hunters who might join, to research the plant weapon gold, silver ingot and other creatures we brought back from the Dark Continent. This is the treatment room, which hasn't been built yet. Once it's built, it will be my and Sanbika's territory, specifically for treating your physical and psychological diseases and injuries. Considering your disciple Kurapika and Wing's disciple Zushi, I plan to build a training room here in the future. They can continue their training indoors on rainy or snowy days. Another storage room will be built here, to store stock that can be circulated in the black market, as well as some miscellaneous items. Finally, a library will be built here, which, in addition to various research materials we've collected, will also store our experiences from each Dark Continent journey. At this point, Bisky proudly tilted her chin and raised her eyebrows. How about it, isn't my plan thorough? All of our activity funds spent here would definitely be a worthwhile investment. To cover necessary public expenses, the members of the Relay Caravan Group recently established the Wagon Station Activity Fund. This fund was perfectly suited for the current project. Germain looked at the large sum of expenses already allocated on the sketch, perhaps due to his greed trait or his nature, he felt a slight pang of pain, and finally, out of sight, out of mind, he returned the sketch to Bisky. Take me to see the plant weapon gold silver ingot. Bisky hummed, placed the sketch on the cluttered long table, and led Germain around a pile of instruments, at which she pouted. These are equipment purchased not long ago, all listed on Sanbika's list. She's not here, so I'll wait for her to come back to install them one by one. She lifted her lantern-like skirt and walked to an unremarkable wall, extending her gloved hands to gently grope around for a while. Ah, here it is. Bisky quickly and skillfully found the secret door switch, pressed it with a click, and the wall creaked open to both sides, revealing a downward stone staircase. The two walked in one after another, and the door behind them creaked shut again. The surroundings were quickly swallowed by darkness, making it impossible to see each other's faces. In just 1 month, we designed a secret door in a basement, isn't that impressive? Bisky once again boasted in the pitch black. When she didn't get a response from Germain, she couldn't help but laugh. Why aren't you talking? Are you afraid of the dark? Germain let out a short sigh, he was truly not good at dealing with people like Bisky. Bisky just loved hearing Germain's helpless sighs. She smiled contentedly and pressed another mechanism on the wall next to the stone steps. Immediately, small light bulbs lit up overhead, illuminating the path downwards. Come on, it's down there. She lifted her skirt and carefully walked down, becoming the one urging Germain. The two arrived in the spacious basement, where several transparent cylinders next to a huge machine came into view. The cylinders were filled with an unknown liquid, and the plant weapon gold-silver ingot was immersed within them. The head and torso of the decapitated antler knight, the spherical body of the plant weapon gold-silver ingot itself, and its tentacle vines were each placed in a transparent cylinder. Bisky handed a stack of white papers, densely covered with delicate, small handwriting, to Germain. Look, Sanbika's research findings. Although she's not a plant hunter, based on her knowledge, she found a way to preserve the plant weapon gold-silver ingot. Germain flipped through a few pages. To be honest, he didn't understand so many technical terms, so he simply returned them to Bisky and asked her to verbally summarize them. Besides that, Sanbika thinks that the plant weapon gold-silver ingot is somewhat similar to a virus, needing to infect and parasitize a living organism, and then reproduce. The soul of the decapitated antler knight may have dissipated, but its body is still alive, and all its bodily functions are controlled by that giant sphere, its brain. However, the decapitated antler knight will eventually die completely, and they also need more vigorous hosts, so they begin to move and search during reproduction. At the time, the plant weapon gold-silver ingot was near the entrance and exit of the ancient labyrinth city. It should have been attracted by Arnon and launched an attack on us. Chapter 126, Germain and Others' Assessment of Ancient Labyrinth City, Part 1. In this situation, their brutality and reproductive capacity would both skyrocket from B rank to A rank. Once a live specimen is successfully captured, the black mist we saw then would enter our bodies, begin to infect, parasitize, and reproduce, then use our bodies to start the next cycle. Their quantity is only C rank, which refers to each black mist being considered as a whole. However, their destructive power is A rank, meaning that once infected and parasitized, it's basically a dead end. It should be said that, in the initial period, the host might not even be dead yet, and would watch helplessly as control over their body is lost, and part of their limbs transform into a giant sphere. At that point, it would be better to just die. Therefore, the V5 rates the plant weapon gold-silver ingot's overall index as B. Which means, this dangerous creature must be annihilated as soon as possible, although methods are known, the cost is extremely high and the risk is enormous. It requires national to international level action. This is actually a very fair assessment. Germain listened quietly. He suddenly understood the unspoken meaning of Bisky and Sanbika, and came to the same conclusion as them. You mean, the key lies in the ancient labyrinth city and the cure-all herb. The cure-all herb acts as bait, luring creatures with naturally acute senses. And the ancient labyrinth city is like a giant pitcher plant, waiting for prey to slide in, from which it is very difficult to climb out. At this point, the plant weapon gold-silver ingot appears to digest them, turning them into nutrients to nourish the land of the ancient labyrinth city and the cure-all herb, completing a cycle. Yes. We discussed this earlier, and that's what we all meant, Bisky said. However, there are still two major points of doubt here. First, the efficacy of the cure-all herb is only mentioned in that New World travelogue. Does it really have the effect of curing all diseases? Or is it simply emitting fragrance to attract prey? Germain then voiced the second question. The ancient labyrinth city is clearly an artificial structure. What was the intention of its builders? Is it an abandoned dwelling, or does it exist as a sacrificial ground, like the Minotaur's labyrinth in mythology? Or both? Bingo. Bisky snapped her fingers, winking her left eye at Germain. It was much simpler to talk to quick-witted people, their thought processes often aligned perfectly. Germain walked towards the cylindrical structures that emitted a strange green glow under the fluorescent lights, carefully observing the motionless remains of the plant weapon gold-silver ingot inside through the cold, transparent cover. Research can't be rushed. Bisky quietly came up beside him, reaching out to pat his firm lower back, taking the opportunity to grope him. You need to be patient, we'll know more eventually. She knew how obsessed Germain was with the Dark Continent, the 5 great hopes, and the 5 great calamities, having managed to obtain a considerable amount of information even before meeting them. Germain nodded silently. They stayed in the research institute for less than a quarter of an hour before both left, coming out among the vibrant flowers, where they immediately met Shizuku returning from a nearby town. Shizuku, Bisky said in surprise, you're back. Shizuku nodded, then looked at Germain. Germain. She wasn't surprised that Germain was here, but simply raised her open right hand as a symbolic greeting, in accordance with social etiquette. However, her expression remained as stiff as a third-rate actor. Shizuku, Germain wasn't much better. Was your shopping trip smooth? Did you forget anything? No. Shizuku walked around the delicate flowers and green grass, approaching Germain and Bisky, adjusting her somewhat cumbersome black-rimmed glasses. I'm not a forgetful person. If you're not forgetful, then who is? Bisky secretly stuck out her tongue, then stepped forward to inquire, only then confirming that Shizuku had indeed not missed buying anything this time. I told you I'm not a forgetful person, Shizuku said with a matter-of-fact attitude. She was indeed very reliable most of the time. The problem was that no one knew when she would forget things, and even more maddeningly, no one knew exactly what she had forgotten. For example, now, she suddenly tilted her head, her eyes looking upwards, which meant she was thinking, rummaging through the memories still in her mind. Wait a moment. I seem to have something I wanted to tell you. Germain and Bisky exchanged glances, both tacitly remaining silent. Shizuku now resembled an old machine in operation. If interrupted, whatever she was trying to remember would have to wait 1 or 2 hours before she could recall it again. Ah! Shizuku blinked her large eyes, and sure enough, remembered something. This morning, Shira sent me a text message about the Phantom Troop. She reached into the pocket of her tight jeans, pulled out her plain, unfeminine phone, found the text message, and showed it to Germain and Bisky. They are all in Meteor City, no longer acting separately, and are selecting new members to fill the vacancies. To avoid exposure, I have already left and will not return to Meteor City for 2 or 3 months. The matter of proxy donation is temporarily suspended. I apologize, I cannot take the risk. Germain read it carefully. Kurora is very calm. He has retracted the spider's uninjured legs and reattached new ones. This puts Hisoka and me at a disadvantage instead. As long as the Phantom Troop members are not isolated, dealing with them will be quite troublesome. However, Germain was very patient. With time, they would always reveal flaws. We'll help you if necessary, Bisky promised. I was the one who advised you to stay away from the Phantom Troop early on, so I can't just stand by now. Germain nodded at her, then looked at Shizuku. Since Shira is temporarily unwilling to be your donation proxy, what will you do about Meteor City? Then I'll just put it aside for now. Shizuku blinked her eyes, saying calmly, I also have a certain understanding of Kurora and the others. Donating to Meteor City now would be too risky. Germain couldn't quite understand Shizuku's obsession with Meteor City. Although he had memories of living in Meteor City, he viewed them from a third-person perspective, like a movie to him. He would feel something, but he wouldn't truly believe he was living in the movie. At the same time, Germain didn't believe that Shizuku's meager donations could really change Meteor City much. As he had thought before, as long as the international order of the 6 continents didn't change, Meteor City itself couldn't stir up any waves. It would always be the garbage disposal site of the 6 continents in every sense of the word. He didn't understand, but he respected Shizuku's choice and wouldn't try to change her. That's good too. Pick up this matter again after the Phantom Troop is destroyed. Chapter 127, Gourmet Hunter's Assessment, Part 2. Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku discussed as they entered the mansion through the back door. They then saw Wing standing in the spacious ground floor hall. Kurapika and Zushi were in horse stance, concentrating deeply. You're back. Wing turned around, smiled, and pointed at Kurapika. Germain, you have a good disciple. Just by looking at his N, I can tell he hasn't been slacking off. He has truly combined his talent with hard work during this time. Bisky and Shizuku curiously scrutinized Germain's disciple. They wanted to see what kind of person could catch Germain's eye, and then they saw a refined young man of 16 or 17 open his eyes. He was handsome. This was Bisky's first thought upon seeing Kurapika. He was only slightly less attractive than his teacher, but still very handsome. Could this be a case of birds of a feather flock together? Bisky was already contemplating how to trick the master and disciple into a joint photo. Gems surely look better in pairs. Kurapika seemed easier to deal with, but Germain wouldn't be so simple. He'd probably see through my intentions very quickly. I need to find a natural opportunity. Bisky chuckled softly to herself. Shizuku, on the other hand, silently observed the flow of Kurapika's aura, nodding almost imperceptibly. Excellent talent. Germain chose a good disciple. Kurapika slowly dispersed his aura, maintaining even breathing, not daring to forget Germain's instruction for a moment. The release and retraction of aura must be as natural as breathing. Teacher. He stood up straight. After putting down my luggage, I was very interested in Zushi's training, so I took the liberty of coming over to practice with him. Germain had no objection to this. All right, consistent practice is a good thing. Zushi, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, quickly waved his hands, his voice still having the childish hoarseness characteristic of puberty. Kurapika, don't say that. My aura nodes haven't even opened yet. I'm far behind you. We're not on the same progress level, so it doesn't count as practicing together. As he spoke, his face turned red. Zushi had originally thought he was extremely talented, which was why he was chosen by Wing as the next generation disciple of Shinjin Ryu. It wasn't until he met Mr. Germain's disciple that he understood the saying, there's always someone better. In fact, Zushi's talent was indeed very high. Given time, he would certainly grow into an ability expert, but Kurapika's talent was even more monstrous. Despite the boost from restriction and vow, Kurapika, after only 5 or 6 months of training, possessed the combat power to go one-on-one with Yuvajin of the Phantom Troop. After all, whether it was the 5-finger chains, Scarlet Eyes, or restriction and vow, Kurapika had to hone them himself. Zushi, there's no need to be shy, nor to be impatient. Wing's tone was always slow. Kurapika has his path, and you have yours. Just take your time. The non-ability experts present didn't need to guess the reason Kurapika could awaken his aura nodes so quickly, but that wasn't something Zushi should emulate. Firstly, this was a matter between Germain and Kurapika, and outsiders found it difficult to intervene. Secondly, they roughly knew about Kurapika's entanglement with the Phantom Troop and also knew that this child probably didn't have time to slow down. May 5th. Kurapika's diligence led to the next stage of his training. He sat cross-legged under a relatively short pagoda tree, practicing Zetsu. While he was deeply focused, he didn't notice that a man and a woman had been standing nearby, observing him for some time. He must have just started practicing Zetsu. Menchi stood relaxed with her arms crossed. But he's doing very well. Is he Wing's disciple, or has Bisky started teaching again? Boera, a tall, stout man several times Menchi's size, gently nudged Menchi's shoulder. Look over there. What is it? Menchi frowned and followed Boera's fat finger, seeing a simple platform by the lake not far away, and a person in a black robe fishing on the platform. Hey? Menchi was startled. When did he get there? I didn't even notice. That's textbook Zetsu. He's been there the whole time. Boera chuckled honestly. Menchi, you relied too much on your own perception just now, and overlooked what was visible to the naked eye. Menchi paused, then sighed softly. You're right to remind me. However, even so, he's still excellent. Dressed in a black robe, he's almost blended into the surrounding environment. It's impossible to distinguish him without looking closely. Boera observed carefully for a while. His back looks like a man, but it shouldn't be Wing. Wing's style of dress isn't like that. Then it must be the Germain that Bisky mentioned. Menchi pinched her chin. She praised Germain highly. And isn't Chairman Netero the same? Boera added. It seems that all 3 generations of the Shinjin-ryu master-disciple lineage hold him in high regard. Given his achievements in recent months and the honor of being the fastest to earn a 1-star hunter title, he certainly deserves that respect. Menchi nodded. Who would have thought that a few months ago, when we met him at the airport, he had just passed the pro hunter exam, and that would be the beginning of the fastest 1-star hunter legend. As Menchi and Boera were talking, they suddenly felt an aura fluctuation, and then both their expressions froze. We've been exposed. Boera didn't seem to mind much. His N has already detected us. We never intended to hide. Menchi pouted, then walked out openly and headed towards the lake. Boera smiled, his massive, bear-like body moving nimbly as he followed behind her. Kurapika remained completely unaware of this. Germain reeled in a coulter fish, put it into the fish basket, letting it flop around with the other live fish, then put away his fishing rod, picked up the fish basket, and stood up calmly. Menchi and Boera were already in front of him, Boera's massive shadow even completely covering him. Near the base, Germain wasn't wearing his bird beak mask, so the two recognized his face at a glance. It was indeed that Germain. Germain, long time no see. Menchi extended her hand to him. We met at the airport after your pro hunter exam. Chairman Netero was also present. Do you remember? I remember. Germain was as concise as ever. He shook hands with Menchi, then with Boera. However, when shaking hands with the latter, his entire hand was enveloped within the other's large palm. Chapter 128, They'll fall into this trap themselves, Part 3. Bisky is waiting for you all, Germain said, pointing to the mansion not far away. I'll take you over. Menchi followed behind Germain, touching one of her 5 tied-up hair buns. Who is that blonde young man's disciple? I'm teaching him, Germain replied with an answer that was unexpected yet reasonable. You're taking disciples so quickly? And you're just leaving him like that? Menchi walked beside Germain. Germain answered, I set a half-hour alarm for him. Once the time is up, his Ren training for today will be finished. I see. Menchi satisfied one curiosity, only for another to arise. Is the fish you caught for dinner tonight? Yes. Germain led them to the front door, opening it for them. Generally, Bisky, Shizuku, and Wing take turns buying ingredients. I don't have any urgent tasks, so I occasionally fish a few to change things up, he continued. Menchi couldn't help but ask, since you all live together, who is responsible for cooking? Most of the time, it's Wing, Germain said as he entered the hall. Occasionally, it's me. So, no one else cooks? Menchi and Boera exchanged a knowing glance. Just then, a series of quick footsteps sounded, and Bisky's head appeared from the staircase around the corner, feigning surprise. Ah, Menchi, Boera, you've arrived. She quickly approached, holding up her skirt. You know Germain, and you must have met Germain's disciple, Kurapika, right? You know Wing. I'll introduce you to Shizuku and Wing's disciple, Zushi, later. Come in quickly, and sit in the living room. Bisky watched Germain return with the fish he caught, just as planned, and couldn't help but show a sly smile, which she instantly suppressed. Menchi and Boera hadn't expected Chairman Netero's direct disciple, Bisky, to be so enthusiastic towards them. They were somewhat pleased but also a little puzzled. However, their doubts were quickly forgotten as Bisky pulled them to the sofa in the living room, and they began to chat. Time quickly moved to dusk. The sunset glow was like dried blood, staining the gradually darkening, mold-like sky. Swish, swish, swish. In the open kitchen, 2 men coordinated like they were dancing. Wing flipped the pan-fried fish, which was fragrant and crispy, as the range hood whirred. Germain was chopping vegetables on the cutting board with a rhythmic thudding sound. Zushi sat cross-legged on the floor very close to the TV, his eyes wide as he watched an action movie, which made his blood boil, and he would occasionally shout loudly. Kurapika, who had just showered, steam evaporating like smoke, leaned against the windowsill, his head against the glass, his eyes gazing distantly at the setting sun. Bisky sat on the sofa in front of the fireplace, warmly entertaining Menchi and Boera, the 2 guests, and never let the conversation stop, always telling various interesting stories. Shizuku sat quietly on a single sofa to the side, silent. Only when Bisky deliberately steered the conversation towards her would she nod like a doll under everyone's gaze. As soon as Boera sat down, his backside almost occupied the entire sofa. Later, at Menchi's reminder, he had to sit cross-legged on the carpet, currently eating the dessert Shizuko had brought over. Although it was impolite to make a guest sit on the floor as soon as they arrived, Boera's size was indeed too large, and since neither he nor Menchi cared, Bisky let it be. However, despite Bisky's warm hospitality, Menchi felt somewhat restless, and eventually looked uneasily towards the kitchen. During her conversation with Bisky, she had glimpsed Germain digging out the fish bladder from the fish's body and tossing it into the sink. Menchi held back. Then, she saw Wing casually marinate the fish, then immediately toss it into hot oil, glancing at the open recipe beside him. Menchi still held back. The two large men barely managed to cook 2 fish, placing them on a plate to the side. Then Wing threw Germain's unevenly cut potato sticks and beef slices into the pan to stir-fry. Tisk. Menchi's attention was completely off Bisky in front of her. She didn't even hear what Bisky was saying, just bit her finger and nodded mechanically. Upon hearing Wing shyly tell Germain that he had accidentally overcooked the beef, Menchi finally couldn't take it anymore. She sprang from the sofa as if on a spring, her eyes fixed on the kitchen. What's wrong? Bisky blinked her watery big eyes, her tone full of innocence. Excuse me, I have something urgent, Menchi said with a gloomy face, walking around Bisky's legs and out of the sofa cluster. Boera, stop eating. Boera, having anticipated this, responded, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and calmly stood up. The two strode one after the other to the open kitchen, attracting Germain and Wing's attention. Wing opened his mouth in surprise to speak, but Menchi raised her hand to stop him. Don't say anything. Please leave here and let us handle it. This. Wing glanced at the sizzling dish in the pot, then exchanged a look with Germain. Germain, for his part, consciously walked out of the kitchen. Wing only hesitated for a moment before Boera gently pushed him out. At this point, just satisfy Menchi. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything here. Wing was dumbfounded. Boera untied the apron from his waist and handed it to Menchi. Thus, the entire open kitchen fell under the control of Menchi and Boera. Menchi, wearing the apron, pulled out a cleaver from the rack, weighed it in her hand, and found it quite comfortable to use. She then picked up a large shrimp, butterflied it, and deftly flicked her wrist. The vein was picked out by the blade and flicked onto the edge of the cutting board. After processing one, she grabbed another, her speed a blur during the process. Boera turned the heat to maximum, then began to toss the wok, stir-frying the remaining dishes a few times, and judging by experience that they were cooked enough, he served them out. Wing watched, dazzled, then shyly took a few steps back, feeling much like Zushi's embarrassment when he learned of Kurapika's training progress. Bisky walked over, rubbing her hands, and said with a smile, how can this be? You are guests who have come a long way, how can we let you cook? Menchi gave Bisky a sidelong glance. By now, she knew full well that she had fallen into Bisky's trap, but even knowing it was a trap, she willingly jumped into it. There was no other way. Who told her she was a gourmet hunter? How could any gourmet hunter just stand by and watch others ruin food? Bisky was indeed Chairman Netaro's disciple, truly cut from the same cloth. Only the 3rd generation's Wing and the 4th generation's Sushi seemed like genetic mutations, having changed this cunning lineage. Chapter 129. It's not that we don't trust you, it's just that we all want to broaden our horizons. Alright, alright. Menchi had already finished a whole plate of shrimp and started chopping ribs and slicing ginger and spring onions. I guess I asked for it. At least let us handle this meal. Boera stir-fried the shrimp Menchi handed him, drizzled a little sauce over it, and then immediately took it off the heat. He chuckled good-naturedly, we're all familiar with each other, so let's not fuss over these things. Since that's the case. Bisky put on a reluctant expression, exchanged a glance with the unperturbed Germain, and then said, then we'll trouble you. We're really sorry. So, 10 minutes later, Germain, Bisky, and the others were enjoying the delicious dishes prepared by gourmet hunters Menchi and Boera. Even though they were all ordinary home-cooked meals, as soon as they tasted them, they could easily distinguish which ones were made by them and which ones were made by Wing and Germain. Germain and Shizuko nodded repeatedly as they ate. Bisky, on the other hand, kept praising Menchi and Boera's cooking, to the point where Menchi felt a little giddy. Boera, as always, just smiled foolishly. Wing watched Zushi eat with sparkling eyes, and then saw Kurapika unconsciously take more food, feeling increasingly ashamed. However, no one blamed him and Germain. After all, they were the mainstays in the kitchen before Menchi and Boera arrived, and their cooking wasn't bad. After dinner, everyone was quite satisfied, except for Boera who wasn't full and went to make a late-night snack. Some relaxed on the sofa, while others took a walk outside the mansion. When Germain returned to the living room after washing the dishes, he saw Bisky had already approached Menchi and said something that made Menchi nod repeatedly. Seeing Germain arrive, Bisky immediately greeted him, Germain, Menchi and Boera's cooking, was it to your taste? It was delicious, Germain gave his highest praise. Shizuko and Wing said the same thing, Bisky chuckled twice. Menchi, it seems everyone on our side is very satisfied with you too. That's natural, Menchi said with a proud smile. When it comes to gourmet food, we are professionals. Oh, and you should also explain what the secret realm you mentioned earlier is all about, shouldn't you? Pro hunters generally obtain work in 2 ways, one is through intermediaries at professional organizations, and the other is through direct invitation from an organization or individual. Bisky used the latter method to trick, or rather, attract Menchi and Boera. However, calling the Dark Continent a secret realm wasn't really a lie. Should we talk about it now? Bisky turned to ask Germain for his opinion. Anyway, Shizuku, and Wing have already agreed. Menchi looked at Bisky and then at Germain with a suspicious expression, wondering what these two were up to. Germain remained silent for a while. Menchi, because this matter is critical, I need to personally assess your strength before deciding whether to share information about the secret realm. Can you accept that? Exactly, Bisky, hearing Germain's usual cautious attitude, added, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just that we all want to broaden our horizons. Boera and I don't really care, Menchi pouted. We almost always have this assessment before accepting any commission, so we're used to it. It's you two who are so mysterious. Anyone who didn't know would think you wanted to break into the central command of V5 or the Kaken Empire. Speaking of which, you wouldn't really be that crazy, would you? We are even crazier than you imagine, Bisky secretly thought. It should be said that the personality of Germain, the lantern bearer, determines the overall direction of our organization. Then it's settled, Germain said. You two get a good night's sleep tonight, conserve your energy, and we'll discuss it tomorrow morning. At this point, Menchi couldn't pry any more useful information from these people, so she could only give up. Although this feeling of being led by the nose was unpleasant, she was willing to wait just one more night. So, Menchi exchanged a few words with Boera, who was gnawing on a large bone, then agreed to Germain's proposal and moved into the 2 rooms Bisky had arranged for them. The next morning, after the thin mist over the mansion and the lake dispersed, it revealed a dew-covered lawn. Kurapika seized the time, completing his NN Setsu training early, as naturally as breathing. Afterward, he moved closer to the lakeside lawn, joining Bisky, Wing, and Zushi, to observe the upcoming battle. Kurapika had noticed in recent days that Teacher Germain held a high position among the group, and his combat power was likely a significant factor, but he wasn't sure of Teacher Germain's exact level. Today, Teacher Germain would be taking action again, and Kurapika could finally see how Teacher Germain would perform when not simply overpowering weaker opponents. Shizuku was not present. She wasn't very interested in this fight, and adhering to her principle of sleeping a full 8 hours every day, she was still lying in bed, eyes closed and sound asleep. Germain simply stretched his body a bit, then looked at his first opponent Boera. Boera, broad-shouldered and stout, bounced twice like a jumping ball, then grinned foolishly at Germain, bowing slightly and adopting a sumo wrestler's stance. I'm ready, Germain, bring it on. Germain observed the flow of Boera's aura, judging his aura capacity by touch and experience. Without being humble, he paused, then suddenly charged at Boera. Kurapika and Zushi were startled. To them, Germain seemed to teleport, suddenly appearing in front of Boera. However, Boera had captured the flow of Germain's aura. He didn't need to actually see how Germain moved, as long as he felt the aura surging towards him, it had to be Germain. Even if Germain used the in technique, as long as the strength difference between them wasn't too vast, Boera could sense it. He first raised his left leg and stomped it on the ground with a loud bang, causing the very spot where Germain stood to tremble. Then, his right palm fiercely pushed towards Germain, who theoretically should have lost his footing. But a chill swept over him, and Boera's previously narrowed eyes suddenly widened. He immediately tilted his head, dodging the close-range stab of the staff, feeling a shiver down his spine for a moment. Boera's pushing palm movement was forced to contort, easily dodged by Germain. And Germain's staff, which had missed its target, suddenly transformed in midair into a meat cleaver, slashing diagonally towards Boera's neck. A perfect combination of materialization type and transmutation type. Boera praised silently in his heart, then quickly straightened his back, dodging the slash. Using his height advantage, he brought his almost mountain-crushing palms down on Germain. Chapter 130, Victory decided in a blink. With a double palm strike to the ears, Germain heard the fierce wind, finding it quite unbelievable that Boera, with his spherical, corpulent body, could be so swift. However, Germain was even faster. He reached out and grabbed Boera's clothes, almost skimming Boera's chest, his left arm flying upwards, not only dodging Boera's double palm strike but also scurrying onto Boera's back like a squirrel. Boera's palm struck nothing but air. The meat cleaver, sharp as ice, rested diagonally just an inch from the back of Boera's neck. Boera was stunned, maintaining his palms together posture like a Maitreya Buddha, but the expression he cast over his shoulder held a hint of terror. Victory is decided, Menchi said, standing to the side with her arms crossed. Boera, you were careless. In a real fight, you would have been severely injured. Germain leaped down from Boera's back, landing steadily on the grass. Boera straightened his back, scratching the back of his head with a simple-minded grin. I certainly had areas where I didn't do well. I thought my advantage was my height and close-quarters combat, but I didn't expect to be outmaneuvered. In a true deathmatch, even if he had managed to gather Nen to his neck in time to use hard for defense, Boera would still have been injured. Germain's speed in gathering Nen was too fast, it seemed to erupt in an instant. Boera is an enhancement type Nen user, but just now he mostly used general advanced techniques like Ken, Ryu, and hard in combat. His unique Nen ability, different from others, was used to strengthen his stomach. Just like Knuckles' disciple Palm, and Komuji, the two enhancement type Nen users who would later play Gunji with the Ant King, what can be enhanced in a person is not just strength and speed, but also other physical abilities. Palm's is perception and search ability, Komuji's is intelligence, especially wisdom for Gunji. Boera is the same, his Nen ability is gluttonous stomach, which leans more towards food appreciation and is not of much help in an ability combat in the short term. It's more than that, Menchi waved her hand. Boera, haven't you noticed? Germain never used his left hand. Even though he's right-handed, intelligence proves he can materialize weapons with both hands in combat. If he had used his left hand just now, you would probably have been in an even sorrier state. Boera was startled again, then sighed and laughed heartily. I lost. Kurapika and Zushi were dazzled. The entire fight, from start to finish, lasted only 5 seconds. They weren't even sure how the process unfolded. Wing saw their confused expressions. This is why I make you stick to daily training, Wing explained with a smile. Only through constant refinement can they achieve such rapid changes in offense and defense. If your breathing isn't smooth enough, it will hinder your movements like friction, as if you are wearing shackles. But if it's smooth enough, it's like a nitrous boost, capable of unleashing terrifying power in an instant. Zushi was a bit confused by what he heard. Kurapika, having experienced many life and death battles, and combining his understanding of Ten and Zetsu, his eyes slowly lit up as he looked at Germain. Mr. Wing, who could articulate such theories precisely, was naturally unfathomable, but the path more suited for Kurapika was indeed the frequent killing moves of teacher Germain. He absolutely had to learn these. The second match has begun, Bisky reminded with a smile. She squatted on the grass like a young girl, her fists clenched, supporting her tilted face. Kurapika looked down again, determined this time to see something, even if it was just a breakdown of movements under after images. Boera stepped aside, and Menchi slowly entered the arena. A disclaimer first, she said, drawing 2 cleavers from a leather sheath behind her, which gleamed in the sunlight. Although I control my strength precisely, when facing a strong opponent of your caliber, even in a non-real combat scenario, it's impossible to always retract the blade in time. I understand what you mean, Germain said calmly. I will deflect your blades if necessary. The meat cleaver in Germain's hand spun and transformed back into a staff, which he planted in the grass, making him, in his black robe, look quite aristocratic. Menchi couldn't help but feel a vein throb on her forehead. Oh, really? So confident, are we? You're quite sure you can control every one of my strikes, aren't you? The 2 cleavers spun into 2 circles in her palms, then she threw the one in her left hand, fast as a bullet, cutting through the air and reaching Germain's chest in a blink. Germain drew his staff, which shot out like a silver snake. With a clang, sparks flew, and the cleaver was deflected at the last possible moment. Menchi pulled her left arm back, then pushed it forward again. The deflected cleaver arced widely in midair, spinning back around to strike Germain again. At the same time, Menchi threw the cleaver from her right hand. The 2 cleavers, one in front, one behind, one above, one below, aimed to block all of Germain's defensive routes. Use your left hand quickly, don't look down on me, Menchi thought, secretly pleased. Manipulation type Nin ability. Germain was not very surprised. Manipulation type Nin ability can not only manipulate living beings but also inanimate objects, especially certain weapons. Therefore, manipulation type Nin users and materialization type Nin users are often difficult to judge solely by appearance, and both frequently deliberately imitate the Nin ability of the other to mislead enemies. Menchi is a 1-star hunter, and her intelligence is highly confidential, but since there were always witnesses who survived after she made her move, records were left. Thus, her Nin ability was already known to Germain. Dual Blade Rhapsody allows Menchi to fight at long range with 2 cleavers under her manipulation, as freely as if she were holding them. It was precisely because he knew this that Germain used the staff. With a click, a metal whip sprang out, coiling around the first approaching cleaver like a python, binding it tightly, not allowing it to move an inch. Menchi was surprised. She had also investigated Germain beforehand, but the staff in Germain's hand at that moment was not within the scope of her intelligence. Menchi used her Nin, trying to regain control of the bound cleaver, while simultaneously manipulating the other cleaver, which glided evasively along the ground, then sharply turned and shot up, striking at Germain's abdomen. Seeing this, Germain no longer held back. His left hand's meat cleaver appeared abruptly and chopped down fiercely, catching the cleaver's trajectory. With a skillful flick, the cleaver flew off like a flung hook. Immediately, Germain snatched the cleaver that had been bound by the long whip, which was his staff in its transformed state, and held it in his hand. It still vibrated wildly under Menchi's will. Menchi timely controlled the cleaver that had been flung away, making it freeze in midair, motionless, then stared at the other cleaver in Germain's hand for a moment. Oh, never mind, she suddenly relaxed, and her intense will slowly dissipated. The cleaver in midair flew back into her hand. I'm highly unlikely to win against you. Let's stop here. Germain did not forget the purpose of these 2 fights, so he threw the cleaver in his hand away. Menchi caught it steadily, rolling her eyes at Germain for taking one of her weapons. Chapter 131, The assessment results are satisfactory. How is it? Menchi reinserted her 2 cleavers into the leather sheaths on her hips. What do you think of the assessment results for the 2 of us? You're not looking down on us, are you? Germain exchanged glances with Bisky and Wing, who were standing not far away. Seeing them all nod, he said, I think your abilities are sufficient to become our companions. It seems the secret realm you mentioned is quite dangerous. All 4 of you Nin ability experts are being very secretive about it. Whether it's dangerous or not depends on the actual situation. Germain pointed in the direction of the mansion. We will show you some information, and then you can make your decision. Menchi, quite experienced, interrupted, regardless of whether we decide to join you, we must keep the matters here confidential. Don't worry, it's not our first day as pro hunters. Leaking information would make us enemies of all hunters, Boera added from the side, a wide smile on his face. All clients and involved parties would resent us. Menchi pointed at Germain, unless you commit some demonic acts that cross our bottom line. But from what we've observed, you don't seem like those kinds of people. Germain pursed his lips, then come with us. Menchi and Boera followed closely. Germain walked up the grassy slope and stood in front of Kurapika. Kurapika, you and Zushi go deeper into the forest to continue your training. Wing will guide you too. Kurapika blinked. He still hadn't clearly seen much of the fight between teacher Germain and Menchi just now, only knowing that Menchi's dual blades could fly through the air like string puppets in her hands. He became even more interested in an ability, wondering how long it would take to acquire such a special ability, and how long it would take to catch up to teacher Germain's current strength. Kurapika naturally wouldn't defy teacher Germain's order. He just looked at Menchi and Boera behind teacher Germain with a puzzled expression, then agreed. Wing nodded to Germain, then led the bewildered Kurapika and Zushi, who was still excitedly immersed in the recent lightning-fast battle, towards the lakeside woods. Having sent away Kurapika and Zushi, two non-ability newcomers who were not yet suitable to participate, Germain and Bisky brought Menchi and Boera into the house. Shizuko happened to walk down the stairs at this moment, stretching. Why are you all here? Didn't you say Germain was going to assess the combat strength of the newcomers? It's over already. Menchi rolled her eyes at her. And, can't you remember our names? From yesterday until now, you've been calling us the newcomers. Menbu. Shizuko pointed at Menchi, then at Boera. Hara. It's Menchi and Boera. Menchi pouted, this wasn't the first time she had corrected Shizuko. Shizuko froze, standing on the last step of the staircase, tilting her head as if processing this information and correcting her jumbled memories. Bisky walked out of a room, holding a thick covered book in both hands. This is the information we've compiled. You can take some time to look through it first. All right. Menchi took it without ceremony. Due to Boera's large size, she sat cross-legged on the plush carpet and opened the book so that Boera, sitting beside her, could also see. The first page clearly read, Dark Continent Records. Dark. Menchi's hands, holding the book, couldn't help but tremble. She then looked up, exchanged glances with the equally astonished Boera, confirming that she hadn't misread. You. Menchi looked up and saw Bisky smiling at her. In any case, discuss it after you've finished reading. Bisky put her hands on her hips. Any questions, any reader's thoughts, bring them up after you've finished. Menchi felt her scalp tingle, and the book in her hands seemed much heavier. But at this point, she and Boera had no choice but to continue reading. The first chapter mentioned Germain's lantern, which was the means and safeguard for this dark continent journey. The second chapter described the dried river valley, the third chapter described the muddy land, the fourth chapter described the spider valley bottom, and the fifth chapter described the world tree wall. If these weren't enough to make Menchi and Boera's minds explode, the final chapter, Ancient Labyrinth City, brought their thoughts to a standstill. The truth concealed by the V5, Hope and Calamities, Cure-all herb and plant weapon gold silver ingot, under the paragraphs of text and accompanying pictures, everything seemed extraordinarily bizarre. How can you show us international level classified information like this? Menchi hadn't even turned to the last page when she suddenly abandoned her previous composure, standing up somewhat flustered. However, Bisky pressed her shoulders with both hands, gently guiding her back down to sit on the carpet. Now. Bisky slyly winked her gem-like eyes, we're on the same boat. Germain leaned against the wall, arms crossed, staring at them. Not a small number of people in the world know the Dark Continent secrets, you don't need to be so nervous. Not all parts of the Dark Continent are as dangerous as you imagine. He pushed off the wall and walked over, sitting cross-legged in front of Menchi and Boera. Bisky and I both believe you will keep it confidential, and that your strength is enough to join us. Now, only one last question remains, are you willing to come with us? Menchi gradually calmed down. Boera looked at her worriedly and said, Menchi, you make the decision. In the past, whenever we faced choices in major events, you made the decision, and your decisions were always correct. That's because we're lucky, Menchi muttered under her breath. We've survived every time, so my decisions are deemed correct every time. She lowered her head and examined the Dark Continent records for a while, then looked up again, but instead asked Germain, Bisky, and Shizuko a question. For what reasons did you all team up to go to the Dark Continent? Your answers will also determine my answer. Germain, Bisky, and Shizuko exchanged glances, and he answered first, I want to explore the depths of the Dark Continent and challenge the limits of humanity. I want to find unique gems, Bisky replied second. The 6 continents are only so big, most of the gems are in the hands of officials and collectors. I can only aim for the vast world beyond the 6 continents. Of course. She added, Germain is a pro hunter I discovered. His departure from the Dark World and the Phantom Troop was also at my suggestion. I feel a certain degree of responsibility for him and don't want to see him go to the Dark Continent to die. When Bisky mentioned a certain degree of responsibility, her index finger and thumb formed a small gap. Thanks to Shushan Yelaida for the tip. Thanks to fellow readers for subscribing, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. Thanks to the reader for the correction. Shiba Inu previously mistyped Kaken Empire as Karting Empire. It was probably a slip of the mind thinking of go-karts while typing. Chapter 132, Only those with similar aspirations can journey together. Menchi looked at the last person. I need to continuously accumulate more wealth. Shizuku reached out and lifted the inverted cross necklace on her chest, showing it to Menchi and Buera. Her eyes wide, she explained her theory earnestly. Besides symbolizing a humility that cannot be compared to God, some say the inverted cross also represents rebellion. My rebellion is believing in God, but not in predetermined fate. I don't believe Meteor City's fate is already sealed. She lowered her head and kissed the inverted cross necklace, then looked at Germain. The reason I didn't support the Phantom Troop and instead stood with you, besides already being identified with your faction, is the hope of finding a new opportunity through you. For Meteor City's fate, maintaining the status quo is one path, the Phantom Troop is the second path, and you are the third path. I have a strong premonition that you will disrupt the order of the entire world. Knowing that the lantern points to the Dark Continent, knowing that V5's interests are involved, yet still choosing to explore, I am certain your actions will stir up the world's direction. Germain listened quietly, not responding. Companions, hey. After a long silence, Menchi suddenly stood up. You all know Jing Freaks, the boar of the zodiacs, right? Of course, I know him. Bisky wasn't interested in married men or men with children, but Jing's fame was undeniable. He's known in the Hunter Association as a reckless idiot. Menchi smiled and nodded. Even though I say that, I actually respect him greatly. I believe many who verbally abuse him share a similar attitude to mine. When Jing was 15, he funded a team of 10 companions to explore a royal tomb ruin, which made him a famous ruins hunter. Entering that tomb wouldn't bring him huge profits, but he and his companions still did it, because he is a true hunter. Menchi pointed to herself, then to Buera. We are gourmet hunters, and we have never given up pursuing all sorts of ingredients. For this, we have traveled almost all over the 6 continents in recent years, and the surprises our journeys bring us are becoming fewer and fewer. The Dark Continent. Her hands rested on her hot pants, and she chuckled softly. I'm sure there must be many ingredients we've never seen before, right? If it's for the hunting of gourmet food, Buera and I are not afraid of death, nor are we afraid of difficulties and obstacles. If you, who share our aspirations, are our companions, we will also feel much more at ease. Menchi, who had not forgotten her lifelong dream, extended a hand towards Germain, palm down. I'm in. Buera immediately stood up and placed his large hand over Menchi's hand. I trust Menchi's judgment. It seems our thoughts are aligned. Bisky whistled and placed her hand on Buera's hand. Shizuku also extended her hand, covering Bisky's hand. Germain, as the last and also the first, removed his leather glove and placed it on top of everyone's hands. May all of us find what we seek on the Dark Continent journey, he said calmly. After the verbal agreement was made, Bisky showed the drafted contract to Menchi and Buera. After confirming it was correct, they signed their names. Actually, the contract wasn't of much use, as no one would guarantee their interests in the Dark Continent. All observations, experiences, and gains from the Dark Continent were always considered property of V5. Signing the contract was merely a gesture of respect. Read this Dark Continent records carefully a few times, Bisky said solemnly, handing their previous logbook to Menchi and Buera. I was just thinking the same thing. Menchi hugged the Dark Continent records. I only schemed it earlier, but I already found many interesting things, perhaps usable as ingredients. Buera added with a smile, however, I'll have to taste them first to make the final judgment. If they don't pass my gluttonous stomach, it proves they're not suitable for human consumption. Bisky nodded repeatedly. Your ability is especially useful in this regard. But what if there's toxicity or pathogens? Don't worry. Buera patted his round belly. Gluttonous stomach is my second stomach. I can promptly vomit out any food that isn't right. Menchi held up a finger and said, I'll be responsible for recording Buera's real experiences and judging whether it can be added to our Dark Continent recipe book. Bisky gave them a thumbs up, offering another round of compliments, but this time she was much more sincere. Over the next week, Germain often saw Menchi and Buera holed up in their room. The Dark Continent records was spread out on the floor, and they were writing and drawing on white paper, then sticking it to the walls. Soon, all 4 walls were covered with papers, densely filled with writing. While Menchi and Buera were cramming Dark Continent knowledge, Kurapika's training in Zetsu was finishing faster than expected, so Germain began teaching him Ren. This made Zushi, who still hadn't grasped it, envious and frustrated. Wing-sensei still taught Zushi at a more natural pace. After Germain gave Kurapika pointers on the key aspects of Ren and explained the concept of aura capacity, he had him repeat the training of Gyo, Zetsu, and Ren daily. Finally, on May 10th, Menchi and Buera proactively informed Germain that they were ready. After discussing with Bisky, Shizuku, and Wing, Germain made a decision. We will depart at midnight on May 15th. Since I don't have a new lantern this time and Menchi and Buera are going to the Dark Continent for the first time, we will choose to explore near the Dried River Valley this time. I must go. We need an user for stable decompression, so Bisky must also go. Adding Menchi and Buera, that makes this trip a group of 4. Wing and Shizuku will stay at the mansion. Tell Kurapika and Zushi that the 4 of us are going out on business and will return that afternoon, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Kurapika and Zushi, one being an user apprentice and the other not even having opened his aura nodes yet, should be kept in the dark about the Dark Continent for now. Bisky added. We've explained the situation to Sanbika, and she will arrive here on the 14th. Although we may not necessarily need Sanbika's medical knowledge, having her present is still a safeguard. The secret meeting of the group discussed for a long time. After confirming that no one had any problems or objections, the meeting adjourned. Chapter 133, 16-Hour Dark Continent Journey, Part 1. On the morning of May 14th, Sanbika arrived at the mansion as scheduled. However, upon her arrival, she immediately went into the research institute, so it was Bisky who informed everyone of her presence. Germain, Bisky, Wing, and others could sense Sanbika's presence, but Kurapika and Zushi hadn't even noticed that an extra person was nearby. Time quickly advanced to late night on May 14th, with less than 10 minutes remaining until midnight. Germain, Bisky, Menchi, and Buera came together to a flat area under the moonlight, separated from the large mansion by the shimmering lake. Wing came to see them off, hands clasped behind his back with a smile. Shizuku, Kurapika, and Zushi have all gone back to their rooms to sleep. Sanbika is still in the research institute. Sanbika is too shy, and Kurapika and Zushi are part of the plan. Bisky tied her twin pigtails into a tidier single ponytail again. Why is Shizuku asleep too? Isn't she going to see us off? No need, Germain said from the side. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon. You two always have synchronized brainwaves on things like this. Bisky sighed, rubbing her forehead, and didn't delve deeper. Never mind, is it almost time? Germain glanced at his pocket watch and replied, 5 minutes left. I'm going to set down the lantern. He first materialized his hunter badge, then, using it, he set down a lantern emitting a faint purple light in the center where everyone was gathered. 4 messenger imps, like infants struggling to be born, crawled up from the lamp base, wailing in the dark night, their cries merging with the cold wind. Because the consequences were unpredictable, Germain generally would not materialize the lantern when not teleporting, so Menchi and Buera were seeing the lantern and messenger imps for the first time. Although Bisky had taken a few photos before, none of them were as eerie as seeing them in person. Can they really take us to and from the Dark Continent? Menchi looked at the 4 messenger imps, swallowing nervously. Not them, Bisky said with a smile, pointing at Germain. He is our only hope for traveling to and from the Dark Continent. Menchi glanced at Germain's serious and focused profile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, if he dies midway, our fate will probably be no different from those exploration teams that were wiped out before. Germain was currently gazing at the lantern's text projection. Lantern location, 6 continents. Cooldown, 8 hours. Cooled down. He reminded everyone again, after we arrive at the dried river valley of the Dark Continent, we must stay for at least 16 hours before we can return here. You all understand this, right? Yes, Menchi rolled her eyes. The lantern cooldown doubling rule, right? Don't worry, we're all aware, it's not our first day as pro hunters. That's good. Germain nodded, and in the remaining time, he checked his current status. He had also made progress during this period. The projected text was also only visible to him. Physique had risen to 54 points, aura capacity to 62 points, and stress was cleared. The increase in physique and aura capacity was due to resolving the thugs on the airship, thereby gaining a grudge gift, as well as his diligent daily training. He had always kept Bisky's words in mind. Although his training wasn't exactly Shinjin-ryu, it was essentially very close to Shinjin-ryu. Germain was not lazy in his gratitude for martial arts, his basic training, and his mental trials, which profoundly influenced Kurapika. With such a teacher, Kurapika, while bearing stress, also had more motivation, which was one of the reasons for his rapid progress. Stress being cleared was naturally due to Bisky's magical aesthetician cookie. In addition to these basics like physique, aura capacity, and stress, he also had more specialized traits. Positive traits included Beast Bane, Genius, Warrior of Light, Resilience, Robust, and Human Bane. These covered attributes such as accuracy, critical strike, damage, life healing received, stress healing received, and disease resistance. Negative traits were kleptomania, greed, and stress-induced binge eating. As the names suggest, these covered quirks of theft, greed, and binge eating. However, the first 2 items did not significantly affect Germain when he concentrated, and the last item was as good as non-existent as long as he ensured his stress did not exceed 50 points. In addition, Germain's N radius had further expanded to 30 meters, getting closer and closer to Kite's 45 to 50 meters. In this state, returning to the place where he first entered the Dark Continent would not be a problem. Germain's N radius expansion speed was astonishing. After Bisky learned of it, she became even more emotional, realizing how correct it was for her to have met Germain that day and, on a whim, guided him toward the hunter path. If Germain were an enemy, he would be a very troublesome opponent, almost impossible to kill completely without paying some price. If he were to be corrupted by the Phantom Troop, that would be even more terrifying, he would become a crazy terrorist. Just like every mother, just like every mentor would think, if their student goes bad, someone must have led them astray. Phantom Troop, bad. Germain, good. Whenever she thought of this, Bisky was quite proud, believing that her foresight had inadvertently saved the world. Time finally crossed midnight, arriving on May 15th. Germain and Bisky both skillfully held the messenger imp's skinny hands, and after a brief hesitation, Menchi and Buera also extended their hands. Have a safe trip, Wing waved at them. In 16 hours, I'll have Shizuku and Sanbika come here early to wait, and I'll keep Kurapika and Zushi occupied. Everyone nodded at him, then heard Germain say, let's go. Then came a dizzying change of scenery, Wing twisted and compressed into a blur in their eyes, followed by a nauseating sensation of dizziness. Buzz. In a blink, the 4 arrived in an open, dried river valley. Wing had long since disappeared. In the sky, the sun was rising. The shift from night to daylight took a moment for everyone to adapt before they could open their eyes and look around. Germain looked down at the lantern surrounded by the 4 messenger imps, confirming that the next cooldown would be in 16 hours. He covered it with his hand, and the lantern and messenger imps vanished, though they remained fixed there and could not be recalled by him. Chapter 134, How to Gain a Foothold on the Dark Continent, Part 2. The Dark Continent. Menchi, with her 5 braided pigtails, looked around, nodded, then shook her head. I understand what Germain meant earlier. What did he mean? Boera subconsciously pulled down the hem of his shirt, trying to cover his large belly. Whether it's dangerous or not depends on the actual situation. Menchi repeated grumpily, hands on her hips, with a rather feisty air. Weren't you listening during the meeting? The Dark Continent is not a place completely impossible for humans to explore. For example, when the Sahelta United States reached the Dark Continent, they traversed a sea of trees, walking a full 400 kilometers before reaching the ancient labyrinth city. This is enough to prove that humans can explore the Dark Continent. However, the difficulty lies in how humans can gain a foothold here, and how to return. The Sahelta United States penetrated deep into the territory without any backup, encountered the plant weapon gold-silver ingot without a solution, and couldn't retreat in time. Even if they had withdrawn from the ancient labyrinth city, the return journey alone would have been despairingly long. It was truly a miracle that they had 2 survivors. Boera nodded repeatedly as he listened. Bisky, what do you think? Menchi turned to Bisky, who was looking around. What do I think? I'm just looking. This dried river valley is my first time here. Bisky smiled. It looks very novel. As for what Germain said, I basically agree. However, as long as Germain is alive and can use the lantern, then we don't need to consider such a terrible situation. Thinking about it is indeed chilling. In such a dangerous situation, with no reinforcements ahead and pursuers behind, we would have to walk back to find our way. Forget about gatekeepers or guides, just finding the coastline alone would take who knows how long. Hey, Menchi quickly interrupted, you're a senior in every sense of the word, why aren't you comforting us 2 newcomers, and instead you're fear-mongering? I am comforting you, Bisky said with a grin. Besides, a moderate sense of tension helps people focus, which is a good thing. Alright, you always manage to bring the topic back. It's almost like Chairman Netaro's déjà vu. Menchi rolled her eyes and grumbled. At this moment, Germain spoke up to remind them, the dried river valley creatures I mentioned in the Dark Continent records are already stirring. Haven't you subdued them yet? Bisky asked, feigning surprise. It's been several months, they probably don't remember me anymore. After Germain replied, he realized Bisky was teasing him, so he shrugged. Yes, I haven't subdued them. Soon after, sure enough, dust began to rise from all over the valley, and huge, crimson insects eagerly crawled towards the 4 of them. Germain took out his meat cleaver, Bisky adopted a martial arts stance, Menchi drew the 2 machetes from her waist, and Boera stretched his muscles and bones. The battle began. A moment later, everything returned to tranquility. The cracked rock layers were piled with the carcasses of giant beasts, a total of 16 flesh-sucking assassin bugs, plus 2 poison mist centipedes, all cleanly killed. Germain picked up his meat cleaver, chopped open the back shell of a flesh-sucking assassin bug, and, after prying open the rotten organ tissue, revealed a color-changing stone. Bisky took out her camera, which captured images more clearly than a phone. Of course, she still needed her phone for text records. She took a few photos of the flesh-sucking assassin bug and the color-changing stone. You tricked me back then, Bisky said to Germain, looking at the photos of the color-changing stone in her camera with some boredom. They're everywhere, they're not gems at all. Actually, Germain had explained the origin of the color-changing stone to her a long time ago, she just liked to complain whenever she got the chance. Germain was actually quite disappointed, but for a different reason. When he had killed flesh-sucking assassin bugs and poison mist centipedes before, he had received grudge gifts. This time, he slaughtered a large number but got nothing. Germain also knew this was a matter of probability, so he didn't dwell on it excessively. This meat. Menchi used her machete to cut open a huge leg of a poison mist centipede, revealing the meat pillar inside. I always feel like it tastes a bit like shrimp or crab meat. What do you guys think? Bisky glanced at it, then waved her hand, feeling a bit of a scalp tingle. No, how can they possibly be related to shrimp or crab? In any case, Boera said, rubbing his belly, let's just try eating it. Wait, Bisky interrupted, somewhat flustered. Are you going to eat them? We are going to eat them. Menchi pointed to Germain, Bisky, Boera, and then to herself. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no point in us 2 gourmet hunters coming here? I have a bit of a thing about insects. Bisky showed a slightly disgusted expression. I can be decisive when killing them, but when it comes to eating. Don't worry, Boera will eat first. Menchi patted Boera's large belly next to her, and the belly immediately rippled. If it's bad or poisonous or has germs, he can tell. Leave it to me, Boera, as a professional taste tester, confidently patted his abdomen like a drum. Besides, Menchi added, some ingredients look ugly but taste incredibly delicious, especially some insects, they're absolutely delicious when deep fried. And some are delicious raw too. Boera seemed to recall something, showing a nostalgic expression, his mouth watering. Germain. Bisky turned to the man in the black robe and bird beak mask, trying to find an ally. Can we eat the compressed biscuits we brought? I think trying more things is a good idea. Germain was destined to disappoint Bisky. You were the one who decided to seek out Menchi and Boera. The purpose of them coming here with us is to compile a Dark Continent cookbook, for long-term planning. Bisky was genuinely regretting it, feeling a sense of having brought this upon herself. Germain then changed the subject. However, since we'll be staying in this area for 16 hours, we might as well expand our search radius and see if there are any other ingredients. He currently had no new lanterns, so he had discussed with Bisky and the others that they wouldn't stray far from the dried river valley. This time, it was more about Menchi and Boera completing the task of evaluating ingredients. Other ingredients. Bisky understood what Germain meant. If they didn't want to eat food that looked unappetizing, then they needed to find ingredients that looked more suitable for a human diet. Good idea. Menchi's eyes lit up. While Boera and I are processing these ingredients, you two go look. Bring back anything that looks edible. For these 16 hours, we'll try to have Boera taste all the ingredients in this area. Chapter 135, A Taste of the Dark Continent, Part 3. 5 hours later, at Dried River Valley. Flesh-sucking assassin bug. Menchi took out her voice recorder, placed it near Boera's mouth, and pressed record. Boera sat on the ground, picking his teeth with a toothpick as thick as a wooden stick, while stroking his round belly. It's not bad. The initial burst of juice might be off-putting for some, but once you get used to it, it feels like a fruit brimming with juice. Gourmet level A to E, where would you place it? Menchi pressed on. I need your true feelings, but also consider human acceptance, meaning it should be more mainstream. Sea level, Boera licked his lips. My gluttonous stomach tells me it's very nutritious, but the taste is a bit too niche. Do you remember the sandworms we ate before? No cooking needed, no special seasonings, just delicious eaten raw. Flesh-sucking assassin bug is slightly inferior in texture to that. Menchi herself took a bite of the cooked insect meat and nodded, largely agreeing with Boera's assessment. It's not as good as the sandworms, but perhaps it's a matter of cooking method and seasoning. There's still room for improvement, so we'll try it again if we get the chance. She then asked, what about the poison mist centipede? E-level, Boera gave a decisive evaluation. Unless there's absolutely nothing else to fill your stomach, I don't recommend eating this. It's tough, sour, and difficult to swallow. This time, Menchi didn't try a bite. Unexpected. I thought it would have a texture similar to shrimp or crab meat. Next, the Gale Ripple Moth. The moth itself is E-level, but its eggs are sea-level. They're edible when cooked, Boera thought for a moment, then added, however, compared to the flesh-sucking assassin bug, its eggs are still a bit lacking. MHM. Menchi nodded. Next, the hammerhead mushroom. This one can be B-level, Boera sounded a bit unsatisfied. It tastes like tofu, and with the right seasonings, it would be a good delicacy. Most importantly, it's very filling after eating. B-level, hey. After hearing this, Menchi took a bite of the stewed hammerhead mushroom herself and nodded repeatedly in approval. This item can be one of our rations. In short, let's record it in the recipe book for now. On the other side, Bisky sat on a spread-out blanket, pretending not to hear Menchi and Boera's devil-like conversation. However, the piles of corpses behind them made the scene almost indistinguishable from a devil's lair, making it truly unforgettable. As for the inedible ones, Boera, with his gluttonous stomach, could simply vomit them out without affecting his body. In front of her was a pot Boera had carried over, with firewood burning underneath, currently stewing a delicious dish. Hearing the bubbling sound of boiling, Germain walked over, lifted the lid, and steam immediately billowed out, revealing several eggs as large as ostrich eggs. Not all creatures in the Dark Continent were unfamiliar. For instance, the eggs before them came from the grape spiders, which Menchi and Boera were both very familiar with. However, the grape spiders here were clearly larger, which also made their eggs relatively bigger. Both the Gale Ripple Moth and the grape spider lived on a nearby cliff. The grape spider eggs were on the web spun at the top of the cliff, while the Gale Ripple Moths were in the caves on the cliff face below, with neither interfering with the other. Not long ago, Germain discovered these eggs, so he brought a few back and also killed and brought back a giant grape spider, earning high praise from Menchi and Boera. After some observation, the two gourmet hunters unanimously agreed that these were not the grape spiders of the 6 continents, but rather close relatives of the grape spiders, though for now, they would simply be called grape spiders. At this moment, Germain directly reached in and grabbed a still scalding boiled grape spider egg, handing it to Bisky with both hands. Because he had none wrapped around his hands, he didn't feel the heat. Bisky, have one. You haven't eaten properly today. Thank you. Bisky took it with both hands, then cracked open the shell to reveal the smooth egg white. She was a bit hungry, so she began to eat the grape spider egg in small bites. Bisky had eaten grape spider eggs before, and she found the close relative grape spider egg before her quite acceptable. She savored it thoroughly and immediately showed a look of contentment. This is it, the familiar taste, it's delicious. They truly are close relatives, both the egg white and yolk are equally delicious when cooked. Was she actually judging the similarity of species by taste? Germain saw that her eating seemed genuine, so he took a grape spider egg from the pot, cracked its shell, removed his bird beak mask, and began to eat. Immediately, the texture, different from a regular boiled egg, led him to the same conclusion as Bisky. It truly was a delicacy. No wonder grape spider eggs sold for high prices in the 6 continents, and these close relative grape spider eggs here were even more abundant and filling. He calmly and gently ate the egg white and yolk, then saw Bisky stop eating, narrowing her eyes and staring at him with a dangerous look. What's wrong? I say, Germain, did you wait for me to taste the grape spider egg before deciding to try a bite yourself? I was wondering why you suddenly became so gentlemanly. Germain did not answer Bisky and continued to eat his grape spider egg. Just as Bisky was about to press further, Menchie interjected. I say, the Gale ripple moth eggs are sea level, actually only one level lower than the B-level grape spider eggs. Do you two want to try? They're all eggs anyway. Bisky politely declined and waved her hands repeatedly. No, 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 2 grape spider eggs are enough to fill me up. Germain, you seem to have a good appetite, why don't you try a few bites? Bisky secretly gloated, thinking Germain would refuse after she shifted the blame, but to her surprise, Germain nodded after finishing that grape spider egg. I'll try it. Germain stood up, and to Bisky's dumbfounded gaze, he indeed walked towards Menchie and Boera. Afterward, Bisky personally watched him actually taste the cooked Gale ripple moth eggs. How is it? Menchie held the voice recorder to Germain's mouth. I also want to hear the opinion of an ordinary person who isn't a gourmet. It's actually decent, Germain said calmly. As long as people don't know where they come from, they should be fine to be sold as food. I see. Menchie stroked her chin and nodded subtly. She then picked up a grape spider eyeball. You've eaten their eggs, now try the eyeballs. Germain held the eyeball, frowning slightly in discomfort, but in the end, he decided to take a bite. With one bite, juice burst forth. It's not good, Germain spat it out and took the water Boera offered him to rinse his mouth. Menchie nodded once more, I see. Bisky, meanwhile, looked at the 3 people gathered there with horror, always feeling a sense of I often feel out of place with you all because I'm not twisted enough. Chapter 136, Another Way to Reduce Stress. Germain and his group spent several more hours in Dried River Valley, much like a divine farmer tasting 100 herbs, trying everything that looked edible in the vicinity. Each time, Boera would taste it first. After confirming that it was acceptable for an ordinary person's stomach, Menchie, the gourmet, and Germain, the ordinary diner, would then taste it separately to reach a verdict. Bisky, the gem hunter, mostly evaluated based on appearance, resolutely refusing to try any ingredients that looked strange. Grape spider egg had filled her up, and once full, she became more assertive. Slowly, the sun set, and night had long lurked around them, completely enveloping them before they even realized it. Boera brought more dry firewood collected from nearby and drizzled oil from some unknown animal onto it. Finally, Germain's flamethrower ignited it. The bonfire party begins, Bisky said, taking a photo with her camera and joking. She turned her head. Germain, what time is it now? Germain took out his pocket watch from his black robe, glanced at it, and replied, it's a little past 11 a.m. in the human world. Only 11 hours have passed, Bisky sighed. She clearly felt as if more than 20 hours had gone by. It hasn't been dark for long, so it's probably between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. here. Less than 5 hours left, Menchie's tone was surprisingly regretful. It's a pity Germain doesn't have a new lantern, so we can't explore further. That would be too risky, Boera reminded her with a burp. Menchie nodded, I know, I was just complaining. Alright, let's make the most of these last few hours and try the 2 delicacies we saved for last. One of them had been cooking in a pot, covered, for almost 2 hours. The timing was just right. Menchie walked over and lifted the lid. Immediately, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Even Bisky, who was already full, couldn't help but peer into the pot. With a streamlined nose bridge, narrowed eyes, and a pair of prominent ears, it looked like a sheep's head. The pot Boera carried was quite large, big enough to cover his entire back, and the sheep's head inside occupied almost half of it, barely fitting. Hours earlier, they had slaughtered a giant beast nearby that looked like a sheep. They discarded the other parts, keeping only the head. Now, they were going to use their tongues to evaluate whether it was truly a sheep. Oh, it looks very good, Menchie's eyes lit up as she repeatedly instructed, Boera, quickly take it out and try a bite. Boera's digestive capacity was already astonishing. He had just burped, but upon seeing the giant sheep's head, his appetite was once again whetted. He plunged both hands directly into the scorching, greasy soup, lifted out the giant sheep's head, and quickly walked a few steps to place it on a cutting board that had already been laid on the ground. As soon as it was set down, the meat on the giant sheep's head was so tender that it fell off. With a gentle swipe, Boera had a large piece in his palm. I'm eating, he impatiently threw the sheep's head meat into his mouth, savoring it carefully using his gluttonous stomach. How is it? Menchie quickly asked. It smelled delicious to her, but she wasn't sure how it tasted or if they could eat it. Boera swallowed the sheep's head meat, then gave everyone a thumbs up, edible, delicious, much better than ordinary lamb, and it doesn't have much gamey flavor. What kind of lamb doesn't have a gamey flavor? Menchie joked, then smilingly called out to Germain and Bisky, quick, come and have some. So Germain and Bisky also came over, sitting around the giant sheep's head with Menchie and Boera. Just as Germain was about to reach out and tear off a piece of meat, Menchie quickly stopped him, wait, I almost forgot the main point. She got up to get a bowl of her own mixed sauce, poured it all over the giant sheep's head, and then had Boera dismantle the giant sheep's head into smaller pieces. Alright, Menchie licked her lips, looking at the disassembled giant sheep's head. Now we can eat. The sauce made the giant sheep's head even more fragrant. Without further ado, everyone tore off a few pieces of meat and tasted them. Only Boera was directly gnawing on a bone. Menchi was very picky about food, but after eating the giant sheep's head, she couldn't stop praising it. Germain took a bite and couldn't help but nod secretly. It was indeed very delicious. After a while, he discovered another strange thing. In the Dark Continent, as long as he was in darkness for a period of time, Germain's stress would increase, previously 6 points each time, but with the Master Aura, it decreased to 1 point each time. Even with the Master Aura, his stress continued to increase after nightfall. Germain had originally planned to accumulate more than 20 points, then have Bisky give him a set of magical esthetician cookies peach-colored breath to reduce his stress. Unexpectedly, after tasting the giant sheep's head, his stress actually decreased. Although not as significant as magical esthetician cookies peach-colored breath, his stress was indeed slowly decreasing. As a result, by eating the sheep's head meat, he managed to reduce his constantly accumulating stress to only 4 points. Things became interesting. Germain looked at Menchi and Boera, inferring that perhaps under the cooking of these two gourmet hunters, delicious food could also serve as a stress reliever. What's wrong? Menchi noticed Germain staring at her, and couldn't help but blink, asking curiously, why are you looking at me? You wouldn't even want to eat Menchi and Boera, would you? Bisky said, elegantly wiping the grease from her mouth with a tissue, her gaze deep. Germain, don't abandon your human bottom line. She was, of course, joking. She wouldn't genuinely believe Germain wanted to eat people. Besides, they had set their own bottom line beforehand. They wouldn't eat demi-humans or any creatures they could communicate with. They weren't devils, how could they put everything into their mouths? However, when Germain didn't answer and continued to stare at Menchi and Boera for a little too long, Menchi, Boera and even Bisky all felt their hair stand on end. Fortunately, Germain did not cross the human bottom line. He slowly explained the reason, and only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Don't scare people late at night, Menchi grumbled, patting her chest uninhibitedly with her greasy hands. I almost thought you'd gone mad. Sorry, Germain shrugged at her. Bisky, however, pinched her chin with her fingers, thought for a moment, and said, this is actually a good thing. Relying solely on me to relieve your stress is too unstable. Now that there's a third method, it couldn't be better. When she said third method here, it was because she knew Germain could also relieve stress through critical strike, though the probability was too small, and it rarely happened. Chapter 137, Chairman Netero's former team. The giant sheep's head was ultimately dealt with by Boera, while Menchi was already preparing the last delicacy. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a massive squid could crawl on land. Menchi skillfully pulled out the cleaver from her hip and horizontally sliced open the still wriggling black squid on the chopping board. She scooped out all the contents, unsure if they were edible, and discarded them to the side. The black squid finally stopped moving. This thing isn't really a squid, is it? Bisky squatted to the side, her petite figure making her look like a curious young girl. It just looks a bit like one on the outside. Menchi nodded. Anyway, let's try it first. After eating stew all day, we won't cook this last dish, we'll roast it. After making a few cuts into the black squid with her cleaver, she skewered it with a wooden stick, brushed some oil on it, and then placed it over the campfire to roast. Germain watched this scene, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. After roasting for a while, it was probably almost cooked. The squid's flesh turned crimson, and the edges were slightly charred. So, Menchi sprinkled special seasoning on it and continued to roast it. I have to admit, Bisky stood up, swallowing, the last two ingredients today, as well as the grape spider egg, are the most similar to things that would appear in a human diet. The aroma of roasted squid spread. If Bisky hadn't been so full, she would have wanted another taste. After Menchi finished roasting the squid, the principle of Boera eating first still applied. Boera took a bite with anticipation, then spat it out, shaking his head repeatedly. No, it's too bitter, like a ruptured gallbladder. The texture itself is like plastic. Boera, with his enormous appetite, had a very high tolerance for food. If even he couldn't eat it, it showed that this roasted squid was truly unpalatable. I had a premonition when I was cutting it, Menchi said, not surprised. Just as it couldn't fool your stomach, it couldn't fool my knife. As expected, it's inedible. As for the bitterness, I was very careful just now and didn't rupture any internal organs. I estimate it's just the nature of its flesh. What a shame, Bisky said, pointing at the squid and addressing Germain. I wanted to take this back for Shizuko and Wing to try. Germain shook his head. We've already had a bountiful harvest this time. A few large grape spider eggs, some hammer-shaped mushrooms, and so on, are the Dark Continent local specialties we're taking back. That's true, Bisky nodded. Now we just wait for the time to come, and then we'll go back. Germain confirmed the time again, but this time he was checking the cooldown of the lantern, which was less than 4 hours away. Menchi was still a bit regretful that she couldn't eat the roasted squid, but after eating the giant sheep's head, she was already very satisfied. She now wanted to return to the human world first. Boera, meanwhile, threw the inedible roasted squid into the inedible zone nearby, where it piled up with other strangely shaped carcasses. Everyone gathered around the campfire, preparing to pass the last few hours. They began to tell scattered stories to pass the boring time, and the atmosphere increasingly resembled a true campfire party. Bisky, Germain suddenly asked, did Chairman Netero ever tell you about the process of his 2 Dark Continent journeys? No, Bisky waved her hand dismissively. You all know that old man's personality, he wouldn't reveal secrets so easily. However, some rumors did leak out. It's said that during one of his Dark Continent journeys, Chairman Netero adopted a small elite exploration model, only forming a team of 2 others. The other 2 were Germain, a 2-star hunter and gourmet hunter who is still alive today, and Zaldik of the Zaldik family, though it's unknown if he is still alive. Germain felt a subtle sensation hearing Bisky refer to Chairman Netero as that old man and Lin as grandma. Unexpectedly, just as he thought this, Bisky's eyes narrowed into a slit and swept over him. Fortunately, Menchi interrupted at that moment, Grandma Lin, I've met her several times. Her culinary skills are astonishing, and I didn't realize she had also been to the Dark Continent. Indeed, Bisky nodded. Chairman Netero and Zig were mainly responsible for combat, while Grandma Lin was in charge of food supply. This system proved effective. And facts have shown that their elite team model had a higher survival rate. Compared to other teams that suffered heavy casualties, Chairman Netero returned unscathed twice. This is also one of the reasons why I prefer to cooperate with you rather than trying to get the V5 to fund our trip to the Dark Continent. Sometimes, more people aren't necessarily a good thing. Just managing them is a big hassle, and once one falls, it will have a domino effect, bringing a chain of misfortune. Germain, Menchi, and Boero listened quietly to the senior's story, and they were now doing something similar, only more cleverly and with more assurance. The dim yellow light of the campfire only illuminated a small area, while most of the dried river valley was immersed in darkness and silence. It looked like a sun-like star, trying its best to emit its only light and warmth in the vast and boundless abyss of the universe. After a long while, Germain suddenly moved. He hadn't forgotten his primary duty, which was to periodically use and to scout the surrounding situation. Something had just crossed the boundary of his 30-meter and radius and was rushing towards the campfire. Its speed was quite fast. A giant beast is approaching, Germain described concisely. It walks on 4 legs, and for some reason, despite its size, its movements are very light, making little sound. Germain's words immediately made everyone tense. Is it attracted by the smell? Menchi looked at the darkness in the distance. Or the light of the campfire. Should we extinguish the flames? No, Bisky immediately objected. The humans who once lived on the Dark Continent relied on fire and tools to gain a foothold. How can we actively abandon them now? She slowly stood up and stretched her limbs. I was just thinking that this Dark Continent journey was missing something, and now I realize it's probably a fight. Everyone rose in the flickering campfire light, turning to look at the high ground of the dried river valley, where a pitch-black head slowly emerged. If it weren't for the moonlight making its black fur gleam, it could have completely merged into the night. A pair of eyes, neither indifferent nor hungry, stared at everyone. Slowly, it revealed its sharp fangs to everyone, looking like a giant black panther. Chapter 138, Exterminate the Dark Nightmare Panther. At this moment, Germain suddenly felt the need to fulfill his duty as a beast hunter and said, I want to call it the Dark Nightmare Panther. What do you all think? The other 3 never expected Germain to come up with something like this and looked at him in surprise. With the enemy right in front of them, Bisky, Menchi, and Boero were not in the mood to argue with Germain about the name Dark Nightmare Panther. They decided to just use it for now. The Dark Nightmare Panther also leaped down from the bank of the dried river valley at this moment. As expected, its landing was like it had been silenced, with its massive body only making soft thump, thump sounds. Its structure is quite unusual, Bisky said, pointing at the Dark Nightmare Panther. Look at its fur, it's like flowing flames and rising smoke. No sooner had Bisky finished her warning than the Dark Nightmare Panther almost silently shook its massive body, and the fur that floated like waterweed detached. After landing, they twisted and transformed, becoming numerous smaller dark nightmares, each about the same size as Germain and Menchi. The little dark nightmares slowly spread out, fanning into a confrontation with Germain and his group, like twisted resentful spirits in the night. Germain was all too familiar with this scene. It seems the Dark Nightmare Panther can use abilities similar to emission type and manipulation type, just like Morel's Deep Purple. Morel's summoning of the Purple Smoke Soldier Squad was similar to the situation at hand. So, the goal of all our tactics is to destroy the main body. Those little things are not our ultimate target. Bisky reacted quickly as well. Germain, you and I will be the main attackers. Menchi, Boera, you two take care of those little things. No problem, right? No problem, Menchi and Boera, of course, had no objections at this time. After the simple tactical arrangement, the little dark nightmares surged forward like a pack of wolves, each emitting low growls that, when combined, sounded like a mournful melody. Boera charged ahead, first picking up a large rock from the ground and throwing it, crushing several little dark nightmares. Then, he used his broad palms to smash several more. Menchi hid behind Boera, using him as a shield. 2 meat cleavers flew from her hands, and with a flash of cold light, several little dark nightmares were cut in half. The two had partnered for many years and had excellent chemistry. They slowly advanced together, clearing a path for Germain and Bisky. After finally breaking through, Germain and Bisky, without any hesitation, leaped over Menchi and Boera, leaving them to be surrounded by the little dark nightmares, and charged directly towards the Dark Nightmare Panther. Bisky, who had transformed into a tall and strong form, gathered aura in her fists and slammed them down like hammers, but she hit nothing. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Nightmare Panther darted to one side with astonishing speed. However, anticipating this situation, Germain and Bisky had staggered their attacks. Now, they filled the gap perfectly. The transformed staff extended into a long whip, lashing out at the Dark Nightmare Panther. The Dark Nightmare Panther was struck by the whip and immediately darted away again, dissipating like mist, leaving only after images as it flew to a distant spot. So fast, Bisky murmured softly, then shouted, Germain, chase it. I'll try to attract its attention, and you take it down. Germain nodded and said, all right. They flew after it, both of them non-ability masters, their speed quite fast, yet they still couldn't catch the dark nightmare panther. It darted left and right in the shadows, and every attack they launched missed its target. Suddenly, it appeared by the campfire, and with a swipe of its massive claw, the campfire turned into a sky full of brilliant sparks, gradually dissipating. The surroundings plunged into a deeper darkness, leaving only the somewhat faint moonlight, which was also about to be swallowed by dark clouds. In the dimness, the sounds of Menchi and Buera fighting the little dark nightmares, back to back, could be heard, as intense as waves crashing against rocks. Even without seeing with his eyes, Germain could roughly perceive the dark nightmare panther's location using N, but it moved too fast for Germain to keep up. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Bisky, who was within the range of his N, had actively weakened her aura defense, and his heart stirred. Immediately, with a thud, Bisky was clawed in the back, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. She fell forward, enduring the intense pain, and quickly rolled over, only to see a shadowy mass falling down, covering everything. If one can never catch up to the enemy in speed, then one should not exhaust oneself by chasing, but rather slow down and let the enemy have its way, so that the enemy will come to them. As bait, this was sufficient. Bisky watched as a silver flash streaked past. Germain tore through the dark night from the side and lunged at the dark nightmare panther's head, which was trying to deliver a finishing blow. His meat cleaver plunged into its eyeball with a squelch. Exploding fluid splattered all over him, reeking of blood. The dark nightmare panther did not howl in pain, it only shook its head continuously, and such a violent reaction proved that it was not without pain. The staff in Germain's other hand was deeply embedded in the dark nightmare panther's flesh. He held onto the staff and was not easily shaken off. The dark nightmare panther shook its body again, and then numerous little dark nightmares detached from its fur and pounced on Germain. Germain, wielding the meat cleaver in one hand, swung it left and right, cutting them down one by one. Bisky stood up, ready to gather aura and help. Seeing that it wasn't very effective, the dark nightmare panther then charged wildly with Germain still on it, instantly moving away from Bisky and darting along the river valley's rocky wall. Germain still hadn't been shaken off. At this point, the meat cleaver had disappeared, and both his hands were gripping the staff. The dark nightmare panther then suddenly stopped and clawed at Germain. Germain twisted the staff and let go with his other hand, dropping to the ground, just dodging the dark nightmare panther's claw attack. However, the staff transformed back into a long whip at this moment. Germain, holding the extended whip, used its momentum before landing, swinging around its lower jaw like a pendulum, and flew to the other side of the dark nightmare panther. The shotgun fired a shot at the dark nightmare panther's other eyeball with a bang, making it flinch and lower its head. Germain seized the opportunity to land on the dark nightmare panther's head. He immediately spent one aura slot segment. The staff instantly transformed into a massive spear, which Germain plunged fiercely into its skull. Even so, the staff failed to completely pierce the dark nightmare panther's head and remained embedded within it. A crowd of little dark nightmares surged from behind again. As Germain was pounced upon by them, the staff also took the opportunity to churn, scrambling the dark nightmare panther's brain. Before long, the little dark nightmares, which had been so aggressive, vanished in an instant. The enormous dark nightmare panther finally collapsed like a small mountain, falling to the ground with a heavy, thudding sound for the first time. Chapter 139, Guard against future night raids and return to the estate. Germain landed steadily from mid-air, the hem of his crow hunter's black robe fluttering, looking very graceful. This robe, blessed by the nin of a pro hunter, was indeed tougher than ordinary clothing. Under the caress of little dark nightmares, it only sustained shallow scratches and was not torn. He watched the massive body of the dark nightmare panther dissipate into black smoke. They lightly decomposed the dark nightmare panther until it completely vanished, leaving nothing behind. The moonlight, which had almost been obscured by dark clouds moments ago, now shone even brighter. This was no ordinary beast, but a monster that had merged with the dark night itself. Darkness was its lair. Are you all right? Germain only approached Bisky after confirming the dark nightmare panther's death. I'm fine, just minor injuries. Bisky's bulky physique slowly shrank. She had deliberately taken a claw from the dark nightmare panther, and her back was bloody, but the injuries did not reach her organs, so they were indeed not serious. She didn't even cry out in pain, merely extended a hand to Germain and waved it, as if asking him to hand over something. Germain looked at her in confusion for a moment before realizing what she meant. He took off his black robe and wrapped it around her, covering her back. They hadn't known each other for just a day. Bisky disliked her original physique as much as she disliked looking disheveled. She always wanted to look beautiful. Smart of you, Bisky said, tightening the black robe around her, letting out a few hummed laughs. Let's go check on Menchi and Buera. This is their first battle in the Dark Continent, after all. Menchi and Buera had just been surrounded by little dark nightmares, but as the main body perished, they too vanished in the blink of an eye, not a single one remaining. When Germain and Bisky arrived, Menchi was fine, but Buera, having acted as a meat shield, inevitably had his clothes torn, revealing his sumo wrestler-like upper body, which also bore many scratches. Buera somewhat bashfully covered his chest with both palms, looking like a shy maiden. He chuckled, haha, I already have so few clothes that fit me. Losing one means I'll have to get another custom made. Don't worry, Bisky said grandly. When we get back, I'll buy you a suitable outfit. With my eye, it'll definitely be perfect. Her movements were a bit too broad at this moment, pulling at the wound on her back, causing her to let out a low hiss. Only then did Menchi and Boera realize she was injured. Don't worry, it's a minor injury, Bisky said, pointing at Boera, then at herself. Both of us are naturally the vanguards and protectors who stand at the front to absorb damage. Boera chuckled a few more times, his hands still covering his chest, looking quite comical. After examining Bisky's back injury, Menchi said, Bisky's injury isn't serious, but I should still do some emergency treatment. We'll leave the follow-up to Sandbika. Pro hunters often get injured during missions and may not always have a doctor nearby, which requires them to learn how to perform emergency wound treatment. The saying long illness makes a doctor pretty much applies here. Menchi took out their first aid kit and simply treated Bisky's injuries, then bandaged her wound. They once again lit a bonfire in their original spot, gathered all their luggage, and piled it together. The last few hours passed quickly. Germain lit the lantern that was already set up nearby. As the faint purple light enveloped everyone's faces, even though they hadn't returned to the estate yet, they all involuntarily relaxed a great deal. Menchi extinguished the bonfire. Everyone carried some local specialties, with Boera carrying the most on his back, intending to bring back some of the day's harvest. Then, holding the hands of the 4 children, they simultaneously looked towards the distant darkness. In future travels, we will likely encounter attacks from different creatures every night, Germain said. At that time, we will need to set up camps, take turns on watch, and guard against night raids. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the future they would have to face, and it was unavoidable. This was just a night raid encountered in the relatively safe Dried River Valley area. Who knew what kind of chaotic scene a night raid would be like deep in the interior, especially in the ancient labyrinth city? After a moment of distortion, the scene before them drastically changed. The night and thick darkness receded, replaced by the soft afternoon sun. The noisy chirping of cicadas came from the forest, and not far away was clear, mirror-like lake water. Everyone was in a daze, looking ahead, and saw 2 figures emerge from behind the trees. You're back. Shizuku, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and Sandbika, dressed in thick, heavy doctor's attire, stood before them. The one who spoke was naturally Shizuku. As for Sandbika, to be honest, very few people had heard her true voice so far. Sandbika walked silently towards Bisky. Simply by observing the flow of her aura, she knew Bisky was injured, so she prioritized treating her wounds. Thank you, Sandbika. The black robe Bisky was wearing was removed, revealing the bandages Menchi had applied. Sandbika unceremoniously removed them and retreated the wound. Boera also had wounds, but he was tough and could wait, so he sat to the side. Germain and Menchi were unharmed, and at this moment watched Shizuku curiously examine their harvest. It's all food, Shizuku said after looking around, adjusting her glasses. Did you really go to the Dark Continent? It was normal for her to have such a question, everyone's attire made them look like they had just returned from their doting grandmother's house. Don't underestimate these, Menchi said, patting her chest confidently. Summarizing experience from these ingredients that can be put on a menu and applying it broadly will be beneficial for the future. Germain glanced at his lantern, which had a 32-hour cooldown, then checked his other statuses. Killing the Dark Nightmare Panther, plus some miscellaneous beasts, earned him Grudge Gift, which slightly boosted both his physique and aura capacity. Specifically, his physique increased from 54 to 59 points, and his aura capacity increased from 62 to 65 points. In terms of trait, this time he only gained 1 positive trait Night Owl. When in low-light environments, he would gain more sensitive reactions and faster speed. After Sandbika treated Bisky's and Boera's injuries by the edge of the forest, she used her trait and ability Physical Examination and Hospital Records. She performed the activation condition called Physical Examination on each of the 4, and then their hospital records materialized into her hands, one after another. Germain and the others' physical information was all displayed in the hospital records, with their past medical history and current conditions noted. Of course, if a disease surpassed Sandbika's understanding, it would only appear as symptoms until Sandbika researched it in depth and named it. Sandbika used the hospital records to confirm that none of the 4 had contracted any bacteria or hidden injuries, which finally put her mind at ease. Chapter 140, Karapi caused doubts. That evening, Germain and the others gathered around a long table for dinner, and the dazzling array of dishes on the table were, of course, prepared by gourmet hunters Menchi and Boera. Many of them were trophies scavenged from the Dark Continent. With better cooking conditions in the mansion, Menchi and Boera transformed them into even more delicious meals. It was only then that Karapika and Zushi saw Sandbika. When Wing told them that she had been in the research institute behind the mansion for a long time, both of them showed surprise. They hadn't noticed Sandbika's presence at all. They wondered if she was too good at hiding, or if her presence was just too subtle. This time, Sandbika didn't hide in her room as she used to. She bravely sat in the seat next to Bisky, took off her mask, revealing a small, delicate face. She quietly and serenely enjoyed her dinner, taking small bites, keeping her head down as if she was very worried about making eye contact with others, as if it would infect her with some incurable disease. Sandbika mostly responded to others' attention and questions with nods and shakes of her head. When she couldn't avoid it, she would only utter soft, silken hums and yes. Several people, including Germain, heard her voice for the first time then, and immediately felt that the evening's banquet had gotten off to a good start. Everyone began to talk animatedly, mostly about interesting anecdotes from completing various commissions, as well as their views on the V5 and the Kaken Empire. Taking this opportunity, Kurapika listened intently and gained a deeper understanding of pro hunters. Beast hunter, gem hunter, gourmet hunter, virus hunter. Pro hunters have many classifications, and the biggest distinguishing feature between them is the prey they hunt. Kurapika couldn't help but think about the future. In the past, he wouldn't have had this kind of confusion, because he was very certain about what he wanted to do. He wanted to reclaim the Scarlet Eyes, and he also wanted revenge on the Phantom Troop. His future was certain, to live his entire life for this purpose. After becoming his teacher's disciple, he had changed a little. He had to change. If he hadn't, his teacher wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple and taught him how to enter another world. Now, Kurapika had to admit that he was increasingly immersed in the enjoyment of an ability, and he could no longer view reclaiming the Scarlet Eyes and seeking revenge as the end goal of his life. His teacher and the others were always mysterious. Just like today, his teacher, Bisky, Menchi, and Buera disappeared for almost half a day, saying they went nearby, but it couldn't convince Kurapika. Zushi believed it, but Kurapika had an intuition, a potential that only an ability elites possess. His teacher and the others must be hiding some secret. Kurapika quickly understood why his teacher didn't tell him, because he wasn't strong enough yet. Perhaps one day, his teacher would proactively tell him all the truth, just as his teacher had promised. At the same time, Kurapika believed that under his teacher's influence, he would sooner or later embark on the path of a pro hunter. This was inevitable. However, if he was to eliminate the Phantom Troop and reclaim his clan's Scarlet Eyes, what kind of pro hunter should he become? With this question, Kurapika asked Germain during a break in his 10 and Ren training the next day. A bounty hunter, a criminal hunter, perhaps. Germain replied, his eyes closed, easily letting his aura flow through his body. The prey you hunt determines that you must come into contact with the dark side of human society, especially gangsters. Gangsters. After the Kurta clan massacre and before meeting his teacher, Kurapika had traveled all over the world, so he was naturally not unfamiliar with the 10 Dons and the 3 great leaders of the Kaken Empire. Do you think that through those gangsters, I can get more information about the Scarlet Eyes and the Phantom Troop? Germain nodded. That's for sure. I told you before that the core members of the Phantom Troop are from Meteor City, and Meteor City has close cooperation with gangsters. As for the Scarlet Eyes, most of them probably go through black market channels, and if so, the involvement of gangsters is inevitable. Kurapika listened quietly for a while, thought for a while, and then asked with some doubt. Teacher, if I interact with gangsters and achieve my goals, will you not be angry? Or do you support my cooperation with gangsters? Germain slowly opened his eyes. The Birdbeak hunter's black robe had been changed today. He was wearing a regular hunter's black robe, and his gaze from under the brim of his triangular hat scrutinized Kurapika, making Kurapika feel a slight unease. Someone once told me that hunter is a neutral term, regardless of good or evil, right or wrong. Not to mention, before I became a hunter, I was an assassin. Germain pointed to Bisky in the distance. Bisky had indeed kept her promise and went to a nearby town early in the morning to custom make a set of clothes for Buera that fit his physique. She was now showing the design to Buera. The clothing in the design was too fashionable, contrary to Buera's simple personality, but it was a kind gesture from a senior hunter, and Buera found it difficult to refuse, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Menchi, knowing what her partner was thinking, spoke up for him, seemingly wanting to decline the outfit. Bisky, however, was very stubborn, insisting that Buera try on the custom-made outfit from the design, saying it would definitely look good. Clothes make the man is a very true saying. Even a tall, fat person, if they wear suitable clothes that match their temperament, can exude dominance. Kurapika had been observing Bisky for some time and knew that she was far less unreliable than she appeared on the surface. Even his teacher often listened to her advice. Germain pursed his thin lips and continued speaking to Kurapika. Like hunter, gangster, assassin, police, doctor, lawyer, teacher, and so on, for me, are all neutral terms. I won't absolutely trust someone just because they're a hunter, nor will I fight to the death with someone just because they're a gangster. This doesn't align with my principles of conduct. Principles and bottom lines. Germain extended 2 fingers towards Kurapika. They are your magic weapons for always remaining yourself in this world, and not becoming an appendage of a certain group, labeled and defined. You should, as much as possible, act in situations that are advantageous to you, but without violating your principles and bottom lines. Otherwise, you will either become like the Phantom Troop, a group of monsters twisted to their current state for revenge and protection, or you will burn yourself out like Fire Punch, falling into nothingness. After hearing this, Kurapika nodded thoughtfully and replied, Teacher, I understand what you mean. Germain didn't say much, he didn't like long speeches. Getting to the point was enough. If Kurapika still walked the path of the original timeline, he would feel great regret and pity, but he respected Kurapika's choice, just as he respected Shizuku's devotion to Meteor City. Chapter 141, June flew by. For more than a month afterward, Germain couldn't travel alone, leaving the others at the mansion base, as he usually did. For one, Bisky kept him, asking him, Shizuku, Menchi, and Buera to help build a treatment room and training room next to the mansion base. With so many non-users present, the construction proceeded smoothly. Sanbika stayed at the research institute for a while, but instead of leaving as usual, she remained at the mansion base. She silently drew and wrote on Bisky's treatment room blueprints, offering her suggestions. After all, she and Bisky would both be masters of the treatment room in the future. Secondly, Kurapika was Germain's disciple, and the teaching of an ability couldn't simply be handed off to others. Either he shouldn't have taken Kurapika as a disciple in the first place, or, having taken him, he must take responsibility that was Germain's principle. Finally, the time came to June 21st. More than 2 months had passed since Germain took Kurapika as his disciple, and Kurapika's training was finally about to enter the HxH stage. All things considered, this was quite fast. In the original timeline, Wing taught Gon and Killua abilities such as Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu. Excluding the month Gon needed to recover from injuries, they still took 3 months to complete their basic training, and then completed advanced training under Bisky's guidance. At the same time, Kurapika went from knowing nothing about an ability to manifesting his scarlet eyes in an ability, killing Uvijin, binding Kurora and forcing Pakunoda to her death, which also took 5 or 6 months. Although Kurapika's talent wasn't as high as Gon's and Killua's, Germain's understanding of an ability was quite profound, making him more adept at teaching. Additionally, Germain demanded the full excavation of Kurapika's potential, creating strong pressure, while Wing was more focused on stability. Their differing philosophies also led to different progress in their disciples' training. Kurapika had already entered the final stage of Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, while Zushi had only recently opened his aura nodes. Zushi felt quite disheartened by his significant lag, but he still trusted teacher Wing and stuck to his own path. There was no clear superiority or inferiority between Germain and Wing's teaching methods. Wing focused more on going with the flow, looking ahead to the future in several years, or even more than a decade. Germain, on the other hand, was more pragmatic, streamlining the process as much as possible to make Kurapika battle-ready, then combining theory with practical combat, allowing battle damage to strengthen his physique. What didn't kill Kurapika would only make him stronger. Since it was time to enter the HxH stage, Germain simply borrowed the ability system judgment method water divination from Shinjinryu to test Kurapika. He, of course, knew that Kurapika, like him and Shizuoku, was a materialization type, but the process still needed to be followed. Most importantly, Germain wanted Kurapika to understand the differences between the ability systems through this test. Without a certain understanding of the 6 major types, it would be easy to make a wrong judgment, like Castro, confusing the development of one's ability system and delaying training. In water divination, Kurapika had to use Hatsu on a cup of water with a leaf floating on its surface. If the amount of water changes, it's enhancement type. If the color changes, it's emission type. If the taste of the water changes, it's transmutation type. If the leaf moves, it's manipulation type. If other substances appear in the water, it's materialization type. Any other change not listed above is specialization type. Without any surprise, Kurapika concluded that he was a materialization type. Then, at Germain's reminder, he used his scarlet eyes for a second test, but the result showed specialization type. Germain pointed out the crucial element to a puzzled Kurapika, his scarlet eyes, the power surging in his bloodline. This was a unique ability of his clan, and also the root of their misfortune, attracting the covetousness of countless greedy people and the fear of countless ignorant ones. The transformation of a materialization type into a specialization type under certain special circumstances is quite rare, even with Bisky's experience, she marveled at it. Everyone also gained a new understanding of Kurapika's scarlet eyes. At the same time, they were all deeply surprised that Germain, on one trip out, had not only gained the honor of being a 1-star hunter but also brought back Kurapika, a disciple with both exceptional talent and diligence. Now, Bisky had no more doubts. Germain's judgment was probably as good as hers, he also had a pair of eyes that could unearth rough gems and the ability to polish them into jewels. This master and disciple pair would likely become quite famous in the future. Bisky inexplicably came to this conclusion. Subsequently, Germain's assignments for Kurapika were the mastery of Hatsu, the formation of his materialization type ability, and the advanced techniques of Ten, Zetsu, Ren Gyo, N. Kurapika, progressing rapidly under Germain's guidance, naturally had no intention of disobeying, single-mindedly honing himself, waiting for the flowers of talent and effort to bloom. There would be a day when his teacher would proactively tell him the secrets of himself, Bisky, and the others, and would need him. Kurapika firmly believed he was worth the patience and waiting. June 30th. Germain was preparing to leave the mansion base to rendezvous with the exorcist Abengane for another exorcism, and this time he would bring Kurapika, with the master and disciple continuing their training on the road. This time, Bisky didn't stop him, as the treatment room was already built, and the training room was almost finished, so they didn't need so much labor anymore. Everyone at the mansion base came to see them off. Only Sanbika had returned to work for the Hunter Association some time ago and was not present. Since it wasn't their first farewell, no one was particularly sad, they just silently watched Germain and Kurapika's figures disappear at the end of the forest path. Bisky, you were right. Menchi, with her 5 hair buns, said, Germain really is an irresponsible person. If it weren't for you, Shizuoku, and Wing, I can't imagine how this organization would function. Bisky placed her hands on her hips and sighed, you have to understand, this is the longest he's ever stayed at the mansion base, almost 2 months. I'm already very satisfied with that. Menchi couldn't help but stick out her tongue at this. Then, she saw Bisky hand her a stack of photos, take a look, how are the pictures? Menchi took them, surprised. What is it? Shizuoka curiously squeezed closer, almost face to face with Menchi, completely disregarding personal space. The warmth made Menchi shrink back uncomfortably, but Shizuoka relentlessly continued to lean in, then saw the content of the photos before Menchi did. What is it? Shizuku's tone became indifferent, and she adjusted her glasses with a hint of disinterest. Isn't this just a photo of Germain and Kurapika together? Chapter 142, Phantom Troops Speculation. Menchi looked down and, sure enough, it was a photo of the master and disciple who had just left. In the photo, they were sitting cross-legged in the morning grass, practicing their nin ability, with soft light and mist harmoniously surrounding them. Why are you taking pictures of them? Menchi asked, puzzled. Bisky raised an eyebrow triumphantly, keep looking. Menchi flipped to the next photo. The second photo showed Germain teaching Kurapika hand in hand how to use the water divination to test his own system. The third photo showed Kurapika with his scarlet eyes activated, performing the water divination test for the second time, with Germain standing by, a look of expectation on his face. The fourth photo showed Germain giving Kurapika a chains he had bought from a nearby town, which Kurapika accepted with both hands. The fifth, sixth, most of the photos were of Germain and Kurapika, with other people from the mansion occasionally appearing in the background, but only occupying a very small portion. It seemed that many of these photos were likely taken by Bisky secretly. Wing, who knew his teacher's habits well, heard Shizuku's voice, glanced at the photos, and knew what was going on. So Wing covered Zushi's ears, who looked bewildered, and led the still innocent boy away from the scene. Teacher. Teacher. Zushi, let's go quickly, we still have to continue our training. Boera also ran off with agile steps, thumping. Menchi was still very surprised. I still don't understand the meaning of you taking these photos. Tisk tisk tisk. Bisky made a disdainful sound while shaking her finger. That's why I say you young people don't understand anything yet. Give it a few more years, wait until you're over 30, and then you'll understand the value of these photos of mine. Shizuku and Menchi exchanged puzzled glances, then both shook their heads. Bisky occasionally said things they didn't understand. If they didn't understand, then so be it, there was no need to delve deeper. Meanwhile, in Meteor City, stench and disorder were how outsiders viewed it, but locals had a different perspective. The stinking garbage was their treasure. Meteor City residents in heavy protective suits often unearthed many practical and novel tools from it. Of course, occasionally finding abandoned babies, corpses stuffed in suitcases, and discarded firearms and ammunition was also common. They accepted everything, organized it, and sent it to the Meteor City living area for the Meteor City Elder to inspect. As for disorder, that was even more nonsense. The Meteor City Elder's palace, church, living area, and garbage area were all orderly. Meteor City residents who had lived there for half their lives could walk from one end to the other with their eyes closed. And the Phantom Troop, who had made indelible contributions to maintaining this order, were all gathered on the desolate plain outside Meteor City. The group stood in two distinct factions with cold expressions, separated by 2 meters, but there was no fierce argument, just an unspoken rift. It's been almost 2 months. Nobunaga, with his long ponytail, pointed out, waiting any longer is meaningless. Germain and Hisoka seem to have completely vanished. I don't agree with being so passive. Yuvijin, with long hair and a robust physique, loudly agreed, if those two keep hiding like this, will we keep hiding in Meteor City too? The rest of the people stood behind Kurora, their stance clear. They won't remain out of contact forever, Kurora said calmly and with certainty. I admit I misjudged them initially, but now, their true colors have been completely revealed. For them, us gathering together is the most difficult situation to resolve. We actually have the upper hand. The Meteor City Elder also supports us. They will cooperate with the 10 Dons. Germain is our common enemy, and they are very willing to help us gather intelligence. Whether it's Germain, Shizuku, or Hisoka, as long as they appear under the nose of the gangsters, clues will reach us, and then we'll act together. Yuvijin was not good at arguing, so he looked at Nobunaga, entrusting the task of debate to his partner. Nobunaga did not disappoint Yuvijin. Leader, you've overlooked 3 points. Kurora quietly waited for Nobunaga to continue, without any change in expression, as if he already knew what Nobunaga was going to say. First, Nobunaga held up a finger, Hisoka enjoys the thrill of the hunt. The more we cower and show fear, the more excited he gets. He's like a cat tormenting a mouse, it won't be easy to make him anxious. I don't know much about Germain, but his behavior pattern is completely inconsistent before and after, clearly using some inability to evade Pakunoda's memory search. His joining the Phantom Troop and subsequently killing Finks, Franklin, and Phaeton Portor was definitely not for the so-called contention for the leader's position. He must have had some objective. Perhaps he was sent by an opposing force. Therefore, as long as we don't show any weaknesses, he won't appear either. In summary, Hisoka and Germain can both afford to wait. I wouldn't be surprised if they reappeared a year or even a year and a half from now. Kurora still listened calmly to the rest. Second, Nobunaga held up a second finger. Hisoka's method of killing Cordopai and Bonalinov is still his specialty, the dance on a knife's edge. Germain, however, is clearly different. If his one-on-one victory against Finks was barely acceptable, then I cannot understand how he defeated the combination of Phaeton Portor and Franklin. We all saw the aftermath of both battles. Finks left numerous significant revolving heaven destructions in the Stonehenge, yet Germain was almost completely unharmed after killing Finks. At the World Tree, Phaeton Portor must have used Rising Sun, which is why Franklin was completely annihilated, leaving only remnants. But what about it? Phaeton Portor died, but Germain escaped. Some time ago, he even used this achievement to become a 1-star hunter, and the news was publicized on the Pro Hunter website. This information was discovered by Shulnark, who had been searching the internet for news of Hisoka and Germain. Shulnark had a hunter license, making it convenient for him to access the Pro Hunter website. Nobunaga rested his hand on the hilt of the katana at his waist. Think about it, which of Finks, Franklin, or Phaeton Portor is a pushover? Yet, they all died, and not one of them could achieve a mutual kill with Germain. This result means either the power gap was too large, or he possessed information about Arnin abilities. I lean towards the latter. So the question is, how did information about Arnin abilities leak? Also, shortly after we returned to Meteor City, Shizuka completely cut off contact with Meteor City. What's going on there? Staying here without clarifying the truth and understanding Germain's intelligence source will only lead to us suffering losses again, or even falling into a trap like Finks, Franklin, and Phaeton Portor. In fact, everyone present was not foolish, they had all thought of these 2 points, especially the second, but had subconsciously avoided delving deeper. Because the more they thought about it, the more it would point to one conclusion: there was still a traitor within the Phantom Troop. The person with the most suspicion was undoubtedly Maki, because Hisoka and Germain were both members she was responsible for contacting, and Germain had spared Maki during the battle at Stonehenge. Maki offered no explanation, she just stood there with her lips pressed together. Even Pakunoda's memory search couldn't clear her suspicion now, as Germain had successfully evaded it once. Nobunaga looked at Maki. Is there a possibility that you were manipulated by some nin ability, but you didn't even realize it? And this nin ability can also evade Pakunoda's detection. As childhood friends who grew up together, Nobunaga still trusted Maki. If Maki had inadvertently exposed information, it would make sense. Maki was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Germain and I did have one strange encounter. He asked me to come and stitch his wounds. However, it was in the middle of the night, and I didn't even notice when he went out to fight or when he returned. He was severely injured, and I used nin stitching on him, after which he left. The next time we met was at the Battle of Stonehenge. Thinking about it now, this request was too strange, and he never sought me out a second time afterwards. That's it then. Nobunaga nodded with certainty. It seems the prerequisite for this nin ability to activate is seeing Germain's wounds and being stained by his blood. After Maki was affected, Germain or someone else activated a memory search similar to Pakunoda's, obtaining information about Arnin abilities from Maki's mind. And for the restriction and vow, Germain's injuries probably needed to be quite severe. Of course, these injuries could also have been a smokescreen he threw out to mislead Maki. The reason he spared Maki was to make us suspect her and cause internal division. As for the information about our return to Meteor City, it was most likely reported by someone from Meteor City. Germain is from Meteor City, so it's quite normal for him to have informants here. Nobunaga's deduction was quite reasonable, and the members of the Phantom Troop all nodded repeatedly. Maki frowned, showing an annoyed expression, but quickly hid it, regaining her composure. Kurora was noncommittal, only asking, Nobunaga, you still haven't mentioned the third point. What is it? Third, Nobunaga looked at the leader and said unhurriedly, Germain's backing force is unknown. He and Hisoka act separately, so they are most likely not accomplices, but merely temporary allies. It is now known that he has nin-ability companions who helped him evade Pakunoda's memory search, obtained information from Maki, and met him at the World Tree. When we face him again, we will probably have to account for the forces behind him, and right now, we know nothing about them. Even if the Meteor City Elder or the Tendons tell us where he is, who knows if that will be a trap set by his organization. Leader, we must take the initiative and investigate thoroughly ourselves. We absolutely cannot fully trust the information from the Meteor City Elder and the Tendons. Otherwise, we will die without understanding why. Chapter 143, Chains Restriction and Vow. Kurora's faint smile, a symbol of his strategic brilliance, had been absent for months. It hadn't been seen since the Phantom Troop members started dying one after another. Now, Nobunaga still couldn't see his smile, and he didn't have that sense of a weight being lifted from his heart. Nobunaga, then in your opinion, which organization is most likely the power behind Germain? Nobunaga stroked the stubble on his chin, pondered for a moment, and then had an answer. The Meteor City Elder still needs us, it's impossible for him to discard us now. The Tendons, it's not that I look down on them, but they truly don't have this capability. To be able to do this, and have sufficient reason to do this to us, it's either the Hunter Association, or the higher level V5, or the national power of the Kaken Empire. Nobunaga's deduction made Yuvajin, Shulnark, Maki, and Pakunoda exchange glances, all harboring similar thoughts, and thus saw trust in each other's eyes. Kurora, however, remained silent for a long time, his indifferent eyes gazing into the distant wilderness, his profile as perfect as a Greek mythological plaster sculpture. Nobunaga did not interrupt Kurora's thoughts. Yuvajin, however, couldn't hold back. He forcefully squeezed past Nobunaga with his robust physique and stood in front of Kurora. Yuvajin, what are you doing? Nobunaga, step back. I'll speak. Why make things so complicated? Kurora, shrouded by the tall figure, turned around without any change in expression and looked up at Yuvajin. Yuvajin, with gleaming eyes, took a golden coin from his pocket and placed it on his broad palm, where it appeared quite small. Leader, the rule of the Phantom Troop is that if we have a disagreement, we use a coin toss to decide. Or are you planning to issue an absolute obedience leader's command to us? Yuvajin's forceful tone, towering physique, and piercing gaze were all very oppressive, but they failed to sway Kurora in the slightest from beginning to end. However, Kurora still made a choice more suitable for the future direction of the Phantom Troop. He sighed and made a concession. I choose heads. Yuvajin tossed the coin into the sky, where it glinted under the scorching sun. Then I choose tails. The coin fell. Yuvajin did not reach out to catch it, letting it drop to the ground, where it bounced and rolled about half a meter before falling flat. Everyone gathered around involuntarily, looking down to see the spider web mark on the reverse side of the coin, which meant Yuvajin had guessed correctly. Kurora slowly closed his eyes, then opened them, his gaze resolute, without hesitation. Then let's start investigating, from the beginning. Uncover Germain's and Hisoka's backgrounds, uncover the power behind Germain, and uncover their objectives. Additionally, I also happen to be able to take you to meet 2 new members. July 2nd. On a train rumbling along cold tracks, the glass window of one compartment was pulled down, and the surging wind immediately stalled. After doing all this, Germain lay back in his warm bed, resting his head on a fluffy, soft pillow, and read a thick book. He had borrowed it from Sanbika. Each page had very little text, with most of the space occupied by illustrations, which were often anatomical diagrams of the human body. Germain calmly identified the positions of bone joints, internal organs, trachea, bladder, blood vessels, brain, and other parts, occasionally reaching out a finger to explore his own body. He wasn't suddenly interested in medicine, rather than a hand surgeon, he was more like a butcher wielding a meat cleaver. It was just that matching the images in the book with those in his memory brought a unique kind of enjoyment, which was perfect for passing the time. However, as Germain concentrated on constructing his own anatomical diagram in his mind, he heard a heavy thump from beside him. He turned to look at the other bed in the train compartment. Because his thoughts were still on the anatomical diagram, the first thing he saw was a moving skeleton, and only then did he see Kurapika, filled with flesh and blood. Fortunately, he wasn't looking at Menchie's recipes, otherwise Kurapika might have temporarily become an ingredient in his eyes. Kurapika had just been meditating, and when he had a question, he opened his eyes. He wanted to ask Germain for advice, but he didn't notice the position of the nightstand and almost tripped over it when he got out of bed. Kurapika steadied himself, enduring the pain of his toes hitting the nightstand, and subconsciously first grabbed the cold chains wrapped around his neck. These were his treasures now. My teacher said that until I can fully materialize my chains and maintain them continuously, I must stay in contact with his purchased chains. Whether eating or sleeping, at any time, he could not let go of it, just like his most intimate lover. Honestly, Kurapika felt that even a lover couldn't be so inseparable. His affinity for the chains had long surpassed the love for a partner. Kurapika kept this promise and has been fulfilling it until now. Indeed, he has never been separated from the chains have almost become a part of him. He saw his teacher looking over, and couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression. After putting on his shoes, he walked to his teacher's bedside. "Teacher, I apologize for disturbing you." Germain placed the book he was holding beside him and sat upright, the bed creaking. "It's all right. Do you have any questions?" Kurapika tightened his grip on the chains around him, hesitated for a moment, then extended his right hand to Germain, displaying his long, slender 5 fingers. "Teacher, I have already understood what you said before about each finger's chains being endowed with different abilities, restriction and vow, and scarlet eyes enhancing the ability. In fact, I already have initial ideas for the ability of different chains. Please listen and tell me if there are any problems with my allocation." Germain, wearing a bird-beaked mask, nodded. He lay in the shadows of the bed, looking like a hunchback of Notre Dame. Kurapika was accustomed to this, it was his teacher's eccentric personality. He even found a teacher with such an aura to be very reliable. "Teacher, I plan to use my thumb for healing, my index finger for plunder, my middle finger for chain jail, my ring finger for dowsing chain, and my pinky finger for judgment. As for the restriction and vow, it's like this." Germain quietly listened to Kurapika's detailed explanation. The disciple paused from time to time, seeking his teacher's support with his eyes, but his teacher's gaze remained unchanged, so he had to bite the bullet and continue speaking. When Kurapika handed in his answer sheet, the wait for his teacher's review became long, and the entire room was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. He himself somewhat regretted why he brought this up now. Was the inability, restriction, and vow he set up lacking consideration? Sure enough, after a long while, Germain began to refute each point. "The chains you've set up now are entirely for solo combat and do not consider the possibility of others participating in the battle. The dowsing chain is still normal, but your chains on the other 4 fingers all have problems. Kurapika, for your healing thumb chain, in order to heal quickly, you've set up a restriction and vow that it's only effective on yourself, and your defense is halved during healing. This completely disregards the existence of companions. Perhaps you think this way you can eliminate the phantom troop without any worries, but this is a wrong notion. Don't forget, I also have an unbreakable bond with the phantom troop. I will not stop until the phantom troop ceases to exist as an organization. Even the phantom troop, each of them possesses considerable ability, yet they still gather together. I can defeat them by finding ways to separate them. If you want to separate them and fight enemies one-on-one, you need companions. This is the concept I want you to correct. Your chain jail uses a restriction and vow that is only effective against phantom troop members. This means that after the phantom troop disappears, you will have rendered this chain useless. Hisoka and I have both left the phantom troop. My tattoo has been removed, and Hisoka's tattoo is a disguise. If the 2 of us were your enemies, you would suffer the backlash of the restriction and vow after impaling us with the chain jail. For this, you added a new restriction and vow, which is based on your judgment and the bound person's identification with the phantom troop. This way, it can indeed ensure the effectiveness of the chain jail and avoid the backlash of the restriction in vow. This is feasible, but it also limits your future development. By the same token, the premise for activating your Plunder Index chain and Judgment Pinky chain is to bet your own life. This means you must kill the opponent the first time you display your ability, otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Possessing such a powerful ability, the enemy will inevitably think that the cost of your restriction in vow is very severe and will try to exploit it. You also need to consider the amplification factor when the Scarlet Eyes are activated. The stronger the amplified ability, the more intense the backlash you will face. Of the 5-finger chains, except for the dowsing chain, all are designed for fighting alone, risking your life, and completely disregarding the future. If you are so eager to die at the hands of Phantom Troop members, only thinking of sacrificing everything for revenge, satisfying your desire for revenge, regardless of the consequences, then I have nothing more to say. I only know that the Phantom Troop is not worth your life as a price. The Scarlet Eyes of your clan must be recovered, and the future revival of the Kurta clan rests on your decision. Your promise to me has also not been fulfilled. If you insist on your current restriction in vow, then get out of here. I'll just consider these past few months a waste of time. Kurapika was drenched in sweat, his lips trembling, and he bowed his head, speechless for a long time. Germain was far more assertive than Ikalgo, Kurapika's teacher in the original timeline, and his record of slaying 3 Phantom Troop members was more convincing. Kurapika was unable to refute. Being eager for quick results, he desperately wanted to possess the strength to fight Phantom Troop members right now, but that would indeed betray teacher Germain and his deceased clansmen. As for whether the Kurta clan's future can be revived, Kurapika had long silently abandoned that thought. He probably wouldn't marry or have descendants in this lifetime. After a long silence, he spoke in a dry voice, "Teacher, I was wrong." Germain also didn't have the habit of continuously scolding someone. Seeing that Kurapika still understood the principle of stopping before it's too late, he simply threw out a line, "Revise your ability, restriction, and vow again," and continued reading his book. Kurapika retrieved his answer sheet and sat on the bed with a troubled expression, pondering in distress. Chapter 144, The Choice Given to Abengain. On the evening of July 2nd, Germain, Kurapika, and Abengain met successfully and quickly began the exorcism. Puff, puff, puff. The bonfire flickered, and smoke billowed, as if struggling to resist the encroaching night from all directions. The bamboo rustled. Abengain, with his dark skin, held a cursed doll and chanted a whispering incantation. This scene looked even more like a voodoo ritual. "Oh, forest spirit, please hear my prayer." Before long, the fiercely burning dry wood stirred, and sparks burst forth with a puff, scattering in all directions like plant spores erupting, forming brilliant fireworks. The experienced Abengain was not startled. He calmly wove a few branches onto the doll, as if adorning it with a magnificent garland. After all this, he threw the doll into the bonfire, watching it being rapidly consumed and burned to ashes by the flames. Then, he saw the phantoms of many cursed beasts. "They're here." Abengain looked at the beasts, whose number had not decreased since the last exorcism, crowded together in the flames, slowly crawling out. Yet, he felt a great sense of relief. When the unfortunate premonition materialized, what he gained was ease. This time, Abengain didn't need to be reminded. Germain, standing nearby, spoke in a muffled voice through his bird-beak mask. "That one." He pointed his hand towards the scarlet beast indicated by his spiritual intuition. "As you wish." Abengain, at this moment, seemed to have become Germain's loyal servant, but his expression turned fierce towards that beast. After everything was done, Abengain poured several scoops of water to extinguish the roaring fire, ensuring no sparks remained. The bamboo forest immediately became pitch black. Germain gently held the fragment of the hunter badge, silently looking at the projected text. When he saw compulsive overeating disappear from the negative trait, he nodded. "Abengain, thank you for your exorcism." This time, Germain didn't just pay and leave as he had in previous times. Instead, he purposefully stood before Abengain. Abengain felt nervous and uneasy, so much so that his thick lips, characteristic of a black man, pursed together. "Mr. Germain, is there anything else?" Germain's gaze was calm. "Don't be nervous. I know that as an exorcist, you bore considerable physical and mental stress during the process of exorcism for me. Being on call all over the world, and being careful to avoid getting entangled in my vendetta with the Phantom Troop and the 10 Dons, is also unfair to you. Therefore, I have thought of a more reasonable long-term cooperation model. If you are willing, you know how to contact me, and I will take you to a place to live with my companions. This way, it will facilitate our cooperation and also protect your physical and mental well-being. My companions should be able to eliminate your state of physical and mental exhaustion after exorcism. I have already discussed your situation with my companions, and they are also very willing to accept you. You can consider it, and when you make a decision, contact me." Abengain listened completely, stunned in place. Germain didn't force him to make a choice now, which instead made him fall into hesitation. After Germain informed this poor exorcist of the decision discussed by the stagecoach members, he nodded slightly and turned to leave. Abengain stood silently in place, not uttering a sound. Germain walked out of the bamboo forest with a rustling sound, treading on the fallen leaves that formed a carpet. Then he saw Kurapika not far away, striking a peculiar pose. A cold, gleaming chains wrapped around Kurapika's neck like a silver snake. He bit into one of its links, as if biting into the vital spot of a snake. Kurapika stretched out his right hand forward, while his left hand gripped his right wrist, as if suppressing and controlling something. For a moment, Germain almost thought Kurapika would shout something like "My king's power," but in the end, he heard nothing. Kurapika was so focused, sweat beading on his forehead, that he didn't notice Germain approaching. He remained immersed in his own world. If Germain were an enemy, he would already be dead. However, Germain understood the reason for Kurapika's intense focus. He had reached a critical point in materializing his chains. Kurapika had followed Germain's advice, revised the restriction and vow of his chains, and intended to materialize them one finger at a time. Now, the first one he intended to materialize was the dowsing chain, which had been approved by his teacher from the start. In an instant, the chains flickered like a snapshot on Kurapika's arm, wrist, and fingers. If he relaxed even slightly, the chains would disappear. He could only continuously concentrate his energy. Finally, the chains coiled around his fingers, and then a chains extended from his ring finger, with a silver grey sphere appearing at its end. I succeeded. The silver grey sphere swayed from side to side, like the pendulum of a grandfather clock. After swaying for a moment, before Kurapika could rejoice, the silver grey sphere changed its swaying amplitude and began to swing violently. Kurapika was startled and suddenly looked up. When he saw a figure appear in the shadows, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Enemy attack. Kurapika, oh Kurapika, how could you be so negligent? Someone is almost in front of you, and you didn't even notice. If it weren't for the dowsing chain, I might have already been in trouble. However, when Germain emerged from the shadows of the bamboo forest, and his birdbeak hunter robe was revealed under the bright moonlight, Kurapika's heart, which had been hanging, finally settled. Ah, I almost forgot, my teacher is nearby. I am no longer alone. My teacher would not let an enemy get so close to me. Nevertheless, Kurapika secretly warned himself that he must be more vigilant in the future, and also learn to multitask, to focus on 2, then 3 things at once. As he thought this, the dowsing chain disappeared. Kurapika looked at his ring finger with some disappointment. The dowsing chain had only lasted for less than half a minute. Fortunately, the chains were still wrapped around his wrist and fingers. He straightened his posture and looked at Germain. Teacher. Germain waved his hand, pointing out his current problem. You can't multitask yet because your aura capacity is insufficient, your distribution isn't precise enough, and there's too much wasted expenditure. In short, you need to practice Ren and Hatsu more. Kurapika quickly replied, yes. My exorcism is finished. Let's go, find a hotel in a nearby town to stay. What about Mr. Abengane? Germain looked back at the bamboo forest engulfed in darkness, then walked out of the woods. He has many things to consider tonight. Let him be alone and think things through. Germain and Kurapika jumped onto the trees, leaping back and forth among the branches like 2 nimble antelopes, but much faster. Ordinary people could barely see the after-images they left behind. The sound of their rapid passage was also as unnoticed as the night wind sweeping through the forest. Seeing the city lights like scattered stars in the distance below the mountain, they quickly emerged from the branch cover at the foot of the mountain and arrived at an almost uncovered plain. As they approached the city, Germain and Kurapika slowed their pace, turning to walk slowly along the edge of a road connecting the city and the suburbs. A huge signboard came into view, with a few broken neon lights flickering with an eerie glow, but they could still make out the name of the city indicated on the sign. Twin City. Twin City is divided into 2 large urban areas, left and right, separated by the Theodore River, with only one bridge connecting the 2 areas, the Twin Bridges. Germain and Kurapika entered the left urban area. Walking on the bustling streets, it wasn't even 10 minutes before cold raindrops began to fall from the sky. Pitter-patter. The rain suddenly intensified, and large raindrops caused pedestrians on the street to frantically shield their heads and seek cover. In a short while, the street became damp. Germain and Kurapika also took shelter at the entrance of a nearby supermarket. Standing with other pedestrians, although Germain's attire was peculiar, there were plenty of young people in strange outfits these days. People just looked curiously for a few moments before turning away. Teacher. Kurapika handed his phone with the screen lit up to Germain. I booked a room at this nearest hotel. The reviews are very good, it's just a bit expensive. Germain glanced at the highly praised hotel interface and didn't mind it. He had stayed in more expensive places before. Let's go. Okay. The two bought 2 umbrellas at the supermarket, opened them, and walked into the pouring rain. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, the ground was slippery, and the streetlights were much dimmer, making it look like they had fallen into a depressing dream. Turning a street corner and crossing a pedestrian crossing, they saw the tall hotel standing prominently. Compared to the other buildings around it, it was like a socialite walking among commoners. Black luxury cars were parked at the entrance, and groups of attendants went to greet them, neglecting Germain and Kurapika, who approached from the side. The two didn't care, closed their umbrellas, walked through the revolving door, passed through the bright lobby, and went to the front desk to check in. As usual, they used pseudonyms, and the hotel had no intention of probing further, simply handing the keycards to Smith and Jack and having an attendant lead them to their room. Germain did not use his hunter license. He further understood why Jing freaks didn't care about the hunter license. It wasn't just that he didn't need its authority, but more importantly, its confidentiality. Although merchants are obligated to keep records of hunter license usage confidential, traces are left behind, which means they could potentially be targeted by those with ulterior motives. The more skilled a hunter, the more disdainful they are of using a hunter license. This probably caught Bisky, who had originally encouraged Germain to take the exam, by surprise, as she could never have imagined Germain progressing to his current level in less than a year. Thanks to Longshan's Blood Jade for the reward. Thanks to readers for their subscriptions, monthly passes, and recommendation tickets. I checked and realized I had written Kaken Empire as Kating Empire because some manga translations used Kating Empire. After seeing it so often, it naturally stuck in my mind, but Kaken Empire is the correct one. Chapter 145, Information on the Scarlet Eyes. There were 2 rooms in the suite, and Germain and Kurapika each occupied one. After dinner, Kurapika completed a basic training session of En, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, In, Gyo, Ko, and Ten under Germain's guidance. It was now time to rest. The 2 showered one after another. Just as they were about to return to their rooms to sleep, they heard a commotion, as if someone was arguing fiercely in the corridor outside. They exchanged glances, and somewhat curiously, they both went over to listen intently. What they heard next was a woman's scream. I don't want to. Neon Nostrade, the young mistress of the Nostrade family, stomped her thick-soled high heels angrily on the spot, making rapid clicking sounds, her shoulders, draped in a long dress, swaying capriciously. Miss. A maid in a kimono approached, trying to soothe Neon. Ah. Neon, however, let out a frustrated scream, then covered her ears with both hands. I won't listen, I won't listen. I must go to tomorrow's transaction. I want to personally identify if those are the Scarlet Eyes of the Kurta clan. None of you can stop me. The maid, Arissa, took a step back in astonishment, then showed a troubled expression. She turned around and looked at the tall man not far away. The tall man, Daltsaline, nodded at her, signaling her to step aside. He was responsible for protecting Miss Neon. Seeing the situation, he stepped forward, his usually stern face expertly forcing out a smile. Miss, such a small matter as identifying if they are Scarlet Eyes is enough for us to handle. I won't listen, I won't listen. Neon covered her ears, squinted her eyes, shook her head, and was quite resistant. Miss, we don't want you to take even the slightest risk. Neon stubbornly shouted, I won't listen, I won't listen. I just won't listen. Daltsaline frowned, but he was helpless against Miss Neon. Because of this, he could only say, please wait a moment, I will consult the boss right away. His boss, Neon's father, Light Nostrade, was on an island an hour's drive and half an hour's sea journey away, meeting the heads of the underworld the Tendons. Neon had learned about the Scarlet Eyes in advance, so she had followed along on this trip. At this point, they had split into 2 groups. Daltsaline was helpless with his young mistress and could only bring out the only person who could keep her in check, the boss. Neon, however, ignored her security team leader, still shouting in a high-pitched voice, like a little girl throwing a tantrum, refusing to give up until she got the doll she wanted. People in the corridor successively opened their doors to check the commotion, wanting to curse a few words and tell the girl to shut up. However, when they saw a group of men in black suits with solemn faces standing beside the screaming girl, they all shrank their necks and closed their doors. It's better to avoid trouble. Daltsaline made a call in the corner. After talking for a while, he handed the phone to Miss Neon. Miss, it's the boss's call. It's no use calling him. Neon opened her eyes, angrily put her hands on her hips. However, she eventually took the phone, her voice softening slightly. Hello, Dad. Light Nostrade on the other end of the phone talked to Neon for a long time, which indeed calmed Neon's emotions a lot. However, after Neon nodded repeatedly for a while, she remained unyielding about going to the transaction site tomorrow. Dad, I must go. It's one of the 7 great beauties, my most desired treasure. No, your birthday gift to me is also very good. Just let me go. That's one of my few hobbies. You know, my collection room is only missing a few pairs of Scarlet Eyes. Dad, if you don't let me go, I'll find a way to go myself. But you're busy with work and don't spend time with me. You only remember me when you need my lovely ghostwriter. Humph. I don't care. Really? Yay. Thank you, Dad. Neon joyfully and mischievously returned the phone to Daltsaline, making a face at him. Dad, let me go. She winked at Daltsaline. Daltsaline respectfully took the phone with both hands, then talked with Boss Light for a while, finally nodding in agreement. Boss, don't worry, we will stay by her side every step of the way and return immediately after the transaction is completed. After hanging up the phone, he showed a bitter smile, then reined in the wry smile, straightened up, and said to Neon, Miss, the transaction is tomorrow evening at 7. Please get some good rest now. I know. Of course, I know. The happy and joyful Neon was much easier to talk to. She twisted her waist, excitedly and with big strides walked towards her room, her hands clasped together as she walked. Great. I'll finally get to see the legendary Scarlet Eyes tomorrow. I heard that even though their original owner died so many years ago, they are still bright and dazzling. They must be beautiful. She looked like a pure and innocent girl. The maid, Arissa, quickly followed. Daltsaline also ordered the guards to catch up. The men in suits gathered around the young mistress, but left appropriate space, allowing her limited freedom. Click. The door, which had been left ajar, closed again and locked automatically. Kurapika, who had quietly listened to most of the conversation, was naturally furious, but also felt a hint of joy. He had searched for so many years without a trace, and finally, today, he received news of the Scarlet Eyes. Kurapika looked up and saw teacher Germain standing against the wall. His teacher had also heard all of the conversation just now. Teacher, I want to try to retrieve the scarlet eyes of my clan members tomorrow night. Do you support me in doing this? Kurapika did not instantly lose his mind, but rather calmed down a bit and sought teacher Germain's help. Germain gazed at Kurapika. If it weren't for the colored contact lenses, Kurapika's eyes would surely have turned crimson by now, right? I thought you would have rushed out just now, regardless of everything, and used force to compel them to reveal where the scarlet eyes were. Kurapika paused, then honestly replied, to be honest, if it were the old me, I probably would have indeed rushed out in a fit of rage. But I am different now. Gyo made me realize there were 3 non-users among the group, and Zetsu allowed me to suppress my killing intent, preventing them from noticing me. I must admit a fact, I am not yet a match for the 3 of them. This was indeed true. Kurapika's current level was merely from beginner to intermediate, while those 3 non-users were already skilled practitioners. For him to deal with 1 now would be fine, to deal with 3 would be too difficult. If the exceptionally talented Kurapika were given a few more months, the situation would be different. By then, he might not be at a disadvantage even against the 3 of them attacking him. Germain nodded and pointed in the direction the group had left. I have some understanding of these people. They are the Nostrade family, one of the many families under the 10 Dons. That girl just now is Neon, the young mistress of the Nostrade family. In fact, there were not just 3 non-users in that group just now, there should have been a total of 4. Kurapika showed a surprised expression, then saw his teacher move away from the wall, turn around, and walk back into the living room. He could only follow. Since the teacher was talking about the Nostrade family's information, his attitude was self-evident, he naturally supported me. Kurapika thought to himself. Germain sat down on the sofa, leaning back in a relaxed manner. The bodyguard Captain Daltsaline, the ape-like man among the team members, and the man in the black long gown, they are non-users with offensive and defensive abilities. I only know that the non-ability of the ape-like man is emission type 11 black children, which can create 11 and beast guards. The non-abilities of the other 2 are unknown. Besides that, Neon Nostrade herself is also a non-user. However, she is self-taught and does not understand the principles of non-ability, merely using it as a natural talent. Only then did Kurapika understand. His teacher had indeed mentioned before that in this world, there are many people with certain talents and abilities, such as some who run very fast, jump very high, or survive being struck by lightning multiple times. They are actually also non-users, but most of them awakened due to special reasons and are unaware of why they obtained such abilities, sometimes even believing it to be power bestowed by gods. It seems this willful young mistress named Neon is also like that. Her non-ability is specialization type Lovely Ghost Rider, an ability that can predict major events happening within the next month in the form of prophetic poems. Kurapika was startled, clenching his fists. He had no doubt about his teacher's words and realized the tricky nature of Neon's non-ability. So, we can't lay a hand on her or the people around her. Or rather, if she predicts the future, she will discover our current actions and objectives. Germain shook his head. Kurapika, you don't need to be so nervous. Her non-ability is not that terrifying. She can predict the future for anyone with a definite birthday and blood type, but she cannot predict her own future. He didn't expect the teacher to give such an answer, but it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Kurapika pondered for a long time before drawing a conclusion. It's restriction and vow, isn't it? Yes. She cannot predict her own future, so her non-ability has been for the service of others from the very beginning. Even if we wanted to rush over and kill her now, she wouldn't be able to predict it in advance. It is precisely for this reason that her father, Light, has placed 3 non-users and a dozen guards around her. If she could even foresee her own future, then she would be able to avoid most direct threats to her life. Such an inability would be too terrifying, and the restriction and vow would inevitably be even more horrifying. It shouldn't be in its current form. Chapter 146, Neon's Future Cause of Death Unknown. In the original timeline's future, Neon was unable to predict her encounter with Kurora. She also couldn't foresee the future where Kurora would use his specialization and ability, Skill Hunter, to steal her lovely Ghost Rider. However, Germain still felt that Neon's current restriction and vow, which only prevented her from predicting her own future, was too small a price. Perhaps Neon's inability to learn other basic and advanced non-ability techniques, only being able to use lovely Ghost Rider, which extended from Hatsu, was also a restriction and vow. But, after all, this was an inability that could predict the future and allow others to change it. Such a restriction and vow was still insufficient. In comparison, Kurapika's original life or death restriction and vow seemed like a joke, didn't it? In the future of the original timeline, half of the Phantom Troop members were supposed to die at Kurapika's hands. However, after learning the key turning points from a prophecy, the Phantom Troop managed to avert that future, with only Yuvajin and Pakunoda dying, and Kurora's inability being sealed. Even someone like Germain, who had seen the future once, paid the restriction and vow of never being able to return to his original world, and a future that was constantly changing and diverging further from its original state. This made him think of the fact that Neon's non-ability was later stolen by Kurora, and she subsequently died mysteriously. Germain believed there were 2 possibilities. First, Neon was murdered. This person could have been an enemy of the Nostrade family, or it could have been an accident. In any case, Neon was murdered. Hisoka was also a major suspect. At that time, Kurora had stolen the lovely Ghost Rider. Although he couldn't predict his own future, he could predict the future of the Phantom Troop members, thereby indirectly knowing his own future. Hisoka was seeking a thrilling death match with Kurora at the time, and with lovely Ghost Rider, Kurora could likely keep Hisoka from finding him. Considering this possibility, it wasn't impossible for Hisoka to kill Neon, causing the lovely Ghost Rider stolen by Kurora to disappear completely. However, there was a second possibility: Neon died due to special reasons. The special reason could have been a disease. It's just that Germain leaned more towards Neon suffering a backlash from her restriction and vow. Her lovely Ghost Rider changed not only the future of the individuals involved but also the future of a series of related people. Although it couldn't compare to the wish-granting of Aluka, Nanaka, the fourth child of the Zaldik family, it shouldn't have been almost without cost. Germain believed that lovely Ghost Rider had other restriction and vow, such as a daily limit on the number of future predictions. Predicting the future certainly consumes aura capacity, and Neon's aura capacity was unlikely to be very high. After too many predictions, Neon would collapse from exhaustion and fall into a deep sleep. In addition, if Neon predicted the future beyond a certain fixed limit, she would face terrible consequences. Otherwise, she could have easily predicted the future for her personal guards such as her maid Arissa and the guard captain Dalt Saline. As long as her personal guards wouldn't die within the next month, it would indirectly prove that her situation was safe. But Light and Neon didn't do that. Only if there was a usage limit and Light and Neon didn't care about the lives of the guards, would they only use lovely Ghost Rider on those important gangsters. However, after Kurora stole lovely Ghost Rider and, with the help of the exorcist Abengain, lifted Kurapika's seal, he likely maxed out the usage limit. Ultimately, the restriction and vow traced back to Neon. It delivered a terrifying calamity, no weaker than the one to be born after Aluka, Nanaka's wish, causing Neon and everyone around her to die. Afterward, Kurapika took over the remaining forces of the Nostrade family, becoming the de facto leader of the gangsters' family. However, Kurapika doesn't need to know these speculations now. Kurapika slowly understood. He went from standing to now sitting opposite Germain, and his expression became much calmer. So, if we take action, as long as we can deal with those 3 non-users, we can retrieve the Scarlet Eyes on sight. This is feasible. Germain confirmed, yes. So, I advise you to conserve your energy now, this will be your first battle since you started learning an ability. Kurapika first closed his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and then opened them. I understand, teacher. I will go rest now. Tomorrow night, to retrieve the Scarlet Eyes, I will obey your orders and will not disappoint you. Alright, go rest. Kurapika stood up, bowed to Germain, then quickly walked around the glass table and returned to his room. Before closing the door, he respectfully nodded to Germain again. Germain didn't go to sleep immediately. He lingered on the balcony for a long time, watching the rain finally stop, then turned off the living room light and went to his room to rest. Watching the lights go out in the distant room, a man in a soaking wet black raincoat finally put down his binoculars. The strong wind on the rooftop howled, like the roar of a giant beast. The man extended his palm, and after confirming that no raindrops fell into it, he took off his hood, revealing a thin, sharp-featured face with a hairy face, a pointed mouth, and sunken cheeks. He stepped with one foot on the puddle at the edge of the rooftop, took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. Hello, is this Paristan? It's me. He adjusted the golden circlet on his forehead and then used his pinky finger to dig inside his other ear, which wasn't holding the phone. After a while, a sickly sweet, annoying voice spoke. Ah. Ziu, it's so late, what makes you call me? You know perfectly well, Monkey, one of the zodiacs of the association, said to Rat on the other end of the line, I'm sure it's him, there's no mistake. You've had contact with him. Paristan stopped joking and asked with interest. Of course not. Ziu cursed, that bastard's end has a radius of over 20 meters, and I suspect that's not even his limit. Getting any closer would expose me. I'm currently over 100 meters away, observing both of them with binoculars. They've checked into the same luxury hotel as the Nostrade family's young miss. What a coincidence, Paristan chuckled. Our bait has attracted 2 fish. Damn it, Ziu cursed impolitely, you released information on 5 Scarlet Eyes locations, sending different people to guard each, and I'm the one who got caught. Paristan, how did you know that the missing Germain and Kurapika would track down the Scarlet Eyes information and reappear after 2 months? Ah, right, how did I know? I don't really feel like telling you. Then don't. Ziu was furious and about to hang up. He deeply understood Paristan's twisted personality and was unwilling to deal with him in the sickening way Netero did. Paristan seemed to sense Ziu's movement and spoke first, wait a moment, haha, how could I bear to let my good partner interact with the target without knowing? TCH. Ziu fell silent, listening carefully. After Germain obtained the 1-star hunter title and then took action in that mercenary hijacking incident, he completely disappeared. However, I found surveillance footage from that day that captured a photo of the young man accompanying Germain. I noticed that the young man's clothing was very distinctive, so I investigated. Guess what I found? Ziu reacted quickly, he's a Kurta clan member? There are still Kurta clan survivors? No wonder you used the Scarlet Eyes to lure them out. Paristan chuckled a few more times. This young man is called Kurapika, and he should be the last of the Kurta clan. If this news gets out, it will probably cause a sensation and attract many people's covetousness, won't it? However, what truly surprised me is that I released the information almost 2 months ago, and they managed to hold back until now to show up. This Germain is indeed not to be underestimated. In any case, you know what your mission is, don't you? I know, Zio let out a muffled breath, then showed a strange smile. It's what I'm best at, something I do almost every day. First, create some trouble for Germain and Kurapika, then I'll appear as Monkey of the Zodiacs and a senior hunter to help them overcome the crisis. Afterward, we'll develop a mutual appreciation, and through continuous interaction, I'll gradually become their partner. They'll trust me completely and tell me all their secrets. This is something I do every day, so don't worry. I'll hide it much better than your clumsy, damned acting. Upon hearing this, Pariston laughed heartily for a while and said, after all, my job is to be a chess piece on the board, attracting attention. Chairman Netero probably already knows whose person I am. I don't need to hide, I'll play games with him openly, and then your and the assisting examiner's small actions won't be so conspicuous. However, I feel that old man probably also knows there's an internal spy among the Zodiacs, but he doesn't care. He's well aware that as long as he's alive, none of us can stir up much trouble. Ziyu's expression froze, and the image of that cunning old man making a peace sign flashed in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Then, Pariston's voice came through. However, now, the opportunity to break the deadlock might come sooner than expected. We're still a little short of figuring out how Germain did it, and then we can bypass that old man more quickly. I understand, Ziyu responded dully. I'm a bounty hunter, appearing at their most critical moment, which is perfectly reasonable. Yes, perfectly reasonable, Pariston echoed with a laugh. Chapter 147, The Scarlet Eyes Transaction Site. July 3, 7 p.m. as agreed. It had been raining all day and had only just stopped, leaving the roads somewhat slick. The driver drove carefully to avoid skidding and disturbing the young lady in the back seat. Neon hummed softly, her head bobbing with excitement and joy, like a little girl off for a picnic. Her maid, Arissa, was much quieter. She watched Neon with a gentle smile, her hands resting on her lap beneath her kimono. Her demeanor made her seem like Neon's older sister. In fact, although Neon and Arissa had a master-servant relationship, they had spent many years together, day in and day out, and had developed a close bond. Daltsaline sat in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at the street scenes flashing by outside the window, and then observing the young lady in the back through the rearview mirror. The young lady could relax, but he, as the captain of the bodyguard squad, could not. Fortunately, the Nostrade family's 5 black sedans drove smoothly out of the main road of the Twin Cities West District and parked by the Theodore River. A cool night breeze blew, and the river surface reflected the crescent moon above and the streetlights along the embankment, their light scattered. The first thing Neon did after getting out of the car was stretch, breathing in the fresh air and happily narrowing her eyes. Even 20 minutes in the car had started to make her feel stifled. Miss, Arissa reminded her from the side, someone is coming. Neon turned her head then and saw a small figure approaching from the river bank. He was carrying a large jar in his arms and looked timid and hesitant. He was clearly the seller of the Scarlet Eyes for this transaction. As soon as the man took a few steps closer, he was stopped by the Nostrade family's bodyguards. He shrank back in fear, not daring to resist at all. Lin Xian, Daltsaline called one of his 2 capable subordinates, go frisk him. Don't miss any details. Lin Xian, dressed in a black long gown, nodded silently and walked towards the short man, extending his hands from his long sleeves to pat down the man's body. He understood Captain Daltsaline's meaning. If it were just a simple frisk, any bodyguard here would be experienced enough. Captain Daltsaline had instructed him to do it to confirm whether the short man was an Nanuser, and only another Nanuser could ascertain that clearly. Daltsaline, Lin Xian, and Shakimona, who resembled an ape, were among the few Nanusers in the Nostrade family. They understood the terrifying nature of an ability better than ordinary bodyguards. Even if the short man's combat power was insufficient, relying on certain special Nan abilities, he could still potentially assassinate young Lady Neon the moment he got close to her. Captain Daltsaline could not afford to be careless. If such an incident were to occur, it would be a major dereliction of duty for their bodyguard squad. However, after Lin Xian thoroughly checked, he turned around and shook his head, saying, his aura nodes aren't even open. He doesn't seem like an Nanuser. Then proceed with the transaction at this distance, Daltsaline remained cautious. Lin Xian, check if the Scarlet Eyes are genuine. At this moment, Neon raised her hands and exclaimed, let me see. I'm the expert in human body collection. If Maid Arissa hadn't held her back, she would have already rushed towards the short man holding the Scarlet Eyes. Daltsaline frowned and reluctantly added, Lin Xian, bring them over for young Lady Neon to inspect. Lin Xian acknowledged, then took the cloth-wrapped jar from the seller's hands. The seller watched timidly, not daring to snatch it back. Lin Xian removed the cloth, observed the jar for a while, and then tapped it, ensuring there were no special devices before bringing it over. He held the jar, filled with solution, up to young Lady Neon's eyes. Neon took a step closer, her hands touching the cold glass, and through the solution, she met the gaze of the crimson eyes inside. It's them. Neon cried out in surprise. These must be the Scarlet Eyes. I can even see the anger and unwillingness of the deceased before their tragic death, preserved like amber. What a desperate beauty. No wonder they're called one of the 7 great beauties of the world. Ah, this is wonderful, I finally have them. Neon then turned to look at the short man in the distance and asked curiously, who are you? How did you get the Scarlet Eyes? I've scoured many sources and haven't found even a single pair. The short man mumbled, saying something in a low voice, but no one could hear him clearly. A bodyguard next to him pushed him and sternly reprimanded, didn't you hear our young lady's question? The short man was pushed to the ground, trembling for a moment, then finally raised his voice, I'm a tutor at a cram school. A cram school tutor. Neon was quite surprised after hearing him clearly. How did a cram school tutor like you get the scarlet eyes? It was an accident. The short man lowered his eyes and replied, there was a car accident. I saw the person in the car die. The scarlet eyes were in his arms. I just. Then why are you selling the scarlet eyes now? Neon pressed. I need money. The short man said with a tearful face, the cram school was suddenly shut down by those damned people. I owe a ton of money to the casino. It's high-interest debt. There was no need to elaborate on the subsequent details. As the daughter of the Nostrade family, Neon had witnessed several instances of gangsters preying on others, and the scene was probably similar. She was a little disappointed. She had thought this cram school tutor had some special connections or background to obtain the scarlet eyes, but now it seemed it was just a coincidence. So, she would have to find other scarlet eyes herself. Daltsaline, Neon ordered indifferently, pay him. Yes, young lady Neon, Daltsaline replied, showing no intention of reneging on the payment. He gestured to Shakemona nearby. Shakemona understood and brought over a briefcase, placing it on the grass in front of the short man who was still sprawled on the ground. He sneered, look at you coward. Count your money and then get lost. The short man looked up in surprise, seemingly not expecting the Nostrade family to actually pay. He quickly grabbed the briefcase and, trembling, opened it. Inside, stacks of neat Jenny banknotes made the short man's eyes widen, and a greedy expression appeared, just as it had when he first saw the scarlet eyes at the car accident scene. He didn't count the money, simply closed the briefcase, got up, bowed and flattered Neon a couple of times, then turned and ran off like a flash, stumbling several times along the way. The Nostrade family members found it amusing, and their mood relaxed considerably. Young lady Neon, Daltsaline said with a smile, shall we head back now? Okay, Neon smiled brightly and turned to her maid. Arissa, help me hold the scarlet eyes. I want to look at them properly on the way back, and I also need to send a few photos to Dad. Before Arissa could respond, she suddenly heard a strange plop sound from nearby. Daltsaline's smile immediately vanished. He looked in the direction of the sound, and then heard another plop. This time, he saw it clearly. A street light bulb along the path suddenly burst, scattering sparks like falling stars, and that area went dark. Plop. Another street light bulb burst, getting closer and closer to the Nostrade family's position, looking as if darkness was gradually devouring the light. Something's wrong. Daltsaline frowned deeply and shouted, everyone, attention. Beware of enemy attack. He didn't feel any killing intent, nor did he see any actual figures, but years of experience from crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood told him that something was definitely approaching. The Nostrade family members immediately tensed up, drawing their pistols and standing ready. Arissa, as a maid, also acted as a human shield when necessary, standing protectively in front of Neon. Neon, however, who was often targeted for assassination, looked calm and said with a smile, why are you all so nervous? It's just a streetlight that burst. She didn't feel much fear. So many people had tried to assassinate or kidnap her, but none had succeeded. Each time, she had escaped danger, and sometimes there wasn't even any danger to begin with. At most, a few bodyguards from the Nostrade family would die, perhaps strangers, perhaps familiar faces like Daltsaline, Shakemona, or Lin Xian. In any case, it wouldn't affect her. It didn't matter if they died, they could just get a new batch of bodyguards. Arissa couldn't die. Arissa had been with her for so many years, it would be such a waste if she died. As Neon thought these innocent thoughts, there were two more plop sounds. This time, two street light bulbs burst in quick succession, and the darkness rapidly closed in a significant distance, creating a sense of oppression like a giant beast approaching. However, what Daltsaline saw was a slender figure, and a clanking sound began, as if metal chains were dragging on the ground. The Nostrade family's bodyguards saw a blonde youth standing in the shadow of the streetlight, staring at them intently, his eyes filled with hatred. Beasts! You scum! Daltsaline heard the opponent's low growl and felt his hatred. Without time to ponder the reason, he immediately ordered loudly, open fire. The bodyguards all had pistols, but at this distance, it was enough to shoot down an enemy. As soon as they heard the command, they immediately raised their guns and fired without a word. The sound of gunshots echoed incessantly. The blonde youth's movements were unusually agile. He dodged the bullets with several quick flashes, then he raised his right arm, and a silver snake flew out. The silver snake revealed its true form in the moonlight, intertwined silver-gray chains. It twisted as if alive, deflecting many incoming bullets with a jingling sound, sending sparks flying everywhere. Anon user. Shakemona showed a smile. He turned to Daltsaline, our firepower isn't enough. Shall I go? Daltsaline observed the figure in the shadows for a moment, then nodded, if you can take him alive, do so. We need to know who dares to attack the Nostrade family. To be able to hire an user, it's most likely some gangster's family. Damn bastards, if I find out who it is, they're dead. Shakemona made an okay gesture, confidently told the bodyguards to cease fire, and then stepped forward. Chapter 148, You Are the Teacher's Prey. Kurapika reeled in his chains, letting them coil around his arm, panting heavily. For him now, several months of training, coupled with the advancement of Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, In, Gyo, Ko, dealing with those gun-wielding guards was not a big problem. The bullets they fired, to Kurapika now, seemed to replay in slow motion, frame by frame, so naturally, they couldn't hit him. However, this man named Shakemona was entirely different. After telling the Nostrade family to cease fire to avoid friendly fire, he slowly squatted down, pressing his palm onto the damp grass. Immediately, emission type, Beast, 11 under the eaves sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Each of them wore black robes and hoods like the KKK. Though formed by men, they wielded weapons like humans. Among the 11 under the eaves, 3 held guns, and the other 8 held swords. They formed a formation, and after Shakemona quietly ordered, attack the nearest enemy around, they all moved. Their movements were still a bit stiff, but they were fearless. 8 rushed forward for close combat, while the remaining 3 fired from a distance, forcing Kurapika to dodge. Kurapika now, having to deal with them using his chains which had no special abilities, was still too strained. Before long, he was wounded, with a cut across his chest. He looked down at his bleeding wound, then gazed intently at Shakemona and the 11 under the eaves. The teacher had said that emission type Nen users, being adjacent to manipulation type, often needed to manually control their Nen beasts, unlike the more intelligent Nen beasts of transmutation type and materialization type Nen users. In other words, as long as he could interfere with Shakemona, or even threaten Shakemona's life, he would win. It was just that a group of 11 under the eaves stood between him and Shakemona, and at his current level, he couldn't easily overcome this obstacle. If only I had 2 more months of training, but when things come to a head, there's often no ifs, Kurapika thought. Shakemona also noticed this and showed him a playful smile. Ain't an ability novice? To send a rookie to assassinate, isn't your employer too ridiculous? Listening, Kurapika gritted his teeth. If he hadn't been wearing colored contacts, his eyes would surely have revealed a furious, unwilling scarlet hue. It was just that he was still very weak now, which was indeed a fact. He admitted this, and at the same time, he truly wanted to use Scarlet Eye's absolute time to shut Shakemona up. Scarlet Eye's absolute time could enhance him in all aspects, and perhaps it would give him the possibility to defeat the enemy now. However, he still remembered his teacher's warning. Do not use Scarlet Eye's absolute time unless absolutely necessary. This was clearly not an absolutely necessary moment. The opponent was merely one of 3 non-users. The teacher specifically instructed this because the Scarlet Eyes was a power of Kurapika's bloodline that could not be stripped away, and once absolute time was used, the cost was unavoidable. When absolute time is activated, for every second that passes, 1 hour of life will be shortened. This life-burning restriction and vow was a curse inherent in the bloodline, and Kurapika could not change it. Perhaps this was also why the Kurta clan was called demons. Someone in the past must have used it, lost control, and then died suddenly. Others might have thought of transplanting the Scarlet Eyes into their own bodies to gain its power, but ultimately failed and died due to severe rejection. Thus, the world both loved and hated the Kurta clan's Scarlet Eyes. Since its power could not be obtained, then storing it for collection and appreciation was also excellent. And so, the Scarlet Eyes gradually became one of the world's 7 great beauties. As Kurapika was pondering old matters, he heard Shakemona call out with considerable impatience. Hey, he yelled angrily, why aren't you answering me? Who exactly sent you? Tell me, and I'll make your death quicker. It turned out that Shakemona had asked several times earlier but was ignored by Kurapika, and now his temper flared up. Kurapika still had no intention of answering Shakemona. Instead, he relaxed his body and took a small step back. It's still too early, after all. He gripped his chains. My current enemies are those ordinary guards. As for you, and the other 2 non-users, they are the teacher's prey. Kurapika gave Shakemona a shallow, inscrutable smile, then sharply turned his head. With a whoosh, a piercing shriek cut through the air. Something shot out from the darkness behind Kurapika, entering the light from where he had moved his head away. However, before Shakemona could even see what it was, he saw nearly half of the 11 under the eaves standing before him pierced directly through, revealing uniformly horrific gashes. What the hell? Shakemona was greatly alarmed, seeing a black dot coming straight at him, incredibly fast. He instinctively reached out to block it, but it went straight through his palm with a squelch, embedding itself in his forehead. The dark riverbank suddenly fell silent for a moment. Immediately, the 11 under the eaves all vanished into green smoke, and Shakemona, as if suddenly losing support, plunged headfirst onto the grass, crimson blood gushing out. There was another period of silence, then people started to stir. Shakemona? You. Lin Xian, to guard against an enemy attack, handed the Scarlet Eyes he was holding to another guard. He was standing closer now and saw clearly before he could even ask a question. Shakemona's eyes were wide, his expression astonished, his mouth slightly agape, he looked utterly dead. A strange, ancient staff was impaled in his forehead. It had pierced through Shakemona's entire head and now looked like a mere ornament on the deceased Shakemona. At this moment, a figure in a black robe and a bird beak mask emerged from the night, just 5 meters from Lin Xian. Lin Xian's throat inexplicably felt itchy, and cold sweat streamed down his body. He hadn't even realized when this person had appeared there. By all accounts, he shouldn't have been completely unaware. Unless... The person pulled the staff from Shakemona's head, then shook it towards the ground, flicking off the viscous dark blood. Afterward, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's gaze met the dark eyes behind the bird beak mask, and he felt a chill throughout his body, as if he were in a world of ice and snow. For a moment, he was paralyzed by fear. Among animals, often a single glance is enough to determine which is more ferocious. Lin Xian now possessed this kind of instinct. I'm going to die. If I stay here, if I continue to fight him, I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Ah! Lin Xian unexpectedly started screaming desperately, surprising everyone. He turned and climbed over the riverbank railing, leaping into the turbulent Theodore River with a splash, and then disappeared from sight. Germain glanced, but did not pursue. He had little interest in opponents with too great a disparity in strength, unless the opponent provoked him or their actions disgusted him. Lin Xian did not meet either of these two conditions. Since he ran away immediately based on instinct, then so be it. There's always a reason to kill someone, but for someone you don't want to kill, no reason works. He was not a bloodthirsty person and had not forgotten his purpose this time, to help Kurapika reclaim the Scarlet Eyes. The guards all watched the scene in astonishment. This man appeared for less than half a minute, and Shakemona was dead, and Lin Xian was so scared he jumped into the river. What's going on? They were the two best fighters, second only to Captain Daltsalin. At this moment, seeing Germain looking their way, the guards all retreated, somewhat at a loss. The man in the bird-beak mask then said loudly, "We don't want to complicate things. Leave the Scarlet Eyes and leave, or you'll end up like this man." This man Germain referred to was, of course, Shakemona, who lay dead on the spot. Everyone was momentarily stunned, not expecting the opponents to be robbers rather than assassins. For a moment, they turned back in a daze, looking at Neon, Arissa, and Daltsalin. However, before the surprise could fade, Neon forcefully pushed Arissa aside, put her hands on her hips, and shouted, "Impossible! I will never give you the Scarlet Eyes. I finally got them. If you want the Scarlet Eyes, go find them yourselves. Why are you stealing mine? You two thugs! Daltsalin, kill them! Don't let them steal my treasure!" Neon was completely indifferent to Shakemona's death and Lin Xian's panicked escape. To her, she couldn't even distinguish how much stronger these two were than the other guards, she just felt they were all pretty much the same. Someone like her, who often studied and collected human organs, would feel that humans, once skinned and disemboweled, were all the same, with no distinction of high or low. She was still very confident now. Daltsalin and a dozen guards still had handguns, couldn't they handle two robbers? No matter what, she would never hand over the coveted Scarlet Eyes. Miss Neon, Daltsalin had witnessed Shakemona's tragic death and Lin Xian's flight without a fight, feeling uncertain. He now showed a helpless expression, the opponent is a formidable enemy. Perhaps. Neon heard the compromise in Daltsalin's tone but shook her head like a rattle drum, stubbornly screaming, "No means no. These are mine. Why should I give them to them? If you let my Scarlet Eyes be stolen, I'll tell Dad, and he'll fire all of you." Even when warning the guards, Neon still carried her characteristic naivete. Daltsalin and the guards were indeed forcibly put on the spot by her. If Miss Neon really reported them, the outcome could very likely be severe consequences. "Arissa, Harvey." Daltsalin had no choice but to say, "Protect Miss and the Scarlet Eyes and leave. We will try our best to delay the enemy and catch up with you later." Arissa and Harvey, the guard holding the Scarlet Eyes, both agreed and quickly prepared to take Neon away. Seeing Daltsalin obey her, Neon finally smiled, and before leaving, she puffed up her chest and said, "Daltsalin, teach them a good lesson. Afterward, I want to use them as human specimens." She still didn't know Kurapika was the last of the Kurta clan, only assuming the two were ordinary people, otherwise, she might have been even more excited. Even if ordinary human bodies and organs didn't have much collection value, making them into specimens to vent the fright suffered tonight was not bad, which was, of course, her usual routine. Daltsalin could only agree, thinking that they might not win tonight, but delaying the opponent should be no problem. Germain heard this and, without even turning around, could feel the monstrous killing intent emanating from Kurapika. Each pair of his clan members' Scarlet Eyes, to Kurapika, was once a familiar face. The owner of that face had once greeted him and chatted with him, alive and well. Now, the person was dead, and his eyes were taken by someone without shame or empathy. How could Kurapika not be furious? Chapter 149, Neon re-evaluates the world. From Daltsalin's perspective, this scene unfolded. A black-robed man wearing a bird-beak mask glided low over the sloping lawn like a bat. 3 guards who approached to intercept were instantly knocked over. It was literally knocked over. The 3 guards didn't even know what happened before they were sent flying, tumbling head over heels, and crashing heavily to the ground. Some were dizzy, others had broken bones, and all were wailing. The other guards raised their pistols, but couldn't see the enemy's extremely fast figure, making it impossible to know where to shoot. It was also at this moment that the initial blonde youth made his move. His chains once again lashed out from the darkness, this time more violently and domineeringly, as if imbued with the meaning of whipping and punishment. In fact, it was true. Kurapika no longer held back, each whip, tight embrace and drag of the chains was him venting the anger in his heart. The guards often saw a blur, their pistols were knocked away, and they took a hit on their heads, necks, torsos, or limbs. The burning pain was secondary, some of the harder hits made them vomit blood and collapse. Daltsalin watched with wide, astonished eyes as more than a dozen guards were swiftly taken down by these two, like dominoes. Then, he saw the man with the bird-beak mask charging towards him. Without time to think, Daltsalin swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. He clapped his hands together, and as he released them, he pulled out a greyish oil canvas. With a flick, he unfurled it with a whoosh. Come on! He roared, emboldening himself, then hooked his right hand, reaching for Germain. Materialization type, Saturn devouring his sun. Daltsalin's right hand could only grasp living targets. He could drag the opponent into the oil canvas spread open in his left hand, and inside the oil canvas was a sealed special space. Ultimately, his Nin ability was somewhat similar to Shizuku's Blinky. The special space could only be entered, not exited. Once sealed, it was like some manipulation type Nin ability, a one-hit kill. Living beings would struggle within the oil canvas, eventually merging with it, truly becoming a twisted and eerie oil painting. Daltsalin had found this unfailingly effective. Germain, himself a master of materialization type, saw through Daltsalin's attack pattern at a glance and chose the simplest way to counterattack. No contact with the opponent, not even with weapons. Germain's staff flickered and disappeared like a magic wand. Then, he raised his materialized flamethrower, aiming its nozzle at Daltsalin. With a whoosh, a tongue of fire shot out, greedily licking Daltsalin's clothes and the materialized oil canvas. Daltsalin was caught off guard and was stunned and terrified. He had never expected the opponent to have a fire-based attack. By the time he reacted, the flames had already consumed more than half of his body. Heat and intense pain suddenly assaulted him. He couldn't maintain his composure now. He screamed in terror, falling to the ground and rolling left and right, trying to extinguish the fierce flames on him. Later, he realized he needed to rush to the riverbank, intending to jump into the Theodore River like Lin Xian. However, about 2 or 3 meters from the riverbank, Daltsalin still couldn't hold on. He stumbled and fell to the ground, and the flames continued to burn relentlessly. He stopped moving. On the other side, Neon was already sitting in a black sedan. Through the car window, she watched a ball of fire in the distance, her face finally turning pale. Arissa, the maid beside her, quickly urged, Harvey, drive quickly. Harvey, sitting in the driver's seat, acknowledged, placed the jar containing the scarlet eyes on the passenger seat, then shifted into gear, pressed the clutch, and was about to turn the key. Suddenly, as if a storm had struck, one of the rear car doors was violently pulled open. Arissa, sitting next to Neon, screamed and flew out, disappearing into the darkness. Another breath later, the man with the birdbeak mask squeezed in. He sat in the back seat without a word, first glancing at Neon, then at Harvey, and finally his gaze settled on the scarlet eyes. Neon stared at him, having completely forgotten Daltsalin and Arissa, and let out a piercing scream. Harvey, with his foot on the clutch and his hand on the car key, looked through the rearview mirror at the scene in the back seat, which was like something out of a horror movie. He was dumbfounded and froze. Immediately, the driver's side door was also pulled open, and the stunned Harvey was grabbed and dragged out of the car. It was Kurapika who dragged Harvey out. Unbeknownst to them, the dozen or so guards of the Nostrade family had already been defeated by Germain and Kurapika, some were dead, others maimed. Kurapika got in, then heard Neon, with her hands clasped over her head, still screaming. Neon looked at Germain and Kurapika, the emotions in her eyes as if she was re-evaluating the world. Kurapika looked at Neon with disgust, then glanced at the scarlet eyes on the passenger seat, pausing. Finally, Kurapika climbed over, reached out, and held the jar containing the scarlet eyes, looking at them with solemnity. It was supposed to be a moment to relax, but Germain suddenly sensed something, frowned, and reached out to pet Kurapika's shoulder. Kurapika turned around blankly. Teacher. There are still people outside, Germain said concisely. Drive, hijack Neon, don't stop. He didn't wait for Kurapika's response before directly exiting the car, slamming the car door shut. Immediately, the car became quiet, as if completely isolated from the outside world. Kurapika was stunned. He looked left and right through the car window but didn't see a single unfamiliar figure. He felt confused, then suddenly understood. This must be the end that teacher mentioned before, right? The enemies are probably hiding more than 10, or even 20 meters away, and with Zetsu and In, I wouldn't be able to detect them. When will I be able to master these skills proficiently? Kurapika now had deep trust in Germain, probably the first time since the Kurta clan's annihilation that he had such unwavering faith in someone other than himself. Although he was worried about his teacher's safety, he immediately carried out the order. Kurapika swiftly started the car over the years, he had traveled extensively, learning and honing various skills, including driving. At this moment, he subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, Kurapika saw his teacher's figure flash by. His teacher seemed to be confronting several figures, followed by strange crackling sounds. Kurapika calmly drove the black sedan away. At this point, the car hadn't picked up speed yet. Neon in the back seat seemed to suddenly react, stopped screaming, turned around, opened the car door, and was about to jump out. Kurapika frowned, about to stop the car. Neon, however, didn't expect that as soon as she pushed the car door open, she saw the man in the birdbeak mask, cloaked in black, suddenly appear outside the car on that side. This sight scared her so much that she scrambled backward, bumping her head against the car window with a thud. Germain got into the car, closed the door, and said, "Drive faster, the West District is probably full of people, go to the East District." Kurapika breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledged, stepped on the accelerator, drove onto the main road, and after accelerating and overtaking, turned onto twin bridges, speeding towards the East District. Neon saw that the man with the birdbeak mask ignored her, but she was already terrified to the extreme, feeling that she had never had such a terrifying experience in her life. Her hands and feet were instantly cold. Helpless, she curled up her body, clasped her hands over her head, and buried her face in her knees, as if she couldn't see the man next to her, then the man next to her wouldn't see her either. Neon quieted down, which was good news for both Germain and Kurapika's ears. No one wanted their eardrums to be tormented all the way, otherwise, Germain might have resorted to force to make her quiet. Germain was now observing the situation around the sedan while pondering. He had initially thought he had fallen into a trap set by the gangsters, thinking that they would actually use the Scarlet Eyes as bait and Neon as a pawn. But in the darkness just now, he heard a strange conversation. Why are the Nostrade family here? Didn't they say the trading parties were that bastard Germain and the seller of the Scarlet Eyes? Damn it, Neon Nostrade is in the car, she's been caught, what do we do? Let's consult the 10 Dons. At this point, it's not something we can easily decide. But this is a golden opportunity. Are we just going to watch them leave like this? If so, we shadow beasts will lose face once again. We can at least try to stop them. Wait, Germain is here. Deal with him first. Germain's end detected 10 non-users in a large wave of fierce gangsters approaching from the West District. Combining this with their conversation, he naturally guessed who had sent this group. There were 10 non-users on site. Thinking about it, the shadow beasts had taken the opportunity to replenish their ranks and return to a quantity of 10 members in the few months since he last saw them, coming out in full force to deal with him. For him, both in the past and present, the shadow beasts were not strong enemies, but with their increased quantity, they would still be very troublesome. Germain ignored everything, killed 2 shadow beasts in the darkness, repelled the enemy's first wave of attack, then returned to the sedan and urged Kurapika to drive. The sedan sped across twin bridges. Kurapika performed various dangerous driving maneuvers, attracting many honks from other vehicles, but no accidents occurred, only a cold sweat. Germain, meanwhile, pondered some intriguing remarks he had heard during the bumpy ride in the sedan. He turned his head and looked at Neon, who was like an ostrich, thinking, it seems the 10 Dons and the shadow beasts didn't know Neon was here at first. But how is that possible? Light Nostrade is a subordinate of the 10 Dons, and Neon is Light's daughter. How could the 10 Dons not even know she was here and still send the shadow beasts to attack? Unless they had received some hasty intelligence shortly before, confirming Germain's presence here, and this intelligence made no mention of Neon Nostrade. After the shadow beasts were dispatched, even if Light were to catch wind of it now and go to the 10 Dons to explain the situation, it would be too late to recall the troops. Germain sensed something was wrong, realizing that there was probably something else hidden behind the scenes. Chapter 150, The Chase on Twin Bridges. The shadow beasts, a new and old combination, consisted of evil wolf, stinky rat, viper, peregrine falcon, millipede, pufferfish, cockroach, mosquito, maggot, and toad. Each of them was infamous, having achieved their current status under the 10 Dons by constantly killing people. A few months prior, the shadow beasts were short on members, but not just anyone could fill the void. Therefore, when they received the 10 Dons' order to eliminate the man who had brought shame to the name of shadow beasts, everyone was confident. By killing him, they would no longer be mercilessly mocked behind their backs by foolish people. However, at their first encounter, Germain gave the shadow beasts a surprise. Or rather, a shock. He appeared from the darkness, then dragged Maggot and Toad into the darkness, vanishing in an instant. When the other shadow beasts arrived, Maggot and Toad were already dead, slumped together lifelessly. Germain, meanwhile, got into a black sedan, which sped away. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, the shadow beasts couldn't help but show looks of horror, watching the tail lights disappear at the end of the street, momentarily dazed. Drive and pursue immediately, Evil Wolf decided. Thus, the shadow beast members, leading a group of gangsters, all got into sedans and motorcycles, roaring as they chased after him. After driving for a while, the remaining 8 shadow beasts still couldn't forget the corpses of Maggot and Toad left behind, and the fear etched on their faces. Maggot and Toad were the weakest among us. Evil Wolf looked ahead, holding a walkie-talkie, communicating with the other shadow beast members and the gangster squad leader, trying to boost morale. But Cockroach hesitated in the channel, then said, "We arrived on the scene in less than a minute," and he distinguished that Maggot and Toad were the weakest among us, then decisively attacked. This is too. I can't understand. It should be said that in the situation just now, the 10 shadow beasts suddenly appeared within Germain's end range, and anyone, as a human, should have a reaction time. But Germain's reaction time was terrifyingly short, his judgment extremely precise, not to mention his execution in killing without hesitation. The method used on Maggot and Toad just now, the shadow beasts could tell, was quite clean and swift, truly befitting a killer. Everyone even vaguely felt that Germain had the demeanor of some members of the Zaldik family. "We still have 8 people," Evil Wolf emphasized, 50 elite armed members. "Tonight, we are determined to succeed. The 10 Dons hired us not to be a circus act." The shadow beast members were nominally equal in rank, but because they often formed teams, a captain had to be chosen. And when all 10 shadow beasts were gathered, Evil Wolf was the captain that all other members could accept. His words had some effect. The walkie-talkie channel fell silent. No one wanted to back down like this, much less return to face the 10 Dons in disgrace. So, Evil Wolf deliberated for a moment and ordered, "Peregrine Falcon, your mobility is the strongest. Millipede, you have venom that can blind people. You two will lead the charge, first subdue the driver of that car. As for Neon of the Nostrade family, I am now asking the 10 Dons for instructions. If you have a chance, rescue her, If not, forget it. They still need Neon as a hostage for now, so they shouldn't kill her. Understood, came the voices of two men in the channel. A new operation began. The twin bridges, 3 kilometers long, was traversed by a black sedan like lightning, having already covered a third of its length in a blink. Kurapika drove with focus, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, then constantly honking to alert vehicles ahead that he was overtaking. At this point, traffic rules certainly couldn't be observed. As long as he didn't crash the car and kill everyone, Kurapika could accept it. Germain and Neon in the back seat were both quiet, but for different reasons. Germain was naturally quiet, while Neon had screamed until her throat was hoarse, and was now drowsy from fear, unable to muster any energy. How will I be treated? Neon dared not imagine, because all she could imagine were the scenes of how the Nostrade family usually dealt with those who offended them. Those scenes were quite bloody and terrifying. Neon, of course, didn't need to do it herself, but sometimes she would receive some trophies, which gave her a strong sense of participation. However, back then, her father, Arissa, Daltsaline, and other guards were by her side. But now, no one was with her, and she finally had to taste fear alone. Kurapika stepped on the accelerator, then glanced at the rearview mirror again. This time, he noticed something unusual. He saw something flying from the rear, high in the air. He also heard a sharp cry. Eek ha! What flew over was a person, and that person hurled a black, round, spherical object towards the black sedan, like a spinning tire. Teacher. I know, focus on driving. Germain had lowered the car window beside him at the first moment, letting the biting night wind rush into the car. He contorted his body, slipping out like a loach, and then a dull thud was heard from the car roof. Germain half knelt on the speeding black sedan, one hand gripping the edge of the car, the other cradling a large cannon, its muzzle aimed at the spherical object flying through the air. The sphere rolled, then its entire body unfurled, becoming extremely long, with many segments and countless legs, looking quite gruesome. He was Millipede, one of the shadow beasts, and the one who threw him down was naturally Peregrine Falcon. What Millipede needed to do was simple. He only needed to use his elongated body and numerous legs to cling to the car, then spray venom at the driver, forcing the sedan to lose control. Excited, he was thrown down by Peregrine Falcon, but he saw Germain already waiting on the roof of the black sedan, aiming a cannon at him. Millipede's face instantly turned pale. But in midair, he could do nothing but desperately twist his segmented body, finally shooting out venom as if he had wet his pants. The venom traveled less than half a meter before being blown backward by the strong wind, posing no threat whatsoever. Instead, the cannon in Germain's hand fired a shell, roaring as it flew, hitting Millipede, who was trying to curl up, squarely. Boom! An explosion of fire lit up, like a small sun. Millipede's limbs were scattered everywhere, and the sudden explosion caused a commotion on the road. Peregrine Falcon, not far away, frowned deeply and flapped his wings, not daring to fly directly at them. After some thought, he swooped low and flew under the twin bridges. Germain watched Peregrine Falcon disappear into the night, then heard the roar of motorcycles. A swarm of motorcycles pursued relentlessly. Each motorcycle carried 2 people, one drove, and the other fired shots, bullets rattling against the roof and rear of the black sedan. However, this Nostrade family sedan was Neon's personal vehicle and had some bulletproofing, so ordinary bullets weren't so easy to penetrate. Thus, Germain on the roof and the tires below became new targets, especially the former, who seemed much easier to hit. Germain materialized a shield, holding it in front, deflecting the incoming bullets one by one. The gangsters on motorcycles, seeing that frontal fire couldn't penetrate the shield and having no rocket launchers, decided to disperse and shoot from the sides. He only had one shield, he couldn't possibly block bullets coming from all directions. The motorcycles weaved left and right, not clustering together, so Germain's cannon couldn't do much for a while. So, he swapped the cannon for a flintlock and fired a shot at a motorcycle that got a little too close. With a bang, that motorcycle immediately flew sideways, sparking, and like a bowling ball, it struck 2 other motorcycles. The 3 motorcycles threw off both their riders and passengers, and no one cared about their fate now. Another motorcycle sped roaringly, but this time, the person in the back seat was Mosquito, one of the shadow beasts, who seemed about to bring a different change to the current situation. Mosquito spread his hands, and a buzzing swarm of tiny black dots flew towards Germain. Go, my little darlings. Those black dots were a swarm of mosquitoes, with their blood-sucking proboscises, circling above Germain's head, about to stab into his skin. They were too small, ordinary people might not even see them without looking closely, let alone now in the dark and with everyone moving at high speed. However, Germain was an user, and the situation was different. Those tiny mosquitoes, from Germain's Gyo perspective, became pure white points of aura, very conspicuous. He didn't hesitate for a moment, switching his flintlock for a flamethrower, and exhaled a torrent of fire. Whoosh! The flamethrower swept once, then again, and again, instantly incinerating all the incoming mosquitoes. The fiery serpent then lunged at the motorcycle carrying Shadow Beast Mosquito. The rider had no time to brake and plunged into the flames. Germain seemed to hear Shadow Beast Mosquito yell stop in the wind, but the motorcycle didn't stop. Thus, 2 fiery figures, like ghost riders, rode their motorcycle, crashing into the oncoming lane, colliding head-on with a large truck, and were flung away again. Bang! At the same time, Evil Wolf, sitting in the pursuing sedan, listened to the screams coming from the walkie-talkie and slammed his fist hard against the car window beside him. Millipede, Mosquito, 2 more Shadow Beast members were dead, and most of the motorcycle swarm was also dead or wounded by now. Even if Germain was killed tonight, such a casualty rate would not look good if it got out. An evil wolf thought of something even more terrifying. What if Germain escaped just like this? No, there was something even more frightening. What if Germain killed a few more of them, the Shadow Beasts? What would happen then? Evil Wolf dared not think further. Fortunately, the 10 Dawn's latest order came down. They told the Shadow Beasts not to bother with Neon and to attack freely. The sole purpose tonight was for Germain to die. As for the Nostrade family, they could be appeased later. It was still very simple for them to control Light Nostrade. Evil Wolf breathed a sigh of relief and made up his mind, then picked up the walkie-talkie and conveyed the 10 Dawn's latest instructions. Did everyone hear clearly? At any cost, no matter how big a commotion it causes, as long as Germain is dead, that's all that matters. The 10 Dons will handle everything else. Move out. Chapter 151, Neon's Last Folly. Germain was still kneeling on the roof of the car. He had already cleared away all the motorcycles. At this moment, 7 or 8 cars caught up, tailing closely, and the gangsters inside leaned out, cursing angrily at Germain. Some of them raised pistols and submachine guns to fire, while others had already pulled out rocket launchers. They're using rocket launchers now. Germain thought of Neon inside the car. It seemed the Shadow Beasts and gangsters had received the latest instructions from the 10 Dons to disregard Light's objections and abandon Neon. In that case, she no longer had value as a hostage. Perhaps, Light might not even know his daughter was in grave danger at this moment. In any case, the 10 Dons could simply pretend not to know Neon was being held, then accidentally kill her, and offer Light some compensation afterwards. Germain didn't wait for the opponent to fire first. He waited for the cannon to finish reloading, aimed it at the several gangster cars in hot pursuit, and fired a shot with a bang. Boom. The 2 lead cars flew up in flames, tumbled several times, and landed on the bridge deck. The third car, being too close, tried to dodge. Whether due to the explosion or oversteering, it crashed through the railing, flew off the bridge, and plunged towards the cold Theodore River. The remaining cars continued their pursuit. As Germain waited for the cannon to reload, he heard the whistling sound of incoming rocket-propelled grenades. However, the black car beneath his feet swerved flexibly, and the rocket launcher missed its target. With a bang, the rocket-propelled grenade exploded to the side, and the buzzing of the explosion made Germain's eardrums uncomfortable. The sudden sway of the car also nearly threw him off, but he was an user after all. Grabbing the edge of the car, he maintained his balance steadily. Teacher. Kurapika poked his head out of the driver's seat. He had seen the rocket-propelled grenade coming in the rearview mirror and, in a moment of urgency, had directly floored the accelerator and turned the steering wheel. Only now did he have time to check on Germain. Germain didn't look back, merely tapped the car roof and said, "I'm fine, keep driving." Okay. Kurapika retracted his head back into the car. By this time, their car had already driven 2/3 of the way across the twin bridges. Meanwhile, Neon in the back seat, her hair disheveled by the cold wind rushing in through the lowered window, gradually stopped curling up. Outside the car, the sounds of cursing, gunfire, and explosions were incessant, yet inside, it was relatively quiet, like 2 different worlds. Neon's eyes darted left and right in fear for a while, realizing that the man with the bird beak mask was still on the car roof, and the blonde young man in front was concentrating on speeding. She suddenly realized that this might be her only chance to survive. Dad isn't here, Arissa isn't here, Daltsaline isn't here, so I have to figure something out myself. Thus, she made another grave mistake tonight, her last mistake in life. Neon opened the car door on her side, looked at the flashing road, closed her eyes, and jumped out. No one, including herself, could guess why she jumped out of the car, or why she closed her eyes when she did. Germain saw the car door suddenly open, and Neon flew out. It happened so suddenly that Germain didn't have time to grab her. The young girl rolled a few times on the road, her head and limbs instantly twisted beyond recognition. Neon, in extreme panic, jumped from a high-speed car and was not a powerful non-user. She certainly wouldn't survive this. Kurapika glanced in the rearview mirror, said nothing, and continued driving. Germain ignored the deceased Neon, slammed the car door shut, and then turned his attention to the relentlessly pursuing black cars. Several of them contained Shadow Beasts members. At the same time, he noticed his 3-section aura was completely full. Germain unhesitatingly spent 2 sections of his 3-section aura on the cannon, which he had materialized again. 1-section aura could enhance the cannon's penetrating power and range, while 2-section aura, while retaining the former, also amplified the explosive power. Click-clack, the cannon in Germain's arms deformed. Its originally unadorned appearance now had a futuristic, high-tech feel, with metallic luster shining brightly. With a whoosh, the noticeably different, slender projectile shot out of the barrel. The Shadow Beast members in the car reacted the moment Germain raised the cannon. "He's about to fire again, dodge quickly!" yelled Cockroach, one of the Shadow Beasts. "Don't worry, I'll block it." Pufferfish, another Shadow Beast sitting next to him, after estimating the penetrating power of the cannon Germain had just fired, also climbed onto the car roof, mimicking Germain. He inflated his body in the strong wind, blocking the front of the car like a balloon. If it were only the power of the previous cannon, Pufferfish's inflated skin would have been enough to deflect the projectile, and that's what he intended to do. However, he didn't expect the power of this projectile to be amplified so much. The moment it hit his belly, he felt something was wrong, but it was too late. Wait. Pufferfish couldn't finish his shout. Cockroach, sitting in the car, was dumbfounded. Boom. A massive explosion of fire consumed nearly half the width of the bridge, blasting a hole in the bridge deck. The people in the 3 cars in front were instantly killed, and the 2 cars behind failed to brake in time and plunged into the bridge hole. The casualties wouldn't have been this severe, but Pufferfish's inflated belly briefly obstructed the road and failed to deflect the projectile, making him an undisputed liability. As a result, after the explosion, none of the pursuing vehicles were spared, leading to a chain collision and quickly reigniting with explosions. Germain counted, and the previous explosion had killed 2 more shadow beasts, leaving only 4 shadow beasts still in pursuit. This included the only flying shadow beast. Germain didn't know that shadow beast was called Peregrine Falcon. Now calm, he realized the guy hadn't shown his face for a long time. After scanning his surroundings, he caught a glimpse of the railing on the other side of the twin bridges out of the corner of his eye. Peregrine Falcon suddenly flew out from there. He still didn't know that only 4 of the 10 shadow beasts remained. He was still proud of his unexpected move, flying from under the bridge to intercept them from the front. Of course, he heard the explosion, but he never imagined that most of the shadow beasts were already dead or injured, and that a hole had been blasted in the bridge deck, making it clear that the gangsters behind would not be able to provide timely support. Peregrine Falcon only knew to attack from both front and back, catching Germain and Kurapika off guard. Germain was indeed somewhat surprised to see Peregrine Falcon appear here, but he merely put away his cannon and showed no panic. Peregrine Falcon flew too fast and was too small a target for the cannon to likely hit. He turned his head, pretending not to notice Peregrine Falcon's flanking maneuver, and still looked in the direction of the original pursuers. Peregrine Falcon, however, didn't dare to directly attack Germain. He merely flew across the bridge deck, preparing to attack Kurapika in the driver's seat. Kurapika, sharp-eyed, saw the black shadow rapidly approaching from the front. Just as he was about to turn the steering wheel, he heard a tapping sound from the car roof, followed by his teacher's unheard voice. Don't be afraid, ram him. Kurapika was stunned for a moment but didn't think too deeply. There was no car directly ahead, so he floored the accelerator, and the car roared forward. Peregrine Falcon also froze, watching this scene. With the car moving so fast, it was unlikely he could seize that fleeting moment to get inside the car, kill Kurapika and then escape calmly. It was this moment of hesitation that caused the black car to whiz past him. Peregrine Falcon was secretly regretting when he saw a black shadow pounce towards him. He was greatly startled and flapped his wings violently, flying upwards. However, a long whip, like a snake, had already wrapped around Peregrine Falcon's leg and claw. Immediately after, Peregrine Falcon heard a whoosh, and he was pulled by a force, thrown towards the ground. With a thud, Peregrine Falcon fell to the ground, his entire skeleton feeling as if it would shatter. At this moment, he also sensed impending danger, so he quickly got up, ready to take flight again. But Germain's flintlock was already pressed against Peregrine Falcon's head, pushing him down. Peregrine Falcon grunted, not daring to fly into the air. He slowly raised his wings, restoring them to the appearance of human hands, breathing rapidly, and looking at Germain in terror. It was the Tendon's orders, not me. Peregrine Falcon spoke incoherently for a while. Germain knew he wouldn't get any information from this person, so he pulled the trigger, and Peregrine Falcon's head exploded with a bang, then his entire body fell backward. Meanwhile, 3 dark figures rushed over. They leaped over the twin bridge's railing and landed in front of Germain. They were the remaining 3 shadow beasts: Evil Wolf, Stinky Rat, and Poisonous Snake. After seeing the large hole Germain had blasted in the bridge deck ahead, and more than 10 cars exploding and catching fire, blocking their way, they decisively abandoned their vehicles and ran to pursue. Upon seeing Peregrine Falcon's corpse and realizing Germain was no longer escaping by car, the 3 of them were somewhat belatedly aware, followed by extreme rage. They understood, this bastard never intended to truly run from the beginning. Germain deliberately engaged in mobile warfare, extending the battle line during high-speed car chases on the vertical twin bridges, artificially creating a situation where the 10 shadow beasts couldn't attack together. He probably thought this from the start, he intended to annihilate all of us shadow beasts here. What an arrogant and conceited idea. Now, Germain likely felt that with only 3 shadow beasts left, the time was ripe, and there was no need to run anymore, so he stopped here, awaiting the final showdown. This was his thought, a thought that completely disrespected all the shadow beasts. Evil Wolf, Stinky Rat, and Poisonous Snake, while angry, also understood a cold reality: the current situation was indeed unfolding according to Germain's expectations. We can't let him succeed, we can't let him succeed. The same thought flashed through their minds. I'm going in, Stinky Rat warned. Evil Wolf and Poisonous Snake nodded knowingly, taking out their pre-prepared gas masks and putting them on. Stinky Rat's corpulent body trembled, and a foul odor permeated the air, surging towards Germain like smoke. This stench wasn't lethal, but it spread extremely quickly, and even a small inhalation could cause extreme dizziness, followed by incessant vomiting. Germain, wearing his birdbeak mask, frowned and retreated a few steps, unwilling to be enveloped by the foul-smelling smoke. At this moment, Evil Wolf and Poisonous Snake had already flashed to Germain's side, attacking him together. Chapter 152, Tonight, only slaughter can end everything. Screech. A piercing brake sound echoed in the air. Kurapika drove the black sedan for a distance, then slammed on the brakes, turned the steering wheel, and parked the car sideways in the middle of the road. He nimbly got out of the car, violently shook the chains on his wrist, and turned to look behind the car. There, his teacher was fighting the last 3 of the shadow beasts. As the emission-type Stinky Rat unleashed his uncontainable malodor of the trenches, the twin bridges, a battlefield neither too big nor too small, erupted in the final wave of decisive battle. Relatively speaking, Evil Wolf and Viper were the 2 strongest among the shadow beasts, while Stinky Rat's combat power was average, mostly serving as a surprise tactic. He only needed to give a hint, and Evil Wolf and Viper knew what he was going to do, and they put on the masks they had already prepared. Then, Evil Wolf and Viper attacked Germain together. Under the pincer attack of Evil Wolf and Viper, Germain retreated. The 2, who originally intended to force him into the stench, missed their attack and quickly pursued him. As things stood, if they couldn't kill Germain, they would have no face to return to the 10 Dons. As for anything else, there was no need to overthink it now. Kill, kill, kill. Tonight, only slaughter can end everything. Germain, at this moment, grasped a certain surge of nin flowing through all his aura nodes. In fact, it wasn't sudden, but the result of more than 20 minutes of intense fighting, starting from when he ambushed and killed Shakemona until now. Shakemona, Daltsaline, and 7 shadow beasts whose names were never known, all fell under his hands covered in crimson, viscous blood. The ensuing grudge gift, subtly and continuously, silently and slowly, brought about an improvement to Germain, until it reached a qualitative breakthrough. A brand new lantern, and a sudden surge in physique and aura capacity. This was probably something no one, except Germain himself, had anticipated. The improved 75 points in physique and 81 points in aura capacity were heights that most nin users could never achieve in their entire lives. And nin users who could reach this range often underwent many years of rigorous training. Germain had also stepped into this realm in terms of basic qualities. Now, he only needed to improve his mindset, techniques, insights, and so on, to be called a master nin user of his generation. However, since he had crossed the threshold and stepped 1 foot into the realm of masters, dealing with the 3 individuals in front of him was already sufficient. Whoosh! Harboring killing intent and malice, Germain's nin, like an explosive shockwave, spread out, reaching the limit of his current, and everything within a 50-meter radius was taken into his heart. Kurapika once again felt that chill, the same chill he felt when he wasn't yet an nin user but had to endure Germain forcibly awakening his aura nodes. He clenched the chains between his fingers, letting them clang, momentarily forgetting to breathe, his eyes wide beneath his golden hair. This feeling, incredible. However, the first to be hit by this aura were actually Evil Wolf, Viper, and Stinky Rat. They never dreamed that someone could make such a significant breakthrough in the midst of battle. In that instant, they could only assume that Germain had been hiding his combat power before, only now revealing his fangs to deliver a fatal blow. If that were the case, he was truly cunning. If not, then it was something even more terrifying, but it must be so, he must be too cunning, hiding his strength, there should be no other explanation. Evil Wolf, Stinky Rat, and Viper were indeed caught off guard, but years of professional training allowed them to suppress their fear and doubt in a very short time. Regardless of whether the emitted aura was real or fake, they could only assume it was real, and after exchanging glances, they prepared for the worst in their hearts. Someone had to fall here. But who would be the sacrifice? No one wanted to, but they knew that whether they wanted to or not, Germain would pick the sacrifice for them. However, when the man wearing a bird beak mask and shrouded in a black robe truly launched his attack, that thunderous strike exceeded their worst expectations. With a boom, Germain's figure, originally several meters away, suddenly appeared in front of Viper. It was as if all the frames in between had been removed. It was a chilling and utterly nauseating sensation. The sudden oppressive feeling left Viper no time to spare, he instinctively counterattacked. Humph. Emission type, ultimate myriad snake lair. Amidst Viper's roar, countless non-condensed snakes emerged from his body, densely packed and ferocious, biting at Germain, who was within arm's reach. Germain's right arm suddenly swung out like a blade. As Nin instantly appeared, it abruptly transformed into the shape of a meat cleaver, slicing down fiercely with a hiss, severing many snake heads that came at him. This was a move he could originally only use under the 3-section aura, but now he had mastered it, making it one of his master-level techniques. He then extended his left hand, index and middle fingers pressed together, and thrust them out. With a burst of Nin, he stabbed, and the Nin took the form of a spiral cane. It was incredibly swift, tearing through the myriad snake defense with irresistible force. The moment it pressed against Viper's chest, it pierced through, exploding with fatal power. Viper's eyes widened, and he coughed out a mouthful of dark red, sweet blood. On the verge of death, he erupted in shock and fury. After the remaining numerous Nin snakes retracted, they sprang at Germain's entire body. The venomous fangs of the Nin snakes, a bite meant either death or crippling injury. Die, 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 just die for me. He wanted to drag Germain to hell with him, but he watched helplessly as Germain retracted his hands, spread them open, and unleashed a burst of Nin. A Nin shield suddenly enveloped him, and the ominous crow wings unfurled. Bang! The myriad snakes crashed against the shield and all bounced back. The last chance vanished in an instant. Viper finally gasped for breath in astonishment, his murderous intent no longer sustainable. His entire aura rapidly dissipated, and as his eyes darkened and consciousness blurred, only one last thought remained. I couldn't even break his defense. From Evil Wolf's perspective, the exchange between Germain and Viper happened in merely a breath and a half, which only amplified his horror. The victor had been decided. When Viper's desperate counterattack failed, and he fell to the ground with a thud, Evil Wolf saw the eyes behind the bird beak mask turn towards him. That feeling of being hunted like prey, with daggers in his back, made Evil Wolf realize there was no retreat today. Stinky rat, let's go together, otherwise we'll both die. This shout, half a warning and half a threat, brought Stinky rat, who was a step behind, back to his senses. There was no turning back for them and Germain, it had long been a life or death situation. At this point, it was impossible to think about who would be the sacrifice. If they didn't use every trick in the book, there would be no chance of survival. The two rushed forward together, one from the left and one from the right, each employing their ultimate techniques. There was no holding back now. Stinky Rat's uncontainable malodor of the trenches, propelled by his palms, shot towards Germain's mask like a cannonball. He only hoped to dizzy Germain for even a second. This 1 second would be enough for Evil Wolf to severely injure Germain, or even kill him. The enhancement type Evil Wolf, meanwhile, unleashed Evil Wolf's roar at the door, lowering his body, his claws like hideous wolf heads, aiming for Germain's lower abdomen. Both being shadow beasts, they still had this tacit understanding in a life or death situation. This was their final ferocity. However, Germain was even more insane. It was as if he had already seen through their attacks, directly lowering his body as well, ignoring Stinky Rat's malodorous mist, and meeting Evil Wolf's gaze, going head to head. This posture made it seem as if he didn't care about Stinky Rat's attack at all. Yet, this was his offensive and defensive rhythm, prioritizing and integrating his judgment into his actions without hesitation. Evil Wolf's wolf claws enhanced, roaring as he lunged forward. Germain, on the other hand, stretched out his hands, gripping Evil Wolf's wrists at their limit, and their foreheads collided with lightning speed. Chapter 153, Rather remain in a nightmare and never awaken. If they were of the same level, an enhancement type non-user would be more powerful in close combat, while a materialization type non-user would rely more on tricky and unpredictable mechanisms. However, at this moment, Germain and Evil Wolf were not on the same level at all. Evil Wolf was knocked backward by Germain's impact, and then his hands and wrists burned, as flames suddenly erupted all over his body. The flames surged, bringing terrible pain. More importantly, after Germain released his hands, he didn't slacken for even a moment, stepping forward again and delivering a heavy punch that struck Evil Wolf's nose. Evil Wolf was sent flying. Germain didn't even look at how Evil Wolf was doing before his left leg swept backward, striking Stinky Rat squarely in the lower abdomen as he tried to ambush him. And in that instant, his soul transformed into a flintlock, letting out a bang. Stinky Rat was sent flying, unclear whether he was kicked or hit by that strange impact. In any case, he fell to the ground. Despite the intense pain, for some reason, Stinky Rat remained clear-headed, as if he couldn't feel the pain. Almost in the blink of an eye after landing, he scrambled to his feet. Stinky Rat charged at Germain again, about to shout something to boost his morale, but found that his throat could no longer produce sound. His whole body grew cold, and his strength was rapidly draining away. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his hands touching a slick, sticky puddle. He looked down and saw a large pool of blood. But where was the blood coming from? He carefully traced the direction from which the blood was gushing, then with a sense of unfamiliarity and daze, he finally realized that his abdomen had a huge, gaping bloody hole. There was nothing inside, only crimson blood spurting out, completely unstoppable. So it was me. Stinky Rat lay on the ground, his mouth half open. Germain glanced back at Stinky Rat, then turned again and walked towards Evil Wolf, who had a broken nose and was rolling on the ground trying to extinguish the flames. Before Evil Wolf could put out the flames, he met those indifferent eyes again. This seemed like a scene that would only appear in his most lonely and helpless nightmares, but now it had become a cold, hard reality. However, if he could, he would rather keep having such nightmares from now on, as long as he could live. But Germain wouldn't allow it. He raised his foot and stomped down on Evil Wolf's throat, sharp as a blade chopping down. And Evil Wolf forgot to resist, like a chicken held by its wings, he was simply and brutally decapitated. His head rolled away, spinning several times in place before coming to a stop. Germain withdrew his foot, then scuffed it on the ground, trying to wipe off as much blood from his soul as possible, before finally turning around. With that, he received the grudge gift from the remaining 3 shadow beasts. His physique and aura capacity stopped at 81 and 87 points, respectively. This was his achievement for the night. The stress from each killing penalty would be reduced by 5 points due to the presence of the master aura. However, tonight, each increase in stress was less than 5 points, so his stress remained at 0 points, the same as when he left the mansion. Not far away, gangsters finally bypassed the pile-up and the fire, reaching this stretch of road, only to freeze in place at the sight before them. The man wearing the bird-beak mask stood beside the corpses of the 3 shadow beasts. This scene had the visual impact of a plague doctor treating wounded soldiers on a battlefield, but everyone knew that the fallen shadow beasts were brought down by this plague doctor. It should be said that all the shadow beasts, including the previous ones, were brought down by him alone. Since the shadow beasts were formed, no one had ever been able to defeat them again and again like this. Now, there was such a person. Thus, an indescribable emotion spread, not entirely fear, but something more complex, more chaotic. The shadow beasts, as the Tendon's most powerful combat unit, were completely finished. Of course, the Tendon still had non-users responsible for their defense, whose combat power was even above the shadow beasts. But, this was ultimately meaningless. To use an analogy, the Tendon's sturdy shield was still there, but their extended blade, that invincible blade of several months, had been broken, and by the same person, broken twice. The shadow beasts were finished. The 10 Dawn's power would certainly not be annihilated, after all, they represented the strength of more than half of the 6 continents' gangsters. However, their foundation would inevitably be shaken, and chaos would be unavoidable in the coming period. Those restless old and new forces would never miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They weren't afraid of not being able to take territory, they would take as much as they could. The gangsters watched silently. Even though they had previously received orders to hunt Germain down, at this point, everyone knew that Germain couldn't be stopped tonight. Don't be ridiculous. If even the 10 shadow beasts couldn't do it, were they supposed to? After a while, as if on cue, torrential rain fell, dousing the flames on the twin bridges, like the end of a play, with the curtain slowly closing. Pitter-patter. Kurapika walked over to Germain's side. Even though he knew his teacher wouldn't harm him, at this moment, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. The astonishing aura Germain revealed during the battle made him feel suffocated and suppressed, leaving him only in silence. Fortunately, Germain concealed that killing intent within the pouring rain, eventually retracting it silently. Kurapika also breathed a sigh of relief, as if something that had been sealed away had returned. Teacher. But he still bit his tongue, and surprisingly found his voice to be so hoarse. Germain didn't seem to notice this. He just murmured softly for a while, then looked up at Kurapika. Since there's Shinjin-ryu, Zaldek family assassination techniques, Yunin-ryu, and so on, let's also create a style. Let's call it Blood Origin Style. Blood Origin Style. Kurapika softly repeated the name his teacher seemed to have uttered casually, Blood Origin Style. Blood Origin Style. He didn't understand the deeper meaning of his teacher's words. He believed his teacher had a deeper meaning, but he did feel it was quite fitting for him. Weren't his scarlet eyes inherited through his bloodline? Kurapika probably wouldn't realize for some time that his teacher had truly just come up with the name on a whim. Finally, his teacher laid down the first rule of their blood origin style. The hunting beginning tonight will still be long. Do not let anger, ignorance, or arrogance unleash the beast within your chest. Use it, let it merge with this descending long night. The two abandoned their car and disappeared on foot into the pouring rain. For a time, no gangsters thought of tracking them. They mostly silently approached the corpses of the 3 shadow beasts. They had to clean up the mess, which was one of the things they were usually best at, as the shadow beasts usually took the lead. However, today they were cleaning up the bodies of the shadow beasts, who usually strutted around. Everyone found it quite strange and eerie. On the raised steel pillar of the twin bridges, a figure, crouching like a gargoyle for a long time, silently watched the 2 figures depart. Things got out of hand. Zihu frowned. After waiting for a while, he soared into the surging rain and gave chase. Then, he took out his phone and dialed again. Chapter 154, Zihu's original plan has failed. Hunter Association Headquarters. In a bright office, Pariston sat upright in his chair, writing a document, occasionally looking up at the computer screen beside him. The fluctuating data bars were like the pulse of the entire Hunter Association, and even the entire world, symbolizing endless vitality. And this was exactly what Pariston wanted to destroy. Of course, he knew what was important and what couldn't be done yet. He hummed an unknown tune with a smile, feeling relaxed and happy. Ding-a-ling. Suddenly, the phone on one side of the desk rang, its sound echoing in the otherwise quiet room, a little noisy. He looked at it but didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, he waited for 10 seconds before a deeper smile appeared on his face as he picked it up. After glancing at the caller ID, Pariston answered the phone. Hello. He heard the rushing sound of rain and indistinct human voices, mixed with a certain anxious emotion. However, Pariston was not in a hurry, his fingers gently tapped the desk with his other hand, waiting. Finally, the voice became much clearer. I said, can you hear me? Zihu almost roared in a low voice on the other end, like a long-suppressed beast. Damn it. Damn it. This heavy rain. Pariston curled his lips, then cleared his throat and asked softly, I hear you. What's wrong? You? Zihu was silent for a moment, almost unable to suppress an outburst. In the end, he held back. Since you heard me, then answer. Things are very urgent on my end. Pariston replied perfunctorily. He raised his other hand and observed the length of his fingernails under the fluorescent light. All in all, the original plan has failed, Zihu stated concisely. I'm tracking them now, following from a distance. I should not have been discovered. He was a bounty hunter, chasing various wanted criminals or completing various special commissions, which had honed his tracking skills. Coupled with the cover of the heavy rain, he was quite confident in his tailing. Is that so? Pariston still smiled. Didn't you have a lot of confidence before? What went wrong? Something went wrong from the beginning, Zihu said directly. He killed too fast. Pariston was silent for a moment, seemingly unable to immediately understand the meaning of Zihu's words. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door nearby. He thought for a moment and answered without hesitation, come in. It was his female secretary who entered. Mr. Pariston, I apologize for disturbing you. Here are the documents you requested. Thank you, please put them here for me. The female secretary, holding a stack of documents, walked in with a click-clack of her high heels and gently placed them on Pariston's desk. However, she did not turn to leave immediately. Mr. Pariston. The female secretary always found herself captivated by Pariston's handsome face and charming smile beneath his golden hair. This these are this month's expenses. Please review them. Pariston's smile became even more intoxicating. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Oh, by the way, it's getting late. Go home and rest early. Yes, please, please also Mr. Pariston rest early and don't overwork yourself. Ha ha ha, thank you for your concern. Seeing that Pariston was on the phone, the female secretary didn't want to disturb him further, so she shyly exited the room and closed the office door. Hello, hello, hello Zio protested, are you talking to a woman while taking my call? Have you ever thought that this could expose our relationship? We are just close colleagues, Pariston blinked in confusion, showing an innocent expression. Then he stood up and calmly walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. On this side of the Hunter Association headquarters, the air was dry, and it wasn't raining. The distant lights were hazy and blurred, like dissolved paint. Pariston was enjoying this sense of temporal displacement. He closed his eyes and breathed softly. If she could truly discern the peculiarity of this call and knew who to tell this information to, and if it caused some impact, I would actually be very happy. This means she has finally started to think. How wonderful, she's too docile now. Isn't she? Pariston opened his eyes, and his gaze held a dangerous meaning. He suddenly reined them all in, changing the subject to ask, let's go back to your situation. I already said, he killed too fast. Ziyu snorted, I timed it precisely, calculating the time and distance, before having the informant provide accurate intelligence. The informant has already fled and won't leave any loose ends, all of this is within my control. The Tendon's actions were also as I predicted. All the shadow beasts were deployed. This time they were determined to succeed, and they indeed caught Germain and Kurapika just as they were about to leave after obtaining the Scarlet Eyes. Everything was normal up to this point. In my estimation, they would be pursued all night until they were exhausted at dawn. At that point, Kurapika would be killed by the shadow beasts. Kurapika is too weak, he is a burden to Germain and would certainly be targeted first by the shadow beasts. Besides that, Germain should be able to deal with a few shadow beasts, but would ultimately suffer heavy injuries. At that moment, I would appear as one of the zodiacs of the Hunter Association, indicating that I am part of Chairman Netero's faction, thereby gaining Germain's trust. Next, Germain and I would fight side by side, eliminating the remaining shadow beasts members, successfully breaking through, and then resting at the stronghold I had prepared in advance. Pariston responded with a smile, isn't that very good? Zio could hear his sarcastic tone, sometimes he couldn't tell if it was his true nature or if he was genuinely mocking him. I have to admit, things got out of my control next. Less than half an hour after the pursuit began, Germain, on twin bridges, stretched out the shadow beasts formation and took them down one by one. All 10 shadow beasts were eliminated by him, not a single one was left. He killed too quickly, his decisiveness and ruthlessness far exceeded my imagination, and I lost the best opportunity to appear. Most importantly, you know, every non-user has a few most important moments in their life. Those are most important moments that only come from accumulated knowledge and thought, plus a flash of enlightenment. Once it passes, we will be completely different from our former selves. I very likely witnessed Germain's most important moment. And in the next month or so, as long as he consolidates this gain, he will truly reach a terrifying level. This is insane. Not only did I happen to run into them, but it was also exactly when Germain crossed the threshold and broke through his bottleneck, which instantly left me with no suitable opportunity. Pariston listened silently for a while, then laughed, so, you originally intended to wait for Germain to reach his absolute limit, offering help when he was in dire straits, but you messed it up, right? You also wouldn't have expected him to surpass his limit, and he might fully consolidate this combat power in the next month or so. At that time, you wouldn't be confident in gaining the upper hand when interacting with him, and you might even be led by the nose, right? Ziyu did not answer Pariston's barrage of questions. At that moment, only the sound of rain could be heard. I will leak information to the 3 major gangsters of the Kaken Empire, Pariston said suddenly. What? Ziyu confirmed, why? Why else? Pariston sharply pulled open the floor-to-ceiling window and walked out onto the protruding balcony. The Tendons won't have peace for a while. You want to muddy the waters. Ziyu understood, paused, and then sighed, asking somewhat helplessly, I admit defeat to you. Tell me, what should I do next? Chapter 155, The Absurdity Felt by the Tendons. Pariston leaned against the railing, his eyes narrowed like a crescent moon in the night sky. Keep going. From now on, there will be endless troubles following him. It doesn't matter if you are being led, gather your courage and approach him. Pariston's casual tone sounded almost like he was urging Ziyu to ask Germain out on a date. Hey. Ziyu's voice rose slightly, then lowered again. At this point, even a fool would know someone is pulling strings behind the scenes, right? Pariston nodded. Isn't that great? I don't understand. Haha. Pariston let out a laugh devoid of humor. He's actually just like us. For him, the most troublesome thing would be getting targeted by V5 and Chairman Netero. He has strength and ability. I believe he can see that, across the entire 6 continents, only we truly have the power to protect and support him. We are the same kind. He will understand very soon. Ziyu mumbled for a while on the other end of the phone, then replied, all right, I'll give it a try. This time I'll need some of your resources. If things spiral out of control again, don't blame me. Half an hour ago. On the island, under pouring rain, it was wild outside, but inside, there was peace, with men and women wearing humble smiles. Light Nostrade was invited to this grand banquet and was currently moving between various small circles in the hall, engaging in necessary socializing. However, the people he truly wanted to speak with, especially in front of so many others, were naturally the important figures who had just finished their speeches and returned to the second floor. The 10 Dons, practically the leaders of half the gangsters' forces across the 6 continents, possessed unparalleled power and immense influence. Unless one was a core member, it was impossible to imagine the gravity of the daily affairs the 10 Dons handled, which concerned the operations of half the dark world. Light's eyes burned with ambition. He knew he wasn't yet part of the 10 Dons' inner circle, but with Neon, he could eventually get in. There would definitely be an opportunity. Now he just needed to be patient. Yes, patient. The 10 Dons would eventually recognize the importance of the Nostrade family and his abilities. At that point, the Nostrade family would soar. At the same time, in a spacious room on the second floor, the 10 Dons sat around a round table, smoking and talking, and the topic of discussion happened to be related to the Nostrade family. Evil Wolf just called. Neon Nostrade, the young lady of the Nostrade family, is also on site and has been taken hostage. He's asking for instructions. What do you all think? Neon Nostrade? Ah, how is she there? Is the intelligence flawed? Or is it an accident? Most likely, we're being used as pawns. We can delve deeper into that later. But right now, the most important thing is for Germain to die. The shadow beasts are very confident. They admit Germain has some skill, and 3 or 4 shadow beasts indeed can't deal with him, but once they all go in together, the matter is settled. It's just that, in this settled situation, there's the unexpected factor of Neon. The 10 Dons would not forget that Germain, along with his companions, had eliminated more than half of the shadow beasts members several months ago. This led to the shadow beasts becoming a laughingstock for a period, which severely impacted the 10 Dons' prestige and significantly reduced their deterrent power. If they hadn't promptly promoted new members and swiftly made an example of others, the internal affairs of the gangsters might have been chaotic for some time. They always remembered this humiliation, and they believed that everyone in the dark world remembered it too, and was watching how they would deal with Germain. However, that Germain was elusive, even their intelligence network struggled to track him. Even organizations as wild as Meteor City and NGL had to cooperate with the 10 Dons to spread assassins from Meteor City and DD narcotics produced by NGL across the world. They needed the 10 Dons' help, so when dealing with them, they reined in their usual madness towards outsiders. This was a partnership the 10 Dons were quite proud of. This special attitude gave them sufficient face and allowed them the arrogance of controlling most of the dark world's business. Yet, now there was one person who single-handedly pulled down their face, trampled it underfoot, and made their identity as the 10 Dons no longer so sacred and supreme in the dark world. No matter what caused the conflict initially, it no longer mattered. In short, Germain had to die. Soon, the 10 Dons reached a consensus around the round table. I heard 2 shadow beasts have already died, probably because of Neon, which tied our people's hands. We can't delay any longer. Let's act. I know Light Nostrade. He's weak-willed. We'll give him some compensation later. For example, let him get a piece of the cake in Empire's commoner trade. Haha, he's still profiting from this. Yes, he's profiting. So the order was given. Ultimately, it was a minor matter. Since Germain showed his face tonight, he had to die. The arrangements for Light were not a big deal either. The 10 Dons began discussing more important matters, such as the heavy taxes paid to V5 in exchange for numerous gangsters existing as legitimate companies and organizations, or conflicts with certain forces and groups. Because of this nonchalant attitude, when the grim news from Twin Bridges arrived, the 10 Dons all felt a sense of absurdity after reading it. How could such a thing happen in the world? All the shadow beasts, plus most of the gangsters' elite members, all died on that bridge? And Germain escaped again, disappearing without a trace? The 10 Dons frowned, and the room fell silent for a moment. No one spoke, so much so that the guards nearby felt the atmosphere and controlled their breathing. This news will spread quickly, one of the 10 Dons finally spoke. Whether we like it or not, those fools have failed again. We give them such generous treatment usually, it seems it was all for nothing. This is troublesome. Some people are going to stir up trouble again. How dare they? As long as the 10 of us work together, they can't do anything. The key issue now is, what do we do about this Germain? Again and again, does he think we don't exist? Give him a bit more courage, and won't he come to assassinate us? One of the 10 Dons voiced this possibility, almost instantly waking up the others. This chilling sense of crisis finally forced them to make an immediate decision. We must fully support the Phantom Troop, another 10 Don said. I heard there's a feud between them, an internal conflict it seems, and Germain killed some of their members. Also, the Zaldik family, we can spend more money to hire them. Most importantly, Germain cannot be allowed to live any longer. As long as he lives another day, we won't be able to rest or eat in peace. The 10 Dons discussed for a while longer. It was then that they heard a mournful wail from downstairs. They listened for a moment, frowned, and ordered a subordinate to investigate. The subordinate returned to report that everyone in the downstairs hall attending the party had received the news, and Light also learned of his daughter Neon's tragic death, collapsing to the ground in near mental breakdown. Light seems to have gone mad, the subordinate told the 10 Dons. He's saying things like, sure enough, the previous prediction still came true, and prophecy cannot be avoided, it will always come true, And it came true in an even more tragic form. The 10 dons frowned, not paying too much attention. They waved their hands, instructing the subordinate to handle Light Nostrade's situation. Chapter 156, Unwavering Cultivation of the Heart. Everything in the early morning seemed to be tinged with a rendered grey. Kurapika woke to the sound of birds in the oak forest. He opened his eyes, and last night's slaughter felt like a dream, but when he sat up, the blanket he had been wrapped in slipped, and the cold wind brushed against him, finally clearing his head. That wasn't a dream. My teacher and I dealt with a group of gangsters on twin bridges and took the Scarlet Eyes. All the shadow beasts were eliminated by my teacher. He looked to the side, the campfire had died out, leaving a pile of grey-black embers, and not far away sat a jar, in which the floating Scarlet Eyes were preserved. Whose eyes could they be? The elders? His father's? His mother's? Or Pero's? He couldn't tell. Kurapika quietly met the gaze of those still terrified eyes, slowly exhaling. He had to endure, and he had to remain calm. What his teacher said last night, the hunting from tonight onwards will still be long. Do not let anger, ignorance, or arrogance unleash the beast within your chest. You must use it, merge with this descending long night. Kurapika understood that this was addressed to him. He had recovered the first pair of Scarlet Eyes, which was a good start, but there were still many Scarlet Eyes scattered outside. This hunting was destined to be long. He couldn't burn himself out at all costs, that would be a betrayal to his clan members. His teacher was right, he should now focus more on improving his strength, otherwise, in a battlefield like last night's, what he could do would ultimately be limited. Kurapika picked up the jar containing the Scarlet Eyes and lifted the suitcase beside him. He was no longer wearing Kurta clan clothing but a well-fitting black suit, which made him look like a young man carrying an urn to a funeral. There was a reason for doing this. Now, gangsters from most of the world were looking for them, so last night's attire was no longer suitable. Thus, both the teacher and disciple had changed into black suits. His teacher's Crow Hunter black robe and his Kurta clan clothing were both in the suitcase, which Kurapika usually carried. At this moment, he not only needed to carry the suitcase but also the jar containing the Scarlet Eyes, but he was very willing to do this. His trust and gratitude towards his teacher were hard to express, for now, he could only repay his teacher by doing small tasks. Kurapika didn't see his teacher nearby. So he walked around the campfire, following the gurgling sound of water from not far away, and after walking less than 20 meters, he arrived in front of a falling waterfall. The water fell, scattering into fine raindrops in mid-air, gently caressing Kurapika's golden hair. His teacher was indeed here. Germain washed his face and stood on the still slightly muddy grass after the rain, gazing at the cascading waterfall, lost in thought. Teacher. Kurapika, holding the jar and carrying the suitcase, appeared behind Germain, looking like a waiter. Shall we depart now? They had moved to several different locations last night, walking a long distance, finally stopping to rest in the oak forest at 2 in the morning. Thanks to such caution, as of yet, no gangsters from the 10 dons had come knocking. It would be normal for his teacher to choose to depart immediately. No rush. Germain turned to him. First, let's do our daily training. The so-called daily training for Kurapika meant En, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, In, Gyo and the application of chains. En, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, In, Gyo goes without saying. As for chains, it specifically referred to the dowsing chain. Kurapika needed to train to use it stably and continuously. Yes. Kurapika didn't question his teacher's decision. He placed the Scarlet Eyes jar and the suitcase on the grass, preparing to begin his training. Wait. Germain suddenly interrupted him. He looked over in confusion. Before that, I want to deepen your understanding of aura capacity. Kurapika listened quietly. Everything his teacher said solemnly was extremely important, and he had always benefited greatly from it, and his progress in cultivation had come from this. Beneath aura capacity, there are 3 other concepts: maximum aura capacity, potential aura capacity, and manifested aura capacity. Germain took a transparent-bodied water bottle from his suitcase and tapped its body with bent knuckles, making a clanging sound. You are this water bottle. How much water this water bottle can hold is the maximum aura capacity. Then, he twisted open the cap of the water bottle, extended it towards the lake formed by the waterfall's impact, filled it with about half a bottle of lake water, and held it up for Kurapika to see. However, under normal circumstances, all non-users find it difficult to maintain full status all the time. The water stored in the water bottle is often not full. This is the potential aura capacity. Finally, Germain held the water bottle, shook it towards the lake surface, and splashed out a puddle of water. They fell with a splash, creating small ripples on the lake surface. Similarly, under normal circumstances, non-users cannot or are unwilling to release all the nen on their bodies at once. The water splashed out each time is the manifested aura capacity. These concepts I'm telling you are not difficult to understand, you've had your own insights to varying degrees. The reason I emphasize them is because nen ability is inseparable from the cultivation of the heart. The more thoroughly you understand the various concepts of nen ability, the higher your nen ability's potential will be. Shinjinryu involves repeating tedious basic training over and over, with gratitude for martial arts, and at a certain moment achieving enlightenment and completing the cultivation of the heart. And we are the same, reaching the same destination by different paths. Hone oneself in actual combat, judge and think at the limits of life and death, adhere to one's bottom line and principles, kill those who should be killed, and seek clarity of thought. Through this, Complete the cultivation of the heart. We never rely on anger to overwhelm opponents, but on careful planning. If necessary, when facing an opponent who cannot be defeated, fleeing is also acceptable. The most important thing is to create favorable conditions for oneself. In fact, you now possess the foundation to stably use dowsing chain and other chains, you can actually do it already. It's just that your understanding of aura capacity is insufficient, leading to porn and flow, which hinders their formation. Kurapika listened to his teacher's guidance and thought, many ideas surging in his mind. I understand, teacher. He nodded to his teacher, then immediately began his training, striving to grasp those fleeting inspirations. And by mid-morning, Kurapika had indeed not disappointed Germain's expectations, he had even done better. His dowsing chain became stable and transitioned quite naturally to the next stage, the training of chain jail. The current chain jail was, of course, not the narrow ability solely targeting the phantom troop. While reducing its binding effect, it expanded its scope of attack to more enemies. Kurapika now understood that his enemies were far more than just the phantom troop, and wasting his ability on one gang was actually not worth it. In the afternoon, the two of them left the oak forest and walked towards the mountains. A moment later, a figure swiftly darted into the shadows of the oak forest, stopping in front of the burnt-out campfire. Monkey Zio looked down for a while, then gazed in the direction the teacher and disciple had gone. How cautious, he said, stroking his fluffy sideburns. I lost track of them several times last night. If not for the resources Pariston provided, I would have almost gone in the wrong direction. But where are they going, after all? Germain can disappear for several months without showing up, so it's highly likely he has one or two strongholds. Is he going back now? If he's returning to a stronghold, that's a good thing. If he has another purpose, do I have to keep following him? Hey, after all, the other party isn't someone to be trifled with. Following them like this will eventually get me discovered. Or should I really listen to Pariston's advice and directly approach him? Lost in a jumble of thoughts, Ziu suddenly felt a needle-like chill. He was about to jump onto the nearby oak tree but realized it was too late. Damn it, they came so fast, when was I discovered? Ziu sighed, slowly raised his hands, not touching the Ruyi Jinggu bang at his waist, then slowly turned around to face the flintlock raised by Germain. Germain looked at Ziu coldly. Ziu observed Germain's expression, pursing his lips. His Nin ability would have a great advantage if he struck first. Using it now might allow him to escape danger, but he was unwilling to gamble with his life. Last night, Germain said, you probably tracked me for some time, confirming that the radius of my N was only 30 meters. Afterward, I repeatedly displayed my N during the battle with the shadow beasts, and you cautiously confirmed it many times, quite certain of this point, without error. So, you boldly came to a high point 45 meters away, observing my battle with the shadow beasts below. Only, you didn't anticipate that for a moment, my N suddenly reached 50 meters, then contracted back. So that's when I was exposed. Ziu had reacted quickly and retreated at the time, but Germain still noticed something amiss. I still thought he had just broken through, and with so many people around, he might not notice me. I didn't expect him to be so sensitive. I really shouldn't have relied on luck. Ziu's eyes darted around, then he calmly said, don't worry, I'm not your enemy. I am Monkey Ziu, one of the zodiacs of the Hunter Association. I've heard many rumors about you, the fastest single-star hunter. Chairman Netero also often praises your talent and ability, so I became interested in you. Last night, I accidentally stumbled upon your conflict with the shadow beasts and thought you might need help, so I followed along. Who knew you alone would? Ziu. Germain interrupted him. Let's skip the roundabout parts. I don't like troublesome probing. I kept thinking that last night's events were too coincidental. Who could be behind it? So I waited for someone to come find me, and finally, I waited for you. Actually, there was an even simpler reason for his judgment. He had seen the future once and knew a clear fact: Zio was Pariston's man, and Pariston was Beyond Netero's man. Beyond was conspiring to return to the Dark Continent. Zio paused, then let out a dry, hoarse laugh. There's no helping it. The other party's judgment actually didn't require any evidence, and his answer next would determine their future relationship. Then let's get straight to the point. Zio lowered his hands. Don't point weapons at me, Germain. Strictly speaking, I am your partner. From the dialogue in Kurapika's reminiscence arc, it is known that Kurapika's mother definitely had not been to the outside world, and his father didn't seem to know too much about the outside world either. Additionally, since the Kurta clan only had a little over 100 people, it is assumed here that Kurapika's parents were both Kurta clan members, but with distant blood relations, posing no risk of inbreeding. Chapter 157, V5's Secret Exploration of the Five Great Hopes. The oak forest in the afternoon was stiflingly hot. A herd of elk nearby came to the lake to drink, occasionally raising their heads to look around, their small ears twitching a few times. Germain and Ziu's conversation continued. Germain, how much do you know about Chairman Netero? Ziu put her hands on her hips, cautiously observing Germain's expression. Do you know he has a son named Beyond? Germain's expression remained almost unchanged, his flintlock lowered. Ziu's words were a good start, at least she mentioned Beyond and no longer beat around the bush. It seems you know, Ziu nodded. That's normal. Although Chairman Netero's information is top secret, Beyond was incredibly prominent more than 50 years ago. Beyond left behind many legends, and newspapers reported on him several times. From then until now, he can be considered one of the top hunters on the 6 continents. Since you know beyond, then you most likely know about the Dark Continent related to him, right? Germain neither denied nor confirmed. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of him, Zito shook her head, intending to maintain maximum sincerity. I'll assume you know about the Dark Continent. That will save me a lot of explanation time. In short, more than 300 years ago, a madman named Don Freaks wrote a book titled New World Travelogue, also known as Travels in the New Continent, detailing what he saw and heard on the Dark Continent. This opening had the flavor of the mad Arab poet Abdul al-Hazred writing the famous Necronomicon on parchment. Zito continued. By the way, Don Freaks is the ancestor of the Boer, Jing Freaks. Whether it's the New World or the New Continent, both refer to the Dark Continent. It mentions many strange and indistinguishable terrains and creatures, which for a time made people think it was the delusion of a madman, so it was placed on the science fiction, fantasy and magical realism shelves, not taken seriously. However, V5, who truly researched ancient history, quickly realized that the content of this book was far more real than imagined, and so they quickly recalled most of the New World Travelogue from the market. Their ancient history researchers soon found the 5 great hopes in the book that made them most salivate, each of which was enough to bring about a huge change in the world. Before that, V5 had sent countless expeditions to aimlessly explore the Dark Continent, and all the teams perished there, with no members returning. So, V5 signed a treaty not to publicly travel to the Dark Continent again, but the appearance of the New World Travelogue rekindled their hope. The 5 great nations successively sent different teams to conduct secret attempts targeting the 5 great hopes. Due to the existence of the New World Travelogue, the initial journeys were relatively smooth, and casualties were not heavy until they reached the locations of the 5 great hopes. Where there is hope, there will be calamities. A survey team of over 1,000 people from the Bijaras United Nations entered the mountains to search for Nameless Stone, then encountered nurturing beast pap, and ultimately only 7 people survived. A small special forces unit from the Sahelta United States entered the ancient labyrinth city to explore the cure-all herb, then encountered the plant weapon gold-silver ingot, and ultimately only 2 people survived. The Okama Federation's expedition team tried to find longevity food Nitolami in the swamps, unfortunately encountering double-tailed snake hell bell, resulting in 11 survivors. The Mingbo Republic cooperated with the Hunter Association to jointly explore the 3 original waters, then came into contact with mist-like being AI, with only a mere 3 people returning. Chairman Netero also explored the Dark Continent with his companions, but because it was a private action, no written records were left, but this was enough for him to understand the horrors of the Dark Continent. He believed that the disastrous failure of the first 4 operations targeting the 5 great hopes proved that humanity is currently insufficient to challenge the Dark Continent, and each failure will bring back calamities capable of destroying the world. Chairman Netero, based on his own experience, warned future generations not to easily set foot on the Dark Continent. However, this had the opposite effect, instead making his son beyond interested in the Dark Continent, and many people in the Hunter Association were also eager to move. So, more than 50 years ago, Beyond gathered these ambitious hunters, with the assistance of the Kyokanyu Kingdom, to search for the alchemy plant Marion. This was also the last recorded Dark Continent exploration in history. Beyond's expedition team had actually obtained the alchemy plant Marion, but on the return journey, they were infected with the undying disease, Zabi. In the end, only 6 people from Beyond's expedition team returned, one of whom was an empty shell hosting the undying disease, Zabi, and the alchemy plant Marion also withered halfway. All human efforts can be considered complete failures. As of now, publicly recorded and living survivors only include Chairman Netero, Beyond, and others. If private records are included, it would not exceed 10 people at most. Under such casualties, Chairman Netero strongly urged V5 to abandon sending more teams to the Dark Continent, and also designated exploring the Dark Continent as a taboo for the Hunter Association. However, this is undoubtedly a cowardly approach. If humanity does not truly set foot on the Dark Continent, then it will never find a way to resolve the 5 great calamities and retrieve the 5 great hopes. About a decade or so ago, Beyond, adhering to this philosophy, began to gather resources and talent, preparing for his second trip to the Dark Continent. I joined them during this period. Ziyu stopped here, raising her hands to adjust the slightly crooked golden hoop on her forehead, which made her quite uncomfortable. Although what she said was confidential, many people on the 6 continents were aware of it, and it did not fundamentally affect the formation of Beyond's team. Most importantly, she very naturally excluded Rat Paristan, which was her real trump card. Even if Germain really turned around and told Chairman Netero or V5, Paristan would be able to detect it and react immediately. However, Ziyu never dreamed that Germain not only knew all this long ago but also knew about her undercover identity in the zodiacs of the Hunter Association and Paristan's leanings. So, Germain made the flintlock disappear, putting his hands in his suit pockets. You want to invite me to join your secret team? Ziyu nodded and said, you don't need to hide anymore, we already know your secret. You've been to the Dark Continent at least once, right? A gentle breeze swept past, stirring Germain's disheveled black hair, but his eyes remained deep, fixed, and unmoving. Can he really keep his composure like this? Ziyu gritted her teeth, lowered her voice, and continued to reveal everything. The 6 continents and the Dark Continent, strictly speaking, are not 2 separate entities, they are connected by the ocean. Therefore, it's not uncommon for creatures from the Dark Continent to drift to the 6 continents from time to time. V5 and the Dark World secretly deal with these invasive alien species every month. Germain blinked, then suddenly asked, for example, chimera ants. Ziyu paused, looking up and meeting Germain's gaze for a moment. Then she said, for example, chimera ants. They have appeared on the 6 continents more than once. There are many historical records about them, so humanity is quite clear about their ingestion and reproduction habits, the composition of the queen and the ant army, and the birth of the ant king and his guards. In short, the circulation of the carcasses of magical beasts from the dark continent in the dark world is not a very rare thing. However, in the past 6 months, the number of circulating strange magical beast carcasses has increased, and a small portion of them match the magical beasts recorded in the New World Travelogue. This is not the quantity that can be obtained by dealing with invasive alien species. It is highly likely that someone has been to the dark continent once. Although this idea is incredible, we did not let it go. After we discovered this, we started investigating. As long as there's a transaction, no matter how hidden, there will always be a record. In mid-March, 2 names gradually surfaced. Bisky and Shizuku. We determined that they were not the leaders, so we continued to investigate, trying to track them, but they always managed to shake us off. However, it is certainly a fact that they possess a large quantity of magical beast carcasses from the dark continent. Ironically, most of the buyers only considered them rare magical beasts from the 6 continents. Only we knew their true value, so we began to recover these carcasses. After another period of investigation, you, who became a 1-star hunter in mid-April, came into our sight. We then discovered your many connections with Bisky and Shizuku. After you committed the Covenant Ruby case, declaring yourself a Phantom Troop members, someone witnessed you and Bisky in a nearby town. At that time, one of the assassins sent by the Dark World to kill you, before he was killed by you, had searched for information about Bisky on the dark web, which further corroborated this point. Later, you participated in the hunter exam, using Bisky's name, personally received by her disciple Wing. When did Bisky become so fond of someone? Shizuku and you are both from Meteor City, and both appeared near your new city during the Your New City hunting shadow beasts incident. Various clues intertwined. Although there was no definitive, crucial evidence, you had become our primary suspect. However, after the hijacking incident, you, Bisky, and Shizuku all disappeared for 2 months. We could only turn to your companion at the time, Kurapika. Through analysis of his clothing, we determined that he had a great connection with the Kurta clan, so we released information about 5 pairs of scarlet eyes and waited to see what would happen. It wasn't until last night that you finally appeared. Germain. Zio gave him a smile. Cooperate with us, and tell us how you managed to bypass V5 and successfully travel back and forth to the Dark Continent. If I'm not mistaken, your goals and ours should be the same. We can completely benefit each other. Chapter 158, Destination, Kaken Empire. Crouching in a dim, moss-covered tree hollow, Kurapika waited for a long time until he finally heard footsteps, followed by a familiar voice. Kurapika, come out. It's me. Teacher is finally back. No, why so fast this time? Kurapika suppressed his confusion, picked up the scarlet eyes jar in his suitcase, and crawled out of the oval, dried beetle nut-shaped opening, the lush green world outside coming into full view. He first saw his teacher's figure, then the stranger standing behind his teacher, and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This person is Ziu. Germain adjusted the slightly disheveled collar of his suit and introduced, for a while, we will be traveling with him. Kurapika pursed his lips, full of questions. Not long ago, his teacher had him hide in the tree hollow, saying someone was following them. He wisely obeyed, using Zetsu to conceal himself in the hollow. His teacher had quietly returned along the same path. Kurapika had expected another big fight, but he didn't expect his teacher to bring this person back. Ziu seemed to sense Kurapika's distrust, smiled, took a piece of paper from his pocket, and handed it to Kurapika. This is the intelligence we've collected regarding the whereabouts of 4 pairs of scarlet eyes. You must need it very much. This is our side's sincerity. Upon hearing this, Kurapika's eyes widened, and his lips trembled slightly, but he didn't take it immediately. Instead, he looked at Germain. Take it, Germain nodded. So, Kurapika extended his slightly trembling hands and took the paper. It indeed listed 4 names, professions, and locations. He softly read out the professions of the 4 people listed on the paper: lawyer, musician, investor, pastor. Hee hee. Kurapika ended with a few cold laughs, as if deeply disappointed in human nature, then turned to Ziu and bowed slightly. No need to thank me, Ziu waved his hand, anyway, we are partners. We are not yet partners, Germain emphasized from the side, also reminding Kurapika, I only promised you a trip to the Kaken Empire. Yes, Ziu said with a smile. Germain had indeed not agreed to cooperate with Beyond, for 3 reasons. Firstly, most Chinese people would likely find it hard to work under a man named Beyond. The homophone isn't Beyond's fault, but it's just very hard to accept. There is Chinese in this world, and he wondered if anyone else, like Germain, thought of that dirty curse word after hearing Beyond's pronunciation. Secondly, once cooperation began, Beyond would most likely take absolute dominance. Even if Germain could replace Paristan as the second-in-command, he would still have to follow Beyond's orders. He didn't want to lose control, at least not now. Thirdly, Netero and Beyond, this father-son duo, actually represented 2 modes of exploring the Dark Continent. The elite squad mode led by Netero. The large group sweeping mode led by Beyond. It could be said that this was not just a father-son dispute, but a clash of 2 ideologies. and Germain currently leaned towards Netero's elite squad mode. Beyond's large group sweeping mode, to put it bluntly, was to use human lives to clear the way, to test, and to find a way to solve the 5 great calamities. To be honest, it was a feasible plan, but many people would die. Germain's cold-bloodedness was directed at enemies, not at a group of people who bore him no ill will. This was also why Netero strenuously opposed Beyond's return to the Dark Continent, even going so far as to place a shackle on his own son, at the cost of Netero's own life. That was a shackle that even an exorcist could not remove. And this shackle might even be the trigger for the future Chimera Ants invasion incident. However, even if he didn't approve of Beyond's methods, Germain still intended to make contact with him. Beyond should have a considerable amount of intelligence on the Dark Continent, even if their ideologies differed, they could still exchange information. At this moment, Germain continued to say to Kurapika, "You are already on the gangsters' wanted list. For now, give up searching for the Scarlet Eyes and come with me to the Kaken Empire." Kurapika subtly glanced at Xiu and nodded in agreement. "I understand, teacher." Xiu put his hands on his hips, looked at the faces of the teacher and disciple, and then said with a smile, "That's good, everyone's happy." Thus, their destination was adjusted to the Kaken Empire, and their team gained one more person. For the next period, they began to traverse the European continent, which is the continent where your new city is located. This time they did not take any airships, trains, or buses, spending most of their time traveling on foot. While Germain was instructing Kurapika in his training, Xiu had already explained the reason for doing so. This time, you two have thoroughly angered the 10 Dons. Half of the Dark World's gangsters are active, blocking almost all entrances and exits to transportation hubs. Not only that, they are already in contact with the Zaldik family, hoping to invite Mr. Zeno and Mr. Silva to take your heads. Xiu spoke, observing the teacher and disciple. Germain remained calm and composed, while Kurapika continued his training with his eyes closed. His nan only fluctuated slightly at first, then returned to normal. What a terrifying teacher and disciple. I can already foresee another Germain being born in the future. Xiu secretly clicked his tongue and continued. The Phantom Troop also arrived in Twin City on the afternoon of the day after the Twin Bridges chase. The 10 Dons' resources are being fully invested in them. Their method of tracking your whereabouts is even simpler and more brutal. According to my informant's description, one of the women among them most likely possesses an ability for memory searching. They directly find anyone who might have had contact with you and conduct a probe. As for how much the Phantom Troop now knows about our whereabouts, that's unclear. Given this situation, I have a suggestion: why don't we eliminate everyone we encounter on the road, temporarily bury them, and cut off their pursuit? What do you think? Monkey Zio proposed a bloody plan that completely contradicted his status as a Zodiacs of the Hunter Association. Okay, Germain nodded, turning to Zio, let's start with you then. Hey, Zio raised his hands in surrender, aren't we companions? Even if temporary, we are still companions, and besides, you need me for the journey to the Kaken Empire, right? Probably not needed, right? Germain shook his head, you've most likely contacted Beyond at least once. He knows I'm heading to the Kaken Empire. In that case, even if you die, Beyond's people will contact me immediately after I arrive at the Kaken Empire. Simply put, it shouldn't affect the meeting. What a sharp guy. Zio gritted his teeth and forced a small smile, haha, I was just joking. We're all companions, let's just continue our journey nicely. Chapter 159, Kaken 3 Great Gangs. August 7, 1998. The journey of walking across the European continent took over a month. Germain and Kurapika, guided by Xiu, finally arrived at the agreed-upon port town. The pungent smell of the port town wafted from afar. Pushcarts, heavily loaded with sea fish covered in ice and ice chips, passed in front of Germain and Kurapika. Xiu told the two to wait nearby, then quickly left. The fish market street was bustling with people, all busy with their businesses, shouting and competing to attract more customers. Germain thought for a moment, then calmly picked up his phone and sent a message to the relay caravan group, reporting his safety. After another thought, he sent a text message to another person as well. He wondered what effect these two messages would have in the future. Kurapika stood beside him, carrying a briefcase. Half a month ago, he had been carrying a container of scarlet eyes, wrapped in layers of thick cloth, which looked like a birdcage in his hand. However, considering the long journey, carrying the scarlet eyes was ultimately inconvenient, so Germain helped Kurapika store it in a Hunter Association branch. Wing and Zushi would first retrieve the scarlet eyes from the Hunter Association branch and send them back to the mansion base. After that, the master and disciple would leave the mansion base and begin their journey. If Germain was not mistaken, their destination was likely Heaven's Arena, where Zushi would begin a new round of training. Zushi's non-ability training progress, motivated by Kurapika, was much faster than in the original timeline, and he would most likely reach the 200th floor sooner. And Kurapika would certainly not forget to train. Whenever he reached a safe place, Kurapika would begin his training. Even now, in the bustling market, it was no exception. In this environment, he had his own methods of training. Under Germain's guidance, Kurapika had already progressed to honing Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, Ko, Ken, Ryu, Gyo, In, as well as the dowsing chain, chain jail, and healing thumb chain. He could now stably materialize the chains and wrap them around his hands, appearing to outsiders like a real chain. This disguise was actually a good thing for Kurapika, as it sometimes increased the cost for enemies to judge his non-ability system. However, Kurapika would naturally not use the power of his chains in public. He mostly used N to detect his surroundings and Ryu to guide the Nen within his body, performing basic training. His teacher often said that these were necessary exercises, to train them into instincts like blinking and breathing, which would allow him to be one step ahead in battle. Kurapika deeply agreed. He was not very proficient yet, but he would eventually reach the level his teacher demanded. After a while, Xiu, who had been gone for about 15 minutes, returned. Let's go. I've confirmed everything, there are no problems, and they are fully prepared. We can depart as soon as we arrive. So, Germain and Kurapika followed Xiu through narrow alleys, specifically heading towards secluded corners, until they finally reached a desolate stretch of coastline. Not far away was an old port, overgrown with weeds and vines, and littered with trash. A group of people in casual clothes were scattered around the old port, originally watching all directions vigilantly. When Germain and his group appeared, their attention all focused on them. Their hands were all in their pockets, likely carrying handguns, Germain assessed. Behind them, a small cargo ship with a rusty hull was docked, loaded with many wooden crates, and the Kaken Empire's national flag fluttered from its mast. This is an abandoned port, Xiu explained. The people picking us up loaded their cargo, then deliberately deterred here to wait for us to board. Germain nodded, observing the group who had come to greet them, reportedly members of one of the Kaken three great gangs. During this time, any transportation area that the Tendons could influence was guarded by their faction members. To avoid trouble, Xiu had sought help from the Kaken gangsters. Xiu knew quite a few people in this regard, or rather, Beyond's or Pariston's resources were very effective. Germain and his group quickly boarded the cargo ship smoothly, under the watchful eyes of the gangsters. Xiu greeted the captain, who then gave orders for all the gangsters to board the ship. After a while, the cargo ship slowly sailed away from the abandoned port. Germain and Kurapika were in one room, while Xiu was in the adjacent room. They would spend a week on the ship, waiting for the cargo ship to diagonally cross the ocean and arrive at the Kaken Empire. The initial sailing was indeed uncomfortable, Kurapika vomited several times, but gradually he felt less queasy and could walk on the deck as if on solid ground. The cargo ship did not sail non-stop but stopped at nearby islands for a period each day. These were fixed routes, so the islands often had inhabitants, and they could replenish fuel and food ingredients, occasionally even purchasing rare goods. On the first night of the voyage, Xiu revealed to Germain and Kurapika the gangster faction to which this cargo ship belonged. The gangster territories across the 6 continents are in chaos now, which, in a way, is your two's doing. Of course, the Tendon's inability to control those ambitious people is also a problem. The internal strife hasn't settled, and external forces are also expanding wildly. The Kaken three great gangs, the Ziowa family, the Ai family, and the Jiasha family have extended their reach beyond the Kaken Empire, leading to many conflicts with the Tendons. However, how much territory the Kaken three great gangs can truly conquer depends on their own abilities. Which family is sending us to the Kaken Empire now? Germain grew slightly interested. He sat in his chair, not stopping his action of flipping through a book. The Ziowa family, of course. Xiu paused, then explained, among the Kaken three great gangs, they are the only ones with whom cooperation is relatively easy. As for the Jiasha family, many members of that family greatly admire the Phantom Troop's style. If you were still a member of the Phantom Troop, you could certainly approach them, but now it's definitely not possible. Hearing this, Kurapika, who had been looking out the window at the scenery, couldn't help but turn his head to glance over. He knew about the grievances between his teacher and the Phantom Troop, so he wasn't surprised by that aspect. What surprised him was that the Jiasha family actually admired the Phantom Troop, which filled him with disgust. Finally, there's the Ai family. Xiu picked his ear with his pinky finger, leisurely crossing his legs. They're practically a bunch of lunatics, doing things with almost no bottom line. If we were to cooperate with the Ai family, it's possible they might suddenly ambush us midway. That's not a problem that money can solve, they just have that kind of hobbies. The leaders of the Kaken three great gangs are all second-liners, meaning illegitimate sons of the Kaken imperial royal family, who have 2 scars carved into their faces with a blade as a mark from birth. And behind them are 3 princes within the Kaken imperial royal family. It is precisely because of the Kaken three great gangs' intricate relationship with the Kaken imperial royal family that they have grown to their current size. Given all that, the only family we can currently cooperate with is the Ziowa family. Ah, look at the time. Xiu looked up at the clock on the wall, then sprang up from the sofa and stretched his limbs. It's getting late. Let's all go to bed early. This week might be a bit boring, but we'll just have to make do. Things will be much better once we reach the Kaken Empire. He touched the golden circlet on his head and slowly returned to his room. Chapter 160, Germain's deduction of the journey to the Western ability system. As the rusty cargo ship slowly docked, the week-long, arduous sea voyage finally came to an end. Although Germain, Kurapika, and Xiu occasionally found interesting things to do on the ship, such as fishing or walking on passing small islands, nothing was as reassuring as stepping onto land. The continent where the Kaken Empire is located is called the Aegean continent, which is diagonally opposite the European continent where your new city is located, separated by the sea. This place is quite marvelous, maintaining the historical flavor of the ancient kingdom that was the empire's predecessor, while also possessing the modern novelty of rapid economic and technological development. After a brief chat with members of the Ziowa family, Xiu took Germain and Kurapika and left, quite familiarly taking a taxi to the train station. It seemed that because Beyond was hiding in the Kaken Empire, Zio had visited here quite a few times and was very familiar with the road conditions and landmarks. The reason Beyond was here was also simple. The Kaken Imperial Royal Family was his biggest sponsor for his next Dark Continent expedition. The Kaken Empire's achievements in various fields are remarkable, and its rapid rise subtly suggests the possibility of it being on par with the V5 great powers. In fact, the notion of V6 has been repeatedly mentioned in newspapers in recent years. Regardless of who released this rumor, the current strength of the Kaken Empire is not false and should not be underestimated. Zio booked a train compartment, which was quite spacious and bright. There were 4 beds by the window. The 3 of them each chose a bed and then put down their luggage. The train then rumbled to a start, with a slight jolt. A day and a night of train travel, Zio said, sprawling carelessly on the white sheets. Then someone will pick us up, and we'll be able to see beyond. That's great. This journey is finally over. After my duty as a guide is finished, I'll explore the Kaken Empire and take a vacation for a while. He clasped his hands behind his head, looking quite relaxed. It wasn't Kurapika's first time hearing the name Beyond. He didn't know much, only that his teacher came to the Kaken Empire to meet Beyond. Beyond that, Kurapika was unclear. Since his teacher hadn't said anything, he didn't press for details. However, Kurapika somewhat guessed that it was likely similar to their time at the mansion base. His teacher, Bisky, Shizuku, Wing, Menchi, Buera, and Sanbika had been hiding something, and that was probably the secret his teacher hoped he could help with. Kurapika believed that the reason his teacher hadn't told him the truth was probably because his strength was not yet sufficient, and even knowing it would be meaningless and might even expose them. After all, the total number of Nen users on the 6 continents is not large, but it is enough to give rise to all sorts of strange Nen abilities. His teacher had said that there was someone named Pakunoda within the Phantom Troop who possessed an ability to read memories, and had warned Kurapika to be careful. Sometimes, even if one doesn't want to reveal information, facing certain special Nen users can indirectly reveal everything. As Kurapika pondered, he suddenly thought of the Nen ability system. He felt that if he could quickly discern the opponent's system, he might be able to prevent their ability from taking effect. So, he sat by the bed and asked Germain, who was standing by the window enjoying the breeze, "Teacher, I have a question." "Actually, you can ask me too," Zio said, lying diagonally on his bed, eating a green apple, and smiling at Kurapika. "I'm sufficient to guide you." Kurapika merely glanced at Zio, but ignored him, continuing to look in his teacher's direction. Zio pouted. Germain paused by the window, then turned around. He had by now changed into his hunter's black robe, wearing a tricorn hat, with his mask removed, revealing his handsome face. "What's the problem?" "I heard Bisky say." Zio interrupted at this point, emphasizing, "It's Bisky Granny." "Indeed," Germain thought for a moment, then nodded, "It's Bisky Granny." "Teacher, Bisky will kill you if she finds out." Kurapika rubbed his forehead, then continued, "I'm not asking about Bisky's title, I'm asking about the system identification method. She said someone mentioned that one can distinguish Nen ability systems through personality." "Ah, that." Germain pointed to himself and said, "That someone is me. Also, I heard it from someone else. However, you don't need to pay too much attention to this method. It's actually just empiricism, similar to zodiac and personality relationships and such things, without much significance. It will give a long list of personality generalizations, and you can at least find 1 or 2 that match you, and once you find more, you will believe in this system even more. My view is the same as Bisky's, it has no meaning in actual combat. If you don't make rational judgments based on facts, you will die relying on this theory." Kurapika listened, realized the seriousness of the matter, and nodded. "I understand, teacher. I will clarify the differences and connections between the 6 Nen ability systems, rather than mechanically judging through personality." Zio, however, became interested. He sat up, threw the apple core into the trash can, and laughed. "What if I hide myself very well, and my Nen ability is the first strike kill type, not giving you much time to judge? What would you do?" Kurapika frowned as he listened. Zio grinned and turned to Germain, "As his teacher, aren't you going to answer this question?" "My suggestion is to maintain a safe distance." Germain closed the train window, blocking out the wind, and turned around. "Then it's still observation, thought, and judgment. What if I deliberately approach you?" Zio got up from the bed and walked towards Germain. Germain scrutinized Zio from head to toe and said, "If you approach me, it proves you are very confident in your own strength and speed. Because for you, even with a first strike kill Nen ability, actively approaching me still carries a great risk. This distance is enough for me to severely injure or kill you. You would only approach me if you were confident you could evade my attacks at this distance. Besides, I noticed you carry a metal staff with you. That metal staff is too short, it seems too strange as a hidden weapon. However, your name, appearance, and this staff make me think of the mythical legend of Sun Wukong. Since the manga Dragon Ball exists in this world, then naturally, the prototype of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West also exists. The Ruyi Jing Bang, capable of freely growing larger, smaller, longer, and shorter. Possessing such Nen ability properties, combined with confidence in one's own strength and speed, I believe you are a transmutation type." Besides that, Germain's judgment was also based on another of Zio's Nen abilities. He could summon the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil monkeys, a total of 3 Nen beasts, capable of depriving people of their 3 senses. This is actually somewhat similar to Bisky's magical aesthetician Cookie, who is a transmutation type, both possessing non-beasts with special abilities. At the same time, because he is close to the enhancement type, it's not very strange that Zio would be confident in evading Germain's close-range attacks, as Germain is a materialization type. Of course, materialization type and specialization type non-beasts also possess special abilities, but Germain ultimately ruled them out. Because most importantly, Zio is modeled after Sun Wukong, so the old man, author, shouldn't be unaware of the 72 transformations. The character creation must have referenced this point, which is beyond Zio's own control. Zio's approaching movement immediately froze. His expression changed, then he scratched his head. Haha, is it a transmutation type after all? It's hard to say. Germain shrugged and didn't press further. Teacher guessed correctly, Kurapika glanced, smiling to himself. Chapter 161, Kurora gave too much. The train traveled on winding tracks, its chimney spewing thick white smoke that quickly enveloped the surrounding mountains as if in a cloud, a spectacular sight. Kurapika leaned his shoulder against the window, able to look down from above at the town nestled among the lush green forests below the cliffs. Not long ago, Germain, Kurapika, and Zio finished lunch, and the train happened to stop at a station in a nearby town. After a while, the train started again, left the town, and then entered these mountains. I'm going to walk around the corridor for a bit to get some air. Zio announced, his hands in his pockets with a slight hunch, and walked out of the compartment. The compartment was neither too big nor too small, but staying here for over 20 hours was, at best, a test of mental fortitude, and at worst, torment. After Zio left, Germain began his daily basic training in Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, Ko, Ken, Ryu, Gyo, In. Ever since Bisky warned him to focus on basic training, he hadn't stopped this aspect of his practice, except for the 3 days he was severely injured and unconscious. Like master, like disciple, Kurapika also persisted in the same way, but he had an extra task, stabilizing his chain's ability. He could try to control his scarlet eyes, but he couldn't use absolute time, that was an ability to be used only in desperate situations, his teacher had warned him. Kurapika always remembered this, moving away from the window, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and beginning his training. After less than 10 minutes of training, Germain suddenly opened his eyes, breaking away from his focused state. He had sensed something amiss even during training, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. At that moment, a rush of footsteps came from outside the corridor, and then Zio burst through the door with a bang, darted in, and closed the door again. Germain, Zio said with a serious expression, something's not right outside. Hearing this, Kurapika couldn't maintain his concentration either. He simply stopped his training for the day and looked over. Germain blinked, got off the bed, and asked, "What do you mean?" Zio recounted what he had seen and heard. "I just went to the front of the train and observed a group of strange people. Their eyes were vacant, their movements stiff, and they were searching room by room. I suspect they've been affected by a manipulation type non-ability." Manipulation type, hey. Germain thought for a moment, then asked, "Are they definitely coming for us?" "I'm not sure," Zio shook his head, "but I think it's highly likely. I didn't get too close, but I could still detect several vicious individuals emitting malice from the direction of the train's front. That level of non is uncommon even among non-users. Considering all possibilities, I think they are." Bang. Zio was interrupted by a dull thud before he could finish. Germain and Zio both looked at the pale wall. From the other side of the wall, some distance away, the sound came again, like muffled thunder. Kurapika cautiously got off the bed and stood beside Germain. "This undisguised murderous intent directed at us, this direct approach." Germain concluded, "Kurapika, they're coming." The muffled thuds grew closer, now not far away and increasingly distinct. Kurapika heard it clearly, the sound of walls being casually broken. It seemed to be in the adjacent compartment now, he could even hear terrified screams and sneering conversations. He had actually had a premonition, but his teacher's words made him more certain of his intuition, and the next moment, that intuition became reality. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted beside his ear, and the wall instantly cracked and shattered. Amidst the splashing bricks and flying dust, 2 figures emerged first. The tall man had long, messy hair. Upon seeing the people in the room, his eyes gleamed with savagery, and he bared his wide mouth, revealing 2 rows of teeth like a beast. He flexed his strong arms, capable of casually punching through walls, and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, I told you, finding people this way is the simplest. Of course, I know that." Beside the strong, tall man was a lean man with a long top knot and a samurai sword at his waist. He pouted, his gaze fixed on Germain's eyes, utterly cold. "Although they have nowhere to run on a fast-moving train. I originally wanted to find them secretly, slash them once, and weaken their combat power. But now, never mind. Just finding them is enough." "That's Yuvajin and Nobunaga of the Phantom Troop," Germain told Kurapika beside him. "What?" Nobunaga frowned. "That tone, like you're introducing acquaintances. And this brat, he's been staring at us since just now. Does he want to die first that badly?" Nobunaga's last words were directed at Kurapika, who was brimming with murderous intent. Germain reached out and gripped Kurapika's arm, softly saying, "Calm down." Kurapika was startled. Some past memories flashed, now intertwined with his teacher's repeated warnings. He took several deep breaths and calmed down. However, the attacking enemies were clearly not just Yuvajin and Nobunaga. From the broken hole, 2 more figures emerged. The first person had a smooth forehead with a cross-shaped mark, wore a long coat, and always had a confident smile on his face. This was Kurora, the leader of the Phantom Troop. The person behind him had long, flowing black hair that reached his waist, and his pupils were eerily dark. His pale face showed no trace of emotion. This was Illumi, the eldest son of the Zaldik family. Other than these, no one else was seen. Yo, Germain. Illumi, with his long black hair, raised his right hand in greeting, blinked, and explained why he was there. I originally didn't want to get involved in your grudges, but Kurora gave too much. Besides, since Hisoka considers me a target too, I can't remain completely indifferent. So, I've temporarily joined the Phantom Troop. I'm member number 4 now. Actually, I have something to ask you too. You probably said something strange to Killua, didn't you? He's been gone from home for half a year. Is he with you? Germain spread his hands. I don't remember saying anything strange, and Killua isn't with me. Illumi stared at Germain for a moment, then said, well, never mind. There will always be a way to make you tell the truth. Finally, Kurora spoke. We finally found you and your companions. We spent a considerable amount of effort and resources to intercept you here. He smiled. Are there only 3 of you? Isn't that a bit too few? The screams from the adjacent compartment faded, and the scene finally became much quieter. At this moment, Zihu turned sideways, covered his mouth with one hand, and whispered to Germain. 4 members of the Phantom Troop have arrived. I think you're all dead this time. Tell me, is it too late for me to distance myself from you now? Chapter 162, The chaotic battle on the train takes a turn. Germain ignored Hisoka's playful banter at the moment. He remained fully alert, ready to deal with attacks from any direction including a stab in the back from Hisoka. Even now, he couldn't fully trust Hisoka. Hisoka pouted, but didn't immediately give up on Germain and Kurapika. He decided to wait and see. However, in the next moment, the situation for Germain's side took a sharp turn for the worse. From their rear, which was the tail end of the train in its direction of travel, a series of explosions rang out, bang, 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 in quick succession, and the carriage shook several times with them. Explosions? Germain didn't look back, still cautiously confronting the 4 people in front of him. Illumi then pointed to himself, and then to the direction of the train's tail outside the carriage. I replaced Hisoka as number 4. Kurora found a bomb fanatic from somewhere, along with 2 followers, and they replaced your number 8. That temporarily replenished our numbers. We agreed. I would control multiple people, starting from the front of the train, searching carriage by carriage for you. Of course, Yuvajin used a faster method. And those 3 madmen started searching from the back. But it seems they also used a more convenient method. Perhaps they aren't looking for you, but just looking for fun. Bomb fanatic? Anyone recruited by Kurora into the Phantom Troop would naturally not be an ordinary person, they would definitely be a bloodthirsty non-user, fitting the characteristics of Bombs and Trio. As soon as Illumi said that, Germain had an impression. However, he wasn't sure, because at this time, that person should theoretically still be lurking on Greed Island, pretending to be a good person. Of course, leaving Greed Island and returning to the real world shouldn't be too difficult for that person. As long as the conditions offered by Kurora were generous enough, that person wouldn't mind earning some extra money outside Greed Island before returning to his main job. Hey! Nobunaga, at this moment, rudely interrupted Illumi, you're saying a bit too much. Ah! Illumi seemed to have just realized, covering his mouth, it seems I said a bit too much. Germain, just pretend you didn't hear what I said. Germain made an okay gesture. Illumi nodded reassuringly, then turned to Nobunaga and said, is that good enough? Nobunaga looked at this bizarre and eerie scene, his face hardening, but he didn't say much. Originally, they and Illumi were only temporarily cooperating, after it was over, they could just kick this annoying guy out. Yuvajin, already a bit impatient, bumped his fists together and said fiercely, I think there's no need for so much nonsense, let's just do it. He took a step forward, then suddenly paused and stopped there. The next moment, everyone in the compartment who felt something amiss looked towards the door, which was then gently pushed open with a creak. A man with long hair like burning flames, a face covered in thick white powder, and painted with star and teardrop markings, smiled sweetly, then leaned against the doorframe and looked inside. I say, there are 3 madmen behind, tying everyone in a carriage and using them as human bombs, blowing up the entire carriage into a bloody mess, scattered everywhere. They look so scary, they gave me a fright. Can I hide here for a while? Or am I interrupting you? Hisoka, dressed in a circus outfit, appeared so brazenly. Hisoka. Yuvajin was both surprised and gritted his teeth, you're here too. Perfect, today we'll take care of all of you. Although Nobunaga didn't speak, his long sword was slightly unsheathed, indicating his stance. Hisoka let out a meaningful moan, the scent of hatred. It's wonderful. He reached into his mouth, pulled out a playing card, and with his eyes curved in a smile, glanced at everyone. Germain, I have to thank you for inviting me. Today is indeed a grand ball. Kurora, Illumi, Germain, the 3 people I most want to kill right now are all here. Hisoka stood with his hands on his hips, turning his crotch in a circle towards the direction of the people he named in the compartment, seemingly having entered a state of intense excitement. Before setting sail on the cargo ship, Germain sent Hisoka a text message. The content was simple, it mentioned that the Phantom Troop was likely tracking him and his companions, and that Kurora would most likely appear in the Kaken Empire, asking Hisoka if he had time to get involved. Before this, Hisoka had been hunting Phantom Troop members, his goal being to break the spider's legs and feet to fight Kurora one-on-one again. However, for the past 2 months, the Phantom Troop had been gathered together, and Hisoka lost the opportunity to kill isolated members. At the same time, he learned that Illumi had joined the Phantom Troop, forming a temporary alliance with Kurora. Hisoka pursued victory in extreme situations, not meaningless suicide. When Kurora and Illumi cooperated, and there were so many obstacles around them, he knew he could only endure. And when Germain's text message arrived, Hisoka realized this was the best opportunity in recent months. With Germain and Germain's companions providing a diversion, he might have a chance to fight Kurora one-on-one again. Thus, Hisoka readily agreed and took an airship, arriving in the Kaken Empire a step faster than Germain, Kurapika, and Hisoka, even boarding the train at the same time as them. This led to the current scene. The enthusiastically Hisoka's sudden entry into the battle undoubtedly disrupted Kurora's original plan, but he quickly made adjustments. Yuvajin, Nobunaga, you two deal with Germain. Kurora materialized an open book in his right hand, rustling loudly. Illumi, you keep Monkey Hisoka in check, that shouldn't be a problem, right? His allocation took into account the actual situation on the ground. The combined combat of Yuvajin and Nobunaga was a result of countless bloody battles, and having them deal with Germain was theoretically not a problem, and it also satisfied Yuvajin and Nobunaga's desire for revenge. Kurora also understood Illumi's personality very well. Without absolute certainty, Illumi would not truly make a move, at most he would just muddy the waters from the sidelines. At the same time, Kurora had already recognized Germain's companion at this time, Monkey Hisoka. After all, the Zodiacs of the Hunter Association were quite famous. He keenly noticed that although Hisoka stood beside Germain, his attitude was ambiguous, and he was also observing, very likely another person with an Illumi personality. Having Illumi deal with Illumi was indeed the best choice. It wasn't very realistic to ask Illumi to fight to the death, but having him keep Hisoka in check wasn't too big of a problem. As for Kurapika, that person who was clearly an ability novice, Kurora didn't pay too much attention to him, and naturally wouldn't specifically assign someone to deal with him. Chapter 163, Yuvajin and Nobunaga's Offensive and Defensive Combination. As expected, Yuvajin, Nobunaga, and Illumi all agreed to this distribution without any objections. Kurora himself, however, had to face Hisoka's renewed challenge. The book he materialized flipped through pages, and various nin abilities he had acquired through Skill Hunter, originally intended for tracking and killing Germain, flashed by. Pakunoda's memory read. Maki's nin stitching. Shulnark's black voice. The Meteor City Elder's paired destroyer. There were even more nin abilities, all meant to ensure Germain's demise here. To be safe, Kurora had not allowed Maki, Pakunoda, and Shulnark to board the train. The three of them hadn't even come to the Aegean continent, they were still on the European continent. This way, one of the flaws of Kurora's Skill Hunter that a stolen nin ability disappears from the book if its original owner dies could be temporarily circumvented. It was impossible for Germain to kill Maki, Pakunoda, and Shulnark, who were far across the ocean, and make the nin abilities in Kurora's book disappear. He just hadn't expected that Germain also had a trump card, forcing him to use this entire set of nin abilities against Hisoka, who had suddenly entered the fray. It seems Germain's ability to adapt to circumstances, like Hisoka's, was quite troublesome. Kurora disliked losing control, but he believed that everything before him would still return to his grasp after adjustments. Although he was the type to act after careful planning, his timely battlefield allocation and deployment were also not bad. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of explosions echoed from another carriage behind them. And these continuous explosions were like the starting gun for a race. The nin users in the compartment simultaneously made their moves. Germain. Yuvajin burst forward in a run, like a fireball blazing with golden flames. His face was twisted in a savage grimace, as if he wanted to devour Germain whole. You made me search for so long. He charged forward like a speeding tank, thump thump thump, and with a casual swipe, he overturned and shattered the round table in between. However, before he could crash into Germain, a chain suddenly whipped out from the side, snap, binding his thigh, and the hook at its end hissed, digging into his flesh. Chains? Yuvajin turned his head in confusion, only to see Kurapika in the distance tightening the chain jail in his hand. Immediately, the nin on his thigh forcibly dissipated. He was yanked hard, and his powerful body actually toppled to the ground. Kurapika's current chain jail did not have the restriction in vow specifically targeting Phantom Troop members, but it still possessed a small range, compulsory Zetsu ability. He only used his Scarlet Eyes to slightly increase his strength and speed, and did not employ the powerful ability of Absolute Time of the Scarlet Eyes which would allow him to compete in strength with the enhancement type Yuvajin. But even this was enough. Yuvajin, caught off guard, had his thigh wrapped by Kurapika's chain jail, which dispelled the nin on his thigh. With a forceful pull, he fell. Germain had already aimed his palm at Yuvajin, who had fallen to the ground with a thump. A nozzle extended from his palm, and a fiery serpent of flames shot out, heading straight for Yuvajin. The flames surged towards Yuvajin, engulfing his head and igniting a fierce blaze. However, the next moment, a flash of silver-white sword light streaked by, and the fiery serpent was cut in two. Then another diagonal slash of the sword light, and the chain jail wrapped around Yuvajin's thigh was also severed. Kurapika watched one end of his chain jail dissipate into nin, and had no choice but to retract the remaining portion back to his right middle finger. Fortunately, he had persisted in his daily training, materializing the chain jail again was not difficult, it just required consuming Nen. This was the only one of his chains that could be used for combat at the moment, the dowsing chain and healing thumb chain were more for support. As for the judgment chain and steel chain, they were still in conceptualization and had not yet been developed. Therefore, the chain jail was Kurapika's only offensive means he could rely on at this time. However, it was so easily cut by the man before him. Even though Kurapika had anticipated it and understood that he was not yet a match for the phantom troop members, seeing this scene still left him feeling unwilling. Nobunaga stood in front of Uvijin with a chilling aura, his right hand wielding a katana that moved with extreme speed like a silver serpent, drawing graceful arcs. The limit of his blade's cutting wave precisely matched the radius of his N 4 meters. This overlap was not accidental, it was his restriction and vow. By sacrificing the radius of his N, fixing it at 4 meters, he amplified his N ability. This was Nobunaga's enhancement type, all-encompassing slash within a square. At the limit of Nobunaga's N, which was also the limit of his blade's cutting wave, was the sharpest point of his attack. Due to his incredibly fast swings, it formed an extremely formidable defensive N shield. Germain's flamethrower's fiery serpent poured towards Uvijin, but it was entirely sliced apart by this defensive N shield, tearing apart as if a ball of dough had fallen into a noodle-cutting machine. Kurapika, unwilling to give up, once again whipped out his chain jail, this time attacking Nobunaga's side, and it was again cut down with a clang. The severing of the fiery serpent and the chain jail happened almost simultaneously, demonstrating the speed of Nobunaga's slashes and the omnidirectional, three-dimensional defense of all-encompassing slash within a square. Kurapika watched this scene, his brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but look at his teacher, but surprisingly saw that his teacher remained calm. He watched for a while and couldn't help but slowly relax his tense emotions. Ah! At the same time, Uvijin's roar came from behind Nobunaga, making everyone's eardrums ache in the compartment. He slapped his own head fiercely, wiping away the last spark of fire. However, the flames had still burned his previously long hair into a charred, curly mess, making it look like an afro, somewhat resembling his younger self, but far more disheveled. Uvijin seemed enraged, gritting his teeth for a moment, then bent down, clenched his right fist, and began to gather Nen. Hey, Nobunaga glanced out of the corner of his eye and reminded him coldly, don't forget we're still on a train. I know, Uvijin replied like a beast that had been suppressed for a long time, 4/10. I'll only use 4/10 of the power. Nobunaga listened, made a quick estimation, and then tacitly accepted Uvijin's choice. At the same time, he shifted his feet, guarding Uvijin more cautiously. Uvijin, also an enhancement type, gathered Nen faster than Finks's Ripper Cyclotron, but there was still a gap where it could be interrupted. Thus, with the tacit understanding from long years of fighting side by side, Nobunaga proactively used all-encompassing slash within a square to fill this gap. As long as Uvijin gathered Nen within Nobunaga's all-encompassing slash within a square, it would be foolproof. Their combination was simply flawless. Chapter 164, Seeking Victory Through Movement. A moment later, Nobunaga chuckled, withdrawing his within 4 paces, nothing remains uncut. His defensive enclosure vanished instantly. He rested the back of his sword on his shoulder and slowly walked to the side, making way for Uvijin, who had finished gathering his Nen. Nobunaga did this partly because Uvijin was ready, and partly because he didn't want his within 4 paces, nothing remains uncut to reduce Uvijin's destructive power. Finally, and most importantly, Uvijin's upcoming attack had a wide range, and he needed to give him enough space, otherwise he would also be affected. Germain snapped his fingers at Kurapika, giving him a command with a gesture. Kurapika nodded, understanding his meaning. Uvijin glared fiercely at Germain, roaring out each word. Super Destruction Fist. His right fist glowed golden, and he swung his bulging arm, as if throwing a shot put with all his might, unleashing this punch. Boom! The explosive force of the punch raged, sweeping across everything in an instant, like a furious hurricane cleansing all in its path. The wall on the other side of the private box was shattered by the impact wave, like a small cannonball. However, the might of the Super Destruction Fist had not yet receded. It then consecutively pierced through several private box walls, finally blasting into the ordinary train carriages. The destructive explosion even overshadowed the sound of explosions coming from the carriages behind, and its power, in an instant, directly wiped out most of the lives within 2 entire carriages. They didn't even have time to let out a single wail. The bloody aftermath, as the train continued to rumble forward, was flung out of the train, and a lot of blood splattered on Kurapika's face like raindrops. He reached up to wipe the blood from his face, his expression grim. Before the Super Destruction Fist struck, Kurapika had already jumped out of the train window, even flying outside the train, with the cliff dropping straight to the bottom of the mountain beside him. But, just before he was about to fall onto the tracks, he flung out his chains. It wrapped around a tattered corner of the rear carriage, allowing him to drift outside the train like a kite for a moment. Then, with a forceful tug, he made a grand turn in midair and flew onto the top of the carriage, that is, on top of the train, landing steadily. Germain was already standing there, his black robe flapping in the oncoming gale. He looked as if he had been a statue standing there from the very beginning. Kurapika had no doubt about seeing his teacher on the roof, he believed his teacher could also dodge that last attack. The two stood on the flat train roof, facing off against Uvijin and Nobunaga, who were still in the damaged private box. Between them were 2 carriages, ravaged as if by artillery fire. Most of them were now empty, with only flesh and blood scattered across the mountain wilderness, blown away by the wind rushing in from both sides. Teacher, Kurapika, even as an ability apprentice, could see the trouble with Yuvajin and Nobunaga's combination. What should we do? Run, Germain said without hesitation. Or rather, move. Kurapika was a little surprised, then understood his teacher's meaning. Indeed, Germain continued. To put it simply, Yuvajin and Nobunaga's combination is an excellent match for positional warfare. As long as they maintain that formation, it will be quite tricky for us. However, to pursue us, they must move, breaking away from their most comfortable positional warfare, and there will always be times when they cannot maintain their formation. Kurapika immediately understood, his eyes lighting up. I understand, teacher. Then, the teacher and disciple decisively turned around and began running on the train's roof, heading towards the rear of the train. Want to run? Yuvajin shouted in disbelief, then eagerly charged forward. He stepped on the rotten flesh and blood, which was like mud, and leaped onto the top of the train with a heavy thump. Germain! Don't run! Hey, Yuvajin! Nobunaga wanted to call out to Yuvajin, but the latter paid him no mind and was already chasing on the train roof. Tisk! Helpless, he looked back and saw Kurora and Hisoka had already gone towards the front of the train. And Illumi and Zio were still confronting each other in the adjacent carriage, seemingly not in a hurry to fight. Although I really want to help Kurora, Yuvajin clearly needs me more. If I'm not there, he'll most likely fall into Germain's trap. In an instant, Nobunaga had made his judgment, and so he also sprinted towards the rear of the train. However, he did not leap onto the train roof, but instead sped through the carriages in his clogs, clattering rapidly, his figure as fast as lightning. When he encountered an obstacle, he directly cut it down with his sword. Germain and Kurapika ran on the train roof. And Yuvajin chased closely behind, constantly provoking them with words. However, he hadn't received much education, and his vocabulary mostly consisted of insults about their mothers, or calling them cowards, which were relatively common and not enough to break their defenses. Although he had learned from the gangsters about Germain and Kurapika plundering the Scarlet Eyes, he never dreamed that there were survivors of the Kurta clan back then. Otherwise, if Yuvajin had directly provoked him with the Scarlet Eyes at this moment, Kurapika would probably still be unable to keep his composure. When the matter of his clan's extermination is brought up, it's not something that can truly be calmed down with just a phrase like fight calmly. Kurapika looked back and said, Teacher, only he is chasing us. Should we turn back and fight? Not yet. You need to combine your eyes and to judge, Germain said. Nobunaga is in the carriage diagonally below Yuvajin. Although he used I still detected him, as he's running at high speed. From visual estimation, his attack radius is probably about 4 meters, and Yuvajin's current position is still within the range his attacks can cover. He will seize the moment I attack Yuvajin to strike from below. Also, don't underestimate Yuvajin. He's deliberately acting so boisterous to lure me into attacking. Someone unfamiliar with Yuvajin's personality would probably think he's just a brute, but he's actually subtle despite his roughness and not that easy to deal with. Kurapika's brows furrowed again. Then, Germain added, however, since they are adopting this combat mode, it means they are underestimating you. They probably believe that you can't pose much of a threat to them, and that I am the most dangerous one. Once I'm dealt with, they can handle you however they please. However, that is indeed the reality, as you've only been learning an ability for a few months. Kurapika's eyelashes couldn't help but droop, as if he were about to close his eyes, feeling quite distressed. But, Germain's tone shifted at this moment, even the weak have their ways of fighting. You can turn their psychology against them. Kurapika, you must minimize your presence as much as possible, conform as much as possible to Yuvajin and Nobunaga's profiling of you, and then calmly observe and endure. In my duel with them, find that fleeting, likely one-time opportunity to make them make a mistake, and make them pay the price for it. This is what you can do in this battle. Chapter 165, The Train Halved. Hearing this, Kurapika opened his eyes, his right hand gripping the chains trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. Yes. He responded softly. Germain nodded slightly, and as they passed another carriage, he stopped. Kurapika, however, continued to run ahead for a distance. Germain watched Yuvajin, who was chasing him like a wolf, and materialized his meat cleaver. Under the rapid infusion of Nin, it suddenly transformed into a suspended guillotine. The guillotine's blade was gleaming, and on its slanted surface were countless tiny serrations, as if it had severed too many heads, causing small chips to break off. Germain, already an ability master in aura capacity, found the 3-section aura filling up much faster than before. Even with additional aura capacity consumption, he still had plenty to spare. For him now, all his weapons could be materialized and transformed at will. As soon as Yuvajin saw Germain stop, he knew their second round had begun, and he laughed heartily, rubbing his fists together. Unexpectedly, the guillotine suddenly dropped with a whoosh, not aiming at Yuvajin, but at the space between two carriages. With a clang, sparks flew, and the guillotine actually cut through the coupling between the two train carriages. In this way, the train would be completely split into 2 sections in a moment. Yuvajin and Nobunaga were both startled, and then almost simultaneously, the same thought flashed through their minds. That bastard Germain! One from the roof, the other from inside the carriage, they leaped up and jumped towards the carriage Germain was on, and in mid-air, they had no support. Yuvajin and Nobunaga had no choice but to do this. If the carriage Germain was on stopped because it wasn't being pulled by the locomotive, Germain would quickly be able to leap into the mountains, further increasing the distance between them. If they didn't pursue now, they wouldn't be able to catch up later. Germain knew they wouldn't give up so easily and would both choose to catch up. So, after the guillotine dropped, he had already materialized the spiral cane. Immediately, the spiral cane, reshaped by a large amount of Nen, became a giant spear. He aimed his spearhead at Yuvijin, who was leaping in the air, and threw it. The giant spear whistled and exploded through the air, reaching Yuvijin's eyes in a blink. Come on! Yuvijin roared, fiercely clasped his hands together, and abruptly grabbed the giant spear that was right in front of him. However, the skin on his palms was actually scraped open by the giant spear, drawing blood, which secretly astonished him. One must know that he had already protected his palms with heart at this point, but the giant spear could still cause abrasive damage to him. This left Yuvijin with an impression that Germain's attacks were capable of breaking through his 10 and hard defenses. He forcibly stopped the giant spear, preventing it from piercing into his head. But his body in midair also failed to successfully leap to the opposite carriage due to the impact of the giant spear, instead falling rapidly towards the train tracks. The rear section of the train was still speeding forward due to inertia, and it looked like Yuvijin was about to be flung by the train, possibly falling down the cliff on the right side. Meanwhile, the giant spear, having been separated from Germain for too long, dissipated at this moment. However, the next moment, Nobunaga had already jumped onto the carriage Germain was on and plunged his long blade into the bottom of the carriage with a clang. Then he forcibly turned around, stretched out his hand, and at the critical moment, grabbed Yuvijin's ankle. Get up! There! Nobunaga roared, exerting force with his right arm, and forcibly flung Yuvijin, who was as strong as a bear, like a giant barbell, towards the top of the carriage Germain was on. Ha 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 ha! Nobunaga, you did well. Yuvijin, however, didn't mind directly smashing through the steel roof with his head, like a giant beast emerging from the earth. Before his feet were even steady on the carriage, he unleashed both fists, blasting towards Germain, who was already within attacking range. Yuvijin didn't have time to charge up for Super Destruction Fist, so he could only switch to using hard on both hands. At this moment, his fists were extremely hard and could also be called Destruction Fists. Germain remained calm, and a raven shield unfolded in front of him with a whoosh, protecting him like a large door. However, Yuvijin's left and right Destruction Fists, the left fist striking the raven shield caused it to crack, and the right fist striking again immediately shattered the raven shield. Yuvijin, with a fierce look in his eyes, rushed forward, intending to embrace Germain around the waist like a wrestler. Germain retreated, causing Yuvijin to embrace empty air. However, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked at this moment, and a slashing wave shot up with a hiss. He dodged at the last moment by twisting his body, but a large section of the hunter's black robe's hem was still cut off. His tricorn hat also flew into the air, quickly becoming a black dot and disappearing into the mountains on the left side of the tracks. Germain, with his disheveled black hair fluttering, looked down into the carriage and saw the watchful Nobunaga, holding his long blade and narrowing his eyes. Nobunaga, an enhancement type, actually had two attack modes. The first was the defensive sphere that appeared earlier, and the second was the slashing wave he just used. Both were variations of slicing everything within the square, but all were unable to escape the restriction and vow of a 4-meter radius. When the defensive sphere transformed from a surface to a line, it became a more concentrated, peak level, and sharper slashing wave. Nobunaga spat on the carriage floor and said coldly, he dodged that too. Yuvijin, keep attacking. Do I need you to give me orders? Yuvijin burst into laughter, closing in on Germain step by step. Nobunaga, it's you who needs to be steady, accurate, and ruthless. Don't worry. I'll strike with the resolve to cut you down along with him. Nobunaga walked deeper into the carriage, making Germain lose sight of him, forcing him to use N to observe him, which was also a method of consumption. That's good. The rear section of the train finally came to a slow stop on the tracks. The front section of the train had long since whistled away, disappearing after turning the mountain, with only the distant sound of its whistle audible. Yuvijin, on the roof of the rear section of the train, started moving again, rushing towards Germain. He was a master of 10 and hard among the nobility elites. Even without Super Destruction Fist, his physical body itself was a formidable weapon. Germain retreated while calculating the attack ranges of Yuvijin on the roof and Nobunaga inside the carriage, then materialized the spiral cane again. Coming again. Yuvijin advanced instead of retreating, completely fearless. That giant spear? Come on, use your sharpest spear to pierce my hardest shield, let's see who wins. However, Germain did not use the giant spear transformed from the spiral cane. Instead, with a snap, he whipped out a long whip and swung it towards Yuvijin. In a head-on clash, Germain did not have the upper hand, so he simply changed his thinking, opting for flexibility and agility to decide the outcome. Chapter 166, The Bomb Devil Trio, Part 1. Chains in a long whip, Yuvijin narrowed his eyes, looking at the whip lashing out. The same move? Do you think it will work on me again? You really underestimate me. He first ducked to avoid the entanglement of the long whip, to prevent it from triggering an ability similar to a forced partial Zetsu like Chain Jail. Most materialization type Nen abilities have similar bizarre powers. Then, he suddenly crouched down, and his hands, like iron shovels, plunged into the train car roof with two sharp clicks. Immediately, Yuvijin let out a furious roar, unleashing his amplified explosive sound towards Germain. Aga! This roar was full of power, its expansive vibrations wide enough to perforate eardrums, cause ear canals to bleed, and even affect the brain. It could be said to be one of Yuvijin's ultimate techniques. However, as soon as Germain observed Yuvajin preparing to roar, he had already channeled into his ears for protection. At the same time, he put down his spiral cane, raised both hands, and covered his ears, making a timely defense. But even so, the deep parts of his ears throbbed with pain from the furious roar, and a constant ringing filled them for a time. Immediately, Yuvajin's arms plunged into the car roof, tensed, and his veins and muscles bulged with a poof. The next moment, this entire section of the train's roof was torn off by him, flying up like a wave. Germain, on the flung-off roof, lost his balance and fell backward on the tilting surface. And a dark figure suddenly appeared behind him. At this moment it was Nobunaga, who had circled around him from inside the car. Nobunaga and Yuvajin, with their impeccable teamwork, completed a pincer attack on Germain in an instant. Nobunaga's long katana swung out, slashing at Germain's nape with a whoosh. The blade's aura was chilling, and with a humming sound, it aimed to end the fight directly. However, Germain had never relaxed his guard against Nobunaga, and his sudden attack was also within his expectations. Facing Nobunaga's slash, his left hand suddenly produced a shotgun, and he turned to face Nobunaga, pulling the trigger and firing. Bang! The scattered bullets grew larger in front of Nobunaga's eyes, bringing an ominous feeling. Nobunaga felt a premonition of danger, sharply retracted his sword, and instantly transformed it into his invincible sphere of defense, a sphere of all cutting around him. Countless slashes were delivered, and sparks flew with clangs. In an instant, he either shattered or deflected all the tiny bullets. And Germain's shotgun blast, which was originally capable of causing forced paralysis, was thus broken by Nobunaga. Germain only glanced, almost without hesitation, then turned and, like a large bat, darted from the tilting car roof to the left side of the car, pushed off forcefully, and leaped down towards the cliff. However, before his body could descend, the spider silk lasso he materialized in his hand wrapped around the dividing wall between two windows of the next car. He made the same choice as Kurapika, using the lasso to swing back to the next car. But he didn't jump onto the roof, instead, he squeezed through the window into the car's interior. This maneuver allowed him to easily break out of the encirclement of Yuvajin and Nobunaga, who had not yet reacted. Damn it, he's too agile. Nobunaga cursed, leaped down to the flat ground beside the train, and pursued him along the tracks, his wooden clogs clattering. Yuvajin, this side of the train is the forest. I'll chase him here to cut off his path into the forest. The other side is the cliff. You watch from the car roof so he doesn't slip away. Yuvajin strode across the train roof, thumping loudly, each step denting the sheet metal roof. I told you not to order me around. Do I really need you to explain such a small matter? Kurapika felt that the latter half of the train had completely stopped. So he looked around inside the car and saw terrified, crowded passengers, as well as scattered luggage strewn everywhere. People were either cautiously peeking out the windows or fearfully crouching under seats. When they saw Kurapika, covered in blood, suddenly enter the car, they were all startled. The blood on Kurapika was from the passengers killed by Yuvajin's super destruction fist earlier. He himself was not injured. However, his appearance made him look like a casualty, which ironically earned him a bit of trust from the passengers. Then, when they realized Kurapika genuinely seemed to have no ill intent, they shifted their gaze and continued to exchange fearful whispers. A panicked atmosphere spread through the car, to the point that they lost their normal judgment. The train had been speeding earlier, leaving them no options. Now that the rear half of the train had stopped, they could completely leave the car and hide in the nearby woods. Kurapika prepared to evacuate the crowd here. I can blend in with the evacuating crowd. Yuvajin and Nobunaga are fully focused on chasing my teacher, they'll probably treat everything along the way as mere obstacles to be casually pushed aside. As long as they overlook my presence, I can then reveal my blade, stab them, and create a good opportunity for my teacher. Kurapika plotted in his mind as he slowly walked through the car's aisle, occasionally making eye contact with the bewildered passengers. Just as he was about to speak loudly, the large door at the rear of the car suddenly slid open with a whoosh. Kurapika instinctively crouched down, hiding under a nearby seat, concealing his presence, and quietly observed. Then, 3 men entered the car. The first man, with gelled blonde hair standing tall, had a gaunt, horse-like face, glasses on his nose, and a perpetually eerie smile on his lips. The other 2 men, one with red hair and one with black hair, both had a symbol on their foreheads, the former a symbol resembling bisexuality, the latter a symbol resembling a trident. The 3 of them entered this car, calmly surveying the crowd inside. Their gaze was like that of someone looking at a pen of fattened pigs, separated by mud walls in a feeding farm, waiting to be slaughtered. Kurapika stared at them, clearly seeing the flow of Nin around them, which proved they were all Nin users. These 3 must be the madmen who caused the explosions in the rear cars. They've arrived here. This is trouble. They're definitely going to target my teacher. I can't let them surround him. Kurapika frowned, looking left and right, trying to find a solution. The blonde-haired man, named Genthru, adjusted his glasses, sniffed with a hint of satisfaction as he sensed the fearful emotions in the car. Sabu, Bara, gather these people just like before. We'll make another large human bomb. When that guy called Germain comes over, we'll detonate this place. Chapter 167, Human Bombs Made by Voice of Life, Part 2. The 2 men behind Genthru chuckled and waved their hands. Among them, the red-haired Sabu opened his mouth and spoke. We know. Back then, when that Kurora found us, he said he was the Phantom Troop leader, and we thought he was some kind of lunatic. Who knew he really was the Phantom Troop leader? But no matter who he is, he's truly generous. Even if he's just using us, I still think this trip was worth it. Bara, next to Sabu, picked up the conversation. Yet, what could be better than being able to explode things for fun and get paid for it? We've been stuck on Greed Island for too long, almost 5 years. Who knows how we've spent these 5 years? Greed Island doesn't even yield much profit now, so this Kuroa really came at the right time. As they exchanged unsettlingly bizarre dialogue, they reached into their clothes and pulled out the weapons that truly terrified the passengers' handguns. People screamed a few times, but they were quickly silenced as several individuals were shot in the head with a series of bangs, completely suppressing any sounds of fear. Sabu placed his index finger on his lips and scanned the crowd. SHH. Don't make a sound. Either die now at the barrel of our guns, or obediently listen to us. As long as you comply, we'll set you completely free afterward. Understand? The people could only nod in submission. Under the threat of Sabu and Bara's handguns, starting from the rear of the carriage, the passengers were forced to walk towards Genthru and squat in front of him, clutching their heads. Genthru placed his hands on the heads, necks, and shoulders of the cowering passengers, one by one, and softly uttered a phrase. Bomber. Genthru repeated it tirelessly, saying it each time he touched a person's body. His indifferent tone sent shivers down their spines, yet his actions were utterly perplexing. What exactly did they want to do? Only Kurapika, hidden behind the door, saw everything clearly. Wherever Genthru's palm pressed, as he uttered the 3 words bomber, a bomb would materialize and attach itself to the person's body. And this bomb would become invisible and disappear in the blink of an eye. Even an user, if not careful, would have one placed on them without realizing it. Although Kurapika couldn't see the invisible bombs, he was certain they remained on the people they were attached to. These bastards. So this is what human bombs means. Kurapika seated internally. In a flash, Genthru had already attached bombs to 10 passengers. He treated everyone, regardless of gender, age, or youth, with the same lack of mercy. This was Genthru's voice of life. As long as he touched someone's body and spoke words containing bomber, he could set a bomb on them. If he explained the specific effects of voice of life in more detail to the target, the bomb would activate and begin a countdown. After the countdown ended, it would naturally explode. If he wanted to detonate them instantly and enhance the explosive power, Genthru needed the help of Sabu and Bara. Genthru was a materialization type, while Sabu and Bara were an emission type and a manipulation type, respectively. As long as their 3 thumbs were joined together and they all shouted release, they could manipulate all the bombs to explode simultaneously, amplifying the resulting power. This all bombs truly meant all. Even if the target was far away on Greed Island or somewhere else, the bombs on their body would be detonated. The release chant required by the bomber trio was the true meaning of what Sabu had just said. As long as the passengers obeyed, they would be completely set free afterward. To make everyone in the carriage's physical body perish and their souls ascend, this was the release they spoke with a mocking tone. The bomber trio had just used this method to gather the people in the last carriage and create a group of human bombs. After the bomber trio entered another carriage, they detonated all the bombs on the people in the last carriage. In an instant, the concentrated power blew through the last carriage, transforming it into a fiery fireball, burning fiercely. Subsequently, the bomber trio repeated the process, detonating the human bombs in the next carriage. Their initial reason for doing this was because Kuroa had instructed them to find Germain and his accomplices and kill them. After some discussion, the bomber trio decided on the simplest, most direct method, blowing up carriage after carriage. This way, there would be absolutely no possibility of missing anyone. Whether it was Germain or his accomplices, they would all be blown to death. Anyone who didn't want to die would naturally jump out, and they would deal with them then. However, when they were about to detonate the 3rd carriage, they noticed Yuvajan's super destruction fist emanating from the middle of the train. This was enough to prove that the phantom troop had found their target. So, after the bomber trio casually detonated the 3rd carriage, they didn't linger in the intervening carriages. Instead, they passed through the corridor, preparing to sandwich Germain and his accomplices. It was at this moment that the train stopped. This made Genthru realize that the situation had changed once again. Afterward, he observed Germain's battle with Yuvajan and Nobunaga on the train roof from a distance. Always cautious, he thought for a moment and chose a more secure method. They would set up human bombs in this carriage. As soon as Germain approached this carriage, they would detonate them immediately from another location, achieving the effect of killing or severely wounding him. If not for the limited time, they actually would have had the chance to equip all passengers in all carriages with bombs, which would have led to a grand fireworks display. For now, they would just have to deal with it this way. After finalizing their plan, they ultimately chose this particular carriage. Thus, Genthru began installing bombs one by one, while Sabu and Bara were responsible for holding the passengers hostage. Kurapika, seeing this, understood everything after a brief moment of thought. Although Master told me to minimize my presence, seize the opportunity, and create mistakes for Yuvajan and Nobunaga. I can't just let them set up traps here, nor can I just surrender. If it were one-on-one, I should be able to handle both the red-haired and black-haired men. Only this Genthru is much stronger than me, not to mention all 3 of them are here. I'm not confident in a 3-on-1 frontal combat. I can only try to deal with them one by one. What should I do? If it were Master, what would he do? As Kurapika pondered, he heard Yuvajan's hoarse shouts and a series of chaotic explosions from a nearby carriage. His breath hitched. Master's battlefield with Yuvajan and Nobunaga is about to extend here. There's no choice, I can only jump out now and warn Master about the trap here. Kurapika tightened his grip on his chains, looked at the bomber trio, and intended to slip out of the carriage while they weren't paying attention. However, as his eyes swept across, he unexpectedly saw a familiar face. No, two familiar faces, though the two were in different positions. Chapter 168, Unexpected and Reasonable Reinforcements, Part 3. They nodded to Kurapika. Kurapika was first surprised and confused, then he understood. Just like Hisoka's sudden appearance, this was another one of the teacher's backup plans. The teacher was someone who embraced the theory of higher risk, higher reward, but he would still control the risks as much as possible, not letting them explode uncontrollably. And their appearance was the answer the teacher provided. Sabu walked to the other end of the carriage. He intended to block the doorway there, to prevent anyone in the carriage from escaping to other carriages or off the train. 3 carriages had already been bombed consecutively, so he was quite adept at this. As he walked quite leisurely towards that door, he suddenly caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision of a blonde young man, his face splattered with blood, crouching under a seat nearby. The chains in his hand flew out, skimming the ground. What is that? Sabu looked over in surprise, and before he could react, his right leg was firmly ensnared by chain jail. Then a force surged, and he was violently yanked, falling to the ground. Damn it! At this point, he knew full well that the other party was an enemy. He immediately aimed his gun at the blonde young man. The moment Sabu fell, Kurapika had already pounced, snatching the gun with both hands. Bang! The bullet hit the train window, shattering the glass and causing another collective scream from the crowd. Sabu certainly wasn't willing to let go, so the two struggled for the pistol, wrestling in the aisle. Genthru and Bara were both startled and looked over, only to see Sabu's pistol flung away in an instant, falling to the floor. A blonde young man was tightly binding Sabu's neck from behind with a chain, wrapping it several times. Sabu struggled desperately, his face already flushed red. Let him go! Bara shouted, quickly walked over, and raised his pistol. But Kurapika cleverly used Sabu as his shield, keeping his vital points hidden behind Sabu the entire time. Let him go! You brat! Let him go! How could Kurapika listen to Bara? He tightened his chain even more, intent on strangling Sabu to death right then and there. Bara was secretly anxious. There's no choice, I can only shoot this person's hands and feet, but the target is too small, I might accidentally hit Sabu. What should I do? It seems I need Genthru to cooperate with me, the two of us, one on the left, one on the right. As he was hesitating, Genthru's loud shout suddenly came from behind him. Bara! Behind you! Bara rarely heard Genthru call out so urgently. He turned his head in surprise and was met with a strange, flat head. That head had 2 protruding large eyeballs, and even stranger was its wide mouth, where a pink tongue curled, revealing countless sharp teeth. Without giving Bara any time to react, this flat, strange head swung over and directly, with a smack, smashed Bara's head. Bara's body fell backward, instantly dying. Shizuku, holding Blinky, adjusted her glasses and looked towards Kurapika. Kurapika gritted his teeth, persevering to the end, finally strangling the white-eyed Sabu to death. Only then did he, drenched in sweat, release his hands, letting Sabu fall to the ground. Genthru watched his 2 companions die on the spot, filled with both shock and rage. He had some affection for Sabu and Bara, this was the unique bond of brotherhood within their villainous group. However, more importantly, losing Sabu and Bara meant he could no longer remotely detonate bombs and amplify their explosive power. He could still use Voice of Life to activate bombs, but he couldn't move too far away until the countdown finished. This meant that if he detonated the human bombs here, the explosion would engulf him as well. But if he didn't detonate them, the Voice of Life he had set up earlier would be meaningless. Damn it, they actually killed Sabu and Bara. If only they were here, I could ignore the restriction and vow over this distance. Genthru secretly gritted his teeth but did not completely give up the fight. He still possessed a second ability, a pinch of gunpowder, and an ability that could be instantly detonated by merely touching another person's body. However, its explosive power was far inferior to Voice of Life, let alone Voice of Life enhanced by Sabu and Bara's ability. These two, one with chains, the other with a strange vacuum cleaner. The former should be able to attack remotely, while the latter is for close combat. So, I should target this woman first. As long as I touch her, I can detonate a pinch of gunpowder, and then find a way to deal with the guy with the chains. After a brief calculation, Genthru slightly bent over and suddenly charged towards Shizuko like a dive bomber. First, dodge her initial hammer strike. Shizuko stood still, her expression unchanged. She held Blinky diagonally, as if to sweep it horizontally across Genthru's body. Idiot, this kind of attack, which is so obvious, is too simple. No, it really is too simple. Something's not right. Genthru suddenly sensed something amiss. He wanted to stop, but he already heard the whooshing sound of air by his ear. Why aren't you running? The gruff female voice disappeared. Genthru didn't even have time to move his body when his cheek took a heavy punch head-on, shattering his glasses instantly and caving in his face. Ugh! Genthru let out a muffled groan. High-speed straight ball. Bisky, who had also been lurking in this carriage, transformed from a girl into a female titan in the blink of an eye. With a powerful swing of her right fist, she sent Genthru flying. Genthru seemed to turn into a ball, flying towards Shizuku's direction. Shizuku, still with a serious and calm expression, twisted her body and swung Blinky, hitting Genthru squarely as he flew towards her. With a thud, she struck him horizontally, sending him flying through the nearby glass and out into the mid-air outside the train. Zhenthru's body, after 2 brutal attacks, was already a bloody mess. He couldn't move a muscle, and in his dying moments, he only felt himself falling endlessly, as if there was no bottom. The wind whistled in his ears, and only then did he realize he was indeed falling. He landed below the cliff, and would soon be smashed to smithereens, utterly helpless during this time. Bisky shielded her forehead with her left hand, watched for a while from a distance, then gave Shizuko a thumbs up. Good home run. Shizuko adjusted her glasses, revealing a faint smile. Seeing Bisky, Shizuko, and Kurapika work together to subdue and kill the 3 pistol-wielding thugs one by one, the passengers in the carriage all breathed a sigh of relief, then cheered in unison. Stop shouting, stop shouting. Bisky waved at the crowd at this moment. She really didn't like being seen in her current form, but there was no time to dwell on such matters. Quickly get off the train, don't stay here any longer. Chapter 169, The Price of Correcting Mistakes is High, Part 1. Nobunaga trod over fallen branches and leaves, and shallow puddles of mud, his eyes fixed on the figure rapidly moving through the train car. Germain's speed is incredibly fast. Yuvijin and I are enhancement types, yet we can't catch up to him, a materialization type. This guy is becoming more and more like a monster. Damn it, what kind of guy did Kurora and Maki recruit back then? The scene before him increasingly astonished Nobunaga. It seemed this traitor who had infiltrated the Phantom Troop was indeed more troublesome than imagined, no wonder he could kill Finks and Fieden Portor one after another. At least these achievements couldn't be false. Nobunaga reminded himself to be absolutely focused when dealing with Germain, and never to be distracted. He didn't know that Germain's physique was now master class, his pure physical abilities astonishing. His speed was already on par with Fieden Portor's back then, and his strength was slightly inferior to Yuvijin's. In a sense, the current Germain was also an enhancement type. Of course, Germain's current physique still couldn't compare to Chairman Netero's, which had been tempered through countless trials. Yuvijin was still chasing with large strides on the train roof, each landing thudding loudly. He provoked Germain with a few words from inside the car, and seeing no effect, he turned to Nobunaga. Nobunaga, you have to find a way to stop him. This endless chase is going nowhere. Nobunaga shouted back. Do you think I don't know that? If I could, I'd really want to cut his back with one slash, or sever his legs. Yuvijin, stop talking nonsense, keep your eyes on him, don't give him any chance to pull tricks. A large forest appeared in front of Nobunaga's path, with lush branches and leaves. Some branches had been trimmed, otherwise they might have grown onto the train tracks. He swung his long sword, a silver light flashed, and 2 parallel trees blocking his way were cut in half, falling with a crash towards the side of the mountain. Without the dense foliage to obscure his view, Nobunaga gained a better and wider field of vision, allowing him to see further. He noticed that from the rear train cars, a large quantity of panicked passengers streamed out, each dragging their families, carrying luggage and nervously scrambling into the nearby bushes. A temporary human river formed between the tracks and the dense forest. Tisk, so many people blocking the way, Nobunaga thought, displeased. If the latter half of the train stopped on the tracks, then as soon as the passengers regained their senses and calmed down, they would know how to escape and avoid being caught in this terrible slaughter. These passengers still didn't know what was happening on the train, or what the culprits' goals were, but they understood that running only required their legs. However, Nobunaga clearly remembered that Kurora had hired a man named Genthru and his 2 companions to sweep the rear cars. Nobunaga frowned. Did those 3 guys fail to control the situation? How useless. Nobunaga shook his head inwardly. He had already been dissatisfied with Kurora's choice of such caliber of individuals to join the Phantom Troop. The current situation only solidified his conviction that Kurora had once again made an incorrect judgment, and it had now caused a considerably troublesome oversight. Why once again? It was simple, his 3 previous judgment errors were letting Hisoka join the group, letting Germain join the group, and deciding to meet Hisoka and Germain at Stonehenge. If even one of Kurora's 3 errors had been a correct judgment, today's situation would not have occurred. He wasn't disappointed in Kurora or dissatisfied with him. After all, he was inferring the process and reasons from the results, he hadn't noticed any clues before the betrayal. Nobunaga simply felt that Kurora was human after all and couldn't always make the right choices. At such times, they, his companions, were needed to help correct the errors. However, the price to pay for correcting errors now was simply too high. Finks, Kordapai, Bonalinov, Franklin, Fieden Portor. He and Yuvijin had decided that everything must end here, otherwise Germain and his accomplices would gain further advantage, not to mention Hisoka, who was eyeing them like a tiger. He wondered if Kurora had dealt with Hisoka by now. Nobunaga controlled his thoughts to prevent them from straying too far, he needed to focus on the current battle. Since the Bomb Devil trio Kurora hired at a high price couldn't control the situation in the rear, and would even interfere with Yuvijin and his operations, then he would just have to clean up their mess. There was no other way. At this moment, even more passengers surged out of the train car, many looking curiously at Nobunaga, who was dressed as a samurai. Nobunaga sheathed his long sword while running, then paused in an Ijutsu stance, and the blade was drawn again, a silver light flashing like a crescent moon. The next moment, a slicing wave shot out. The passengers had no time to react and were all struck by the crescent-shaped slicing wave. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, taller people were cut in half from the shoulders up, medium-sized people's heads flew off, and only short children or dwarves escaped unscathed. A hazy mist of blood instantly rose into the air, amidst the thudding sounds of bodies falling to the ground, mixed with screams of extreme terror. How this samurai achieved this was no longer important, what was most crucial was that he was the demon who brought death. The crowd instantly panicked, like an ant colony that had lost its order, fleeing in terror in different directions. Nobunaga didn't even glance at them, his blade swept through, slitting the throats of screaming people. He swung his long sword at extreme speed, the wind from the blade scattering all the blood, not a single drop sticking to him. In terms of swordsmanship, Nobunaga's technique was indeed an art. He plunged into the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, facing the second wave of passengers. The second wave of passengers had already reacted by this point, realizing this was another god of death. While cursing their misfortune, they frantically rushed into the forest. Only fools would stay put and beg for mercy. Sure enough, those who begged for mercy were all killed by Nobunaga with a single strike. Nobunaga kicked away ahead, then swept past, his expression indifferent. It's truly incredible. In a place like Meteor City, 8 million people are crammed together, and the vast majority are resilient individuals who view life and death lightly. Yet among the billions of people inhabiting most of the 6 continents, these surrenderers are the most numerous, one can't see any courage in them. Have overly abundant material conditions made them fat and complacent, unaware of struggle and resistance? Indeed, this world shouldn't be given to such people. It should be left for the people of Meteor City to live in. They deserve more and better environments. As a head rolled to the ground, Nobunaga's thoughts deviated for only a moment before he noticed the clang of chains. A silver chain whipped in from the side. Chapter 170, Super Destruction Fist, Part 2. Chains again. Nobunaga immediately thought of the chains that had pierced Yuvijan's thigh earlier, which caused Yuvijan's nin to dissipate, as if temporarily blocking his aura nodes. Sure enough, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Kurapika raising his middle finger not far away. And what was connected to Kurapika's middle finger ring was, naturally, chain jail. I almost forgot about this kid, so he was here. This kid's attack intention is too obvious, that's how a novice is. No, it's indeed too obvious. He's a feint, the one attracting attention. He has accomplices. Years of life or death battles quickly allowed Nobunaga to deduce the reason for Kurapika's direct attack. He sneered, and as his peripheral vision scanned the surroundings, his blade suddenly turned, precisely severing the chain jail once again. TCH. Kurapika clicked his tongue in frustration, withdrew the broken chain jail, and charged towards Nobunaga again. This kid, he's putting on quite an act, pretending to be alone and acting with the reckless impulsiveness characteristic of his age, thereby concealing the true enemy's location. But I already know you're not that reckless. On the contrary, you're quite calm. Damn it, you're practically a second Germain. Nobunaga stopped dead in his tracks, completely ignoring Kurapika, and instead turned, swinging his sword behind him in a fluid, natural, and extremely fast motion. Don't underestimate me. Nobunaga roared. Bisky, who had intended to ambush him from behind, had no choice but to sidestep, dodging the sharp slash. However, a large portion of her puffy princess skirt was cut away, revealing her thick, sock-clad thighs. A woman, with a build similar to Yuvijan's. Nobunaga was secretly astonished and immediately drew a circle with his blade tip, preparing to unleash everything within my circle can be sliced beside him. However, as his blade diagonally cut through the air, a sudden force abruptly halted his sword. Nobunaga looked on in surprise and uncertainty, seeing a short-haired woman with glasses holding a vacuum cleaner that looked like a living creature. The vacuum cleaner had opened its large mouth, and its powerful suction was trying to wrest control of Nobunaga's long sword. The long sword in Nobunaga's hand trembled, as if alive, trying to slip from his grasp and fly towards its new master. Magnetism? Or suction that works on all inanimate objects? What exactly are the bomber trio doing, letting so many of Germain's accomplices escape? Nobunaga had to grip the long sword with both hands to prevent it from being sucked away by Shizuko's Blinky, otherwise he would lose his weapon and his combat power would be drastically reduced. Meanwhile, Bisky and Kurapika were steadily approaching, naturally unwilling to miss such a golden opportunity. The woman behind is the strongest, followed by the woman with the strange vacuum cleaner, and finally the one controlling the chains. Damn Germain, he set a trap here. Nobunaga's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing he had to make a decision, abandon his sword and escape, or be surrounded and beaten to death. Just as he was about to make a difficult choice, a sudden change created a third possibility for the battle. Boom. What? Nobunaga's words froze in astonishment. A sky-shattering explosion echoed, and the violent shockwave spread towards the mountain, like an approaching hurricane, blowing them, along with a group of passengers, towards the mountain and forest. Nobunaga was forced to fly through the air, his hands still clutching his beloved sword tightly. He opened his eyes slightly, looked back, and vaguely saw a dazzling golden light rising from the direction of the train, which was now only its rear half. That was the terrifying power displayed by Yuvijan's super destruction fist, likely using about 80% of his strength. A little earlier, Yuvijan was chasing Germain on the train's roof. However, from his vantage point, he quickly noticed Nobunaga being ambushed by 3 people, who were, of course, Germain's accomplices. It seemed Nobunaga's attention was still on the kid using chains, and he hadn't noticed the 2 hidden women approaching from the side. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. The people Kurora hired at great expense are either like Illumi, fishing in troubled waters, or like the bomber trio, completely useless. As expected, none of them can be trusted. On the matter of maintaining suspicion and rejection towards newly joined members, even Uvijin and Nobunaga, who often bickered, were in complete agreement. After all, the previous two new members Hisoka and Germain were the culprits who caused most of the Phantom Troop members to die, forcing them to hastily gather new ones. With such a precedent, and Illumi having previously sided with Hisoka and Germain, now playing both sides, and the bomber trio being purely rogue, how could Uvijin and Nobunaga possibly trust them? Only Kuroro was bold enough to trust people without doubt and doubt people without using them. However, Kuroro was not omnipotent after all, he had misjudged again. Uvijin frowned deeply, about to abandon his pursuit of Germain and go to help Nobunaga, when suddenly a figure emerged from the carriage and landed in front of him. It was Germain. This guy really knows how to pick his timing. No, this is the result he wanted, he needed to appear at this point in time. Everything is within his expectations. Uvijin gritted his teeth for a moment, knowing it was impossible to rush past Germain to support Nobunaga. So he resorted to his old trick, bending slightly and plunging his hands into the train roof again. Aga! With another roar and burst of violence, the roof of this train carriage was torn open and flung towards Germain. Germain leaped backward, landing on the roof of the next carriage, then brandished his meat cleaver and powerfully slashed, cutting the flying roof in half. After the roof fell on either side of Germain, he saw Uvijin, who was already charging his nin. Uvijin faced Germain, adopting a bow stance as if to unleash a ki blast, his right fist glowing golden. Super Destruction Fist. Uvijin's charging time wasn't slow. He needed Nobunaga's cover as a precaution, but now he only needed to accumulate 80% of his power and then unleash it all at once. Boom. Golden light exploded, and a massive sun immediately rose by the cliff. The train, which was originally only its rear half, once again broke in half and flipped into the air. The explosion's shockwave spread, and the entire protruding cliff edge structure immediately loosened, gradually crumbling amidst the chilling cracking sounds. The train also detached from the track's end, with a clang, flipped towards the deep valley. A few passengers still remained inside the carriages, now only able to let out desperate wails that echoed through the valley. Chapter 171, 4 sections, Ominous Wraith, 3. Uvijin laughed loudly, waving his hand to disperse the dust. He nimbly like an ape, stepped on several flying rocks, and ran towards the direction of the forest. Phaeton Portor, Franklin, Finks, I have avenged you. Next, only Hisoka remains. No one had ever survived a direct hit from 80% of his Super Destruction Fist, so he naturally had this confidence. However, as he traversed the air by stepping on flying rocks, just a few meters from the forest ground, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. This surging sensation was a vortex-like killing intent. And this vortex was pulling Uvijin, not allowing him to easily escape. Uvijin turned around and saw Germain wearing an ancient knight's helmet, and the antlers decorating the helmet were astonishingly large, now emitting an unusual pure white light. How is this possible? He actually survived my Super Destruction Fist. Aside from his black robe being a bit torn, there's hardly any trace of my attack. Uvijin was first astonished, then felt an extreme excitement, and he burst into laughter. Good, it's been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent, this is truly rare. He knew it was impossible for him to simply go and meet with Nobunaga, so he decisively turned back, stepping on the flying rocks, and charged towards Germain at the center of the vortex like a massive battering ram. As he flew, Uvijin was already gathering nin, preparing for another Super Destruction Fist. Germain was not entirely unharmed, in fact. At the critical moment when the Super Destruction Fist struck, he used the ability of the Greedy Antler Helmet, permanently consuming the Leech Sleeve Sword to put an damage nullifying shield over his entire body. However, the damage nullifying shield only mitigated most of the damage, a small portion still had to be endured by Germain. Several of his ribs were broken, and he had a mouthful of blood, which he unthinkingly spat towards the incoming Uvijin. The bloody mist spread across the sky with the vortex, then landed on Uvijin. Uvijin didn't dodge at all, he just closed his eyes, letting the blood mist spray on his face, then opened his ferocious eyes and immediately unleashed a Super Destruction Fist with 50% of his power. In a short period, it was impossible for him to unleash two Super Destruction Fists at 80% power. On one hand, the nin gathering time was too short, and on the other, his aura capacity was almost depleted. However, he believed that Germain probably didn't have much nin left either. This time, the winner would be decided. Super Destruction Fist. Uvijin roared again, his right fist, golden like a cannonball leaving its barrel, possessed the power of both enhancement type and emission type, almost suffocatingly tearing through the air. Germain, facing the formidable Super Destruction Fist at close range, slowly brought his hands together without panic, as if holding something. Then, he released his hands, unleashing countless interwoven black and white lights. The 4-section aura, evolved from the 3-section aura, activated. White light condensed and detached, forming a gigantic skeleton, comparable in size to a small hill, in an instant. It had a hunched spine, slender limbs stretched out, and prominent canines exposed in its mouth. This was the skeleton of an unknown, giant feline. Immediately, black light fell like dandelions and took root on this skeleton, then long black hairs rapidly grew out, swaying eerily and chillingly like water weeds. However, the long black hairs were quite sparse, not covering the entire skeleton, the ferocious skull remained exposed, and its hollow eye sockets were filled with fierce intent. Germain stood on the head of this fierce beast skeleton, which was suspended in midair, with a deep cliff abyss below its 4 limbs. With extremely fast reactions, it raised its upper body and swung one of its front claws, deflecting the emitted Super Destruction Fist's wave. The Super Destruction Fist wave flew across the valley, finally diminishing and disappearing after reaching its limit, hitting nothing but air. Yuvajin was truly stunned by this sight. Even with only 50% of its power, it was still his Super Destruction Fist, yet it was directly deflected by the suddenly appearing monster. Then, the monster's other front claw lifted and grabbed Yuvajin in midair. This beast! Yuvajin was bound by the claw's finger bones. With his aura capacity nearly depleted, he tried to forcefully break free, but after much effort, he only managed to slightly loosen the grip before the claw tightened again, rendering him immobile. At the same time, a giant meat cleaver gradually materialized on the monster's other claw. It held it in its hand, aiming at Yuvajin's upper body. Yuvajin witnessed the scene before him, thought for a moment, then suddenly let out a sigh of relief. To this point, he still has such a massive aura capacity, able to materialize such a ferocious beast. My defeat is not unjust. It seems Finks, Portor, and I have all become nourishment for his growth. It's truly frustrating. If this continues, Kurora will face an even stronger Germain than now. However, such a materialization must be extremely draining, far more so than my 100% Super Destruction Fist. He won't be able to maintain it for too long, nor use it a second time. In that case, Nobunaga might be able to escape. I mean, he must escape, otherwise no one will be able to relay this information to Kurora. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. The ominous wraith did not hesitate, swinging the meat cleaver and cleanly bisecting Yuvajin at the waist. His upper body was flung away, crashing onto the flat ground in front of the forest, blood gushing out. Germain's feet landed nearby, and the ominous wraith behind him quietly disappeared, transforming into countless black and white specks that scattered. He gasped heavily. Yuvajin was right, the ominous wraith indeed consumed a lot of his nin, and it would be absolutely impossible to use it a second time in a short period. Germain looked down at Yuvajin's upper half, noticing that Yuvajin had accepted death with a slight hint of unwillingness. For a combatant like him, there was nothing more painful than being defeated by a powerful opponent and having no chance to retaliate. As for Yuvajin's lower half, it had fallen into the deep valley with the dissipation of the ominous wraith. After a long while, footsteps sounded. Germain straightened his body slightly, looked up, and saw Nobunaga emerge from the forest, carrying a long katana. At the same time, Bisky, Shizuku, and Kurapika followed closely in a tight, triangular formation. At this moment, Nobunaga's condition was also quite poor. After being thrown by the Super Destruction Fist's shockwave, he briefly clashed with Bisky, Shizuku, and Kurapika, and subsequently suffered severe injuries. Shizuku's Blinky was truly a counter to non-users who enhance their weapons like him. Nobunaga is not like a materialization type, where if a weapon is taken, he can just materialize another, nor like a manipulation type, who can remotely control a weapon to return to his hand. He is an enhancement type, and once his long katana was occasionally pulled by Shizuku's Blinky, and sometimes had part of its nin nullified by Kurapika's chain jail. Facing a master like Bisky, the fact that he only suffered severe injuries and didn't die already showed his strength. Chapter 172, So It's an Avengers Alliance. Part 1. Nobunaga's dominant right arm hung limp, broken by Bisky. He had no choice but to wield his sword with his left hand, walking over covered in blood. He then coldly looked at Yuvajin, who was halved on the ground. He sighed. I still remember your wish was to cultivate your Super Destruction Fist to the power of a nuclear bomb. Although it was far-fetched, I actually believed deep down that you would achieve it sooner or later. But now, it seems you won't have that chance. I know you ultimately hoped I would escape and relay Germain's information to Kurora. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Not to mention how I would evade pursuit with this body. Just seeing you die here, I can't possibly turn and run indifferently. Like Portor and Fink's friendship, Nobunaga and Yuvajin also shared a special bond, which made them understand each other better within the Phantom Troop. However, this bond also led to their current fate. Bisky and Shizuku were about to step forward when they heard Kurapika's long-suppressed voice, which made them both stop. Phantom Troop, you also feel pain when your comrades die? You also have emotions. Although he had heard stories about the Phantom Troop's past from teacher Germain and knew the core members' relationships were extraordinary, seeing the expression on Nobunaga's face still made him feel very uncomfortable. In the original timeline, Kurapika had already realized this. At that time, the Phantom Troop had captured Gon and Killua, and he had captured Kurora. He used this to blackmail Pakunoda into a trade. During this time, he keenly noticed that the Phantom Troop were not completely emotionless, bloodthirsty beasts. If they were truly just devils, then it would have been impossible for them to trade with him, they would have just killed Gon and Killua and replaced their leader. All his previous assumptions were shattered, which caused Kurapika's resolve to waver for a period. However, he was later surrounded by a flurry of tasks and temporarily put it aside. At this moment, Kurapika slightly lowered his head, reached his hands to his eyes, slowly removed his contact lenses, and then looked up again, revealing his scarlet eyes, which now emitted a ghostly beauty. Nobunaga heard Kurapika's voice, turned to look, and paused slightly. He then connected it to the source of the Tendon's Shadow Beast's complete annihilation, the theft of the scarlet eyes. After only a brief thought, he understood everything. So it's a Kurta clan member, there's actually a survivor. Does this mean the organization behind Germain is a group of Avengers? Previously, Kurora and Nobunaga's speculation about Germain suggested there must be a large organization behind him, otherwise, the cause and effect couldn't be explained. Now, Nobunaga finally understood. It turned out that over the years, the friends and relatives of those killed by the Phantom Troop had all gathered, fostering Germain, this Phantom Troop killer. The process no longer mattered, knowing the reason was enough for him. Although I had a premonition, I never imagined we would die at your hands. We are also on the path of revenge, yet we still haven't even found out who our enemies are. Instead, you caught up to us first and eliminated us one by one. The most ridiculous thing is that we can't blame anyone else. This is simply because we didn't kill all relevant parties cleanly, and our strength was insufficient to resist the Avengers' offensive. What a pity. Is this fate? Ha 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 ha. Nobunaga had no intention of repenting for his past wicked deeds. He only regretted that some loose ends were not tied up cleanly enough, leading to the current catastrophe. Everyone could tell that Nobunaga seemed to have misunderstood something, but no one was kind enough to explain it to him. Kurapika then took another step forward, tightly clenching his chains, his aura menacing. You haven't answered my question yet. Hey. Nobunaga paused, then understood. He smiled indifferently. I think the real purpose of your question is to ask us why we could be so cruel to your clan, right? Many people have asked us this question. Sometimes we disdain to answer, and sometimes, if the other party is quite strong, we will briefly answer their doubts. The reason is actually very simple. Because we don't care about you, just as you don't care about us. Germain, Shizuku, you should understand us, right? We, from Meteor City, have never been acknowledged by the world, inexplicably treated as scum. How could we pity people from the outside world, people we've only met for the first time? Nobunaga was not without compassion, but this compassion was only used for those he recognized, such as Phantom Troop members and people from Meteor City. Or, like Gon and Killua in the future, in the original timeline. As for people from the outside world, even if they hadn't participated in oppressing the Kurta clan from Meteor City, they simply didn't care. More words are useless. He raised his long sword with his left hand, pointing the tip at Kurapika, and smiled. Come on, you should be seeking revenge on me, right? Come on, fight me. What? Don't you have the courage? Kurapika narrowed his crimson eyes, conjuring his chain jail, its hooked claw at the end, lunging towards Nobunaga's throat. He wasn't foolish enough to be provoked by Nobunaga's words into abandoning long-range attacks for disadvantageous close combat. Nobunaga watched indifferently, about to swing his sword in retaliation. However, to Kurapika's considerable surprise, his hooked claw directly tore through Nobunaga's throat, plunging into his windpipe with a hiss. Nobunaga's throat emitted a hissing sound like a gas leak, and blood splattered. Nobunaga paused, but wasn't all that surprised. At this point, would the surrounding enemies really let him and Kurapika fight one-on-one? Thus, as Kurapika's chain jail struck, Shizuku controlled the long sword in Nobunaga's left hand, while Germain swung his meat cleaver from behind, severing his entire left arm. This time, Nobunaga completely lost the ability to retaliate, his windpipe pierced by Kurapika's chain jail's hooked claw. He involuntarily collapsed to the ground, whimpering something, but his vocal cords were likely destroyed, and his throat was filled with blood, preventing him from speaking his last words. Kurapika walked over, gazing down at Nobunaga, watching him slowly lose his life force. He realized he couldn't enjoy much of the joy of revenge, because Nobunaga showed no fear of death, but his own resolve grew even stronger. Chapter 173, Post-Battle Review, Part 2. The great battle was finally over. Germain began to tally his gains from this encounter. He had personally killed Yuvijin, and he had participated in Nobunaga's death, so naturally, he received their grudge gifts. First, he gained a total of 12 stat points which he evenly distributed between physique and aura capacity. This brought his physique to 87 points and his aura capacity to 93 points. Next, he obtained a cold weapon katana Thousand Shadows. Finally, there was stress. Originally, there should have been 12 points of stress, but all of it was reduced by the master aura that Germain now possessed. The final result was only 2 points of stress. This amount of stress felt like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken when Bisky used her magical esthetician cookie ability on him. Subsequently, Kurapika used his healing thumb chain on Germain to treat his injuries, especially his broken ribs. However, without the restriction and vow of only for self-use, he couldn't instantly heal wounds like in the original timeline. But this was enough, because Germain had trait genius, which would amplify the healing effects he received. Indeed, after the treatment with the healing thumb chain, Germain barely felt any pain in his chest, only a slight discomfort. Bisky, Shizuku, and Kurapika all sustained injuries, but they were superficial. The healing thumb chain quickly healed these minor wounds as well. As for the survivors near the train tracks and in the forest, if anyone was severely injured, Kurapika would also use the healing thumb chain to keep them alive. However, whether they could hold on until rescue personnel arrived depended on the injured individuals themselves. In fact, personnel with knowledge of medicine at the scene had already spontaneously organized a medical team to treat the gathered passengers. However, they were still ordinary people after all, not as immediate and versatile as Kurapika's healing thumb chain. As a result, Kurapika became the busiest first responder there. He didn't expect to save everyone. In such a tragic situation, he could only do his best. Half an hour later, a train finally rumbled down the tracks, carrying the rescue team that had rushed over after hearing the news. Because a large section of the track was broken by Yuvijin's super destruction fist, the train could only reverse, taking all the survivors to the previous town station. In addition, rescue personnel set up large tent camps on the outskirts of the town where the station was located, and brought in supplies to temporarily house the survivors. This was a very serious and malicious incident. The local mayor even came directly to the scene to direct the rescue and began the work of comforting the survivors. However, the mayor and rescue personnel never found the 4 heroes mentioned by the survivors. Their descriptions, in fact, became increasingly vague due to too much information. Not only that, but afterwards, the 2 corpses originally considered thugs who hijacked the train were also stolen by unknown individuals, causing casualties at the scene. Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, and Kurapika had already quietly left the main group of people and walked out of the town to avoid trouble. That night, they found a cave on a mountainside and decided to spend the night at the cave entrance. Shizuku went into the forest to gather dry firewood, Kurapika went to fetch clean water nearby, while Germain and Bisky sat on a rock at the cave entrance, chatting. Bisky had tied her hair into a neat ponytail this time, reverting to her usual petite and delicate form. Her princess dress was partially cut, slanting higher on the left and lower on the right, which on her looked like some kind of fashionable attire. She began to chatter about the events of the past few days. After receiving your message, Shizuku and I immediately took the airship that day and arrived, waiting on your inevitable path before your cargo ship reached the Aegean continent. After that, although we didn't see you immediately, upon receiving your second message, we rushed to the train station and boarded the same train as you. However, I really didn't expect your second surprise Hisoka to actually show up. Although you mentioned it once before, his actual appearance still surprised me. Bisky hadn't actually seen Hisoka appear, she knew this because Germain and Kurapika had just recounted the battle on the train. Germain calmly said, I actually only had an 80% certainty that Hisoka would appear. After all, no one can accurately predict his thoughts. Bisky cupped her face with both hands. 80% certainty is very high, it's basically a probability that he will appear unless there's an accident. It seems you trust him a lot in this regard. Germain shook his head. I just trust my own judgment. Bisky nodded, seemingly satisfied with his statement. As a result, Hisoka and Ziu, the 2 of them, drew the fire of Kurora and Illumi for us, creating an opportunity for us to kill Yuvajin and Nobunaga. She blinked and added. Unfortunately, neither of them achieved any results. I've already inquired, the front half of the train crashed into the next station, completely overturning, which shows how intense the battle there was. However, search and rescue personnel did not find any bodies resembling Kurora, Illumi, Hisoka, or Ziu. Passenger bodies, however, piled up like mountains. The bodies of Yuvajin and Nobunaga were also taken away later, most likely by Kurora and Illumi. Germain and Bisky were not omniscient, they knew the Phantom Troop was tracking them, but they weren't sure where they would launch their attack. They were helpless about the innocent passengers caught in this disaster on the train, only hoping to quickly kill the Phantom Troop members to end more casualties as soon as possible. At this moment, Shizuku returned from the forest. She carried a pile of dry firewood and placed it in front of Germain, revealing the mud on her clothes. Bisky looked at her in confusion. Why didn't you use Blinky to carry the firewood? That way your clothes wouldn't get dirty. Shizuku paused for a moment, then gave a cold ah. Now that you mention it, that's certainly possible. I'll remember that, I'll use Blinky next time. She sat down on a nearby rock, cupping her face with both hands like Bisky, and watched Germain's actions. Germain stacked dry wood, fallen leaves, and grass roots together, then used his flamethrower to ignite them. The small bonfire immediately lit up the cave entrance. Bisky coughed a few times from the thick smoke, so she frowned and moved to a different spot, finally feeling comfortable. All in all, the Phantom Troop has lost 2 more legs, and 2 very important ones at that. Now it only has Kurora, the leader, and 4 legs, Illumi, Shulnark, Pakunoda, and Maki. I believe the complete eradication of the Phantom Troop is only a matter of time. For you and Kurapika, the future will surely be much easier, right? You won't have to worry about the Phantom Troop attacking from behind, and Kurapika has gotten his chance for revenge. Speaking of which, why has Kurapika been gone so long? It feels like almost 20 minutes, hasn't it? Is the nearby water source really that far? Chapter 174, The Woman Kurapika Brought Back, Part 3. Hearing Bisky's words, Germain also felt a bit strange, so he proactively released his N. After his aura capacity broke through the 90-point mark, the radius of his N further expanded by 10 meters, reaching a radius of 60 meters. Germain's N detection radius already far exceeded Kite's, but it still couldn't compare to Zeno's, let alone the Cat Girl or the Ant King. Soon, his N detected 2 movements, like ripples in a lake hitting an obstacle and echoing back. One ripple pulsed violently, while the other was quite weak. The violently pulsing one was clearly Kurapika. But what about the other one? Whose was that weak pulse? Germain informed Bisky and Shizuku of his detection results, explaining that Kurapika was bringing the unknown person with the weak pulse here. Who do you think it could be? Germain asked. Bisky crossed her arms. Kurapika should be a cautious person. It's strange that he would bring a stranger here to us. As for the weak pulse, it's most likely that person is injured. Shizuku blinked, still cupping her face with her hands, the campfire light making her cheeks flush red. Then it should be someone he knows, right? Only if someone he knows is injured, and he trusts them, would he go to such lengths. We'll know if we wait a bit longer. Germain added another log to the campfire, and the flames grew, making Shizuku finally retreat backward from the heat. After a while, Karapika's figure indeed appeared at the edge of the forest. He was indeed carrying a stranger in his arms, and from a distance, the silhouette looked like a woman. Teacher. Karapika walked over, cradling the woman, a look of embarrassment on his face. I met her by the river and saw she was injured, so I used the healing thumb chain to give her emergency treatment. But she hasn't woken up, and I didn't dare leave her in the wilderness, so I could only bring her here. After he finished speaking, he gently laid the woman from his arms on the flat ground next to the campfire. The woman lying on the ground with her eyes closed had long hair, and on her head were hair accessories that looked like ears, with heart-shaped patterns on them. Her body was covered in bandages and smelled of medicine. Her skin was slightly hot and flushed, likely from a fever. Ah! Shizuko looked at the woman's face, adjusted her glasses, and recognized her. It's Sheila. Why is she here? I'm not sure why either. Karapika shook his head. Sheila. Bisky thought for a moment, asking the question that was on Germain's mind. Is it that Sheila from Meteor City? The Sheila who was a childhood friend of the core Phantom Troop members. Shizuko nodded, it's her. She said before that she was afraid of the Phantom Troop discovering her connection with us, so she had to temporarily leave Meteor City. I didn't expect her to come to the Kaken Empire. A silence fell over the cave for a while, broken only by the occasional crackle of the firewood. Finally, Karapika sat down cross-legged, his expression complex as he spoke. Actually, back then near the Kurta clan's secluded village, my friend Pero and I also found Sheila lying on the ground, barely alive, which led to everything that followed. Sheila is someone who loves to venture everywhere, but she's careless and often gets injured. The fact that she's still alive today is a stroke of luck and a miracle. When I saw her by the river just now, I even had a sense of time being out of joint. I even thought Pero was right beside me, that I had returned to the past. His tone carried a hint of sadness, without any hatred or anger towards Sheila. Karapika wouldn't go so far as to blame Sheila, who had long since distanced herself from the Phantom Troop, for the massacre of his clan. Moreover, she had even tried to save the Kurta clan, but was just a step too late. Germain pointed at Sheila, whose breathing was slightly labored. She's a neutral party willing to help us, and she's worth winning over. You did the right thing by bringing her here. However, in her current state, will she be alright? Karapika shook his head. She should be fine. The fever might be due to a wound infection. My healing thumb chain is an ability that can stimulate and accelerate the body's healing mechanism without needing to know the cause or symptoms of the illness. My ability has stabilized her condition. She should wake up by tomorrow morning. Wait. Bisky stood up abruptly, rummaging through her luggage to find a towel and some medicine. We'll take care of her for the night. We can discuss anything else once her fever breaks. None of the 4 people present had any ill will towards Sheila, so the matter of taking care of her was settled. So, that night, everyone helped care for the feverish and unconscious Sheila. It wasn't until her fever broke in the middle of the night that everyone wrapped themselves in blankets and went to sleep. However, early in the morning, everyone was awakened by a scream. Ah 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 ah. Germain opened his eyes, cautiously pulled back the blanket, and instinctively materialized his meat cleaver and flintlock, looking towards the source of the scream. He frequently encountered assassinations and attacks, so this series of actions had become instinctive, and his sleep was quite light. The one screaming was Sheila, who had woken up. She sat up, wrapped in a blanket, with an expression as if she had been violated. Next to Sheila was Shizuko, who had been woken up and was groggily rubbing her eyes. She was still confused about the situation. She sat up, squinted her eyes, fumbled around on the ground for a while, and finally found her glasses, placing them on her nose. Sheila finally recognized Shizuko at this point, as there is a difference in appearance between someone wearing glasses and not wearing them. Xiao, Shizuko? You, why are you lying next to me? She was very surprised. Shizuko tilted her head and looked at her, as if wondering why she was so astonished. She then began to say something that made Sheila even more confused. You're awake. Germain and Karapika's luggage fell off the cliff, and Bisky didn't bring many blankets, so last night I shared a blanket with you. Upon hearing this, Sheila looked around at the other 3 faces, especially Karapika, and couldn't help but be stunned. Wait, what exactly is going on? You guys, my brain can't process this right now. Coincidentally, she had a special impression of all 4 people present. Phantom Troop assassin Germain. The assassin who had eliminated several Phantom Troop members whom Sheila once knew and who had long since degenerated into demons. She had always followed Germain's movements with complex emotions. Sheila could neither hate Germain nor sincerely praise him. She detested the ugly transformation of the Phantom Troop, yet she also hoped that one day they could turn back. Then there was Chairman Netero's disciple Bisky. The current Sheila had already realized her childhood dream, which she had shared with her friends Sarasa and Pakunoda to become a pro hunter. Having become a pro hunter, it was hard not to know Bisky. Bisky's reputation within the Hunter Association was quite high, otherwise, she wouldn't have been one of the candidates for the new chairman in the original timeline. Shizuko, needless to say, they often kept in touch. As for Karapika, there were countless intricate threads of causality, which made Sheila unable to think of how to face him after recognizing him, and she desperately wanted to avoid him. Too much information flooded into her mind at once, causing her to temporarily freeze. Chapter 175, Sheila's reason for being in the Kaken Empire. In the early morning, ethereal bird songs drifted from afar, like beautiful sounds that didn't belong to this world. At the cave entrance, Everyone sat around the bonfire, now reduced to pale grey embers. That's how it is. Bisky took less than 5 minutes to explain to Sheila how they came to be here and how they had treated her. Do you have any other questions? Originally, the explanation should have been given by Shizuku, who had a better relationship with Sheila. However, Shizuku often spoke incoherently and had her own unique logic, which made everyone uneasy. In the end, Bisky volunteered to explain the situation. Of course, Bisky skillfully omitted certain parts that couldn't be revealed, such as those concerning the Dark Continent, Beyond, and Journey to the West. She had learned about Beyond and Journey to the West from Germain earlier. She was quite shocked when she learned that Chairman Netero actually had a son, sending a lot of emojis in her text messages. Although Bisky was over 50 years old, when Beyond returned from the Dark Continent, she was probably still a child or an infant. Afterward, Beyond disappeared without a trace, and Netero never brought him up, so naturally, even she didn't know about him. Sheila's expression was somewhat melancholic upon hearing that Yuvajin and Nobunaga had also died. Then, she cautiously glanced at Kurapika, her heart conflicted. I have no more questions. She was the first eyewitness to the tribal massacre that year. At the scene, there wasn't a single complete corpse, so she couldn't possibly identify who had died and who had survived. On the ground, swarming with flies and covered in flesh and blood, there were bodies of elderly people, adults, as well as teenagers and young children. She had once thought that the 2 teenagers who had helped her had both died tragically, feeling immense guilt and sadness, only to unexpectedly see Kurapika alive here. Sheila was both happy for Kurapika's survival and genuinely unsure what expression to use when facing Kurapika, so she fell silent at this moment. Bisky and Germain exchanged glances, signaling that the lead in the conversation was now to be handed over to him. Germain thought for a moment and didn't refuse. He placed his hands on his knees and looked at Sheila. Since you have no questions, then answer ours. Why are you here? Sheila looked up, glanced at the person who had killed several of her old friends, and then lowered her gaze. Until this year, she didn't have much impression of Germain, who also hailed from Meteor City. After all, the current resident population of Meteor City is over 8 million, and these 8 million people are crammed into an area of over 6,000 square kilometers. How could she possibly remember everyone? Note, Meteor City is roughly the size of Shanghai, equivalent to 1/10 of Tongliao. Now, she couldn't help but remember. However, she also understood that it was the Phantom Troop members' own fault. Their atrocities against Kurapika's clan alone deserved severe punishment, not to mention their other crimes. Sheila felt some regret and emotion, but she would never seek revenge for them, starting another cycle of hatred. Upon hearing Germain's question, Sheila briefly sized up the black-robed man in front of her. Germain's triangular black hat and the entire set of Crow Hunter black robes from his suitcase had fallen off the cliff. He was wearing the ordinary hunter's black robe, slightly damaged after his battle with Yuvajin. Such a Germain, however, did not appear disheveled, especially after Sheila learned of his achievements and realized how terrifying a person he was. After meeting Germain's deep black eyes for a second, she timidly lowered her head. This was a person who could discern whether she was lying or concealing something, that was Sheila's intuition. After much deliberation, Sheila decided to answer truthfully. I actually came to investigate the truth about the death of my good friend, Sarasa. Sarasa? No one present was unfamiliar with this name. They had heard this name many times through different channels and knew that Sarasa's death was the reason for the birth of the monstrous group known as the Phantom Troop. And for Sheila to investigate Sarasa's truth in the Kaken Empire, did it mean she had obtained new clues? Besides that, she didn't directly answer the questions in everyone's eyes. Sheila cautiously glanced at Germain and Kurapika respectively. I thought that perhaps by finding the perpetrators of that year and resolving the cause, the Phantom Troop might change. Everyone understood immediately upon hearing this. Although they each had their own judgments and didn't necessarily agree with Sheila's viewpoint, no one interrupted. Germain was the kind of person who respected others' ideas while subtly exerting his own influence, but he didn't need to do so with Sheila, so his expression remained unchanged. Kurapika also didn't express an opinion. Thus, Sheila, realizing she wouldn't be ganged up on, cleared her throat and relaxed a little. Do you know the origin of Meteor City? Sheila suddenly asked. She noticed that she had been wrapped in a blanket due to nervousness and apprehension, so she pulled it off and folded it to one side. Shizuku, do you know? Shizuku tilted her head, poking her cheek with her finger, as if thinking seriously for a moment, then shook her head. Someone mentioned it to me, I think, but I don't really care about such things, so I forgot. That's certainly Shizuka's style. Sheila smiled faintly, looking very gentle. She then turned to another person from Meteor City. Germain, what about you? Germain thought for a moment, organizing his words. I don't know much. About 1,500 years ago, Meteor City existed as a landfill. From then until now, the 6 continents have all claimed that no one lives there. Of course, this is just an ostrich-like approach. Many countries and regions at that time exiled people they considered inferior races or inferior ethnic groups to Meteor City, stripping them of their social status. This is the main source of Meteor City's population. Later, as Meteor City's population grew, their perception of Meteor City changed to some extent, from discarding unwanted people to arbitrarily hunting and abducting people from Meteor City. After Meteor City repeatedly demonstrated its toughness through actions, it also formed a partnership with the gangsters. They offered to actively send promising teenagers to the gangsters as a condition for the gangsters' protection and assistance to Meteor City. After that, what changed Meteor City's landscape again was the birth of the Phantom Troop, but they could only exist as an extreme force and could not change the overall situation of Meteor City. That's what I know. The above information was gathered by Germain from his original memories, Leorio's indirect descriptions, and Nobunaga's recollections. This is why Germain felt that Shizuku and Sheila's various donations to Meteor City were merely drops in the bucket. Because this was the malice of the entire 6 continents towards Meteor City. Even if Meteor City armed its entire population, even if there were a few more Phantom Troop, they could only live in a confined world, becoming non-existent people. Chapter 176, fearing them as they became more unfamiliar. Sheila couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. You call that not knowing much? If you knew a lot, what would that look like? You know all about the Meteor City Elder's background, the garbage sorting process, and the monthly quota of people transported in exchange for weapons? Germain looked at her, seemingly indicating that he had said all he knew, and now it was her turn to continue. Sheila was stunned for a moment, then said, Indeed, that's right, that's exactly right. At this point, she recalled some fragmented memories, her eyes dimmed, and then she spent several minutes recounting the events before and after Saras's death. These had been briefly mentioned before, so they will not be repeated here. However, everyone knew that the focus was on Sheila's subsequent words. When Sarasa, Pakunoda, and I were children, we were the best of friends. That day, we really shouldn't have let Sarasa go back alone. We've always regretted it deeply. We knew, ever since we could remember, that large numbers of women and children were abducted near Meteor City, but that day we still let our guard down. Although I know that even if I had been there, I couldn't have changed the outcome, at least I could have died with Sarasa, and she wouldn't have been so scared and desperate in her last moments. Sheila trembled all over as she spoke. Shizuku hugged Sheila's shoulder comfortingly, but she wasn't good at this sort of thing, and in the end, she just mechanically stroked Sheila's hair. Sheila gave a faint smile and whispered, Thank you. How should I put it, all these years, I have never given up investigating Saras's death. Even I hope that those villains receive the most brutal retribution. But the investigation has always been fruitless. At the same time, I know that the Phantom Troop has also never given up investigating this matter, and their focus is on the outsiders who entered and exited Meteor City that year. As mentioned earlier, Meteor City has reached a cooperation with the gangsters and regularly transports people to the gangsters' side. However, gangsters and some groups still privately enter Meteor City to select people. Sarasa most likely died during such a selection. I guess the Phantom Troop believes that by finding the list of people and groups who were most fond of acting privately that year, they can find the true culprit. At the same time, they also established a dark website specifically for uploading and downloading anti-human videos of bloody massacres, perverted torment, and so on, to lure the true culprit. However, this would require the help of the gangsters and for that website to gain fame, so about 3 or 4 years ago. Sheila paused here, looking at Kurapika, her unspoken words self-evident. Kurapika sat on a stone, silent. However, his clenched, pale fist still expressed his anger, but under the teachings of Germain, he had learned to control himself better. Sheila pursed her lips, still deciding to continue, despite the possibility of Kurapika's outburst. The Kurta clan's Scarlet Eyes were given by the Phantom Troop as a gift to the gangsters and some groups, in exchange for intelligence and to boost the website's fame. As a result, they should not have obtained direct clues pointing to the true culprit, only some indirect intelligence. Because if they found those murderers, they would definitely tell me, even if our philosophies differ. By the same token, I would also tell them. That year, I didn't ask them what they had investigated, but I still learned their main investigative direction from back then not long ago. Shizuku, weren't you always curious why I suddenly left Meteor City a few months ago? Shizuku blinked her large eyes, didn't you say you were afraid the Phantom Troop would discover your connection with us? Sheila nodded awkwardly, I was indeed very afraid. Because details of the cases they committed constantly reached my ears. I found myself understanding them less and less. I wasn't even sure if they would do similar things to me. They had fallen to the same level as those who killed Sarasa years ago. But, most importantly, the Phantom Troop had returned to Meteor City at that time, and I unexpectedly encountered Pakunoda without knowing. I've already said that I, Sarasa, and Pakunoda were very close when we were children. So, after she saw me, she initiated a conversation and also revealed some details of their investigation. After the conversation, I returned to my residence alone and found myself unknowingly drenched in sweat. Because I knew Pakunoda's inability, if she had touched me then and mentioned the names Germain and Shizuku, I would have involuntarily exposed everything. When I realized this, I couldn't stay in Meteor City anymore, because I didn't know when Pakunoda and the others would suddenly show up, so I immediately fled. Sheila's voice still trembled as she recalled this. Actually, she knew that even if her connection was exposed, the Phantom Troop would most likely not harm her. However, having seen the scene of the Kurta clan massacre, she had vomited uncontrollably that day, and then, in a panic, had run like a headless chicken through the forest. She dared not gamble. That scene was not much different from what Sarasa had endured. A voice in Sheila's heart asked, what if they really could harden their hearts and disregard their childhood friendship? She paused for a long while after recalling this, finally calming her somewhat rapid breathing, though her face still held some pale. In short, I learned from Pakunoda roughly who they had given the Scarlet Eyes to. Kurapika, do you want to hear? Kurapika looked at her, and nodded with unusual calm. Speak, tell me. Sheila was somewhat surprised by Kurapika's composure, but still told her truthfully. Kurapika listened to the names and identities, compared them with the list provided by Xiu, and then filtered out the people he didn't know yet. Artists, politicians, cult leaders, capitalists, corporate employees, fraudsters, doctors. Kurapika muttered to himself, adding a considerable number of names to the list in his mind. These people were either high-ranking members of gangsters in secret, or high-ranking members of some organization or group. In short, they all held a certain social status. Of course, the Scarlet Eyes had been in their hands for several years, and the possibility of them being circulated, for example, through the Yornu City underground auction, could not be ruled out. However, it is hard to imagine that people with the perverted hobby of collecting human eyeballs would willingly trade them away, unless they encountered extremely special and difficult circumstances. Therefore, the Scarlet Eyes are most likely still in the hands of the majority of these people, with only a small portion having gone to others. Pakunoda is an expert in memory reading. In this regard, as long as she wasn't intentionally deceiving Sheila, she would never make a mistake. As long as they are found, the eyes of his clansmen can be recovered. Chapter 177, The Whereabouts of Most Scarlet Eyes. Kurapika was silent for a moment, then looked up at Sheila. No, the quantity is wrong, there are still many Scarlet Eyes with no known whereabouts. He had a total of 128 tribesmen, and the list Sheila provided only showed 35 pairs. Even with the pair he and Germain had taken from the Nostrade family earlier, that only made 36 pairs. Even if some might have been destroyed or lost, the quantity shouldn't be so far off. Sheila's response confirmed Kurapika's thoughts. That's because most of the Scarlet Eyes were sent to the AIE family, and then, through the AIE family, handed over to the fourth Prince Tseridnik of the Kaken Empire. The AIE family, one of the Kaken three great gangs, known for its madness. Tseridnik, the fourth prince of the Kaken Empire, with an excellent reputation, said to be a genius with artistic sensibilities. Kurapika listened to the slightly unfamiliar name Tseridnik, his lips pressed tightly together. Sheila observed Kurapika's expression and continued speaking. Fourth Prince Tseridnik is the current patron of the AIE family, and the AIE family also participated in the cooperation with Meteor City. This means they once operated in Meteor City. Although Tseridnik and Kurora were about the same age when Sarasa was murdered, according to Pakunoda and the others, this fourth prince has had quite cruel tendencies since childhood. Initially, it was small animals, then it progressed to children his age, then the elderly, and now, younger women. And the AIE family almost perfectly aligns with his temperament. Its members are also bloodthirsty sadists, infamous throughout the Kaken Empire and even the 6 continents. Given their methods, it's highly likely they engaged in private selection in Meteor City back then. According to Pakunoda, there is intelligence proving that Tseridnik has been a so-called human artist for several years, and he particularly enjoys skinning, especially the skin of beautiful women. For Tseridnik to become a human artist, he would certainly need a continuous, learning process. This process requires many people, especially women. At the same time, Tseridnik has an excellent public image in the Kaken Empire. His schoolmates universally consider him a good person, an intelligent person, and a trustworthy leader. This means his human art has always been conducted in private, not exposed to the light. The fourth prince's private army and the AIE family brought him women and handled the aftermath. It's highly possible that this tendency of the fourth prince spread among his private army and the AIE family, forming a top-down infection. Or perhaps the opposite, the private army and the AIE family influenced the fourth prince, causing him to develop such a terrifying hobby from a young age. Pakunoda and the others are unsure which is true. Of course, it's unlikely the fourth prince himself murdered Sarasa. He wouldn't fly from the Kaken Empire to Meteor City for such a thing. Pakunoda and the others once believed that the murderer of Sarasa might be among the fourth prince's private army or the AIE family. However, they ultimately found no clues. Pakunoda also said that the only good thing is that Tseridnik's subordinates, or other enthusiasts in this area, have all been drawn to the website they established because of the Scarlet Eyes, and have gradually become active on it. They believe that one day they will catch the scumbags who can't resist sharing videos of how they tortured and killed Sarasa. As Sheila finished speaking, she glanced at Kurapika again, gritted her teeth, and then uttered the words most likely to provoke him. One more thing, if I'm not mistaken, Pero's suspected head was also indirectly delivered to Tseridnik by the Phantom Troop. The reason for this was Pero's severe eye condition. If the Scarlet Eyes were removed directly, they might fade, so they came up with this method. When Kurapika heard Pero's head, he expected himself to erupt in fury, but he was surprised to find himself so calm, just sitting there. He even felt his body relaxing, as if something he had long anticipated was finally revealed before him. Tseridnik, he repeated the name. Then, Kurapika turned to look at Germain. Germain already understood his disciple's thoughts from his seemingly unruffled gaze. You want to take them back from fourth Prince Tseridnik? Germain met Kurapika's eyes. Even if it means we'll be at war with the entire Kaken Empire. Kurapika's expression gradually turned cold. If you tell me to wait, I will wait, until the time and conditions are right. Germain thought for a moment and said to Bisky, in that case, cooperation with Beyond is impossible, as he relies on funding from the Kaken Empire. It doesn't matter, I never liked or trusted that man, even if he is Chairman Netero's son. Bisky stood beside Germain, hands on her hips, her tone dismissive. She then turned to Kurapika, her face showing pity. I already know your background from Germain. Since we've encountered this now, if we're confident, we'll help you reclaim your tribesmen's eyes. Shizuku and Sheila seemed to have heard incredible information, showing surprised expressions. Kurapika, however, showed a complex, grateful expression at Bisky's words. But he still stared at Germain, listening to the judgment Germain was about to make. In his heart, Germain's decision held significant weight. He wasn't lying. If Germain told him to endure, he would continue to endure, because Germain had never disappointed him, as evidenced by the Phantom Troop's current dire situation. Germain's expression remained as calm as ever, his tone as if discussing an ordinary matter. Then let's see if the time and conditions are right. Kurapika's tightly furrowed brow relaxed with a sense of relief. Shizuoka blinked. Bisky smiled. If that's the case, then we'll be staying in the Kaken Empire for a while. I'll explain the situation to Sanbika, Menchi, and Boera, so they don't worry. Sheila, however, felt a chill down her spine, realizing she was about to be drawn into a storm. She wanted to escape it, just as she had evaded countless times before. But, seeing the slightly sorrowful expression on Kurapika's profile, Sheila couldn't help but think of herself. The day I saw Sarasa in that package, my expression must have been like that too, right? Thinking of Sarasa, thinking of Pero, and then thinking of the emotional journey Kurapika and I have had over the years, aren't they very similar? While Bisky was busy making a call, and no one had ever intended for Sheila to help, Sheila voluntarily stood up, her expression like a martyr, though her trembling legs betrayed everything. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Sheila swallowed, looking at Kurapika. At least, let me do what I can. I know another piece of information. Everyone looked at her. Sheila finally stopped being timid. The princes of the Kaken Empire often hold social balls, inviting high society figures. 4th Prince Psaridnik is no exception. He has a ball in early September, many people know about it. Chapter 178, 4th Prince Psaridnik. 8 p.m. on September 7, 1998. Nobles, magnates, musicians, painters, writers, and other members of the Kaken Empire's upper class, all dressed in their finest attire, entered the 4th Prince's luxurious mansion in pairs. The ball began precisely on time. 4th Prince Psaridnik simply said a few words before yielding the stage to the orchestra behind him, allowing them to play. For a long time, the melodious music filled the entire venue, and many gentlemen and ladies gracefully danced in the central area, like a flock of butterflies. However, Psaridnik remained the center of the ball. No matter where he went, it was as if a spotlight shone on him, attracting the attention of everyone around him. He did not join the dancing but stayed on the outer edge of the venue, greeting everyone who approached him with a warm and friendly smile, listening intently from time to time, always making the other person excited. Psaridnik managed to attend to almost everyone, making nearly every guest at the evening party feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. The group of 6, who had just finished their conversation with the 4th Prince, stood in a corner, forming a circle and pointing towards the 4th Prince, who was surrounded like a star among the moon. They were the 4th Prince's classmates and friends from military school, and after graduation, they joined the 4th Prince's private army. Being close to the 4th Prince, they were naturally among the invited guests to the ball. Psaridnik is still so busy, said Otosin, dressed in a suit with his hands clasped behind his head. Just like in military school, he's always surrounded by people trying to curry favor with him. HxH. Buksun, with her bob cut, placed her index finger on her lips, signaling Otosin to be quiet. She then cautiously looked around before letting out a sigh of relief and patting the chest of her evening gown. Otosin, why do you never learn? You must use honorifics when addressing His Highness the 4th Prince. You absolutely cannot call him by his first name, let alone a nickname. Otosin's eyes widened as he retorted, but that's what we used to call him, Psaridnik, and he never said anything. You guys worry too much. Buksun frowned disapprovingly, then looked at the other 4, who all shook their heads and shrugged. One of them, a cold-faced woman with black bangs named Mamurai, said, even in military school, only Otosin called His Highness the 4th Prince that. Please don't drag us into it. Buksun pointed at Mamurai with an I told you so expression, looking at Otosin. How cold, Otosin said, hands on his hips. We're friends, what's wrong with calling him Psaridnik? Don't you understand? Psaridnik sees us differently. The other 5 exchanged glances. Still don't understand. Otosin explained with an I can't help you expression. He has too many sycophants around him. Only we are truly good friends to him. Haven't you noticed? When Psaridnik talks to others, he always has that princely, proper smile, but only when he faces us does he show a relieved smile. That's because he feels much more relaxed around us. The other 5 looked at each other again, and Mamurai shook her head. Buksun pursed her lips, deciding to warn Otosin, listen, Otosin, things are different now. School is school, and society is society. Not to mention, we are now His Highness the 4th Prince's private soldiers. We must have a sense of hierarchy. If we call His Highness the 4th Prince by a nickname, how can he establish his authority in front of the other private soldiers? This. Otosin mumbled for a moment, finally saying, all right, at least in front of outsiders, I'll call him His Highness the 4th Prince. Having finally persuaded the stubborn fellow, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave a thumbs up to Buksun, who was very good at handling such matters. Buksun smiled triumphantly, but as she turned around, she didn't notice and bumped into someone approaching from the side. Ah! She almost fell to the ground but was caught and helped up by the other person. Buksun then heard the other person ask with concern, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Buxun looked up and saw a tall waiter in a tuxedo, with slicked back hair, a mustache above his lips, and eyes as deep as black onyx. This was a mature and distinguished man, likely in his 30s or older. Buxun instinctively made a professional judgment, then smoothed her short hair behind her ear and softly said, I'm fine. You don't need to worry, it was my fault. The man smiled gently at her and said, glad to hear you're all right. If there's nothing specific, I need to get back to work. He pointed to the tray he was holding, which had many stemmed glasses, the liquid inside gently swaying, reflecting the crystal chandelier above. Okay, you go ahead and work, Buxun nodded in reply. So, she watched the man in the tuxedo leave, carrying a tray of stemmed glasses. Ottoson, Mamurai and others asked if she was hurt, and she replied that she wasn't made of glass, so she wouldn't break from a light bump. Later, the group of six's conversation drifted, and they completely forgot about this interlude. Meanwhile, the man had already approached 4th Prince Tserednik, serving the people around him while seemingly unintentionally listening to Tserednik's conversations. He occasionally touched his mustache, the rest of his disguise was fine, but this mustache made him a little uncomfortable. His age should be similar to Kurora, Knuckle, Shoot, and Tserednik, who was not far away. However, his face had been disguised, and the addition of the mustache made him look at least 7 or 8 years older. However, he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. For a disguise, the greater the difference from the original appearance, the better. Germain began to eavesdrop. He was an user, and his physique was extraordinary now, so even at this distance, he could hear what Tserednik was discussing with others. Tserednik was talking about philosophy, mentioning names like Kant and Hegel, indicating a deep immersion in the subject. The others smiled and applauded, praising the 4th Prince's erudition. Here, it wasn't entirely flattery, the 4th Prince indeed had his own insights in this area. Germain was already largely immune to the appearance of names like Kant and Hegel. He was also not surprised by the appearance of terms like Goldbach conjecture, La Liga, and Seria A. This world was a parallel world to his original one, many things were similar yet different. Germain listened for a while, without hearing any crucial information. He then naturally scanned the ballroom and finally spotted the 2 ladies in evening gowns. Shizuko and Kurapika had undergone more extensive disguises, the former now had black hair cascading like a waterfall, and the latter had golden hair draped over his shoulders. They were both beautifully dressed, and with their naturally good looks, they appeared even more like 2 beauties. At this moment, the 2 were being approached by a man in a suit. The man pointed in the direction of 4th Prince Tserednik, whispered something with a smile, and handed over a business card. Shizuko and Kurapika took the business card, looked at 4th Prince Tserednik in the distance, then exchanged a troubled glance, hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. So, the man pointed in another direction, intending to lead them away. Shizuko and Kurapika obediently followed. As they were about to disappear around the corner of the venue, Kurapika turned back, quickly met teacher Germain's gaze, and then followed the man away. Chapter 179, Morena the Second Liner's Ambition, Part 1. Around 9 o'clock, 4th Prince Tserednik left the ballroom, citing a need to rest. Your Highness, 4th Prince, please be sure to get enough rest. Don't overwork yourself. All right, Duke, rest assured. He smiled and nodded at the guests he met, then walked outside alone, passing through a dimly lit corridor, and pulled out his phone from his pocket. It's endless, he muttered under his breath. Tserednik held the latest model of a smartphone, specially customized for him by the company. He had over a dozen such phones, and this was just one of them, the one he found most convenient to use. The smile Tserednik had worn earlier had long vanished. Now, his lips were pressed together, as if he had become a different person. He lit up the screen, and the faint light only illuminated his scruffy face, though others generally declared it a sexy face. After looking at the phone's content for a while, Tserednik suddenly frowned, stopped, and turned around. Before him stood a beautiful woman in a purple gown, exuding a mature and charming aura, her eyes curved into a smile as she looked at the 4th Prince. However, a flaw marred her beauty, 2 straight scars on her left cheek, passing through her left eyelid, which disrupted her feminine tenderness and instead brought an inexplicable chill. This was Morena, the illegitimate daughter of the king and his lover. Because she was destined to have no right to inherit the throne, she was marked with 2 scars at birth and called a second liner. She was also the head of the Aie family, one of the Kaken 3 great gangs. In fact, the leaders of the Kaken 3 great gangs were all second liners. It was just that Morena was the current king's illegitimate daughter, while the leaders of the Ziowa family and the Jiasha family were the previous king's illegitimate sons. Strictly speaking, Morena and Tserednik were related by blood, they were half-siblings. However, there was clearly no sibling affection between them. No, it should be said that Tserednik had no affection for any of his siblings. Tserednik looked at her coldly. Why are you following me? Is there something important? Your Highness, 4th Prince, Morena smiled pleasantly at Tserednik, I'm here to thank you for inviting your most loyal ally and partner to this ball. She was, of course, referring to herself. Tserednik stared at the woman for a while, then suddenly sneered a few times, and without even responding, turned around and continued walking down the corridor. Morena didn't mind Tserednik's attitude, after all, this wasn't a new development. She followed Tserednik unhurriedly. Morena noticed Tserednik silently looking at his phone. After blinking, she asked, are you concerned about the Your New City underground auction across the ocean? Every year from September 1st to September 10th, Your New City hosts an underground auction, and this year was no exception. However, while in the past the underground auction was organized solely by the 10 Dons, now the forces of the Kaken 3 great gangs had joined, meaning a total of 13 great gangs were organizing this auction. Since early July, when Germain and his accomplices annihilated the shadow beasts, the 10 great gangs under the 10 Dons entered a period of internal and external turmoil over the next 2 months. Although the 10 great gangs would not perish, they would certainly suffer significant damage. The 10 Dons had no choice but to cede a considerable amount of profit to get the Kaken 3 great gangs to stop. This included the right to organize the Your New City underground auction, which allowed them to display their prestige and power to the world. Thus, the grand scale of this year's Your New City underground auction was evident. Serednik still did not answer Morena, but quietly tapped on his phone screen, typed a message, and sent it. Morena smiled as if considering his interests, saying, "Your Highness, 4th Prince, rest assured, anything you desire, such as scarlet eyes, will be reported to me immediately. Those are just minor matters, they shouldn't be of such keen interest to a great personage like yourself. You should focus more on what's happening within the Kaken Empire. No one knows His Majesty's requirements for choosing an heir, but familiarity with domestic affairs and connecting with noble dignitaries should be essential. Like the social gathering at the ball just now, I was quietly observing you from the side. You faced many tricky questions, and your responses were quite clever, truly exquisite. And those classmates of yours from the same period, even with the disparity in status, you never slighted them. You even invited them to such an important occasion to show that you don't forget old acquaintances. Truly outstanding. Let me think, what else should I report to you? Ah, yes, do you know about the train terrorist attack that happened half a month ago? The investigation results claim it was the Phantom Troop. However, I also found some very interesting information. For example, many members of the HxH family are fans of the Phantom Troop. And for instance, the Ziowa family once sent 2 people by boat to the Kaken Empire, and these 2 people boarded that train and had a fierce conflict with the Phantom Troop. Before Morena could finish, she saw the previously calmed Serednik's left hand, clutching his phone, suddenly lash out. He turned around, grabbed Morena by the throat with his right hand, and slammed her against the nearby wall with a thud. Serednik's fingers gradually tightened. Morena wrapped her hands around Serednik's right arm, her expression calm, neither begging for mercy nor struggling, simply staring back at Serednik. Serednik looked Morena up and down with a cold gaze. Morena, it seems you truly don't understand what knowing when to stop means. Don't think I don't know what schemes you're plotting. You're just trying to stir up conflict. You want to magnify the fight between that Germain and the Phantom Troop into a struggle between the Ziowa family and the HxH family. You want to remind me that when it comes to things like the right to host the Your New City underground auction, the Kaken 3 great gangs are all openly and secretly vying for it. You want to remind me that behind the Ziowa family is the blockhead 3rd Prince, and behind the HxH family is that idiot 7th Prince. You want to say that the War of the Princes has already begun, don't you? That if I don't seize the initiative now, I'll be at a disadvantage when the real succession war begins later, is that it? You just want us to go to war, the more chaotic the Kaken Empire becomes, the better, because only chaos is what you love most, isn't that right? Serednik lifted Morena with one hand, his fingers almost digging into her swan-white neck. Chapter 180, 4th Prince Serednik cordially converses with commoners, Part 2. Morena, are you looking down on me? Those nobles and celebrities, they're irrelevant. Those classmates, they're irrelevant. The train terrorist attack, it's irrelevant. The skirmishes of third-rate thugs, they're irrelevant. The Your New City underground auction, it's irrelevant. Even the life and death struggles between the Kaken Empire's 3 major gangsters, even the open and secret struggles of the 13 princes, they are all irrelevant, do you understand? Note, in the Kaken Empire's royal family, both males and females are referred to as prince, and the 14th prince has not yet been born. Serednik narrowed his eyes, watching Marina's neck grow redder. As long as that old geezer doesn't relent, none of the 13 princes can die. The balance between the Kaken Empire's 3 major gangsters must be maintained. What you want is simply impossible to achieve. Marina's face had already turned unsightly from her throttled throat, but she still refused to beg for mercy, as always. There was something in her eyes that Serednik disliked. Although Morena had been equally stubborn and crazy before, recently, she seemed to have gained some kind of backing and was convinced that Serednik couldn't kill her. Serednik was puzzled by this. The comparison of their strength and speed was not on the same level at all, and even in terms of influence, he held the absolute advantage. So, what exactly was this woman's confidence based on? Serednik finally let go, allowing Morena to fall to the ground and cough violently. I'm warning you. Serednik stared at her, don't do anything that crosses the line. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Ultimately, women, once you peel back their skin, are all the same. I can support you, and I can support other women. After coughing for a while, Morena finally caught her breath. She sat on the cold floor, let out a few ha-ha-ha laughs, and then smiled at Serednik. Yes, your Royal Highness 4th Prince. I won't meddle. Serednik pursed his lips, no longer bothering with this strange woman whose thoughts he couldn't discern, and turned to leave. Morena got up. This time, she didn't follow him. Instead, she looked up at the moon for a while before turning around and returning to the ball. After a while, Germain emerged from the corner. Serednik and Morena? He had witnessed this conversation and conflict, and he noticed a rather interesting point. That was, the seemingly powerful Tserednik was just an ordinary strong man, while the seemingly fragile Morena was a genuine non-user. Morena wasn't very strong among non-users, especially to Germain. Her non-flow could deceive others, but it couldn't deceive Germain at all. It seemed she had only recently awakened her non ability, but with the aid of her non, dealing with an adult male might not actually be too big of a problem. As for Tserednik, at this stage, he knew nothing about non ability. In the Kakin Empire succession war of the original timeline, he only learned of the existence of non ability from Kurapika and learned non ability from the guards hired by the Hunter Association. This was not surprising. The Hunter Association currently had fewer than 700 members, and the entire world, openly and secretly, might only have 1 to 5,000 non-users. Don't be fooled by Germain often encountering fellow practitioners, this is because stand users, this is because non-users are attracted to each other. All non-users, placed among the billions of people on the 6 continents, wouldn't even make a ripple. Coupled with the intentional concealment by the V5 high-ranking officials in the Hunter Association, that's why even the Kakin Empire's 4th prince was unaware of non ability. However, the king of the Kakin Empire knew about non ability, and the 1st prince and the 2nd prince had a high probability of already knowing about non ability at this stage, and were secretly recruiting and training non-users. Tserednik was undoubtedly a genius in non ability as well, his talent was probably no less than Gon's or Killua's, and he quickly became proficient in the field of non ability. The non ability he awakened was even more terrifying, it was related to predicting the future, which, if placed next door, would most likely make him the final boss. However, right now, he was still just an ordinary pervert. Germain didn't bother with all that for now and continued to follow silently behind Tserednik. Coincidentally, this was the original body's old profession, as he had previously been this type of assassin. Unexpectedly, Germain was returning to his old ways today. On the other side, Tserednik had returned to the door of his room. Mark and 2 guards immediately saluted him. Tserednik nodded coldly. He didn't need to force those disgusting smiles in front of these true confidants. Mark quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Your Royal Highness, I have already prepared 2 women who are waiting inside. I hear they are models from the European continent who came with a wealthy businessman." All right, all right. Tserednik waved his hand, that kind of thing doesn't matter, does it? Besides, I want to get to know them myself. Mark could tell that his Royal Highness was not in high spirits, so he quickly assented. Tserednik waved his index finger, as if conducting an orchestra, and said, "You may leave." This was his habit, the time that followed belonged to him, and he didn't want anyone to disturb him. Mark and the 2 guards were not new to this. They all bowed respectfully, then gave way at the door and voluntarily retreated to the hall outside the entire corridor to wait. Tserednik pushed the door open and saw 2 women in the brightly lit room. A woman with long black hair and a good figure wore glasses and was tilting her head, watching the blood-red fish in the aquarium sway its majestic, vibrant red body. A younger woman with long golden hair wore a black baseball cap and carried a bag, but she sat quietly on the sofa, flipping through a Time magazine. 2 women with distinct personalities. I like it. When Shizuko and Kurapika heard the sound and turned their heads, they saw a very approachable smiling face. If it were an ordinary commoner, receiving such favor from a prince would probably have them ecstatic. However, the 2 women's reactions were calmer than expected. Tserednik frowned slightly, then relaxed. He had seen those self-righteous women before, in the end, they were all the same anyway. Hello. I am the 4th Prince Tserednik. Please don't be stiff, just be yourselves. To avoid losing touch with reality, I need to frequently listen to the voices of various people. Therefore, I asked Mark to find me 2 lovely girls, and it must be the 2 of you. He cordially invited Shizuko and Kurapika to sit down, but he didn't rush to touch them. Instead, he first asked for their names and began to converse with them. Chapter 181 He's actually a man. 3. Tserednik was different from ordinary noble perverts, he had his own pursuits. He hoped for a gradual emotional process, he wanted to understand these 2 women. What he desired was a comprehensive art created by promising young people under extreme conditions, otherwise, skinning them would be no different from skinning an animal. So, the 3 of them started chatting. Through just 10 minutes of conversation, Tserednik confirmed that the black-haired woman was an idiot. She was ignorant of many common-sense topics, he couldn't understand why she wore glasses. Were they just for decoration? In contrast, the young woman with long golden hair and a neutral voice seemed quite knowledgeable. They talked about everything, and the golden-haired woman could keep up with every topic. Tserednik grew increasingly fond of the golden-haired woman in the baseball cap in front of him. He decided he would keep her for later, letting her witness her companion's entire process firsthand to achieve the best effect. This meant the anesthetic dosage would need careful consideration. He stood up casually, asking kindly, "Would you like something to drink? Please don't be shy." As expected, the idiotic black-haired woman ordered orange juice, which was utterly childish, while the golden-haired woman ordered a famous wine. Tserednik also happened to like this particular wine and even had a bottle in his collection. He liked this woman named Arya more and more. Tserednik got up to pour 2 glasses of wine and 1 glass of orange juice, then took out the DD anesthetic from NGL, calculated the dosage, and sprinkled some powder into the drinks. Although called an anesthetic, it was actually a drug that paralyzed the body while heightening mental faculties and sensations without limit, making it easy for people to reach a climax. Tserednik wanted the 2 women in the living room to take them, reach an extreme state, and then, while they were conscious and their pain was amplified, he would begin skinning them. He could almost hear their shrill, terrified, and desperate screams. He carried a tray with 3 stemmed glasses and had just reached the living room when he saw the black-haired woman, for some unknown reason, had opened the main door without permission. A tall man in a tuxedo walked in from outside. There were a few drops of blood on the man's face, and the black-haired woman pointed to her own cheek as if to remind him, only then did the man reach up to wipe away the blood. Tsarevnik's smile gradually disappeared. He directly tossed the tray in his hand, letting the glass shatter on the floor with a crash. Tsarevnik turned around and ran towards the window, intending to jump out, but he collided head-on with the golden-haired woman wearing the baseball cap. Arya took off her baseball cap and golden wig, throwing them to the ground. At the same time, the chains on his right wrist rose like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, swiftly coiling around Tsarevnik's hands. Karapika exerted a little force, and Tsarevnik, who could lift a woman with one hand, was pulled to the ground by the chains, falling with stars spinning before his eyes. This guy is a man. He's actually a man. Damn Mark. At this moment, Tsarevnik knew he had been tricked and cursed under his breath. He struggled desperately but found the chains to be incredibly tough and sturdy, impossible to break free from. Tsarevnik frowned, staring at the chains binding his hands, then looked at Karapika, not understanding where this restraining power came from. Meanwhile, Germain and Shizuko walked over and nodded to Karapika. I've dealt with the outer circle of guards, Germain said, something Tsarevnik couldn't comprehend. However, given there are still quite a few private soldiers, we probably only have 10 minutes. His only 10 minutes meant that after 10 minutes, the fact that all nearby guards were dead would be exposed, and in another 5 to 10 minutes, a large group of people would swarm in. Tsarevnik remained silent. He looked up, carefully examining the faces of the 3 people, but he didn't recognize a single one. Who sent them? What was their purpose? Was it that bastard Benjamin, the first prince? Or Camilla Hueguoro, the second prince? No, without that old man's approval, they would never dare to do such a thing. Is it Morena? Did she betray me? Impossible. Right now, only I dare to accept her. With her personality, which thrives on chaos, no other prince could control her besides me. Who the hell is it? Karapika pointed to a wall not far away and said, it's there, I just confirmed it. His confirmation meant that before Tsarevnik returned, he had used dowsing chain to find the secret door behind the wall. However, Mark was also in the room at the time, and although Shizuko was dealing with him, Karapika was somewhat uneasy, so he silently endured and did not go in to investigate. Germain nodded and said, all right, let's get started quickly then. So, Germain and Shizuko walked towards that wall. Karapika, dragging the chained Tsarevnik, followed behind. Tsarevnik's eyes were filled with disbelief. It wasn't until they actually opened the secret door and were about to enter that he finally couldn't hold back, roaring with a twisted face. You bastards, you captured me just for this. You bastards, just for this kind of thing. You bastards, are you sick? All 3 turned back simultaneously, then gave the Tsarevnik on the ground a cold glance before turning their heads and stepping into the secret room together. Tsarevnik was still cursing. Karapika, without ceremony, dragged him inside, threw him into a dark corner, then looked up and surveyed his surroundings. What met his eyes were human skins hung up, presumably all backs, covered in beautiful and alluring tattoos. Then there were jars of solution. The solutions on both sides contained limbs and organs, looking quite eerie in the ghostly green light. And in the very center, Karapika finally saw what he wanted to see, rows of jars filled with scarlet eyes, and at the very top, Pero's head. Shizuko had already materialized Blinky in her hand. She asked, shall I start? Karapika pursed his lips for a moment, then said with a slight tremor in his voice, yes, please begin, gently. Okay, Shizuko replied, and then Blinky began to work. Soon, the scarlet eyes and Pero's head were all absorbed. Germain pointed to the other collections and said, Shizuko, take those 2. Shizuko paused for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Thus, Shizuko used Blinky to completely empty the entire secret room of everything Tsarevnik had meticulously collected over many years. Chapter 182, What, Are You Afraid to? Part 1. Tsarevnik, at this moment, was no longer cursing. He looked at Shizuko's bizarre vacuum cleaner, watched how it swallowed treasures far exceeding its volume, and then looked at the chains binding his hands, realizing he had encountered something beyond common sense. At the same time, he saw in the eyes of this group of people a gaze similar to Morena's. So that's it, Morena, is this strange ability what you've been hiding from me? His expression calmed down, but his heart began to pound with excitement. As long as he also mastered this ability, then what awaited him would be an unimaginable future. He had a premonition that his ability would be incredibly powerful to the point that even he himself would be afraid. Tsarevnik reigned in his previous resentment. His first thought was to view the situation from the perspective of these people, to defuse the current dire circumstances. So he smiled and said, I only collected them, but the real perpetrators are someone else. He didn't even blink an eye when he lied. I know who the murderers are, and I know where the other scarlet eyes are, and also. Karapika ignored him completely and looked at Germain instead. Shizuko, on the other hand, asked directly, are we running away? Germain took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and said, we have 5 minutes left. After saying this, he walked directly past Tsarevnik, who was sprawled on the ground, towards the entrance of the secret room, and slammed the large door shut. Soon, Only the eerie green light of the lampposts remained in the secret room. Tserednika's face changed, and his breathing became rapid. He parted his lips slightly, but didn't know what to say. Then he felt the chains on his body tighten. He looked up and saw Kurapika remove his colored contact lenses, revealing his crimson eyes in the dim environment. He had seen these eyes countless times, both in this secret room and in his dreams, but this was the first time he had seen them in the eye sockets of a living person. Tserednika's body stiffened. Kurapika looked down at him condescendingly and asked coldly, "What, are you afraid too?" This time, the chains coiled around Tserednika's body like a python, blocking any glib words he might have uttered. 10 minutes later, Germain, Shizuku and Kurapika briefly washed their hands in the restroom, then left the fourth prince's mansion and met up with Bisky outside. She stood with her hands on her hips, sighed, and said, "You're finally out. I was worried something might go wrong." "Don't worry," Germain said, "the objective has been achieved, it's all over." Bisky, in any form, was not suitable for blending into the ball, so she was arranged to wait outside to meet everyone. However, seeing the alarm blare suddenly in the mansion and Germain, Shizuku and Kurapika emerge unharmed, Bisky knew that everything had gone relatively smoothly. Now, hearing Germain's words, she was even more certain, and felt much more at ease. Speaking of which, the disguises for these three were actually made with her and Sheila's help, as they were the two women in the team with relatively normal aesthetic sensibilities. Bisky noticed more and more people moving around in the mansion, so she said, "Let's leave here first." Everyone agreed. After the four of them met up, they made several turns on the street, then found a car parked by the roadside, walked over, opened the doors, and got in one after another. Sheila was in the driver's seat. Sheila was startled by the sound of the door opening, and when she turned to see them, she breathed a sigh of relief and then wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Bisky didn't get in the car, but waved to Sheila from outside and said, "Come, switch places." Sheila quickly switched places with Bisky, taking the passenger seat. She had only been sitting there pretending to be the owner of the car, now, of course, it was time for the real driver to take over. Bisky started the car and drove onto the main road. While watching Bisky drive, Sheila said, "Just now, a group of police officers were checking cars nearby. They came to chat with me, and I almost thought I was going to be exposed. Luckily, I have my ability." Sheila's ability, named Accumulated Good Fortune, belongs to the specialization category. Simply put, Sheila is quite unlucky in her usual state, getting injured from time to time is commonplace, because her luck is being accumulated. And once her luck value reaches its peak, she can use Accumulated Good Fortune, and for a brief period of time afterward, she will be incredibly lucky. And indeed, it was true. After she used Accumulated Good Fortune, a robbery immediately occurred at a shop across the street. The robber, armed with a gun, took a bag full of money and then rushed out the door in front of the police. Those police officers couldn't tolerate such an arrogant robber, so they drew their guns and rushed over, leaving her, who was only slightly suspicious, behind. However, only Bisky gave a simple response to Sheila's topic. She sensed that the atmosphere inside the car wasn't good, so she quietly shut up and looked out the window. A quarter of an hour later, when Morena stepped into the fourth prince's crowded bedroom, she first saw the group of 6, Tserednika's contemporaries, all vomiting in the corner, wondering if this counted as disturbing the crime scene. Still too young. Morena glanced at them, the young she thought of referring to both their physiological and psychological ages. Then, guided by a guard, as she entered the fourth prince's private secret room, her high heels first stepped into a pool of blood, making a squishy sound. She looked down. The blood here was like a faucet turned on but not fully tightened, it was everywhere. She looked up, towards the faucet. The dead Prince Tserednik was naked and nailed to the wall, 2 streams of bloody tears flowing from his empty eyes, all 10 of his fingers broken, and a large amount of blood flowing from his private parts, a sight too gruesome to behold. He was posed as if crucified, and had long since passed away. Truly spectacular. Morena thought to herself. If His Highness the Fourth Prince could see it with his own eyes, he would surely praise this scene greatly, wouldn't he? I almost forgot, His Highness the Fourth Prince doesn't have eyes now, what a pity. And beside Tserednik, a symbol, not large but quite striking, was drawn with his blood. It was a 12-legged spider. Phantom Troop, Morena recognized the origin almost immediately. Is this a frame-up? Or a confession? It's really hard to tell. My His Highness the Fourth Prince, please tell me the truth. Heh, I almost forgot, you're already dead. There's nothing to be done then. Chapter 183, Does that cat look like Germain? Part 2. September 9th, within the Kaken Empire. Welcome again. As the automatic sensor doors of the shop slid open, a mechanically stiff female electronic voice followed. Hyla walked out, carrying a bag of snacks, fruits and drinks in each hand. Feeling uneasy, she passed a display window and saw several LCD televisions playing the same news report. On the evening of September 7th, a large number of royal guards and medical personnel flooded into the Fourth Prince's residence in the Kaken Empire. The current situation is unclear. The Fourth Prince has not appeared for over 36 hours. Listening to those key fragments of information, Hyla felt a chill run through her hands and secretly regretted getting involved in this matter. Given her personality, she would normally prefer to mind her own business. But that day, seeing Kurapika's expression, she got a rush of blood to her head, acted impulsively, and joined the plan. Now, the assassination had already occurred, and there was no turning back. Hyla swallowed, only hoping that her accumulated good fortune would come into play when needed. She no longer hesitated in front of the television but carried her numerous bags across the zebra crossing and turned a street corner. During this, she tripped and fell on flat ground. There was clearly no bump, she simply tripped over her own feet and landed on the ground. She grazed a small patch of skin on her left wrist, but it wasn't serious. After checking the items in her bags and finding nothing broken, she breathed a sigh of relief. Hyla was accustomed to her bad luck. In fact, if she suddenly stopped being unlucky one day, she would be afraid, as it would mean her inability was acting abnormally. She walked a little further and finally met up with another companion from their temporarily formed team. The girl Bisky, with her golden hair tied into a bun, placed the 2 bags she was carrying aside, squatted on the ground, and looked ahead. Bisky's hair was usually tied up, she rarely let it down except when bathing or sleeping. This was because, despite claiming to be a lady every day, she still inherited the martial spirit from Chairman Netero deep down. Any woman who had fought knew how troublesome long, flowing hair could be. If it was grabbed, it was like being grabbed by the clothes by Jackie Chan or Donnie Yen, and she would be held down and beaten. For Bisky, tying her hair into pigtails, a ponytail or a bun was her last stubborn act of vanity. Hyla followed Bisky's gaze and saw a black cat standing next to the base of a lamppost, its long tail raised, its cat eyes warily fixed on Bisky. Good kitty, meow, come here, Bisky said with a greasy, uncle-like chuckle, wiggling her fingers like earthworms. Come into my arms, meow, I won't do anything to you. Hyla walked to her side, looked down, and thought, with that lecherous expression, you clearly want to do something strange to it. Bisky turned and saw Hyla, saying, you're done shopping too, then stood up. Her sudden movement startled the black cat nearby, which darted far away and hid behind a red mailbox. Ah! Bisky sighed regretfully, saying, am I that scary? Hyla asked curiously, do you like cats? Don't use honorifics, Bisky said with a smile, hands on her hips. Cats are quite cute, and I do like them, but it's not just that. I was teasing it for another reason. Another reason? Hyla became even more curious. Bisky pointed at the black cat peeking halfway out from behind the red mailbox and asked excitedly, look at it, does it look like Germain? Germain. Hyla looked at the charcoal black cat, blinked, and shook her head. I don't see any resemblance between him and this cat. Look at its eyes, Bisky pointed out the key. Don't they look arrogant, indifferent, and aloof? Hyla thought for a moment and then hesitated, if you put it that way, it does, seem to have a little. Bisky smiled. When I first met Germain, he was exactly like that. But the more he acts like that, the more I want to see him lie down, exposing his paw pads and belly for me to stroke. Do you understand? Because the contrast is just too great. Hyla's eyes shifted from left to right, her brow slightly furrowed, and she said perfunctorily, I guess I understand. Bisky saw her expression and knew she didn't grasp the pleasure at all. However, Bisky didn't press the issue. She bent down, picked up the 2 bags, and said, let's go, they're still waiting for us. 15 minutes later. Bisky and Hyla arrived at the jeep parked by the park and saw the other 3 doing different things. Germain was sitting in the back of the jeep, eyes closed in meditation. Kurapika was sitting on a park bench, reading a book. And Shizuku stood by the sandpit, hands clasped behind her back, curiously watching several children build a sandcastle with their hands, shovels, and spoons. Everyone noticed Bisky and Hyla returning one after another. By the time they had put all the purchased items into the jeep's trunk, Shizuku and Kurapika had already returned to the jeep. They had changed several cars along the way, and this jeep was only changed this morning. Everyone got into the car. Driving was rotated, and it was Kurapika's turn this time. He sat in the driver's seat, meticulously checking the dashboard, then tightened his seatbelt, glanced at the rearview mirror outside the window, and only then slowly drove the jeep out of the intersection. After the vehicle started, Hyla casually looked back at Germain in the back seat, then exchanged glances with Germain, who had noticed her. What's wrong? Germain asked. Hyla chuckled and waved her hand, saying, nothing, nothing. She turned around, but suddenly felt that, for that brief moment, Germain's eyes really did resemble that black cat. Germain and his group were now heading to a port city in the Kaken Empire to board a black ship to leave the country, cross the vast ocean, and return to the European continent. The black ship here did not refer to the gangsters' cargo ship that Germain and Kurapika had taken to arrive, but rather to an illegal immigrant passenger ship. Although the Kaken Empire had social strata such as royalty, nobility, commoners, and untouchables, it was indeed a parliamentary state, a decision made in the calmest revolution in history nearly 30 years ago. Many people tried to seek their fortune in the rapidly developing Kaken Empire, hoping to become so-called people above others, but most of them ended up as untouchables. The jeep quickly drove out of town and onto a straight road, with open desert on both sides of the highway. About half an hour later, the jeep had still not driven out of the desert area. At this point, Kurapika glanced in the rearview mirror and suddenly said, the car behind us is following us. This sentence made everyone in the car, who had been relaxing and chatting, become alert again. They all looked back from various angles and indeed saw 2 vans following them unhurriedly. Chapter 184, Prostrating oneself in reverence, bowing down immediately. On the desolate desert, there was almost no obstruction, and the scorching sunlight mercilessly swept across the long highway. The atmosphere in the jeep became serious due to Kurapika's words. I noticed that these two vans turned onto this highway from a side road 10 minutes ago, and then followed us, maintaining almost the same distance as now. Sheila looked back nervously a few times and asked, Karapika, are you overthinking it? After all, there's only one highway, and it's normal for them to drive slowly behind us, right? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Karapika also frowned hesitantly, it's just that I was driving quite slowly just now, and they haven't overtaken us, which is quite strange. Generally speaking, on a flat highway, the car behind would not like to stay behind a slow-moving car. Neither honking nor overtaking, it does sound a bit suspicious. Sheila couldn't help but nervously clutch her dress, her wrist, where a band-aid had just been applied, trembling slightly. Germain looked towards the vans from the rear window and said, they have new movements. Only to see the rear van lower its window, revealing a face that Germain, Karapika and Bisky were all somewhat familiar with. Germain, the one in the car in front, isn't that Germain? Monkey, Zio, held up a megaphone, his voice amplified, stop, we have something to discuss with you. Zio. Bisky frowned upon seeing him, this Zio guy, he's not hiding it anymore. She was quite surprised when she first learned from Germain that Zio was on Beyond's side. Because normally she couldn't tell at all, she even thought Zio was very loyal to the old man, Chairman Netero. He knows we have contact, Germain said. I know his stance, and you must know it too, so there's no need for him to hide. What is his purpose? Bisky asked. Probably to accomplish the mission that wasn't completed before, Germain said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, besides Zio, Beyond is also in that van. Beyond. Bisky didn't know what expression to show, she was also about to see Chairman Netero's son for the first time with her own eyes. Does he harbor ill will towards us? Not sure, Germain replied. One of the two vans accelerated, drove past the jeep Germain and the others were in, and blocked their way in front. They sandwiched the jeep from front and back, causing its speed to slow down reluctantly. Karapika looked back, teacher. It's all right. Stop the car. Germain knew that Beyond and Zio were determined, and this meeting was unavoidable. So, Karapika slowly pulled the jeep over to the side of the road, and everyone got out one by one. The two vans also stopped, and a group of people got out of their compartments. The two groups stood on either side of the jeep, observing each other. Apart from Zio, the others wore uniforms of a unified style, but two of them wore black uniforms, presumably the captain and vice-captain, while the rest wore white uniforms, presumably team members. Each of these individuals was tall and robust, and although unarmed, they exuded an aura of ferocity that surpassed even those carrying weapons, indicating they were all seasoned veterans. They were gathered around a man. This man's attire had a classical charm, with his hair tied in a bun, a long beard, and a long gown. He wore arm guards on both arms, tall and straight, exuding a heroic aura. It was clear that this man deliberately dressed himself to resemble Guan Yun Chang, but the two intersecting scars on his face made him appear even more vicious, like a villain. This person was Beyond, there was no mistake. Bisky was slightly stunned, because Beyond, whether in appearance or temperament, bore a 7 or 8/10 resemblance to Chairman Netero. She didn't even need a blood test, she was certain he was Chairman Netero's son. She believed that anyone familiar with Chairman Netero would come to the same conclusion here. Ha ha ha. Beyond started with a hearty laugh, walking over like an old friend reunited. Finally, I've met you all. You've made me search so hard. I believe you all know me by now, right? My name is Beyond, a man who has been obscure for decades. Few of the younger generation probably know me, right? Ha ha ha. Although there was a hint of self-mockery in his words, his actions were quite uninhibited, not taking such matters to heart at all. Beyond extended his hand to Germain, but Germain showed no intention of shaking his hand. He didn't mind, dropping his hand generously. It seems you still have some reservations about me, but it doesn't matter. I believe that as we spend more time together, you will understand what kind of person I am, and you will trust me. Beyond waved his hand, pointing to his van. Come, join me in the car, to our temporary base nearby, it's less than half an hour away. We can eat, drink, and chat there. I am truly too curious. How exactly did you manage to reach the Dark Continent without any of us knowing, and how did you safely return in such a short amount of time? He smiled amiably, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority, as if things should naturally unfold this way. If it were an ordinary person, they might involuntarily be led by the nose by his words and foolishly get into the car. Karapika and Sheila were the only two people present who were unclear why the topic had suddenly shifted to the Dark Continent. The former felt confused, while the latter felt fear. Sheila was secretly astonished. What have I gotten myself into again? How unlucky, truly unlucky to the extreme. Bisky finally reacted at this moment. After exchanging glances and understanding with Shizuku, she then looked back at Karapika and Sheila before reaching out and tugging on Germain's sleeve. Germain, Bisky whispered, let me negotiate. The current situation was not suitable for conflict with Beyond's faction. Beyond appeared unfathomable. Zio was also a combat expert among the Zodiacs. The group of men in uniforms nearby were most likely mercenaries, all decisive and ruthless individuals. Once a conflict, or even a major battle, broke out, Germain and Bisky's side would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Germain looked back at her. Bisky shook her head, then stepped forward to stand in front of Germain. Normally, Bisky would pretend to be a delicate and harmless young girl, but in this extraordinary situation, as the senior to Germain and the others, she would not retreat behind them. Bisky deliberately enlarged her physique, so much so that her princess dress almost tore, and standing in front of Beyond, she was even half a head taller than him. She looked down at Beyond. At this moment, her imposing presence absolutely could not falter. Beyond, you should know who I am, right? Beyond laughed. Of course I know. The old man's favorite disciple, right? I was quite surprised when I heard he actually took on a disciple. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. After all, you're someone the old man values, so you must appeal to his taste in some way, for example, this rebellious wildness. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, pointing at Bisky, then at himself. Whether it's you, who inherited his martial arts, or me, who inherited his bloodline, both of us have, by coincidence, defied his wishes. This is inevitable. If he said not to go to the Dark Continent, and his son or disciple just meekly complied, then they wouldn't be worthy of being his son or disciple at all. You've done very well, very much to my liking. I also understand why the old man chose you as his disciple. He could never like a foolish person who obeys him and follows the rules. In that instant, even the well-experienced Bisky was overshadowed by Beyond's imposing presence. She even felt a little shy. After all, before she met Germain, even if she was tempted by the Dark Continent, she wouldn't have sought ways to go there like Beyond or Jing. More importantly, the aura exuded by this man in every gesture and movement actually gave her a familiar sense of longing. Beyond was the kind of man from legendary tales who would make people prostrate themselves in reverence, bowing down immediately and call him brother upon first meeting him. Bisky almost truly saw Chairman Netero here, recalling the gentle way he caressed her head when he taught her Shinjin Ryu back then. This was truly terrifying. Chapter 185, the Kaken Imperial Royal Family is our biggest sponsor, we need more money. Less than 3 minutes into their meeting, Bisky involuntarily felt this way. This was definitely unnatural, and she was highly susceptible to Beyond's influence. Beyond was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Especially for those who were very familiar with Chairman Netero, he was an almost irresistible attraction. However, she had to refuse and stand with Germain and the others, they were her companions. If there's anything you want to discuss, let's do it here. Bisky made her expression and tone cold. Beyond curved his lips, his evaluation of this old man's disciple increasing by a few points. However, he was more interested in Germain, who stood beside Bisky. He had quietly observed these individuals just now. Among them, Shizuko had her hands clasped in front of her, ready for action, clearly a starting stance for activating her nin ability. She looked at the people around her with distrust through her black-rimmed glasses. Shizuko had glanced at Beyond, but seemingly gave up, not looking in his direction again. Instead, she focused on guarding against Xiu, Muls, the mercenary captain, and the others. A very wise judgment. This young woman, with just one glance, knew the vast difference in strength between them, and so she decisively gave up and chose opponents within her capabilities. Beyond observed the other two. Sheila looked terrified and uneasy, as if she would collapse at any moment. Kurapika was relatively better, his expression calm. It seemed he was controlling his nin flow and emotions well under Germain's guidance, but his training time was still short. In Beyond's eyes, he was still full of flaws. And among these people, only Germain stood silently beside Bisky, suppressing and restraining his aura. This did not mean he had given up on fighting. Quite the opposite, it was as if a spring had been compressed to its lowest point, his posture was a combat stance ready to strike at any moment. Non-users who are elite or above often visualize certain moments of the upcoming battle in their minds before it even begins, much like predicting the future. These are conclusions drawn from countless pieces of information processed at high speed in the brain, somewhat like a war simulation. Beyond glanced at Xiu, then at Muls, who had pointed ears like an elf from Western mythology, and smiled slightly. You two must have seen it, right? When Xiu and Muls saw Germain's posture and felt his aura, they did indeed see it. The former saw a meat cleaver striking his face, while the latter saw a shotgun piercing his chest. Both of their bodies stiffened, and at the same time, their minds were rapidly calculating, seeking new ways to attack. At this moment, they saw another scene. Xiu saw himself being incinerated by the flames of a flamethrower, while Muls saw his lower body impaled by a spiral cane. This was certainly not an accurate future, as various factors were too complex, and Xiu and Muls were unsure if Germain had any other methods or trump cards. However, all of this made it difficult for them to accept. Their brows furrowed, and they continued to spar with Germain in their minds, appearing as if they were spacing out on the surface. Beyond stroked his long beard, withdrew his gaze, and looked past Bisky, who was blocking him, to stare at Germain. The moment he first saw Germain, he confirmed that this person's aura capacity even surpassed his own. Although the level of aura capacity cannot determine the outcome of a battle, it was still incredible. Beyond was able to remain unaffected by Germain's aura, but Xiu and Muls could not. As for the weaker mercenaries, they only felt a chilling coldness and did not see any materialized visions, which was actually a good thing for them. To Bisky's words, Beyond laughed heartily again. Honestly, this isn't a good place to talk, and I can't show my sincerity. But yes, it's better to clarify some things at the beginning. Fourth Prince Tserednik, he was killed by you, wasn't he? Beyond glanced at Kurapika. From Xiu, I know you are very interested in Scarlet Eyes. The atmosphere in the room took another sharp turn for the worse. Beyond, however, seemed completely oblivious and continued speaking. After all of the fourth prince's collections disappeared, we mostly guessed it was you. This is really troublesome. The Kaken Imperial Royal Family is our biggest sponsor. If you can't offer something very beneficial to us, I won't be able to help you completely resolve this matter. It's truly a pity. We originally had a very promising prospect for cooperation, all muddled by such an insignificant matter. Who killed whose family, whose eyes were taken compared to the Dark Continent, these are simply incomparable. Family ties, I cast those aside half a century ago. Kurapika narrowed his eyes, while Sheila trembled and silently prayed. Beyond's suddenly heightened aura at this moment made him seem like a giant, bringing immense pressure to Germain in front of him. Do you know the 4 great classical novels? When I'm bored and have time to kill, I really enjoy reading them. I very much hope to swear brotherhood in the Peach Garden with you, rather than force you to join the outlaws of Mount Liang. Whether you are willing or not, half a century, I have waited long enough. I want both the Kaken Empire's methods and your methods. Beyond made a declaration of absolute resolve. In the original timeline, the Kaken Empire and Beyond launched an expedition to the Dark Continent not long after Chairman Netero died from severe injuries by the Ant King and the explosion of the Poor Man's Rose. They needed to board a giant oil tanker named Black Whale, or BW-1, capable of holding 200,000 people at once. This ship clearly couldn't be built and launched in just a few months, it would always require a period of testing, meaning it would take several years at minimum. This implied that the Kaken Empire and Beyond seemed to have foreseen Chairman Netero's death and made various secret preparations, which inevitably led to conspiracy theories. Namely, was the Chimera Ant disaster orchestrated by the Kaken Empire and Beyond? Chimera ants invading the 6 continents had precedence in history, which is why pro-hunters like Kite were so familiar with the habits of Chimera ants from the Dark Continent. And for Chimera ants, creatures with a strong pyramid-like class consciousness, the center was undoubtedly the Ant Queen. Even after the Ant King was born, only the Ant King and Royal Guard would leave this pyramid, most of the remaining Chimera ants would still gather around the Ant Queen. The Ant King would then forcibly create new Ant Queens with other species through mating or other means, starting a new cycle. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Ant Queen was unlikely to leave her nest and would be guarded by a large number of Chimera ants. However, the final result was that she was cast adrift alone in the waters near the NGL country, injured. This inevitably leads to speculation. Moreover, the Chimera ant disaster may not have been the first action targeting Chairman Netero in half a century. It should have been the last, and the only successful one. Perhaps no evidence is needed, whoever benefits the most is the most suspected mastermind. Beyond's methods were like this, he would never be soft-hearted, even towards his own father. Now that he had finally caught Germain and the others, he would not give them another chance to leave. The next step was to extract Germain's methods, and then use the lives of Kurapika, Shizuku, or Sheila to give the Kaken Imperial Royal Family an explanation. That was all. Chapter 186, Beyond's Fair Proposal. Beyond extended 3 fingers towards Germain and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Hand over 3 people from your team to us, and I can guarantee a smooth cooperation between you, us, and the Kaken Imperial Royal Family. 2 of them, as the main culprits in the 4th prince's murder, will be handed over to the Kaken Imperial Royal Family. He then pointed to his mercenary captain. The last person will be handed over to my mercenary captain, Muls. Beyond, in a tone that suggested this is quite fair, decided the fate of 3 out of Germain's 5 people, as if they were captive pigs. It was extremely unsettling. Germain glanced at Muls, a little curious why one person had to be handed over to him. Muls, with his pointed ears, explained, Germain, do you remember the airship hijacking incident you handled in April? Airship hijacking incident? Germain quickly recalled that it was something that happened when he first met Kurapika. They encountered a group of deranged thugs on an airship. Later, Germain single-handedly dealt with these thugs. Were they related to Muls? Recalling, they were indeed a group of mercenaries. Germain expressionlessly looked at the mercenary captain, awaiting his next words. They weren't my direct subordinates, Muls then said. However, we were connected through the Norwell Mercenary Survivors Mutual Aid Fund. As the name suggests, this fund is specifically to ensure the basic livelihood of some mercenary survivors. Indeed, their method of hijacking the airship was too extreme, bringing shame to us mercenaries as well. But, in the end, they were still our people, and they died for the Norwell Mercenary Survivors Mutual Aid Fund. In this case, we cannot completely ignore it. We don't ask for much, just 1 life from any of you, something justifiable. You will also have to deal with those mercenaries in the future. Sacrificing 1 person can earn the minimum level of trust, which I think is worth it. Beyond burst into laughter again. Muls is right. We are going to cooperate in the future, and many things need to be weighed. Let's not hurt our relationship. I think we'll divide it like this. These 2 will be sent to the Kaken Imperial Royal Family. He raised his hand and pointed at Kurapika and Sheila. The reason for the crime is their scarlet eyes. Kurapika frowned. Sheila's expression stiffened. Beyond then pointed at Shizuku, she will be handed over to the mercenaries. This way, both sides will have an explanation. After all, a life for a life is only right. Shizuku's expression, however, remained unchanged. Beyond said with a smile, nodding. Even if they know these 3 are not the real culprits, or not all of them, for the sake of the Dark Continent, they will hold their noses and accept it. I can easily settle the rest. How about it? This is the lowest price I can think of. If you can't bear to agree, my people can do it for you and act directly. Ziu, Muls, and the mercenaries responded to Beyond's words by taking a step forward in unison, like a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. Shizuko and Kurapika immediately materialized Blinky and Chains this time, vigilantly watching Beyond and his group, ready for battle. Sheila shivered and hid behind them, continuing to pray inwardly. The atmosphere suddenly changed. What kind of joke are you playing? Bisky puffed up her strong physique, shielding the three of them. We will never trade them, and you have no such authority. She was furious, mentally prepared to resist to the end. Beyond then showed a troubled expression, the cross-shaped scar on his face wrinkling together. This makes things difficult. All right, we can both take a step back. As for the two women, you can replace them with two other people. As for Kurapika, he cannot be replaced. His eyes, and the large number of scarlet eyes you took, can explain some problems very well. We can't just find some scapegoats and gloss over things. The Kaken Imperial Royal Family wouldn't accept it, and our sincerity wouldn't be enough. I hope you can understand. You can't just give no one, right? That would be too much and would harm our cooperative relationship. Who wants to cooperate with you? What do you mean take a step back? Bisky became agitated, her neck turning red. She turned to Germain, you say something too. Beyond stroked his long beard, smiling as he looked at Germain. Yes, you say something. You are their backbone. However, I think you should be able to see the situation clearly. He pointed at Xiu, Mulz, and then at himself. Just me alone, you and Bisky would have to team up to handle. So how would the remaining three deal with Xiu and Mulz? The outcome is the same, but I at least don't want it to escalate to that point, to leave each other some dignity. Germain, what do you think? Beyond always maintained a negotiable attitude, but his actions would subtly corner the person he was talking to, leaving them no choice but to accept the option he initially presented. Germain did indeed see the situation clearly. He nodded at Bisky, signaling her to calm down, and then stepped forward. Bisky was stunned for a moment, then understood. Germain said, we can cooperate, but no matter what, we cannot use them as a trade. Beyond shook his head and sighed, what's the point of your insistence? Do you really have to go to war with us? We can find 3 other people to be scapegoats. Germain extended his hand to Beyond and continued, at the same time, I can tell you now my method for traveling to and from the Dark Continent. As for how to weave the lies and how to convince the Kaken Imperial Royal Family and those mercenaries, that is your responsibility. If you don't agree, then we can only resist to the end. Beyond looked at Germain's outstretched hand, his brow slightly furrowed. This time, it was his turn to be unwilling to shake it easily. First, tell me about your ability. Germain took 2 more steps forward, now standing in front of Beyond and his group. My method is actually mine ability. By materializing a teleportation lantern, and having the messenger imp grab the teleport person, teleportation can be triggered. Beyond and the others were not surprised that Germain's ability was his method, most of them had probably guessed it. What truly surprised them was Germain's next action. Just like this. While Beyond and the others were still processing his words, Germain suddenly squatted down, placing one hand on the ground. Hunter Batch, teleportation lantern, activate. A purple light flickered, the teleportation lantern appeared, and 4 gaunt imps let out shrill cries. 3 of them, without a word, pounced towards Beyond, Xiu, and Mulz. Beyond, Xiu, and Mulz were startled. If caught by the 3 messenger imps, they would be forcibly teleported to the Dark Continent or some other location. In the brief reaction time, the impression left by Germain's words led Beyond's trio to make the most reasonable judgment and action. They all instinctively chose to retreat, dodging the imps' pounces. The 3 imps missed their targets, landed on the ground, and let out disappointed shrieks, as if to tear everyone's eardrums. However, when Beyond, Xiu, and Mulz were forced back more than 10 meters, they gradually realized something. They realized that such ultra-long distance forced teleportation should be impossible because it would be too easy to trigger, violating the restriction in vow. And indeed, that was the case. Germain's teleportation lantern can send a maximum of 4 people to the Dark Continent. Beyond also carried the shackles set by Netero. If he were truly teleported to the Dark Continent, he would likely suffer a backlash from the shackles on the spot. Therefore, even with a slight possibility, Beyond could not take the risk. He could only stay away from the messenger imp, unable to even attempt to retaliate. However, Germain had never expected this attack to succeed. Just as Beyond and the others thought, too many restriction and vow were required to activate the teleportation lantern. First, Germain had to squat down, placing his palm on a flat surface to complete the series of actions, planting and lighting the lantern. Second, one of the teleport people must be Germain himself. Furthermore, the teleportation lantern has a cooldown period, and Germain himself would be tainted with stress, trait, and disease each time he returned. Finally, the teleport person must hold hands with a messenger imp, and their heart must not have a strong desire to resist being teleported. The above 4 points, especially the last one, already determined that the teleportation lantern generally could not be used as an offensive means. Not to mention, achieving all the above conditions simultaneously for Beyond, Xiu, and Mulz was almost impossible. In addition, Germain could not use the teleportation lantern to take away the people around him in the current situation. Because there were exactly 5 of them in total, and the teleportation lantern could only send away a maximum of 4 people, someone would definitely be left behind, which Germain was unwilling to see. Besides that, even if Germain and his group teleport to the Dark Continent, Beyond and his group could completely lie in wait near the teleportation lantern. Germain and his group would always have to return, either through the teleportation lantern or by finding the gatekeeper and guide to return. The former would still involve contact with Beyond and his group, the latter would not only be a perilous and difficult journey but would also most likely bring back calamities. Either way, the risks were too high. Chapter 187, Please give me some face. Mole stood firm, realizing that ultra-long distance forced teleportation couldn't be achieved so easily, so he looked at Beyond inquiringly. Beyond nodded, a knowing smile still playing on his lips. So, Mole shouted to the mercenaries, who had just reacted, shoot them. The mercenaries in white uniforms were people who acted on command without question. Hearing Mole's order, they almost instinctively moved without thinking. Submachine guns materialized in their hands, and they opened fire on Germain, who was crouching on the ground, with a rapid da-da-da sound. Then bullets swept over. Germain retreated, and the teleportation lantern and messenger imp dissipated into purple light particles under his will. At the same time, a jeep soared into the air, smashing into the group of mercenaries like a giant rock, making a loud bang. It not only blocked most of the bullets but also forced the mercenaries to retreat. And the one who threw this jeep was, of course, Bisky. When she made eye contact with Germain just now, she understood that he was about to make a move. They had that much understanding. Being well prepared, when she saw Beyond, Monkey, and Moles all forced back a distance by the messenger imp, she immediately lifted the nearby jeep and threw it over. The jeep rolled, raising dust and briefly obscuring everyone's vision. Are we running? Shizuko asked. Everyone hadn't answered yet. At this moment, Beyond's extremely penetrating voice clearly reached them. You still chose the option I find most unacceptable, which is truly disappointing. Why are you unwilling to abandon the weak and choose to cooperate with the capable? If you can't calmly use the lives of the weak to pave the way forward, you won't be able to go far. You are truly too naive. It seems I must forcefully correct your views. Boom. A towering aura shot up like a skyscraper. In an instant, this overwhelming aura transformed into the phantom of a giant, swaying in the strong wind. That giant also had a long beard and wore a long robe, but in its hand, it held a broad-bladed guandao, looking majestic. With a crack, the jeep was cut in half in an instant before anyone could see clearly, then exploded and caught fire, with thick smoke rising. Beyond leaped into midair, his right hand forming a blade-like gesture pointing diagonally. The giant phantom in the air also followed, pointing its guandao diagonally. Bisky saw it clearly and was quite surprised. Beyond's current state was remarkably similar to Chairman Netero's HxH key cannon. That was not an beast, but an aura phantom symbolizing terrifying and seasoned experience, with enhancement type as its core and emission type as its assist. Enhancement type had no need to use an beast. Germain looked at the giant phantom holding the guandao and murmured, they are indeed father and son. Not only are their appearances and temperaments similar, but even their abilities have commonalities. He paused, then raised his voice and said, Bisky. Bisky had already assumed the Shinjin-Ryu stance, Hernan fluctuating. What is it? I will hold off Beyond later, Germain said. He still doesn't know the restriction and vow of the teleportation lantern. I will use this to hold him for 3 minutes. Bisky pursed her lips, so, I must deal with Monkey within 3 minutes. This was a very difficult task, Monkey was no pushover. I'll help you, Shizuko interjected, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses. Kurapika swung his chains, the rest will be left to me and Sheila. Sheila really wanted to say, don't leave it to me, I'm unreliable, but at such a time, those words seemed difficult to utter. She prayed inwardly once again. My accumulated strong luck, no matter what, please let a turning point happen soon. Just then, a strange, booming sound truly came from afar. Germain and Beyond's two groups were in a standoff across a flaming cluster of jeeps, but they still couldn't help but glance over there a few times. They saw a black dot appear at the end of the road. This black dot let out a roar, and its size grew larger and larger. Finally, as it got closer, everyone could clearly see that it was a dilapidated car. The booming sound came from its seemingly overburdened engine. With a screech, the dilapidated car stopped not far from everyone, and 2 people got out from either side of the car, revealing their faces in the dust raised in the desert. These were 2 men. One man wore a tattered hat, dressed like a fisherman, with a scruffy beard, hands in his pockets, striding forward without any regard for his appearance. The other man was much neater and cleaner. He wore a blue hat, his silver-white long hair reached his waist, and his face and figure were gaunt, making him look quite gloomy. Their sudden insertion as a third party directly changed the situation on the scene, making the battle, which was on the verge of breaking out, seem to freeze. Germain looked at the appearance of the 2 men, blinked and guessed their identities, just not expecting to see them here. He couldn't help but turn to look at Sheila. Perhaps it was Sheila's accumulated strong luck that, after attracting Beyond's group, equally brought these 2 men, using strong luck to offset bad luck. Yo! At this moment, the scruffy bearded man raised his right hand and was the first to greet Monkey. Monkey, long time no see. Monkey stared at him, silent, muttering in his heart about how he could encounter him here. He didn't hesitate and immediately explained the identities of these 2 people to Beyond and Moles. In fact, they didn't need him to say anything, Beyond and Moles had already recognized them. The man then turned to Bisky and smiled, Bisky, I forget if I've met you before. But I often hear your name, and you should often hear mine too. Bisky was clearly very surprised by the appearance of the man in front of her. He didn't wait for Bisky's response, then proceeded to look at Germain. You must be Germain. It seems I came at the right time this time. I am Jing Freaks. He scratched his cheek with a finger, looking a bit embarrassed. I see you all look like you're about to fight, so I won't waste your time. Quick questions, quick answers. I'll get straight to the point. How should I put it? I heard you have a very convenient means of traveling to and from the Dark Continent. He pointed to himself. Does your means have a way to let me go to the Dark Continent too? The man spoke several sentences in rapid succession, indeed with no intention of hiding anything. He also disliked beating around the bush at such a time. This suddenly appearing man was Jing Freaks, one of the Zodiacs, just like Monkey. And the white-haired man behind him was his disciple, Kite, a pro-hunter who should currently be in the Kaken Empire, investigating creatures like the Camping Tiger with funding from the Kaken Empire. Germain only thought for a moment before understanding what would be advantageous for his side. He replied, yes, but the prerequisite is that you help us leave here safely. Good. Jing smiled and agreed decisively. Then we'll discuss the details later. Compared to the back and forth negotiations between Germain and beyond, Germain and Jing reached a contract in less than 5 seconds of meeting. The speed was so fast that most people hadn't even reacted yet. Jing turned around and looked at Beyond. So you're Beyond. He stroked the stubble on his chin. I've heard of you. It seems you and Germain completely broke down in talks, otherwise he and I wouldn't have reached an agreement so quickly. That's how it is. How about we shake hands, make peace, and then go our separate ways? Beyond stroked his long beard with a smile, looking at Jing, unmoved. Jing Freaks. I know you also want to go to the Dark Continent, so I once had someone invite you. You can't do it. Jing waved his hand. As long as Chairman Netero isn't dead, you can only cower. I'm not interested in running behind a turtle. I know you've been planning various actions against Chairman Netero. Honestly, although many people call me a scumbag, I can't bring myself to harm Chairman Netero. If Chairman Netero dies, there might still be a possibility for us to cooperate, but if Chairman Netero doesn't die, asking me to participate in or observe your plans against him is out of the question. Not to mention, now there's an even more convenient and advantageous method, so your priority has dropped even further. Jing scratched his head, as if greatly troubled. Although non-ability battles aren't simply about comparing the value of poker cards, ultimately, there are some things you and I can both foresee. Next, I and Germain will handle you. Bisky will handle Monkey. Kite will deal with your elf-like guy, and the remaining mercenaries will be handled by Germain's 3 people. If the battle continues, your losses will be greater than ours. You might even stumble and be taken out by Germain and me. You've been suppressed by Chairman Netero for most of your life. Dying here just as you're about to see the light, how is that worth it? And if you choose to leave now, and we both remain silent about what happened today, there might still be opportunities for cooperation in the future. After all, we only have different philosophies and styles, but our goals are always consistent. As long as you have a way to go to the Dark Continent in the future, our communication will be inevitable. How about you give me some face? Beyond listened, then chuckled for a while. It's just that I have to let you get ahead, right? Jing spread his hands. No matter what, we will get ahead. You have to accept that. Don't forget, you have to get past Netero first. Your biggest enemy has never been us, your competitors. Since you can't go now, just wait patiently. Beyond's expression finally changed at this point, becoming gloomy. He stared at Jing, then swept his gaze over Germain, Bisky, Kite, and the others. Finally, he snorted coldly and retracted the giant phantom behind him. Chapter 188, The Intent to be Conveyed Through Jin. The dilapidated sedan roared down the desert road, its car stereo blasting intense rock music, with the lead singer screaming at the top of his lungs. We will rock you. We will rock you. If one were to ignore the current cramped situation inside the car, perhaps, with this timeless song, this journey might be considered a pleasant family trip. Driving was Kite, with his flowing silver hair and a somber demeanor, he barely spoke. Jin, who had secured the passenger seat, appeared nonchalant. As for the other 5, they had no choice but to squeeze into the back row. From left to right in the back seat were Shizuka by the window, Germain in the middle, Sheila and Kurapika by the other window. Kurapika was squeezed into the window seat. Shizuku, however, actively requested the window seat. She said she wanted to see the scenery outside, and she was the only one who truly intended to treat the Kaken Empire trip as an actual vacation. 4 people sat shoulder to shoulder, thigh to thigh, with almost no gaps. This situation was definitely overloaded, but they couldn't help it. Jin and Kite only brought one old sedan, and Beyond had chopped their jeep in half. Squeezing was fine, everyone accepted this. So, where was the last person among the 5 Bisky? Her originally strong physique definitely couldn't fit into the car, so she reverted to her petite form. After getting into the car, to save space, the only option was for her, with her girlish figure, to sit on someone else's lap. Though not very elegant, it was more feasible than 5 people squeezing into the back row. Bisky looked left and right, and finally, as if nothing were amiss, prepared to sit on Germain's lap, enjoying princess-like treatment. She was in her 50s and just occasionally wanted to enjoy some comfort. What was wrong with that? However, Shizuko intervened at this moment. Without a word, she reached out and, like hugging a doll, lifted Bisky onto her lap. Bisky struggled slightly, then found Shizuko's body soft and comfortable to lie on, so she obediently settled down and stopped moving. The vehicle had been driving away from the battlefield for half an hour, and everyone relaxed slightly before starting to chat. Bisky leaned comfortably against the warm cushion, looking as if she was about to fall asleep. Jin, it's about time you told us, isn't it? How did you and Kite end up here? Don't tell me some deceptive story about it being a coincidence or something. Jin reached out at this moment and lowered the stereo's volume, making the car a bit quieter, but still maintaining some of the travel ambience. He liked this ambience, and hearing Bisky's question, he merely smiled easily. No, speaking of deception, Bisky, you're the expert in that area. I wouldn't dare show off. My and Kite's appearance here certainly isn't a coincidence. Coincidences are unintentional, but we were intentionally looking for you, and we just happened to meet in this place. Bisky leaned forward with great interest, like a snail peeking out of its shell, but she was quickly pulled back by Shizuku, who wrapped her arms around her waist. Hurry up and tell us, don't keep us in suspense. Jin relaxed, clasping his hands behind his head, and made eye contact with the people in the back through the rearview mirror. It all started at the beginning of August. At that time, I was on an isolated island, studying ancient ruins with my team. That evening, when I returned to the camp, I found a notebook among the daily documents I reviewed. The notebook provided information about Germain and his companions, and offered a considerable amount of indirect evidence, attempting to convince me that Germain and his companions possessed the means to travel to the Dark Continent. The indirect evidence was the monster carcasses you secretly disposed of in the black market, many of which bore a striking resemblance to the monsters recorded in the Travels in the New World, Eastern Chapter. You should know about the Travels in the New World, Eastern Chapter, right? Good that you know, then there's no need for special explanation. Finally, the end of the notebook mentioned Germain's whereabouts, pointing to the Kaken Empire, and also predicted that Germain was preparing to meet with someone named Beyond, and that the meeting and negotiations would end in failure. Upon hearing this, Bisky couldn't help but sit up straight in her petite form, only to be pulled back into Shizuku's embrace again. Who gave you this notebook? Why did it know that Germain's and Beyond's negotiations would definitely break down? What was its purpose? Jin maintained his posture with his hands clasped behind his head, but he relaxed even further, pulling his shoot feet onto the chair, sitting cross-legged. The notebook left no other information, and I couldn't find out who had entered my tent before. As for predicting the future, if it wasn't an ability, it must be someone who understood Germain and Beyond's natures very well. This person must have directly or indirectly interacted with Germain, Beyond, and me for a period, and possessed rich experience, enough to judge that Germain and Beyond would be unable to cooperate due to different styles of action, and that I would definitely be very interested in this matter. Besides that, this person also has a considerably vast intelligence network, and many capable people willing to work for them, which allowed them to simultaneously grasp information about me, Germain, and Beyond. However, even with such power, this person did not deliberately instruct me on what to do, as if they were genuinely just kindly placing the Dark Continent intelligence I cared about there. Bisky, I believe you've already figured out who I'm referring to, haven't you? His purpose, I think, is also very clear. Jin touched his nose, then pouted, looking very helpless. Bisky was already warm in Shizuku's embrace, and after hearing all this, she felt even hotter, her forehead and neck even began to sweat. She remembered this familiar feeling of embarrassment, the embarrassment of slacking off during training and getting caught. Bisky involuntarily covered her face, her ear tips hot and red. Shizuku felt the temperature of the doll in her arms rise rapidly, and it fell into a strange silence. She rested her chin on Bisky's head, becoming curious. Bisky, who is that old man in front talking about? Are you very familiar with that person? Even someone as composed as Jin couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Old man. Ah, well, I'm in my 30s, I've reached that age. He crossed his arms and pouted stubbornly. Bisky covered her face for a moment, then vigorously rubbed her cheeks until they were red, finally peeking out from her snail shell. To be able to do something like this, and with such a reckless style, as if giving you a choice but actually forcing you, it can only be Chairman Netero. Sheila, who had been listening in confusion, was suddenly startled to hear the chairman of the Hunter Association's name. She wanted to stand up in astonishment, but she forgot she was inside a car. With a thump, Sheila's head, adorned with a Mickey Mouse ear-like headband, hit the car roof, and she sat down, clutching her head in pain. Kurapika had heard about the legendary Chairman Netero from Germain, Bisky, and others. He was surprised to hear his name here, but his attention was drawn by Sheila's series of actions. Sheila, is your head okay? Do you need me to use the healing thumb chain on you? Sheila shook her head, then rubbed her head and sat up, looking quite wronged. She didn't know why, but Kurapika's words, though sincerely concerned, sounded as if he was calling her stupid. She silently hypnotized herself. I chose this, this path is my own choice. No regrets, I absolutely won't regret it. Bisky glanced at Sheila, and after confirming she was fine, she carefully chose her words, then pointed to her ears. Do you know Chairman Netero has a nickname called Eavesdropper? That's because he can always mysteriously know people's whereabouts and guess their next moves. Bisky let out a long sigh. I actually thought Chairman Netero would discover our actions sooner or later, but I at least hoped it would be after we obtained one of the hopes, so that by acting first and reporting later, we would gain the initiative. Unfortunately, we were still discovered. However, after grasping the basic situation, Chairman Netero didn't immediately stop Germain's and Beyond's negotiations. Instead, he first sent a message to Jin, probably because after weighing things, he decided to give us a chance. To put it plainly, the chairman Netero I know is just such a person. If we can achieve results, meaning safely bring back hope instead of calamities, he will approve of our unauthorized actions. If we fail, he will step in to resolve the matter. He will punish and disband us, and at the same time, he will do the same thing to Germain as he did to Beyond Imposed Shackles. If I'm not mistaken, Chairman Netero must have also set a deadline, for example, to complete this A-rank mission before January 1999. He's like that, he often gives me or my subordinates tasks that should take a year or a year and a half to complete, but then demands they be achieved within 1 or 2 months. Chairman Netero's intent to convey is very clear. I can pretend not to see, and I can later secure all the permits, qualifications, and contracts for you, but the prerequisite is that you must retrieve hope, not calamities. Netero was never brainlessly against members of the Hunter Association exploring the Dark Continent, because he knew that the desire to explore the Dark Continent was the nature of hunters and simply could not be stopped. What he wanted to reject was Beyond's method of clearing minds with human lives. Otherwise, perhaps before hope could bring change to human society, calamities would have completely shattered human social order. Chapter 189, The Delightful and Inhumane Richness. Bisky knew that Chairman Netero had let them off the hook, but she still felt immense stress. Because there were probably less than 3 months left until Chairman Netero's deadline. The previously enthusiastic Dark Continent exploration immediately became a purposeful, tricky mission, which caused a shift in her mindset. Shizuku seemed to sense Bisky's emotions and stroked Bisky's tied-up blonde hair comfortingly. Germain, who had been silent and listening, shook his head at this moment and finally spoke. My only contact with Chairman Netero was after the Hunter exam. Perhaps he became suspicious of me then and began a secret investigation. It's normal for him to find some clues by tracing back my connection with Bisky. As for the final deadline set by Chairman Netero, I think we can relax a bit. I was already planning to conquer the ancient labyrinth city by early next year. Everyone involuntarily looked at him, surprised by his composure and determination. He had completely transformed the stress brought by Chairman Netero into motivation. Even Kite, who had been focused on driving, couldn't help but glance back at him. Bisky almost forgot that this guy was different from her and Shizuku. His initial goal was to explore the Dark Continent, and it had never changed. So, getting a hope would naturally be beneficial for his future exploration. As long as the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, he would decisively act. However, even with Jin joining, would conquering the ancient labyrinth city be that simple now? Silence fell in the car, with no one responding. Jin's gaze left the rearview mirror, and his right hand stroked his stubbled chin, wondering if it was time to shave. After a long pause, he broke the silence in the car. So your first target was the ancient labyrinth city. That's good, it happens to be in ancient ruins, which is right up my alley professionally. In short, after I received that notebook, I handed over the work of researching the ancient ruins on the isolated island to my team, then took a boat to a nearby town for a temporary rest. After that, I made my way to the Kaken Empire while collecting information about you. Because I had been isolated from the world before, I only learned a lot about you from that point on. Including your fastest single-star hunter legend, your conflicts with the Phantom Troop, the Tendons, and the Shadow Beasts. Then I remembered Kite was in the Kaken Empire, so I contacted him and asked him to join me. Kite, who was driving, kept his eyes on the road, even though there wasn't a single car around at the moment. After I received Jin's message, I met up with Jin at the Kaken Empire's port. At the same time, I informed Jin that your last appearance was fighting the Phantom Troop on a train, and then you disappeared. But Jin still decided to find you, so we began searching for your whereabouts within the Kaken Empire until just now. Jin nodded. We searched for you for a while, but there weren't many clues. Later, I heard that the Kaken Empire's fourth prince had an accident. I instinctively felt something was wrong, so I headed towards the scene of the incident, but I didn't expect to meet you on the way. Shira, who had been rubbing her head for a while, now raised her hand again, looking a bit wronged. This is probably caused by mine inability accumulated good luck. The bad luck attracted Beyond and others, while the good luck attracted you. Jin nodded again. That's right. All the clues and links fit together. It seems our encounter was indeed not as simple as coincidence. Since we've discussed this much, and since we've decided to cooperate and Chairman Netero has likely set a deadline for us, time is urgent, so I'd like to make a request now. Germain blinked and looked at Jin in the passenger seat. What request? Jin held up 2 fingers to the people in the back row. I want to be the number 2 person in this team, which means replacing Bisky's current position. However, in return, I will pay a reasonable price. Germain and Bisky looked at each other. The number 2 person was Bisky, and the number 1 person was, of course, Germain. This was normal, the two were the founding elders of the stagecoach, and Germain also had the means to reach the Dark Continent. They were undoubtedly the leaders and decision-makers. Bisky shrugged indifferently, then suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile, licking her lips with her tongue. The stress that Chairman Netero had given her earlier vanished at this moment. Greed made her thoughts incredibly fast and clear. Jin, I've been working with Germain for over half a year. We have a harmonious and close relationship, and we have great chemistry. The other people in the team also trust me, and many of them were brought in by me. You can't just replace me like that. First, tell me your reasonable price. Bisky tried to pose with her hands on her hips, wanting to show an unyielding stance, but Shizuko hugged her back into her arms again, completely ruining the image. Jin knew Bisky was lying through her teeth but didn't mind. First is the most practical cash. I will pay you in 3 tiers, with corresponding amounts. Germain and Bisky are the first tier, other core members are the second tier, and as for Kurapika and Shira, who seem to know little about what we're discussing, they are the third tier. Everyone had already introduced themselves to each other before this, so Jin knew Kurapika and Shira's names. The so-called third tier was, in plain terms, hush money, because it was clear that Kurapika and Shira were on the fringes of this team and didn't know much. Kurapika hesitated for a moment and refused, saying, I don't need it. Don't worry, I will keep everything I've heard here a secret. Shira also shook her head at this point. I'm like Kurapika, I don't need it. Jin waved his hand, then pulled out his phone and entered a string of numbers into the calculator. Don't rush to refuse. This is the third tier payment I'm offering you. Take a look first. Shira only glanced at it and was stunned. She wondered if she was seeing things. Why were there so many zeros behind this string of numbers, or was the comma in the wrong place? Kurapika's heart was also shaken by what he saw. He hadn't expected that the so-called hush money would allow him financial freedom from now on. However, he still intended to refuse. But Germain said to him and Shira at this moment, it's okay, take it. Jin isn't short on money, and with ample starting capital, you'll be able to more easily choose to do what you like in the future. Kurapika and Shira exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Since teacher Germain had spoken, they would accept it. Jin put away his phone, then entered another string of numbers, which was, of course, much larger than the previous one. He showed it to Shizuku. This is the second tier payment I'm making. Shizuku tilted her head strangely, then pointed at Germain and Bisky, and then at herself. Why are you showing me the second tier payment? Germain, Bisky, and I are all stagecoach elders. I should be getting the first tier payment. Shizuku's expression was not feigned, she was genuinely puzzled. She stroked Bisky's blonde hair as if petting a cat, then turned to look at Germain. How strange. Why is he showing me the second tier payment? Did he make a mistake? Jin was speechless once again. However, he was a generous person and readily accepted it. He quickly put away his phone and entered a third string of numbers, this time far exceeding the sum of the previous two. He showed it to Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku. This is the first tier payment I'm making to you. Shizuku reached out and took the phone, examining it with Germain and Bisky, and then she nodded contentedly. Bisky, meanwhile, tried her best to cover her mouth, but couldn't suppress her laughter. Her accumulated wealth over decades was astonishing, but much of it consisted of gems that she would never sell. And how many people in this world wouldn't want more money in their coffers? She, for one, was willing. Bisky forced herself to calm down, suppressing her snickers, then coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Jin, you just said firstly, so there must be secondly and finally, right? Germain seemed to see the greedy fairy's pointed ears and curled lips on Bisky at that moment. He wasn't surprised, because this was Bisky's true nature. Jin didn't keep them in suspense. After getting his phone back from Shizuku, he continued. Secondly, do you know the game Greed Island? My companions and I developed it. I'm willing to allocate a portion of my shares to the three of you. Shizuku, Kurapika, and Shira were all unaware of Greed Island's value. The former simply didn't care, while the latter hadn't yet accessed information about it through channels like the Pro Hunter website. But Germain and Bisky knew. Bisky once again couldn't help but spring up from Shizuku's arms like she had a spring, only to be hugged back by Shizuku, who wouldn't let go. This game was developed by you and your team. Its standalone release price was 5.8 billion, and now the lowest auction price is over 8 billion. When actually auctioned, it would be at least over 10 billion. I remember, there's a rich man named Badara who has been eyeing it, determined to buy all the Greed Island copies circulating in the market, even more actively than a game hunter. Kurapika and Shira gasped. Shizuku clapped her hands and said, that's great, it must be very valuable. Jin's tone was calm, without any hint of regret. It's good that you know about Greed Island, it makes explaining much simpler. In short, when developing it, we established a company, and I held the most shares. Now I'm willing to distribute some to the three of you. This way, you will not only receive corresponding dividends but also have certain rights to influence the company's and Greed Island's decisions in various aspects. Jin paused but hadn't finished speaking. Finally, I can bear most of the expenses required for the Dark Continent exploration. These 3 points are my greatest sincerity in exchange for the number 2 person position. If you have any opinions or suggestions, we can discuss them further. Bisky finally couldn't help but turn to look at Germain. Germain, I have no objections. He's making me feel a bit embarrassed. Let him be the number 2 person. Anyway, I don't care about such rankings. She secretly thought, most importantly, you can't possibly not listen to what I say. If Jin really wants this empty title, let him have it. Jin smiled, then turned back and extended his hand to Germain. Pleasure working with you. Germain thought for a moment, and without much hesitation, shook Jin's hand, signifying a preliminary agreement. Pleasure working with you. Chapter 190 Greed Island is a brand new open-world adventure game independently developed by Jin's team. Jin's unkempt appearance and unconventional style were all elevated by his wealth. Even if his temporary ride was a dilapidated car, it would be seen as experiencing life. Jin clearly felt Bisky's attitude towards him had improved by an order of magnitude, and although it was a bit strange, he was more curious about other things now. Speaking of which, where is your mansion base? I want to see the Dark Continent data you've collected as soon as possible. Of course, I'll share my information with you too. I have a tattered copy of the New World Travelogue, Eastern chapter that I found at home years ago. I can show it to you then. The complete versions sold on the market have mostly been recalled by V5. Jin sighed as he spoke. If he wasn't a descendant of the Furukusa family, it might have been truly difficult for him to see this famous work by his ancestor, Don Freaks. V5's control was too strict. However, precisely because it was kept at home without proper preservation methods, after more than 300 years, the New World Travelogue, Eastern chapter in Jin's possession had many damages, omissions, and blurriness. Yet, Jin had perused it countless times, organized it countless times, and never regretted that it was an incomplete copy. On the contrary, the missing and unclear content in those incomplete copies was what attracted him to the path of a pro hunter and the reason he never gave up on exploring the Dark Continent from beginning to end. In this regard, Germain and Jin were the same type of person. Germain replied, "Our mansion base is on the European continent. The exact location is..." "Ah, that place." Jin remembered, "I've traveled to that area before." Coincidentally, Greed Island is also in the waters near the European continent. This will make travel arrangements much more convenient. I'll take you to Greed Island first. Germain had long ago dispelled the mystery surrounding Greed Island for Bisky and Shizuku, clarifying that it was a real-life game existing on a real island. Therefore, Bisky and Shizuku, who were in the know, were not surprised. Shira, unaware of the truth, looked confused. "Hey? What's going on? Didn't you say Greed Island was a game? What does Greed Island is also in the waters near the European continent mean? Does it refer to your company's address?" "It's pretty much that meaning." Jin replied, "Didn't I explain it before?" "Germain, I see you, Bisky, and Shizuku aren't very surprised, so you must have known already, right?" Germain said, "I do know the truth about Greed Island. I told Bisky and Shizuku a few months ago. At that time, I used it as a metaphor to describe my teleportation lantern." Germain had already explained the teleportation lantern as a means of traveling to and from the Dark Continent to those in the car who didn't understand yet. Jin stroked his chin. "The teleportation lantern and Greed Island are indeed a bit similar. I never thought my initial idea would actually be realized by your ability. What an incredible coincidence." "Initial idea?" Bisky, resting her chin in her hands in Shizuku's lap, asked curiously, "Did you have a specific purpose in developing Greed Island?" Jin explained, "My team and I developed Greed Island for several purposes. One of them was to establish contact with the Dark Continent and then perform ultra-long distance teleportation. Greed Island's current teleportation is already sufficient to cover the entire 6 continents, but whether it can safely and stably teleport to the Dark Continent is an unknown. I need to conduct experiments on the ground in the Dark Continent. If successful, this will completely change the way the Dark Continent has been explored in the past." Bisky nodded understandingly, "So that's it. Your ambition isn't small either. Your own achievements are already enough to make you a 3-star hunter. If Greed Island and the Dark Continent truly succeed in establishing contact, then you will truly make history." Jin is still a 2-star hunter. The reason he hasn't become a 3-star hunter is that he doesn't care about the honor and hasn't applied for it. "Making history is irrelevant," Jin said, "simply relying on applying to the International Voyage Permit Bureau, I probably wouldn't have a chance to go to the Dark Continent in this lifetime. Therefore, I need Germain's means. His means is currently the only repeatedly verified, stable method for traveling to and from the Dark Continent." Bisky nodded, "That makes sense." She looked at Germain again, thinking to herself, these two really have similar thought processes. When normal people face the Dark Continent, the first thing they think of is the hardships and dangers. These two, however, think about how to solve those hardships and dangers to achieve their goal of moving forward. Shira finally caught a lull in their conversation and asked, Wait a minute, you still haven't clearly explained what Greed Island is." Everyone paused. Indeed, they had strayed from the topic and still hadn't answered Shira's initial question. Greed Island is a real game on a real island. Seeing Shira still somewhat confused, Bisky thought for a moment and pushed the explanation task away. "Jin, you're the developer, you explain it clearly." Jin scratched his head. "It's an user's game, and it's quite troublesome to explain." "Germain, you explain it. Anyway, you've already explained it to Bisky and Shizuka once before, so you have experience." They all felt it couldn't be explained in a few words, so they modestly deferred to each other, and the ball was passed to Germain. Shira watched their back and forth, feeling somewhat bullied. Fortunately, Germain didn't defer again. He thought for a while, carefully formulated a reasonable explanation, and then answered Shira's question. "They're actually all correct, but Greed Island is a brand new open-world adventure game independently developed by Jin's Greed Island team. The game takes place in a real existing world called Greed Island. Here, players teleport by a Greed Island game console will be granted a book, guiding the power of cards. You will play a mysterious character called Adventurer, encountering game players and NPCs with various personalities and unique abilities in the free Greed Island. Together with them, you will defeat different types of enemies, collect the specified 100 cards, and gradually uncover the truth of Greed Island. Having a formula makes problem-solving fast." Listening to Germain fluently and smoothly reel off a string of explanations, everyone in the car was a bit stunned. Jin paused, then said, "What you said is really accurate, but it sounds a bit too formal." "That's interesting. It could be a promotional slogan for Greed Island. I'll have someone implement it later." You don't need to gradually uncover the truth of Greed Island anymore. I'll take you directly to see the truth. By the way, once we arrive at Greed Island, it's best if we split into 2 groups. Why? Germain asked. I plan to use the Greed Island game cartridge and console to connect Greed Island with your mansion base, so you can teleport directly back and forth, saving time and effort. However, to achieve this, one of you will need to take the Greed Island game cartridge and console back to the mansion base. So that's it. Bisky raised a hand upon hearing this. If that's the case, let me take the Greed Island game cartridge and console back. It'll be a good opportunity for me to explain things to Sanbika, Menchi, and Buera. They don't know that Jin has joined, nor do they know about our encounter in the Kaken Empire, nor about Beyond and his group. I need to explain all this information to them in person. Jin said, then it's settled. I'll call Greed Island now and have them arrange for a private airship to come from the Aegean continent. Bisky said, that makes it even more convenient. The Tendons and the Phantom Troop haven't completely given up on tracking Germain and Karapika yet. Traveling by private airship will be much more relaxing. Chapter 191, Gathered, a ball of fire, scattered, a sky full of stars. Kite, who was driving, said at this moment, Jin, my mission is complete. Tomorrow, I need to return to my team, so I won't be joining you all to Greed Island. Jin said, okay, good. Thank you for your trouble this time. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time next. Kite couldn't help but retort, Jin, I've heard you say I'll treat you to a meal when I have time many times. Since I graduated from you, we haven't met again. If you weren't coming to the Kaken Empire this time, you wouldn't have even thought to contact me, would you? Kite's tone carried a hint of resentment. He greatly admired his teacher, but Jin was always elusive, and he himself was busy with work, making it incredibly difficult to meet up. Jin's expression was a bit awkward. He scratched his cheek with a finger and replied, then I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No, I'll treat everyone to dinner. A man like him, who was always out and about, not even visiting his son, Gon, whom he left on Whale Island, let alone his disciple. Ah, no, it's possible that the time he spent with Kite was far longer than the time he spent with Gon. In that sense, perhaps the truly pitiful one was Gon. Gon, Killua, Karapika and Leorio all had painful pasts, with Karapika's being the most tragic, and he was also the most extreme. Leorio was already considered the most normal and realistic person among the main quartet. Sheila became interested at this point and asked, Mr. Kite, I heard that you and your team research various creatures in deep mountains and wild forests, is that right? Yes, Kite looked back, recently, we've been researching camping tigers. Are you interested? Yes, Sheila replied half-truthfully, to be honest, despite how I look, I am actually a scenery hunter, specializing in finding beautiful scenery and creating travel guides. If you are going to research wild creatures, you will definitely go to many remote places, which often have beautiful scenery. Can I come along? Don't worry, I will never be a burden. She had actually thought it through. She didn't dare to act alone yet, fearing she might run into Pakunoda and her group directly, not only exposing information but also risking her life. However, going to Greed Island with the others in the car was certainly not a good choice for her, after all, that was the Dark Continent. Getting involved would be another vortex from which she couldn't extricate herself in time. Thinking this way, wouldn't it be wonderful to follow Jin's disciple, Kite, a man who seemed very reliable, hide in the primeval forest, and incidentally fulfill her duties as a pro hunter? Sheila was pleasantly surprised by her brilliant idea. As expected of me, I easily found an escape route. Kite didn't mind adding a companion, especially since the other party was also a pro hunter. Even if she wasn't combat-oriented, she could always provide unexpected help in some areas. All right, if you're willing, we'll set off together tomorrow. I'm definitely willing. Sheila nodded emphatically. Bisky said, in that case, Kite and Sheila go to work, I'll take the Greed Island game cartridge and console back to the mansion base, and the others will stay on Greed Island. I just feel so pitiful and lonely this way. Shizuku, do you want to come back with me? I won't go back, will I? Shizuku said, I want to go to Greed Island with Germain first to take a look. I haven't seen a real-life game world yet. Shizuku, you can come back with me first, and then teleport to Greed Island via the game console. Bisky argued reluctantly. That's too much trouble. Shizuku adjusted her glasses, unmoved. Shizuku, how could you be so heartless? You weren't like this before, and you're still hugging me now, yet you can still say you want to abandon me. Bisky bent down, covering her face, pretending to cry. Ah. Shizuku tilted her head to look, seeing Bisky covering her face with her hand and making sobbing sounds. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, are you really crying? But she simply didn't mention going back with Bisky, as one thing was separate from another. Teacher Germain. Karapika, after a long silence, suddenly said, I'll go back to the mansion base with Bisky. Upon hearing this, Bisky couldn't help but suddenly look up and excitedly exclaimed, really? As a result, her head collided with Shizuku's cheek, and both of them cried out in pain, clutching the affected areas. If you're willing, you can. Germain said to Karapika. Karapika pursed his lips, explaining the reason for his choice. After establishing a connection between the mansion base and Greed Island, I plan to have Shizuku send over the Scarlet Eyes of my clan members. I will then arrange them along with the pair of Scarlet Eyes I obtained previously. After that, I plan to retrieve the remaining Scarlet Eyes, as I already have the addresses and contact information of those people. Additionally, I will participate in next year's hunter exam to obtain a hunter license. This is my plan going forward. Kurapika had essentially completed all his basic and advanced training, including Ten, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, Ko, Ken, Ryu, Gyo, In, as well as the nin ability of chains distributed among his 5 fingers. From mid-April to late August, lasting over 4 months, Kurapika's nin ability training progress was faster than in the original timeline. He didn't think he was graduated like Kite, but rather, to make further progress in nin ability, he had to leave the protection of teacher Germain. Germain also understood this and replied, "Alright, take this time to continue honing yourself. I hope when we meet next, you will have become an elite level nin user." Yes. Kurapika agreed, then added, "Thank you for your guidance during this time. I will not forget the kindness of you, Bisky, Shizuku, and Sheila." He spoke these words very sincerely, and Bisky and Sheila both felt a little shy upon hearing them. Shizuku, however, showed no change in expression. She thought it was natural, after all, in Meteor City, showing gratitude was also a virtue that had become popular. No, to be precise, it should be equivalent exchange. You do something for me, and I do something equivalent for you. Germain thought this was quite good. Kurapika having the idea of owing kindness yet to be repaid would make him less likely to go to extremes when choosing to travel alone. Kurapika's combat power now was certainly not comparable to his combat power in Your New City in the original timeline, as the latter was gambling with his life, a life-consuming player. But the current him, compared to the him who might have completely burned out, has a brighter future. His nin-user training would also be smoother, rather than a sudden surge in combat power at a heavy cost, as in the original timeline. Jin said at this moment, "Actually, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Once we arrive at Greed Island, I'll have a way to teleport you directly to a designated location on the European continent. That's a fixed teleportation point, specifically for those game players to leave Greed Island. Although it's a certain distance from your mansion base, it's still faster than taking an airship. Once the game cartridge and console arrive at your mansion base, I'll set that as a secret teleportation point, and it'll be even more convenient then." Bisky was surprised. "You should have said that earlier." She then looked at Shizuku. "No," Shizuku shook her head, "it'll take time for you and Kurapika to return to the mansion base from the teleportation point. I want to explore Greed Island first." Shizuku was so stubborn that Bisky couldn't persuade her and had to give up. Thus, everyone discussed and decided their respective destinations in the car. The dilapidated car finally drove out of the desert highway area at dusk and entered a town filled with car repair shops. They would spend the night in a hotel in this small town. Jin did not go back on his word this time. He treated everyone, including Kite, to dinner. He was never short of money, only time and energy allocation. The next morning, Kite and Sheila first bid a solemn farewell to everyone, promising to stay in touch, and then they left together. With that, when everyone set off again, Jin took the wheel of the dilapidated car. Bisky sat in the passenger seat, while Germain, Shizuku, and Kurapika sat in the back, making the space feel a bit more spacious. However, when they arrived at a large city in the Kaken Empire that afternoon, they immediately abandoned the roaring car. Jin and Kite had driven it precisely so it would be easy to dispose of now, saving some trouble. Their group went directly to the city's airport and waited in the private airship lounge, enjoying the attentive service of the flight attendants. Jin had arranged for a private airship to depart from a city on the Aegean continent and land at this private airship pad in the Kaken Empire. This private airship belonged exclusively to the Greed Island team and was reliable in terms of secrecy. "This way, we can go directly to Greed Island," Jin explained, "then the airship will take Bisky and Kurapika to the European continent." Everyone boarded the private airship. After Jin chatted with the pilot for a few moments, the airship took off, slowly ascending, and by that night, it had left the territory of the Kaken Empire. Chapter 192, Greed Island's Simple Customs, Warm Hospitality. 2 days later, on September 13th, the airship sailed beneath the clouds. Germain looked down from the porthole and saw a bay of Greed Island, then a scattered town hidden in the forest appeared in his sight. Against the backdrop of numerous low-rise houses, the castle built on the hilltop was particularly striking. This was the core of Greed Island Limiro, the final destination one must reach to achieve the Greed Island game ending. After achieving the ending, players would be warmly entertained here and could choose 3 specified cards to take with them. However, as of yet, no one had been able to achieve the ending. The airship passed over the castle spire and landed on a clear plain not far away. The propellers slowly stopped rotating, and a ladder was subsequently lowered for people to embark and disembark. Under Jin's guidance, Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, and Kurapika descended from the airship, stepping onto this land that resembled a fantasy world. Everyone looked around with great curiosity. Not far away, 3 people, having received the news, had been waiting for a long time. They were all core members of the Greed Island team and game administrators, possessing the highest authority on Greed Island. Riza, with his narrowed eyes and powerful physique. Duan, with his messy explosive hair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and disheveled clothes. Lest, with golden curly hair and a Shota-like physique. Seeing Jin's long-awaited appearance, Duan, who had been scratching his abdomen, immediately extinguished the cigarette in his hand and excitedly stomped in his slippers, charging towards Jin aggressively. "Jin, you bastard, you finally decided to come back. Do you know how long it's been since you've been online? You just dumped everything on us." Duan's expression was like a woman who had been jilted by Jin, now resentfully demanding an explanation. Jin, however, was not flustered by Duan's interrogation. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then casually guessed a number of years. About 5 years. It's 9 years. Duan looked incredulous. That time you even brought Gon over. I can't believe you'd forget. Don't tell me you don't even know how old your son is now. He's 11 this year. Jin, you clearly just did that math in your head. Unbelievable. Gon is too pitiful. Note, the manga does not explicitly mention the timeline of Jin bringing Kite into the game and creating the character Nico. It is now set before Jin brought Gon into the game. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Gon, you incompetent father. Duan reached out to grab Jin, but Jin resisted. Their palms met, and they pushed each other like children wrestling. Stop moving. Who'd stop moving? Everyone who had disembarked from the airship watched with great interest. Excuse me. List, dressed in a suit appropriate for his Shota-like physique, bowed slightly to the group. Jin and Duan are old friends, this is their way of communicating. They'll probably be wrestling here for 5 minutes, so let's go in first. Alright, you lead us in. Bisky said with a smile, coaxing List like a child. Bisky only liked handsome, unmarried, and childless men with an apparent age between 18 and 35. List's true age was unknown, but his apparent age certainly didn't fit, so Bisky's reaction wasn't strong, at most, it was normal affection for a Shota. Jin's voice carried from afar, Hey, List, don't think I didn't hear you. Are you going to abandon me at a time like this and take the guests directly into the castle? Let's go in. List gestured towards the castle. Don't ignore me. Jin yelled, and in a moment of carelessness, he was finally tackled to the ground by the disheveled Duan, who then hugged Jin and started crying. You bastard, you finally came back. You really are a bastard. Meanwhile, Germain's group, led by List, had just started walking towards the castle when they were blocked by a tall figure. Riza. List looked up at the tall figure in confusion. Riza's expression was serious and resolute, making List, and even Jin and Duan, who were still embracing on the ground, realize that something was amiss. I've already heard the story from Jin once. I have no criticism for Jin's lifelong wish. However, I object to Jin sharing his shares with 3 of you, making you game administrators as well. I was once a death row inmate. Without Jin's help, I wouldn't be where I am today. Therefore, I must conscientiously fulfill my duties and complete my promise to Jin, ensuring the stable operation of Greed Island. Any obstacles stuck between the gears will be eliminated one by me. This is the correct way for me to repay his kindness. List understood Riza's meaning, and his face turned somewhat grim. He couldn't help but step in front of him. Riza, are you planning to use force against them? They are Jin's invited guests. At least give Jin some face. Face. Riza laughed. Jin hired me not to value so-called face. He looked in Jin's direction and shouted. Jin, what do you think? You asked me to show no mercy even when I saw your son. Are you still that kind of man, or have you become a softie after a few years? Duan uneasily climbed off Jin and helped him up. Riza. He began to wonder if his earlier entanglement with Jin was a good idea, perhaps if he hadn't, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Jin scratched his head as if troubled, then looked at Germain. That's how it is. It seems he's also putting the accumulated debt from my many years of absence on your head. So, we're solving the problem with force. It's probably just a test. Can you accept it? Then let's do it. Good. Germain's hunter's black robe was torn and missing in places, he was now only wearing a cool, light-colored long-sleeved shirt, looking like a tourist. He slowly walked towards Riza. Duan anxiously looked at Jin. Jin, no, aren't you going to stop him? Jin touched his tattered felt hat and waved his hand. It's fine, Germain won't kill him, he'll stop before that. Hey. Duan was stunned, still not quite processing it. What did Germain won't kill him mean? Shouldn't it be Riza won't kill him? Riza was very strong, those who worked with him daily knew it best. He had eliminated countless people who tried to force their way through. List, standing in front of Riza, watched Germain approach. He noticed that Jin had no intention of stopping him, and also observed that Germain's companions were merely spectators. His eyes darted around, and he understood. They're all that confident? Then let me see the abilities of this fastest single-star hunter, the Phantom Troop and Shadow Beasts killer. So, List placed one hand on his chest, stepped aside, bowed slightly, and made a pleased gesture. Riza looked down at the approaching Germain, his narrowed eyes finally opening, a smile appearing on his face. It seems, purely in terms of courage, you are absolutely qualified. He wasn't careless. He clenched his fists, his arm muscles bulged, and then surged out. Activating his Nen ability. Emission type, 14 Devils. Riza could emit and control up to 14 Nen beasts, but under normal circumstances, he would not use 14 Nen beasts in combat. Emitting and controlling Nen beasts was not a case of the more, the merrier, the more there were, the more mental power and Nen were consumed. If dealing with cannon fodder far weaker than himself, then unleashing the 14 devils to bully them would be fine. But Germain was clearly not such cannon fodder. 8 figures immediately appeared beside Riza, each devil wore a knitted hat with jingle bells. They each wore a white shirt, with their respective codes printed on them, sequentially numbered from 0 to 7. Riza began to retreat. As he moved, the 8 devils also began to perform their respective duties. 5 of the devils formed a circle, while the remaining 3 devils rushed towards Germain. Germain cautiously drew his meat cleaver and shotgun, first firing the shotgun and hitting the first devil that came at him. Bang! That devil was shattered, scattering like debris. The other 2 devils took the opportunity to circle to Germain's left and right sides, then launched an attack together, one with a punch, one with a kick. Germain swung the meat cleaver, making it transform with a click, and with a horizontal sweeping cut, he instantly sliced the 2 devils into 4 halves. He defeated the 3 devils responsible for the feint attack, then looked at Riza and the remaining devils. The 5 devils forming a circle raised their 10 hands together, supporting a scarlet ball they had gathered, which looked like a small sun. This was much larger than the bullet Riza used to strike on in the original timeline. And Riza had gained enough run-up distance and immediately began to sprint. The 5 devils worked together, lifting the scarlet ball high, sending it flying into the air. Riza also leaped up at this moment, as if he had completely escaped gravity, ascending beneath the scarlet ball. He roared, swinging his strong right arm, hitting the scarlet ball, and then blasting it towards Germain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A teeth-grinding sound emerged. As the scarlet ball blasted towards Germain, it suddenly made irregular tremors, making its trajectory as unpredictable as a missile's, coupled with its terrifying speed and contained destructive power. This scarlet ball was undoubtedly a great weapon. Chapter 193, 7 months out of 10 spent killing everywhere. Germain gave up on trying to catch the scarlet ball with his naked eye and instead used N. The scarlet ball instantly penetrated deep into the N's territory, closing in on Germain. He reacted when the scarlet ball drew a strange arc and then sharply veered towards his side. He suddenly leaped upwards, narrowly avoiding the scarlet ball's bizarre arcing attack. Boom! The scarlet ball hit the ground, and a huge explosion immediately occurred in the wilderness, with an N shockwave appearing like an inverted bowl. Shrapnel flew in all directions. Riza's heart, however, sank. So it was dodged. Riza hovered for a moment, then began to descend to the ground, but it was enough for him to see that the attack had not been effective. Such quick movements! Where did he go? Before he could react, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Riza's originally narrowed eyes were half open, now completely wide, as a hand pressed against his face. He couldn't help but tremble all over. I guess that means I win, right? Through the gaps in the fingers, Riza saw Germain's black eyes and the shotgun pressed against his chest. He was stunned for a moment, then showed a relieved smile. Yes, I lost. The 2 landed smoothly on the broken wilderness. Germain released his hand and weapon, standing to the side. Riza, meanwhile, dispersed his Nin. List watched with considerable surprise. Germain being able to deal with Riza's Nin beast didn't surprise him. But Germain easily discerning the almost random trajectory of the scarlet ball and then instantly subduing Riza, that truly astonished him. No wonder Jing had such a high opinion of him and was willing to give up some shares. List gently clapped his hands. Bisky, Shizuku and Kurapika paused for a moment, then also clapped. At this moment, Duen let out a discordant cry, Riza, look at your Nin bullet, what have you done to this land? Riza listened, narrowed his eyes, and laughed loudly, it doesn't matter, it can be repaired by using administrator privileges and some cards anyway. You scoundrel! Do you think the power of cards comes for free? Do you know how long it takes to collect them? Duen, wearing slippers, strode over, pointing at Riza's nose and scolding him fiercely. Riza raised his hands in surrender. Yes, my fault, my fault. At this moment, Jing walked over and stood beside Germain. Riza chose to challenge you even after realizing the disparity in strength between you two. On one hand, as long as the gap isn't too large, it's not uncommon for the weaker to win in ability battles. On the other hand, this is also an endorsement. The fact that you fought him and won quickly will soon reach the other members of the Greed Island team. This will create a conviction. Germain squinted at him, I know. He thought for a moment, then added, you have a good friend who will respond to your decisions with concrete actions. I know, Jing replied calmly. The dinner held that evening in the castle was quite lively and lavish, with all members of the Greed Island team who could get away from their posts making an appearance. For example, the silver-haired twin sisters Ida and Elena, petite, entered the hall hand in hand. They first spoke with Jing, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, and then came to greet the guests. However, their work seemed quite busy, as they both left again half an hour later. Jing, Riza and Duen drank until the room was filled with the smell of alcohol. When Germain and the others left the banquet, they were still drinking freely at the dining table. List arranged separate rooms for everyone in the castle, preparing all daily necessities, so thoughtfully that Bisky praised him repeatedly. That evening, as Germain lay on the sofa listening to music, he received a text message from Gain. Gain, Mr. Germain, I apologize for disturbing you so late. I heard you took care of 2 more Phantom Troop members, is that right? Germain had no intention of hiding it and replied, yes. After a while, just as Germain thought the other party was busy with something else and couldn't reply, he saw another text message arrive. Gain, you are the most incredible pro hunter I have ever met. The 10 dons have been forced to lift the bounty on you. This is the second time they've done so. They rarely remove bounties they set. Both exceptions are because of you. Gain sent 2 more paragraphs. The reason is most likely that the Phantom Troop has disappeared, the Zaldik family is unwilling to take on this assassination request, and the 10 Dons are busy rectifying internal chaos and resisting the expansion of the Kaken 3 gangsters. It's truly incredible. You've made them hold their noses and swallow the bitter pill once again. A moment later, Gain sent another text message. If I say I'm planning to join your team now, do you think I still have a chance? However, Germain was taking a bath at this time, and even soaked in the tub for a while, quite leisurely. By the time he dried himself and returned to his phone, half an hour had passed. He saw Abengana's text message and replied cheerfully, "All right, I'll tell you an address, wait there, and my companion will come to pick you up." Gain replied almost instantly, "Okay, I'll be there on time." Germain probably didn't realize what an agonizing wait Gain had endured during the past half hour. After seeing Germain's text message, he even felt a sudden cardiac arrest, but fortunately, the outcome was good. So, Germain left the room and went to find Bisky, informing her about Gain and asking her to pick Gain up and bring him over later. "All right, it's on the way anyway," Bisky agreed, painting her nails without even looking up. Germain reminded her, "Still, be careful. Although the possibility is small, he could still be bait sent by the Phantom Troop or some other hostile force." Bisky nodded, "You have a point. I'll be cautious then. Kurapika's dowsing chain can detect lies, right? We'll know once we test it." The next morning, Jing, as promised, was to send Bisky and Kurapika to a fixed teleportation point on the European continent. Originally, you would need to obtain the corresponding cards, go through Elena, one of the twins, and then be teleported to the fixed teleportation point on the European continent. However, I have administrator privileges, which makes things much easier. Oh, by the way, I'll grant you all privileges after a while. Having privileges certainly made a difference. After Jing explained everything, he handed the spare Greed Island game console and cartridge to Bisky and Kurapika. Then, he took out a card, similar to the administrator exclusive card, exclusion that Riza used against the Phantom Troop in the original timeline. Jing displayed this card to the two of them as if showing a red card. A huge wave enveloped the two, directly teleporting them away. Watching Bisky and Kurapika disappear on the spot, Shizuku nodded with considerable interest. After a while, Bisky called. "Germain, Kurapika and I have confirmed that we have indeed been teleported back to the European continent. We'll meet up with Gain first." "Good. Remember to observe him for at least an hour. Only reveal yourselves once you're sure there's no danger." "Understood. I don't need you to remind me, you know." Several hours later, Bisky called again. "How is it?" Germain asked. "I've already met up with Gain." Bisky's tone was a bit strange. "I think he's fine, and Kurapika's lie detection also passed, but..." "But what?" Germain was a little puzzled. "What did you do to him?" Bisky asked in surprise. "Do you know how respectful he is to us? I mean, I'm one thing, but when he heard Kurapika was your disciple, he actually proactively showed goodwill." Germain frowned, "I don't remember doing anything bad to him. He did ask me about the Phantom Troop and the 10 Dons last night." Bisky sighed, "I pretty much understand what's going on." "What's going on?" "Those of us who know you, of course, know you're not some fierce and evil person. But outsiders don't know, do they? Think back, from last year until now, besides the Dark Continent, what have you been doing?" "What could I be doing?" "Month by month, we met in November last year, and after we met, you took out 4 assassins. What were you doing in December?" "Taking out the assassins who came after me." "What were you doing in January this year?" "Took the hunter license exam and killed a few shadow beasts." "You were training in February, and in March?" "Killed Finks." "And in April?" "Killed Phaeton Portor and Franklin, and took Kurapika as a disciple." "You stayed quite peacefully at the base in May and June." "In July, you systematically wiped out the shadow beasts again, who had just replenished their members." "And in August?" "Weren't you there?" "In August, you and I killed Yuvajin and Nobunaga." "Listen to yourself. Do you understand? In 10 months, you spent 7 months killing people everywhere, and a significant portion of them were quite famous. If Gain knew you just chopped off a prince this month, tisk tisk tisk." Germain probably somewhat understood what kind of image he had in the eyes of those who didn't know him, except for the 4th prince, everyone else came to me themselves. "I was acting in self-defense." "Self-defense, my foot. Tell that to a judge. I'm not talking to you anymore. I believe Gain has no ill intentions. I'll take him back to the base soon, he should arrive tomorrow morning." Germain trusted Bisky's judgment, so he agreed. Chapter 194, Before I knew it, Jing had already completed the formalities. Riza was not present at lunch due to his work guarding the seaside city, Safrabi, while the others sat around the dining table. List brought out a table full of rich dishes, both Eastern and Western. "Please enjoy," he said amiably, truly like a butler in a castle. Jing twirled some spaghetti with his fork, put it in his mouth, then looked up and asked curiously, "Germain, Shizuku, what are you planning to do this afternoon?" "We're going to explore the entire Greed Island." Shizuku adjusted her glasses and answered for Germain, showing a rare hint of excitement. "That's right," Germain readily agreed, then speared a piece of cut beef, put it in his mouth, and chewed. "Do you want to be our guide?" "No," Jing immediately waved his hand. "I need to spend some time organizing the documents related to the Dark Continent. Then we can compare them with your information. Duan and List also have their main jobs to attend to. After all, managing all aspects of an entire island requires the Greed Island management team to work together. He paused, then added, however, I can briefly introduce the structure of Greed Island, and you can decide where to go yourselves. Is that okay? Alright, Germain had finished eating, and he wiped his mouth with a napkin. Go ahead. Shizuku also stopped using her knife and fork, sipping juice through a straw in small sips, her big eyes blinking and listening intently. Jing swallowed a mouthful of spaghetti and began to speak. Greed Island, spelled Greedisland, has a total of 11 English letters, and each letter is the first letter of a team member's English name. I am G, Riza is R, Ida and Elena are both E, Duen is D, List is L. Jing was only halfway through when Duen slapped the table and interrupted unhappily. My English name should start with W, but Jing insisted I change my name to start with D to fit the game name Greed Island. Tell me, isn't that unreasonable? Chairman Netero set up the zodiacs, but he didn't force members to dress up as their corresponding zodiac animals. The reason they are the way they are is because they revere Chairman Netero, it was their voluntary choice. Not to mention, Jing and Rat Paristan are exceptions, you two have no intention of conforming to Boar and Rat. What about me? I didn't even have a chance to object. Before I could react, Jing had already completed the name change formalities for me. It's unbelievable, I've never seen him handle other things so quickly. Of course, after changing my name, my luck also improved, I have money and women, that's true. But he still shouldn't have acted on his own. Duen stuck out his neck and complained to Germain and Shizuku. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong audience. These two were not the type to offer sympathetic words for the sake of social etiquette. They merely showed expressions of oh, I see, and that was the end of it. List couldn't help but chuckle. He took a sip of soup with a small spoon, almost spitting it out. Duen didn't expect such a reaction from Germain and Shizuku, and he let out a long sigh. In any case, Jing smoothly regained control of the conversation, since you, Bisky, and Shizuku are new members, you should also follow this custom. However, Greed Island can't be renamed again, so your first initials are difficult to insert. Oh, by the way, what are your first initials? Duen started grumbling again, you never asked me what my first initial was back then. You just decided it directly. That's too much of a double standard. I'm G for Germain, Germain said, ignoring Duen just like Jing. Bisky is B for biscuit, and Shizuku is S for Shizuku. G, then SB? I've thought of several combinations, and none of them seem very good. Never mind, I'll think about this later. Jing scratched his face with his finger, as if it were a hassle. Anyway, each letter represents a Greed Island production and management member. We spent several years together to complete the game Greed Island. We designed and materialized cards, NPCs, magical beasts, terrain, treasures, and so on. To make this vast game system run, we need a large amount of NN. And this NN comes from the game players. When they use the book card system or NN ability, a small portion of NN enters the Greed Island cycle. As for the abilities of some of the most core cards, their strength is guaranteed by our NN. For example, Riza is responsible for replenishing emission-type spell cards. In addition, we also need to ensure the game's main storyline is complete and smooth, meaning whether game players can clear it. So, at the most important nodes, administrators are present. From Ida starting the game, to the game content, main and side quests handled by other administrators, then converging to Riza's most perilous stage, followed by the final stages handled by Duen and List, and finally ending the game with Elena. After game players acquire the specified 100 cards and reach the ending, they can obtain 3 of those cards and use them outside of Greed Island. That's the basic flow of the game. Jing then introduced the most important cities of Greed Island, Reward City, Andakaiba, Magic City, Mashadora, Gambling City, Dolias, Love City, Ai, and Seaside City, Safrabi. The city under the castle, Limelo, where they were currently located, needed no further introduction. So, you two can just explore freely this afternoon, Jing finally said. Duen, List, and I all have things to do, so we can't take you around. Sorry about that. It's fine, Germain said. Shizuku and I will probably just take a look around and come back. However, the afternoon journey took more time than Germain had imagined. Germain and Shizuku first walked around the city of Limelo, interacting with the people coming and going. Game players who hadn't met the prerequisites for the ending couldn't reach this place, so they didn't see any real people other than themselves here. It looks so real, Shizuku said in surprise as she walked. These NPCs are like real people, they can answer many of my questions, but they always try to guide me to do the main quest. That's their job, after all, Germain replied. Did they ask you to play cards? Play cards? No. Oh, you mean those cards? They did want me to collect cards. The two chatted as they walked, and soon reached the end of the city under the castle, Limelo, entering the forest. So they decided to check out another city. The cities were still quite far apart. If they relied solely on foot, they definitely couldn't visit all the cities in half a day, so game players all had special movement spell cards. Such as come back, fly to a previously visited location, drift, fly to an unvisited location, magnet, fly to a player encountered in the game, accompany, fly with nearby players to a previously visited location or a player encountered in the game, etc. However, these cards had a quantity limit, the total number was fixed. If all of them were stored and possessed, other game players couldn't obtain them. Only after they were used would they return to the card pool and then be allocated to certain locations. Administrators certainly couldn't occupy the game players' cards, so they had administrator-exclusive movement cards. Germain used the administrator-exclusive movement card that Jing gave him, allowing him and Shizuko to fly together to their destination. Reward City, and Akaiba. A wave of an enveloped the two, taking them to that bustling city, where they finally saw many game players. They were still easy to recognize, as there were differences in behavior between humans and NPCs. NPCs, unless required by a quest or a special encounter, would not interfere with game players, they would just go about their daily, repetitive tasks. Game players, on the other hand, wouldn't have so many scruples, they were more self-indulgent, as no one would say they were breaking the law or rules here anyway. Even if they killed other game players here, they wouldn't suffer any punishment, at most moral condemnation. These game players, either excited, dejected, or worried, looked at the bounty board not far away. It turned out that tomorrow, September 15th, was coincidentally the monthly bounty competition in Reward City, and Akaiba. The ultimate winner would receive certain designated cards. This should be where new players first get their game experience, Germain said. So, the so-called anti-refund tutorial level, right? Hey. Shizuko looked at him. You're saying strange things again. Speaking of strange things, you're not in a position to criticize me, are you? Really? Alright then. Shizuko actually accepted Germain's statement. Next, Germain and Shizuko went to Gambling City, Dolia's and Magic City, Mashadora. The former was a place for game players to gamble and acquire money, where Jenny was still universally accepted. The latter was where game players purchased spell cards with Jenny. Thus, common game elements like tutorial level, money farming spot, and shop all appeared. The two found it quite interesting to watch. Chapter 195, Can't be targeted by NPCs. In Magic City, Mashadora, Germain, and Shizuko clearly felt the quantity of game players increasing, indicating that many people enjoyed staying there. This was normal, as Greed Island was, at its core, a collectible cards game. In Magic City, Mashadora was the core area for card circulation and exchange. They saw many game players directly materializing a magic book to display and use various cards, whether for trading, threatening, or battling. In any case, the scene was quite lively. Germain and Shizuko watched several exciting and thrilling card battles from afar, only leaving after losing interest. Afterward, they arrived at Love City, AI. This was a place permeated with a romantic atmosphere, where one could encounter a love flag almost anywhere, anytime. However, they walked around Love City, AI for a while but didn't trigger any romantic events. That's strange, Shizuko tilted her head and said, I clearly remember Jin saying that when we came here, different types of men and women would approach us. It should be because we are administrators, Germain deduced, we cannot be considered as targets for effect activation by NPCs. Shizuko raised her eyebrows, punched her palm with her fist, and said with sudden understanding, so that's how it is. However, Germain thought about it carefully later and found it a bit strange. After all, in other cities, though rarely, NPCs would still approach them, trying to get them to complete main or side quests, so why weren't any NPCs doing that here? Was something wrong? The two didn't dwell on it and left Love City, AI directly, arriving at their final destination for the afternoon seaside city, Safrabi. Riza specifically walked out of a tavern to greet them as they casually strolled through the market. How did you know we were coming? Shizuko asked in surprise. Riza smiled and said, I can see the records after any mobile spell cards are used, not to mention the monitoring by Ida and Elena. Come, let's sit in the tavern. Due to Riza's setting as the pirate leader of this area, a fierce and evil thug, the nearby NPCs showed corresponding fear and panic when they saw him. Your NPCs' reactions are so realistic, Shizuko observed, unable to help but say. Thank you for the compliment. Riza pushed open the tavern door, making space for Germain and Shizuko to enter. However, main quests still need humans to complete. NPCs are already very smart, but ultimately there are places where they cannot understand the game player's mindset, making them susceptible to being taken advantage of. In some special situations, only humans can handle things on a case-by-case basis. All of my subordinates are real humans, they, like me, are death row inmates. We all signed a contract, committing to this duty for life to avoid the death penalty. Soon, Germain and Shizuko saw Riza's subordinates. Most of them were male, with only one female. They all wore black knitted hats like clowns and white shirts or t-shirts. When they saw Riza bring two people in, they couldn't help but put down their wine bottles, looking a bit confused. Germain and Shizuko clearly weren't NPCs, but if they were game players, why would Riza personally bring them over? He wasn't that kind-hearted, and the death row inmates knew this best. Riza quickly answered their questions. To avoid misunderstandings, I'll tell you now, Riza said loudly, in the future, a new batch of administrators will join the Greed Island management team, and these two are among them. The pirates understood, a new batch of administrators had been parachuted in. However, they just watched blankly, neither cheering nor applauding, because the addition of new administrators wouldn't significantly change their situation. They only avoided execution, but their other treatment wasn't much better. Riza didn't force the death row inmates to welcome Germain and Shizuko, but instead entertained the two himself. After talking, Germain realized that Riza was surprisingly quite talkative. He held no grudges about losing to Germain and always spoke and acted openly. Perhaps this was why Jin chose him from a group of death row inmates to be a Greed Island management member. Of course, Riz's combat power was also a very important reason. As dusk approached, the three, who had been chatting happily, finally parted ways. I won't be returning to the city below the castle, Rimmel tonight. Riza pointed his thumb backward at the boisterous pirates behind him. Many were already drunk, shouting and provoking each other. I have to watch them. Last night, when I wasn't here, 2 people tried to escape and were subsequently executed by me. Now we'll have to bring in new death row inmates. They really never learn. Alright, let's talk again when we have time. Let's talk again when we have time. Leaving the tavern, Germain and Shizuko used the administrator-exclusive mobile cards to fly towards the city below the castle, Rimmel. Riza stood in place, waving at them until their figures disappeared into the horizon. During dinner that day, Jin, List, and Duan asked Germain and Shizuko about their experiences that day. Germain and Shizuko recounted everything one by one. When they mentioned the cold reception in Love City, Jin looked at the other 2 administrators with some surprise. In the years I've been away, have you modified the settings for Love City, No, Duan spread his hands in confusion, then stroked his stubbled chin. We only changed a tiny bit, some harmless aspects. Generally speaking, unless the administrator ring is actively displayed, NPCs will act according to their usual behavior patterns. Germain and his administrator rings haven't been made yet. Today we only gave them administrator exclusive cards. The NPCs' behavior patterns should be the usual ones. Game players have game player rings, with which they materialize magic books and play the game. And administrators also have administrator rings, with which they gain authority superior to all game players. As long as they wear the administrator ring, it will disappear, but their administrator identity will be locked. NPCs will also have special reactions when facing administrators, meaning special dialogues and actions, mostly related to main and side quests. Even if they had administrator rings, this shouldn't be the reaction. List frowned. This is very strange. NPCs cannot ignore administrators, because administrator interactions with NPCs provide game players with various quest information. Is this some kind of bug? Duan pouted and said, I'll go check with Ida and Elena later. It's fine, bugs aren't a new thing, we can just fix it. Wait, Jin looked up and suddenly asked, is the love event trigger mechanism in Love City, still the same? There have been some minor modifications, but it's largely the same as before, Duan replied, then his eyes widened as he looked at Jin. You mean? Jin extended a finger towards Duan and List. Now even List reacted. The 3 exchanged glances, then looked at Germain and Shizuko. Shizuko looked at them confusedly. What's wrong? Your expressions are strange. Germain also frowned. It's just. Jin thought for a moment. Never mind, let nature take its course with this kind of thing. I'm not qualified to lecture you 2 about anything. Then, Jin shifted the topic to Riza and the death row inmates, and no one mentioned the matter again. After dinner, Germain asked Jin, do you have anyone here who can make clothes? Yes, Jin replied. Do you want to commission a set of clothes? Germain nodded. Yes, I'll draw a sketch for you. You can draw? Shizuko asked curiously from the side. A little. Germain found white paper, a pencil and an eraser from List and started drawing. Jin and Shizuko watched from the side as the outfit gradually took shape under Germain's pen. You really can draw. Jin was slightly surprised. A hood, a robe, gloves and trousers quite detailed. You must have thought about this for a while, right? This is someone else's design, I just copied it directly. Oh, I see. Does it have a name? Yes, it's called the Tomb Explorer Hunter's Black Robe. The Tomb Explorer Hunter's Black Robe. Jin made the connection. Tomb explorers explore ancient tombs and ruins, so this is for the ancient labyrinth city. He readily agreed. No problem, I'll have someone customize it for you. It's just one outfit, it'll be done quickly, definitely before the next exploration. Jin excitedly walked off with the sketch, but Shizuko stayed behind. She pointed at the paper and pencil in Germain's hand and asked, can you draw a picture for me? Germain looked up at her and said, I can, but my skill is limited, and drawing faces might not be very accurate. If you want a self-portrait, you'd be better off finding a famous artist. I just want a casual drawing. Shizuko pulled over a chair, then sat by the window in the moonlight, saying relaxedly, go ahead and draw. So, Germain drew a picture for Shizuko, then handed it to her. Shizuko pinched her chin, tilted her head, and looked at it for a while. It's alright, isn't it? I think it's pretty good. As long as you think it's alright. Shizuko adjusted her glasses, took the drawing, and slowly went back to her room. Chapter 196, Beyond wants to break his shackles. Let's go back to this day, the morning of September 14th, in the capital of the Kaken Empire. On the 7th day since 4th Prince Tseridnika's death, the news of his demise was finally announced to the public, immediately causing a nationwide sensation. News outlets exploded, and social media was flooded with discussions. For the next 1 or 2 months, the 4th prince would be the central topic for most people. Although various rumors had circulated in the preceding days, including one about the 4th prince's assassination, people were still quite shocked when it was confirmed. After all, he was a prince. It wasn't unheard of for royal family members to be assassinated. Similar incidents had occurred in the Kaken Empire and other countries. Yet, the news still caused shock and drew considerable attention. The Kaken imperial royal family and the police kept the details of the entire incident well hidden. Netizens still didn't know the specifics, let alone the true culprit who murdered the fourth prince. They could only make unlimited conjectures based on scattered clues, most of which were absurd, while some were half true. After much analysis, most people concluded that this was definitely a tragic case resulting from power struggles among the Kaken imperial royal family's princes, even explicitly naming certain princes. Their accounts were then banned, but it still couldn't stem the rising enthusiasm on social media. This situation reached its peak when 9th Prince Halkenberg mourned the 4th prince on Facebook. Tsarevnik and Halkenberg had always maintained a good public image, considered gentlemen among the princes. These two princes also cherished each other and often interacted. Halkenberg had always openly expressed his respect and regard for Tsarevnik, once stating bluntly, "Among the princes, I only acknowledged Tsarevnik. He didn't have good relationships with other princes, not even his full siblings, but he was quite close to Tsarevnik." People were not surprised that he would post a eulogy at this time. Halkenberg's eulogy concluded with, "Whoever committed this horrific crime, I, Halkenberg, swear by my name as a prince that I will never let them go, never." 1 Whoever and 2 Never made netizens' imaginations run wild, believing that the internal struggle for succession among the princes had begun, and Halkenberg would avenge the 4th prince. For a time, the internet was ablaze with heated debates. Xiu saw the news reports and 9th Prince Halkenberg's Facebook post. He touched his golden circlet, feeling utterly confused. So, he quickly walked through the corridor, stepped over the threshold, and entered the room to find Beyond. Beyond was straddling an oriental wooden windowsill, his back leaning against one side of the window frame, his right foot on the sill, and his left leg dangling towards the ground. He gazed out at the rockery and flowing water outside the house, exuding a sense of bold and unrestrained spirit. "Beyond," Xiu said, his hands on his waist, his lean abs exposed due to his short clothing, "the news of 4th Prince Tsarevnik's death has been reported. 9th Prince Halkenberg seems intent on inheriting the 4th Prince's legacy. There are reports that he has already been in contact with Morena, the leader of the Aie family. Furthermore, the Kaken imperial royal family's investigation into 4th Prince Tsarevnik's assassination has expanded from tracking the Phantom Troop to investigating all the princes and members who attended the ball." Xiu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Why didn't you tell the Kaken imperial royal family that Germain and the others are the most suspicious?" "No, it must have been them." He didn't understand. Xiu waited a long time, but Beyond didn't answer. Just as he thought Beyond wasn't interested in answering his questions, Beyond suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." He flipped off the wooden window, landed on the floor, and walked over majestically with his hands behind his back. Beyond stood in front of Xiu. Xiu was already tall, but Beyond was even taller, so much so that Xiu had to look up at Beyond. Netaro's-san suddenly stopped laughing and instead gazed down at Xiu with a serious expression. The invisible pressure made Xiu hesitate for a moment before lowering his head. "Xiu, let me ask you a few simple questions. If I expose this matter, what can I gain? Does it align with my interests? And how much help can this benefit provide me?" This. Xiu was stunned. The Kaken Empire will issue a warrant for Germain, pressure the V5 and the Hunter Association, and push Germain to a dead end. "Xiu, didn't you hear my question clearly?" Beyond's broad hands rested on Xiu's shoulders. Although he wasn't exerting force, it felt like 1,000 pounds. "I asked what I could gain." Xiu was speechless. "That's the problem." Beyond released his hands, walked past Xiu, and headed outside. "While we expose them, he and Jing will also expose our affairs. This way, the V5 will know about our secret dealings with the Kaken Empire and become wary of us. The situation will become quite troublesome then. Of course, we can still handle this situation, so that's not the main point of the problem." "The main point of the problem?" Xiu followed him, whispering, "Then let the Kaken Empire retaliate in private?" "No. If it fails even once, Germain and Jing will definitely know it was us. You still haven't broken out of your conventional thinking." Beyond looked at the upturned eaves outside the door and shook his head. "The Kaken Empire is indeed our biggest sponsor, but we are not their servants. Nasubi, the king, that fat old man, has over a dozen children, all with succession rights. In the future, only one will surely remain. Does one dying now affect us? Xiu, you must always understand one thing, from beginning to end, what are you and I truly pursuing? If it's not for that, then everything we do is meaningless. Do you remember what Jing said a few days ago?" Xiu thought back for a moment and said hesitantly, "Was it, your biggest enemy has never been us, your competitors, right?" Beyond nodded. He walked through the long corridor of the garden architecture, raised his hand, and tapped his chest 3 times with a thump, 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 at the location of his heart. Jing's words hit the mark and reminded me again. My biggest enemy has never been them, but my father Isaac Netero. I even suspect that since Jing could get information about Germain, then the clairaudient old man must also know. No, perhaps Jing's appearance was even guided by him. Xiu was greatly surprised by this. His first thought was whether his identity as an informant in the Zodiacs had been discovered, and his scalp tingled. The bad news is, he most likely already knows that you and Paristan are on my side, Beyond chuckled, saying, the good news is, his attitude towards exploring the Dark Continent has softened. Do you know? I actually don't dislike Germain and Jing at all. On the contrary, I admire these 2 young men, especially Germain. He used practical actions to make the stubborn old man waver. The old man knows he can't shackle me, and even if he did, he couldn't shackle others. Then, after he dies, it will be a great chaos directed towards the Dark Continent. By then, there will be no one who can manage the situation like him. There is simply no second person in the world with his prestige and strength. He must start thinking about the future now. It seems to me that he intends to place some bets on the Zodiacs, Germain and Bisky, to counter my influence. Beyond smiled. Ziyu, it's been almost half a century since I was branded with the shackles. Do you know why I've been enduring all this time, not recklessly using weapons like the poor man's rose? Even my father could never survive a large-scale weapon of mass destruction like the poor man's rose. But I haven't done that. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, Ziyu considered many possibilities in an instant, but he ultimately didn't voice them, instead asking, why? Beyond arrived at a pavilion, stood there, and looked at the nearby lake surface where duckweed floated. There are only two ways for me to break the shackles. The first is exorcism. Unfortunately, for half a century, no exorcist has been able to deal with the shackles set by the old man, even if they sacrificed their lives. Presumably, only an exorcist with power close to his could possibly achieve this. Unfortunately, there are few people on the 6 continents whose power approaches his, let alone exorcists. The second is to fulfill the condition. And the condition set by the old man is his death. Ziyu, listen, how cunning is this condition? Ziyu frowned, pondered for a moment, and then realized. It's the grudge of the dead. Exactly. Beyond smiled, though without any mirth. After the old man dies, 2 possibilities will occur. First, the shackles are removed, and I regain my freedom. Second, the shackles are not removed, instead, the grudge of the dead reinforces the shackles, making me completely lose all hope. The grudge of the dead is terrifying, not to mention the grudge of that old man. He is such a cunning person. He is telling me that until I satisfy him and meet his expectations, I will never be able to step out of the 6 continents. Therefore, for half a century, I haven't been looking for ways to kill him. There are plenty of those. I've been searching for an enemy who can make him burn himself out in a glorious battle. I know my father too well. Only then will he have no regrets and no grievances. Even if he knows I'm the one who brought the enemy, he will still go to face them. Only by dying under such circumstances is it most likely that he will not leave behind a grudge, but rather a sense of relief and liberation. That is Isaac Netero. Chapter 197, Kurora is left all alone. Ziyu was stunned once again, realizing he had a new understanding of Chairman Netero. He didn't even find it strange, this was exactly the kind of thing that Chairman Netero would do. As expected of Isaac Netero. At the same time, he looked at the tall man in front of him, feeling a similar emotion. As expected of Beyond. Beyond raised his head, looking at the horizon beyond the courtyard, staring at the clouds, some curled, some unfurled, and slowly extended 3 fingers. Next, there are only 3 things I need you to do. First, the Black Whale No. 1 has been secretly built. I need the Kaken Empire to invest more in the Dark Continent matter and be fully prepared. Second, I want to use Germain, Jin, and Bisky as pawns to negotiate with the old man, demanding the removal of my shackles. Of course, the probability of the second matter succeeding is not high, so I need you to complete the third matter. Third, I want Pariston and his assisting examiners to start working, arranging some tasks for the Zodiacs that will take at least a year and a half to complete, making them go as far away as possible. Beyond revealed a sinister smile. He once again recalled what Jin had said that day, and Germain's calm face. Will they always get ahead of me? Haha, 2 brats, it doesn't matter if they get ahead of me. But the winner of the Dark Continent is the one who can survive there until the end. Ziyu's face changed several times as he listened to Beyond's orders. He felt the suffocating calm before the storm that was about to arrive in the coming months. Late night on September 14th, somewhere in the Kaken Empire. Kurora was silent for a long time in front of 2 thick white candles before opening his closed eyes. A dry, discordant voice came from the shadows in the corner. Aren't you taking them back? Illumi, with his long black hair, walked out and stood in front of the flickering candlelight, one hand on his hip. They wouldn't care where they're buried. Kurora was referring to Yuvijin and Nobunaga, besides, there are no such conditions right now. Indeed. Illumi's eyes were wide and expressionless, like dead goldfish, as he replied in a mechanical tone, after all, there's a persistent guy. Illumi was referring to Hisoka. Exactly 1 month had passed since the great battle on the train on August 14th. The train crashed into the station and exploded, and Ziyu took the opportunity to leave. But Kurora and Illumi were relentlessly pursued by Hisoka. Hisoka didn't directly attack them, he just followed from a distance, launching occasional sneak attacks to show his presence, then retreating instantly and disappearing. He seemed to treat this as a long hunting game, enjoying it immensely and showing great patience. To deal with Hisoka, Kurora and Illumi tried various methods. In one instance, Illumi even deliberately left Kurora's side for over a week, hiding in the dark and using Kurora as bait. But Hisoka didn't fall for it. Kurora and Illumi could neither completely shake off Hisoka's tailing nor capture him, and the stalemate continued. Hisoka hopes I'll go find Shulnark, Pakunoda and Maki, Kurora said, or reveal their whereabouts, and then he'll kill them. What Hisoka and Germain were doing was similar, to break all of Kurora's support. Kurora once said that what mattered was not the leader or members, but the phantom troop as a whole. If the leader died, someone else would become the leader, if members died, new members would be recruited. The most important thing was to ensure the phantom troop's continued existence. However, Now that 7 members Finks, Kordopai, Bonolinov, Franklin, Phaeton Portor, Yuvigin, and Nobunaga had died one by one, his initial idea was difficult to achieve. It wasn't just anyone who could replace their presence, such words were more like an ideal concept than a practical reality. No matter how coldly Kurora spoke, with things having come to this point, he couldn't deceive his true feelings. He wasn't as cold-blooded as he imagined, able to treat them all as tools. He had built the Phantom Troop with his own hands, only to watch it gradually fall apart. If Kurora weren't a person of extremely strong will, his spirit would have collapsed by now, wouldn't it? He was now facing immense stress, especially considering that Germain and Hisoka would likely not stop, and would continue to take everything from him and the Phantom Troop. How had things escalated to this point? Even Kurora couldn't retrace the steps. Illumi said at this moment, Kurora, I see that his main target is still you. This cat and mouse game will never end as long as I'm here. It's about time to stop. Kurora paused, then turned to him, you're leaving. Yes. Illumi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, anyway, I'm Hisoka's second in line. He'll come for me after he kills you, and for Germain after he kills me. If handled well, he might even go for Germain first. Also, I recently received information that someone saw my younger brother. He's been away from home for almost half a year, and my mother is very worried, asking me to bring him home no matter what. Kurora lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and replied, I don't have the ability to restrain you. Do as you please. I will return all the payment you made. Illumi then said, since the mission wasn't completed, I cannot accept payment. That would be an insult to the Zaldik family. Kurora pursed his lips and said nothing. Illumi ignored Kurora, turned, and left. Before long, his figure disappeared into the night. The draft blew like ghosts wailing and wolves howling, and the candle light flickered, almost detaching from the wick. The shadows in the abandoned building danced like a horde of demons, making it impossible to distinguish one from another. The next morning, Germain woke up from a good night's sleep, feeling refreshed by the cool breeze. He began his daily, simplest basic and advanced nin training. After sweating profusely, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and then picked up the phone from his bedside. There were many messages on his phone, such as a text from Bisky saying, all well, see you soon. Germain scrolled for a while and saw a message from someone named Pervert. Pervert always sent messages unilaterally. Sometimes it was a greeting, sometimes an inexplicable selfie or landscape photo, sometimes some strange insights or observations. Illumi has left Kurora again. I wonder if this is a trap this time? How interesting, worth observing for a while longer. Kurora's current expression is truly endlessly fascinating. I really want to preserve it forever. Germain, who do you think will win in the end, me or Kurora? Germain, as usual, didn't reply to Hisoka's message. Instead, he got up and went out, soon encountering Shizuku in the dining room. The two greeted each other and ate breakfast. Shortly after finishing, Jin quickly walked in. You're still eating. Jin was a bit surprised. Bisky's side is ready, we're going to try teleporting now. After he finished speaking, he reached out and casually grabbed a sandwich from the table, then stuffed it into his mouth, waved at Germain and Shizuku, and turned to leave. Germain and Shizuku tidied up and followed him. The three arrived at the depths of the castle, a spacious hall specially used to establish contact with the mansion base. All 4 walls were dark, like the castle's dungeon. Jin pressed a switch on the wall with a click, and the fluorescent lights came on. He handed Shizuku a card and said, Bisky said to have you go over first, return the Scarlet Eyes to Kurapika for disposal, and then you two come together. Okay. Shizuku took the card. For a game player to enter Greed Island from the outside, they need a game console, game cartridge, ring, and nin, and must enter Greed Island via Ida. For a game player to leave Greed Island, they need spell cards and a ring, and must choose a teleportation location via Elena. Although the process was a bit cumbersome, these were all necessary restriction and vow. Administrators have higher authority and require fewer conditions. For example, Shizuku leaving now doesn't need a ring, only an administrator exclusive card, and doesn't need to go through Elena. The principle was similar to the administrator exclusive exclusion card Riza used against the Phantom Troop attempting to invade Greed Island in the original timeline. Shizuku used that administrator exclusive teleportation card and soon disappeared from where she stood. 10 minutes later, Shizuku, reminded by Bisky, remembered to report her safe arrival. So she sent a message to Germain. I have arrived and am handing over the Scarlet Eyes to Kurapika. Germain replied with okay, then looked up at Jin and said, everything is going well on their side. All right. Jin, seemingly prepared, pulled out a cot from the corner, laid it on the ground, then casually lay down on it. I'll sleep for a bit. When they arrive, wake me up. Then, he picked up his tattered hat, placed it over his face, clasped his hands behind his head, and truly fell asleep on the folding bed. Germain also felt a bit bored and didn't wait in the room. Instead, he went outside for a walk. The result was that half an hour later, Bisky, Shizuku, Menchi, Boera, and Abengain teleported into the hall, only to find Jin sound asleep there. Germain only returned here after being reminded by Bisky, but that's another story. Chapter 198, Germain is not a demon or a vampire. Outside Raimeru Castle, in a lush forest, an ancient and mysterious ceremony was underway. Abengain, protected by a forest spirit, concluded the exorcism ritual for Germain. The process was identical to previous times, so it will not be elaborated upon here. This time, the negative trait Germain had removed was greed. It had a higher probability of affecting Germain than the other negative trait, kleptomania, and was therefore prioritized for removal. Abengain visibly let out a sigh of relief after completing the exorcism. This situation was much better than previous exorcisms, at least the quantity of an beast had not increased. This made him feel much more relaxed, perhaps this job wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. He walked towards Germain, thinking this. Abengain had actively requested to perform the exorcism for Germain this time, his enthusiasm surprising even Germain. It seemed Bisky's description of Abengain as very respectful was quite fitting. Mr. Germain, the next exorcism will have to wait until I have fully recovered, Abengain said, even feeling a bit guilty. He was like an employee who works hard but still worries if the boss will be dissatisfied and dock his pay. Germain, after all, was not some demon or vampire. He said, all right. Perhaps Bisky's ability can help you recover faster. You can go find her after a while. I understand, thank you for the reminder. Hearing that Germain was not rushing him for the exorcism, Abengain relaxed a little more. The two walked towards the castle, Abengain now following behind Germain like a humble servant. Germain suddenly asked, Bisky should have told you about the Dark Continent, right? Ah, yes. Abengain swallowed, becoming nervous and apprehensive again, purely because the topic was so mentally taxing. If he could, he truly wished to skip discussing it, but unfortunately, there was no such if. I was quite shocked at the time. However, please rest assured, I will never reveal anything about what happens here. He wasn't lying. When Bisky told him yesterday about what their group was doing, he was indeed very surprised, at one point thinking they might have gone mad. That was the Dark Continent. What kind of crazy organization have I gotten myself into? But, after calming down, he immediately realized his situation was even more difficult. After knowing such things, if he didn't keep his mouth shut, with Mr. Germain's way of doing things, he could already imagine his head rolling. The more Abengain thought this, the more he sweated, and at this point, he naturally had to express his stance immediately. Germain noticed the change in Abengain's emotions and simply reassured him, that's good. From now on, you can work with us with peace of mind. Your salary will certainly not be less. Abengain was actually a very greedy person. In the original timeline, he attempted to conquer Greed Island and perform exorcism for Kurora, all for money. Now, as long as he honestly helped, there would certainly be no shortage of remuneration and bonuses, and his dream of becoming a wealthy man could also be realized. Germain was not just painting a picture for Abengain, this was a future that could definitely be achieved. The two followed the path back into Rimaru Castle, walking deep into the castle and entering the dungeon hall. Only Bisky was in the hall, sitting on a brought-in sofa, reading a magazine. The magazine cover was undoubtedly a bare-chested, muscular, and heroic man. You're back. Bisky was engrossed in her reading, putting down the magazine only when she heard footsteps. Was the exorcism successful? Successful, Germain replied, then looked around the empty hall and asked, where are the others? Jin absolutely wanted to see the plant weapon gold-silver ingot and the decapitated antler knight with his own eyes. I had Sanbika take him to the research institute to see them. They've been teleported there for a while now. Menchi and Buera wanted to tour the castle. Shizuoka volunteered to show them around. They're probably in some room in the castle now. Duan and List are completing their daily Greed Island work and are temporarily unavailable. Germain nodded. At this moment, Abengain said, since that's the case, I'll also walk around the castle. After all, I'll be working and living here in the future, so I need to familiarize myself with the environment in advance. Go ahead, Germain replied. Abengain bowed slightly, then left. Bisky covered her mouth, chuckled, and said, it seems he feels very uncomfortable around us and had to find an excuse to get some fresh air. Germain shook his head, he'll understand what kind of people we are eventually. True, actions speak louder than words. Bisky suddenly slapped her forehead, remembering something. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you about Kurapika. Bisky sat up straight on the sofa, put the magazine aside, pursed her lips, and her expression became serious. Kurapika spent the entire afternoon yesterday clearing out a cemetery on the flat ground near the mansion base. He originally planned to bury the Scarlet Eyes in the ancestral cemetery, but later changed his mind. Originally, after the Kurta clan massacre, there was a cemetery belonging to them, but it attracted some deranged grave robbers who destroyed the graves. These grave robbers probably wanted to see if any Scarlet Eyes were left. In any case, Kurapika was uneasy about burying the Scarlet Eyes there. So he sought our opinion, and we told him to bury them on the spot. He decided to open a cemetery there, and we all helped. Not long ago, after Shizuko teleported over, she handed all the Scarlet Eyes to him. Afterwards, we held a simple funeral together, allowing his clansmen to rest in peace underground. He plans to retrieve all the Scarlet Eyes, then go to the old cemetery of his clansmen and move the ashes here for burial. Except for Pero, the other Scarlet Eyes can no longer be identified as belonging to anyone, so they will most likely be buried together. Kurapika has already begun his journey. He asked me to bid you farewell and said that whenever you need him, he will rush back immediately. Germain listened quietly. He felt this was a good start for Kurapika. In the original timeline, Kurapika stored the retrieved Scarlet Eyes in a crypt intertwined with darkness and candlelight, facing them day in and day out, constantly reminding himself. He must never forget the suffering of his clansmen, if even he forgot, then no one would remember their deaths. Now, his willingness to bury most of the scarlet eyes represents him letting go of some of his obsession, which is good for his mindset and his training. The value of the Eastern chapter fragment. Now that's settled, Bisky said again, you, and Gon's disciple all have our own directions, truly a good group of kids. Kurapika would go to retrieve the remaining scarlet eyes and participate in next year's hunter exam to become a pro hunter. Wing arrived at Heaven's Arena with his disciple Zushi, beginning to cultivate the next generation of Shinjinryu disciples. This was several months earlier than the original timeline. Kite, along with his original team and the later addition of Sheila, continued his investigative research deep in the mountains and wild forests. They all had bright futures. Bisky smiled, a touch of an elder reminiscing. It was only at times like these that she had to admit her true age. Just then, a boom echoed from the center of the dungeon hall, then overflowing, and two figures emerged from within. Gon and Sanbika had returned. Sanbika stood there timidly, still dressed in her tightly wrapped attire, clutching a whiteboard covered in dense, delicate handwriting. It seemed she and Gon had a rather intense exchange about the plant weapon gold and silver ingot via the whiteboard. Bisky walked over curiously and whispered a question to Sanbika. Sanbika then handed the whiteboard to Bisky. It was her one-sided record of their conversation. I've seen the beast carcasses in your data, Gon said, walking excitedly towards Germain. It's a pity they're already dead. I really wish I could see a living plant weapon gold and silver ingot right now. Gon wasn't just feigning interest, he was genuinely fascinated. He said to everyone, I think we should move the Dark Continent related items from the mansion base here, using Shizuku's ability and the teleportation of Greed Island. I'll clear out rooms in the castle and arrange them according to your previous research institute, treatment room, training room, storage room, and library structure. Your data, along with the New World Travelogue, Eastern chapter fragment I've compiled, will all be stored in the library for everyone's convenience. As for the mansion base, it will remain as one of Greed Island's many teleportation points on the European continent, which might be beneficial for future travel. What do you all think? Germain was indifferent. He looked at Bisky, who had invested the most money in the mansion base. Let's do it, Bisky said, not minding. The most important thing is convenient centralized management. The matter was thus settled, and with Shizuku's blinky ability, the relocation between the mansion base and Greed Island was completed in just 15 minutes. Most of that time was spent on collecting and organizing. Gon, meanwhile, had Duan and List help him organize the corresponding rooms in the castle, making the castle quite busy for a while. Germain wasn't idle either, he was poring over Don Freaks' work, the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. It was like an encyclopedia of the Dark Continent East Coast, recording various terrains, climates, flora, and fauna, all summarized with extremely concise phrases and illustrations. Much of the content corresponded to the actual scenes Germain had witnessed. What concerned him most, of course, was the ancient Labyrinth City chapter. Some content made him frown, some made him realize, and some surprised him. Don Freaks wrote down everything he knew in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, but in some places, he seemed to have questions himself and did not provide answers. For example, the original reason for the construction of the ancient Labyrinth City. Whether Don Freaks was still alive, and if so, whether he had found the answer to this question, remained unknown. In the ancient Labyrinth City chapter, he provided two pieces of the most valuable information. First, the cure-all herb truly existed, and Don Freaks had once used it to remove the parasitic plant weapon gold and silver ingot from his body. That is to say, the cure-all herb, guarded by the plant weapon gold and silver ingot, was precisely its antidote. It was named the cure-all herb because Don Freaks had already used it to treat hundreds of diseases he contracted on the Dark Continent. Don Freaks stayed on the Dark Continent for a long time, making disease infection almost inevitable, and the cure-all herb laid a solid foundation for his subsequent travels around the East Coast. Second, Don Freaks had drawn a map of the route from the entrance of the ancient Labyrinth City to the core area where the cure-all herb was located. Since it was a labyrinth, the paths were certainly intricate, and those entering for the first time could easily get lost. Don Freaks had explored it more than once, so over half of the ancient Labyrinth City's area was briefly mapped by him, which became a treasure for future generations. Germain read with fascination for most of the day, initially standing, then eventually sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment compiled by Gon. Only when Shizuku finished the relocation work and came to call him for dinner did he reluctantly put down the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. At the dinner, the conversation still revolved around the Dark Continent, gradually focusing on the destination of the next Dark Continent journey. Due to the urgent stress from Chairman Netero and beyond, everyone agreed to choose the ancient Labyrinth City as the next exploration site. After all, this was currently the only hope with a teleportation lantern stationed. If they were to find the other four hopes, completing the mission before 1999 would be almost impossible. Thus, the four-person team stemming from this became clear. Germain, Gon, and Bisky would definitely go. They were the top three combatants here, rankings not in any particular order, capable of better handling the intensity of the ancient Labyrinth City. Bisky's magical esthetician cookie also had the ability to soothe body and mind, which would continue to be effective during the subsequent 64-hour exploration. The remaining fourth person was finally decided to be Shizuku. Menchi and Buera would prepare food for this exploration, and Sanbika would prepare antidotes, bandages, and other medical supplies, all of which could be carried by Shizuku's Blinky. Of course, the most important thing was to bring back as much cure-all herb as possible on the return journey. Germain, Gon, Bisky, and Shizuku all had combat abilities, with the former two primarily attacking and the latter two primarily supporting, thus their roles were temporarily divided. Over the next few days, they made various preparations and decided to depart for the Dark Continent at 8 AM on September 25th. Chapter 200, Jin's Hardcore Game Guide. September 17th, 8 days remaining until the scheduled departure. The sky suddenly turned gloomy in the afternoon, followed by a torrential downpour that mercilessly drenched the earth. Then it cleared up again, the sun shone brightly, and the heavy rain from earlier vanished like a gust of wind. In fact, this downpour was not sudden, it was arranged by the agreed island management team. Undoubtedly, the island's climate was also within their control. The cold, heat, and changing seasons of the outside world could not easily encroach upon this sheltered island. Germain, Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku walked out of the freshly washed Raimeru castle together. They walked on the wet grass, their footsteps making a swishing sound, as if treading on a soft green cushion. Now that the members of the departing team were confirmed, the four decided to conduct simulated training every day to familiarize themselves with each other's nin abilities and develop their combat chemistry. First, Germain announced his nin ability and status. His nin ability was Materialization Type Hunter Badge /4 Aura Slots. His physique and aura capacity had each increased by 1 point in the past month, reaching 88 and 94 points respectively. The radius of his N had also expanded from 60 meters to 65 meters during his training. However, among those present, the longest N exploration radius, of course, belonged to Jin, who ranked among the top 5 Nin users on the 6 continents. Germain could now materialize a total of 10 types of treasures, weapons, and armor. The latest addition was the Katana Thousand Shadows, obtained when he participated in killing Nobunaga. Next were his traits, 7 positive traits and 1 negative trait. There was no stress or disease. How are your traits triggered? Jin asked curiously, wearing a worn-out overcoat with his hands in his pockets. Are they active or passive? Germain raised his hands, showing his palms to everyone, and began to explain. Both. For example, my kleptomania. As long as I constantly guard against kleptomania, it won't be triggered. Jin suddenly understood, in other words, once you focus on something else and forget to guard against kleptomania, there's a chance it will be triggered. Germain nodded. Then he walked towards Jin, his right index and middle fingers gathering nin, transforming into something resembling a dagger. He lunged towards Jin but stopped about half a meter from Jin's chest. Jin raised an eyebrow slightly, but he never adopted a defensive posture, not even taking his hands out of his pockets. Germain lowered his right arm. Most of the things I materialize are visible to everyone, but the hunter badge and the projection of the teleportation lantern are only visible to me. Just now, when I harbored an intent to attack you, in the projection visible only to me, only 3 of the 8 specializations Warrior of Light, Human Bane, and Robust were highlighted, while the others were dim. When there's ample light, Warrior of Light gives me a boost. When attacking humans, Human Bane gives me a boost. And under any circumstances, Robust gives me resistance to various diseases, making me less susceptible to infection. Similarly, when I attack beasts, Beast Bane highlights. When I receive life healing, Genius highlights. When I receive psychological treatment, Resilience highlights. When the light is suppressed below a certain limit, Warrior of Light dims, and Night Owl highlights instead, providing a speed boost. In short, they are strictly passive, but I can achieve active status by changing the conditions. I see. I have no more questions. Jin nodded. Now it's my turn to talk about my nin ability. It's called Hardcore Game Guide, and it belongs to the enhancement type. Hardcore Game Guide enhances my learning, understanding, and application of nin. Jin extended a finger, and then gathered into a sphere at his fingertip, quickly transforming into Germain's English name Germain. That's one. The second is Game Guide Analysis. Simply put, after you attack me, I gain experience points, which I can use to analyze your skills and learn their principles. Theoretically, I can analyze the principles of all 5 types except trait. The simpler and more direct the strike type attack method, the faster I learn it. After all, my main type is enhancement, and my subtypes are emission and transmutation, which is why I'm more attuned to direct strike type attacks. Germain generally understood. In other words, Jin was somewhat similar to Pom and Komuji, who were also enhancement types, especially the latter. Note, Komuji is the girl who, while sniffling, defeated the Ant King in Gunji. Bisky put her hands on her hips, blinked her big eyes, thought for a moment, and asked, if I attack you with Shinjinryu Kung Fu, can you analyze my magical aesthetician cookie? No, I can only acquire the nin principles of the Shinjinryu Kung Fu skill for my own use, Jin explained. What if Shizuku hits your head with Blinky? Bisky pointed to the black-haired young woman beside them, then to Germain. What if Germain cuts you with his meat cleaver? Jin shook his head. They are both materialization types, and there's a transmutation type between them and the enhancement type. After analysis, I could materialize a meat cleaver and Blinky with nin, but they would only be superficial, without much practical combat value, at most useful for misleading enemies. So, trait is the hardest for you to analyze? Bisky asked again. Jin replied, yes. As everyone knows, trait is the category for nin abilities that cannot be directly classified into the other 5 main types. For example, Sheila's accumulated good luck. Even if she attacks me, I can't analyze this nin ability because it's too abstract. Germain couldn't help but think of 3 other trait type nin users Kurora, Pakunoda, and Aluka Zaldik. Note, Aluka Zaldik was confirmed as a trait type in Togashi's concept art, most likely related to Nanika. Kurora steals, Pakunoda touches, and Aluka grants wishes, none of them are attacks, so Jin's hardcore game guide cannot analyze them. As expected of the type furthest from enhancement, it's almost like a natural enemy. However, for enhancement types like Chairman Netero, emission types like Xeno, and transmutation types like Hisoka, Jin's hardcore game guide has great potential, almost like coming home. However, Jin suddenly changed the subject. I estimate that under one specific circumstance, I can perfectly replicate another person's nin ability, regardless of the type, without a single flaw. Everyone looked at him in confusion. He pulled his hands out of his pockets, clasped them behind his head, and gave a mischievous smile. As long as I die from the opponent's nin ability attack, the grudge alone would be enough to fully analyze the opponent's skill. Germain and Bisky exchanged glances and both dismissed this possibility. Shizuku, on the other hand, thought seriously for a while and asked, then how would you revive? Jin was stunned for a moment. He had only said that possibility as a joke, and he hadn't expected such a serious person here, leaving him speechless for a moment. Shizuku, he's just kidding. This time, it was Bisky's turn to laugh. Oh, I see. I thought he would have a second life, like in a game. Shizuku shook her head, seemingly a little disappointed. Jin shook his head and grumbled, I'm sorry, I don't have a second life. Chapter 201, The Possibilities of Greed Island Cards. Bisky chuckled for a while, then said, it's my turn. Her magical esthetician Cookie's massage and soothing ability had already been experienced by everyone present, including Jin, so it didn't require much explanation. She finished speaking in less than a minute. Then, Bisky caressed her left fist with her right index finger and said, actually, there's one more thing I haven't mentioned. I feel my aura capacity is recovering, and my strength is bouncing back. In a month or two, I should be able to return to my previous level. Perhaps I'll have the chance, like Chairman Netero, to break through my limits and reach new heights at this age. Bisky's words were not without basis. In the original timeline, when Chairman Netero fought to the death with the Ant King, his memory went back to when he was 46, the year he first set the goal of performing 10,000 gratitude punches daily. And several years later, through the arduous training of gratitude punches and inner refinement, he underwent a transformation. According to him, this was when his nin ability was at its strongest, but considering his personality, this might also be a certain degree of humility on his part. However, regardless, over 60 years had passed since then. Netero, now around 120 years old, was still a terrifying monster spanning the 6 continents. As Chairman Netero's disciple, Bisky possessed such aptitude. It wouldn't be strange for her to achieve a breakthrough at a similar age, especially since Bisky had never given up her Shinjin-Ryu training. It's just that she's highly unlikely to reach Chairman Netero's level. Jin stroked his bearded chin and said, so, it's like an old tree sprouting or a withered tree coming back to life. Bisky couldn't stand being called old by others. Her gaze immediately swept over him sharply, and she said coldly, what was that? Your last words. Thus, for the next 10 minutes, the enlarged Bisky tried to choke Jin, making the 30-something-year-old brat feel the wrath of a 50-something-year-old senior. Jin dodged left and right, clutching his worn hat, running extremely fast. As he ran, he widened his eyes and said to Germain and Shizuku, are you just going to watch? Aren't you going to stop her? Germain and Shizuku exchanged glances and both shook their heads. Bisky was in a rage, they didn't want to get involved. Finally, Bisky gave Jin's back a flying kick, sending him flying and letting out her frustration, before she stopped. Next was Shizuku's Blinky ability introduction. If Germain's nin ability was key to traveling to and from the Dark Continent, then Shizuku's nin ability was crucial for their small team to secure logistical resources and harvest final battle results on the Dark Continent. After briefly introducing their respective nin abilities, the four began a wargame-like simulated battle on the plain, earnestly and diligently preparing for their journey 8 days later. Meanwhile, members outside the 4-person team were also making their own efforts. Menchi, Boera, Sanbika, Abengain, Duen, and List gathered in the same hall, enthusiastically discussing how to maximize the use of Shizuku's nin ability to transport supplies. Menchi, whose 5 hair buns extended in different directions with a mind of their own, sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, her expression serious. Boera and I have already drawn up a menu and customized a batch of food. It'll be enough not just for 64 hours, but even longer. Food and Sanbika's medical supplies can all be taken to the Dark Continent via Shizuku's Blinky, but Blinky's characteristic is first in, last out, which makes storage and retrieval inconvenient. For example, in an emergency, if they need to use an antidote, they'd have to spit out everything swallowed after it before getting to it, which would waste a lot of time. If everything is put into one giant container, categorized, and then Blinky swallows this container, then storage and retrieval would be convenient, but the container itself would limit capacity. This is troublesome. As she spoke, she tilted her head in distress, closed her eyes, and pondered deeply. Actually. At this moment, the boy like List raised his hand, we have a way to solve this problem. Menchi suddenly opened her eyes and asked in surprise, you have a way? List glanced at Duen, who was scratching his belly and nodded, so he began to explain in detail. The cards of Greed Island are actually real treasures or nin abilities sealed within the cards. We can use the same principle to seal supplies and free cards. Greed Island's cards are primarily categorized into designated cards, spell cards, and free cards. Designated cards are the 100 cards required to achieve the Greed Island ending. Spell cards are cards that can activate certain spell abilities. Free cards are all cards other than designated cards and spell cards. List continued. As long as they prepare special rings and magic books, Jin and the others can use free cards outside of Greed Island to conveniently obtain supplies. In addition, some of the original designated cards and spell cards from Greed Island will also be very helpful for their journey, so they can also be brought along. However, they all have varying degrees of restriction and vow or are merely for ornamental purposes, so there probably aren't many cards that can be effectively used. They need to be carefully selected. For example, the designated card, Risk Dice. As long as great luck is rolled, good fortune will come, but once great misfortune is rolled, the accumulated great luck from before will be proportionally converted into disaster and misfortune. Another example is the designated card, Blue Planet, which is a unique and beautiful sapphire, but it has no meaning for this journey. Duen interjected with a murmur, it has meaning. How can it be meaningless? Ever since Bisky knew about the existence of the Blue Planet, she's been thinking every day about how to get it from us. She said that if she gets the Blue Planet before departure, she can get a great boost in body and mind, and perhaps even return to her peak Nen ability period. Everyone ignored Duen's rambling and listened to List, who hadn't finished speaking, continue. There's also the spell card, Peeping, which allows one to see all the cards in the opponent's magic book. Such spell cards are also meaningless to Jin, Germain, and the others. As for whether the spell card, again, can be used on the Dark Continent to return to Greed Island, this requires on-site verification, but I think it's highly unlikely. Finally, and most importantly, is the designated card, Breath of the Archangel, which can heal serious injuries and incurable diseases. It can be said to give Jin, Germain, and the others an extra life. However, precisely because of the powerful effect of the Breath of the Archangel, its restriction and vow are of equivalent intensity, meaning each person can only use it once. Therefore, they must use this card carefully. Once it has been used, it cannot be used on the same person again. This is why no one tried to use the Breath of the Archangel on Gon when he was on the verge of death due to restriction and vow after the Chimera Ant's arc. He had already used it to heal his severed arm, which was crippled by Genthru, the bomber, during the Greed Island arc, so the Breath of the Archangel would be ineffective on him. Chapter 202, From Greed Island to the Dark Continent. At 7:20 am on September 25th, originally scheduled for 12 am, now changed to 8 am, everything gradually revived in the morning light. The room was quiet. A moment later, the tall Germain walked to a large floor-length mirror and looked down at his new clothes, the Tomb Raider Hunter's black outfit. Days earlier, Jing had an excellent tailor custom make this set of clothes. Germain found it fit well when he tried it on, so he kept it in the wardrobe until this morning when he took it out again to wear. He removed his hooded cloak, revealing his messy short hair, as if dyed with ink, and his black eyes. Dressed in black, he seemed like a symbol of darkness itself. Being an assassin before was indeed a good choice, as he could better blend into the shadows and thus better complete his missions and objectives. Once Germain felt fully prepared, he turned and opened the door. Outside, the early morning was still dim and hazy, with faint light embracing him as he stepped out. He turned off the room light, walked through the long corridor where candlelight flickered, and then descended the spiral stone staircase. Soon after, he finally approached the dungeon hall deep within Rimeru Castle. Not only light but also the boisterous voices of a group of people poured out from the entrance. It seemed that everyone else, besides him, had arrived. When he entered the hall, the debate-like atmosphere paused only for a moment. When everyone realized it was him, it surged again. However, the crowd was only arguing, maintaining a certain restraint, and not showing any anger towards each other. Germain. The petite Bisky walked over, holding up her skirt with her fingers as if carrying some precious treasure. It's just like you, only half an hour earlier than the agreed time. Germain observed the people in the hall and asked with some curiosity, what are they arguing about? They're just discussing if there are any oversights. Bisky spread her white-gloved hands. I'm very sure they forgot to give me the Blue Planet, but none of them care about that. Germain, I feel so pitiful. Germain leaned his back against the stone wall and calmly said, didn't Jing say that as long as you can clear the Greed Island game's ending, he would present the Blue Planet to you with both hands? In fact, Jing also said that after they returned from this Dark Continent journey, he would directly give Bisky a Blue Planet. However, because it sounded too much like a death flag, Bisky interrupted him before he could finish. Stingy. Bisky puffed out her cheeks, like a squirrel stuffed with melon seeds. You and Jing are both stingy. You're not even on my side. Actually, it wasn't that Jing was stingy, it was just that the Blue Planet was a real, extremely rare gemstone. The description of the designated card, Blue Planet reads, a unique, bluish gemstone. Since it does not belong to any mineral, it is named after its origin as a gift from the universe. It was unique, and it was precisely its distinct beauty that made Bisky single it out from the many cards sealing gemstones on Greed Island. Other gemstone cards included Dark Emerald, Sage's Aquamarine, Lucky Alexandrite, Wandering Ruby, Emerald of Beauty, and so on. However, none of them were as beloved by Bisky as the Blue Planet. No matter how many Blue Planet cards there were on Greed Island, they all pointed to the same sapphire. Only one person who reached the ending could obtain a Blue Planet, any other duplicates were fakes and could not be taken off the island. Although no one had ever cleared the game in all these years, and there was still no sign of it happening, Jing could not completely rule out the possibility of a player clearing it soon. Therefore, until a new Blue Planet or a suitable substitute was carved, Jing would not directly give it away, unless Bisky was the player who achieved the ending. His willingness to give Bisky a blue planet after this dark continent journey was already very generous. As if hearing Bisky's complaints, Jing, who was a rich man but wore a tattered hat and coat, quickly walked over. All right. Jing pouted and said to Bisky, the blue planet is made from meteorites and is very rare. You have to give me some time to make a second and third one. Once I have a second and third, giving you one is no problem. Really? Bisky was appeased and cheered up. She nudged Jing's arm and said, you should have prepared more blue planets earlier. Then I could have one now. Rarity makes something precious. If there are many, how can it seem valuable? Jing explained, then pointed to Duan and others not far away, shifting the blame. Besides, I haven't been on Greed Island these past years, and the replenishment of physical cards on Greed Island isn't decided by me. Compared to the blue planet, disposable items like Breath of the Archangel, spell cards, and free cards had higher priority for replenishment. Coupled with the high craftsmanship required for the blue planet, Duan and the others didn't deliberately make a few blue planets to stockpile. At this moment, Germain took out his pocket watch, checked it, and seeing it was almost 7:50, he said, time is almost up, we should depart. As he spoke, Jing looked slightly excited, while Bisky's expression was serious and solemn. Both nodded to Germain, who then walked towards the center of the dungeon hall. As he arrived at the center where everyone's gaze converged, everyone gradually quieted down, each checking their watches or pocket watches, confirming that the time had come. Those seeing them off here, besides Menchi, Boera, Sanbika, Abe and Gain, Duan, and List, Riza also made time to come. The twins, Elena and Ida, could not come as they were ensuring the overall operation of the Greed Island game, but they were watching the scene through a screen using equipment provided by Duan. Germain looked in Shizuku's direction and asked, do you have everything? Everything on the list is here. Shizuku stood slightly tilted, with her hands behind her waist, like a cute girl next door. They just added a few cards at the last minute. Duan pressed his cigarette butt into the ashtray and explained, that's what we were just arguing about. In the end, we decided to have you take some cards that seemed like they might not be used. Right. List brushed back his golden hair from his forehead. Like the designated card, Dark Emerald. This gem can transfer an impending disaster from oneself to those nearby. Germain was stunned to hear this. List quickly explained. We are not providing tools for you to kill or harm each other. We just considered that in extremely rare circumstances, you might need it, so we temporarily added one. Germain nodded, understanding Duan and List's meaning. Then he looked around at everyone in the hall and asked, does anyone else have anything to add? No. Oh, right, I wish you a smooth journey and a safe return. Menchi said with a smile, hands on her short hot pants. The others also offered their blessings, and even Sanbika timidly held up a cheering sign. Then we are ready to depart, Germain said. Jing, Bisky, and Shizuku gathered around and stood next to Germain. Germain stroked the materialized hunter badge, then placed his hand on the cold floor. After a ripple of faint light, a teleportation lantern emerged from the waves. 4 ugly, emaciated imps crawled out from the base of the lantern, letting out eerie howls while bringing unsettling associations. Those seeing this scene and hearing these cries for the first time felt goosebumps all over. Germain gazed at the teleportation lantern projection. Lantern location, Greed Island Rimaru Castle. Cooldown, 32 hours, cooled down. After confirming the cooldown time was correct, he turned to the 3 people around him and asked, are you ready? If you are, you can hold the hand of a messenger IMP. No problem. Jing showed an excitement unlike his age, more like a child with a new toy. He actively took the hand of one of the messenger imps. Wow, this hand is so cold, I thought I touched an ice pop. The messenger imp, however, contrary to its cold appearance, looked at Jing, who chose to hold its hand, with surprising enthusiasm. Jing rubbed the back of his head with his other hand, frowning, is it my imagination? Why do I feel like it's taken a liking to me? It has taken a liking to you. Bisky said with a giggle, holding the hand of another messenger imp, teasing him. Jing, of course, knew it was a joke, so he shook his head helplessly. Germain and Shizuku also successively took the hands of messenger imps. With this, all conditions were ready. Riza's towering figure stepped forward, giving a strong sense of security. Rest assured, at least 2 people will always be on duty here. As soon as you return, we will gather here in the shortest possible time. Jing gave Riza an okay gesture, then said to Germain, let's go. And so, Germain activated the teleportation lantern. A dizzying distortion and sensation of nausea swept over them. The 4 felt as if they were on the most dangerous and intense roller coaster or super pendulum ride, spinning in an indescribable, bizarre world. Suddenly, they, along with the teleportation lantern and messenger imps, vanished, like bubbles bursting in sunlight. Of the people in the dungeon hall, except for Menchi and Boera, who had experienced it once before, everyone else watched with amazement and wonder, taking a long time to recover. Chapter 203, Various Attempts Before the Ancient Labyrinth City. Duan looked at his phone. He was calling Jing, but after several minutes, he gave up. As expected, I can't get through to Jing's phone, nor can I pinpoint their location. It seems that once a certain boundary is crossed, all signals from this side are blocked. At this point, no one was particularly surprised. List took out 4 cards and handed them to Menchi and Boera. Without further ado, let's test them according to the original plan. Both of you have been to the Dark Continent before, so you 2 will try these cards. Menchi and Boera took them. This was something they had agreed upon from the start. In their hands were 2 pairs of spell cards, Magnet and Spell Cards, Come Back. Spell Cards, Magnet allows the user to fly towards a specified person encountered within Greed Island, which here, of course, specifically refers to Germain and his group. Theoretically, no matter which corner of the 6 continents Germain and his group were in, Spell Cards, Magnet should be able to teleport Menchi and Boera there. However, long-distance teleportation itself is very difficult, and now it's the Dark Continent, which is outside the 6 continents, so its effect is very uncertain. Menchi and Boera need to test it. As for Spell Cards, Come Back, it's for them to fly back, confirming the possibility of the entire process. Having been on Greed Island for so many days, Menchi and Boera were already familiar with the steps for using cards there. First wear a ring, then summon the magic book, and finally use the cards. Use Spell Cards, Magnet. Target is Germain, they said in unison. However, 10 seconds passed, and the 2 of them were still in their original spots. The Spell Cards, Magnet also showed no reaction, so they exchanged glances and switched targets. Use Spell Cards, Magnet. Target is Jing. The cards were still ineffective. Afterwards, they symbolically tried changing the targets to Bisky and Shizuku, but the result was the same, they could not be teleported. After that, they had the other people present move away from the dungeon hall, then used Spell Cards, Companion. It is a card that can make all players within a 20-meter radius fly towards a specified person or location seen within Greed Island. However, the result was still no different, these cards were completely ineffective. Menchi and Boera were not too disappointed. They called the others back and informed them of the final experimental results. Duen sighed and concluded. It seems that spell cards that could get us there or bring them back are impossible to work. Although it was expected, it's still a bit regrettable. List pursed his lips. The method of using game consoles and cartridges to connect Greed Island and the Dark Continent probably won't work either. However, Jing shouldn't give up easily, he might improve and try again in the future. I think that even if it could work, at least 1 or 2 game consoles would need to be arranged in the sea between Greed Island and the Dark Continent. Duen nodded repeatedly. I understand what you mean, something like a relay station. It's certainly impossible to achieve now. Jing must be very disappointed now. At the same time, Dark Continent, in front of the towering ancient labyrinth city. Germain stood beside the stone monument erected by the HxH United States Special Forces, standing on a pile of weeds that reached his ankles, gazing at the red sun slowly rising between the mountains. It seems the time is about the same as when we first arrived, around 8 o'clock. After all, the 5 great calamities are all along the eastern shore of Mobius Lake, quite close to the 6 continents, so they are mostly within the same time zone. He looked down at the teleportation lantern at his feet, its projection clearly visible. Lantern location, Ancient Labyrinth City. Cooldown time, 64 hours, cooling down. 64 hours, which is nearly 3 days. Germain and his group were destined to stay on the Dark Continent for 3 nights, after which they would probably return to the 6 continents at midnight on the 28th. He pondered for a while, then retrieved the teleportation lantern, and looked at the other 3 who were moving freely. Then he heard a sigh from Jing. Jing was squatting on the grass like a biker, staring at the game console enveloped in Nin, his face slightly displeased and drawn. It seems it's not that easy to establish direct contact with the 6 continents from here. There's no network signal, and Menchi and Boera haven't flown to us. It seems the Greed Island side also failed. He didn't dwell on it too much, standing up directly and looking around the unfamiliar surroundings, breathing in the richer Nin here with his body. His mood immediately brightened. Jing turned to Germain and said, the bad news is we can't get direct aid from Greed Island. The good news is we've already arrived at the Dark Continent. After being teleported, he first glanced at the HxH United States stone monument at Germain's feet, then looked up at the towering, obelisk-like buildings in front of him. In the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, Don Freaks depicted an external sketch of the ancient labyrinth city, which was quite similar to the scene before him. Only a few parts had changed, after all, 200 or 300 years had passed since then. He wondered if Don Freaks also stood in this very spot, sketching the ancient labyrinth city from this angle back then? He was already eager to look at the entrance of the ancient labyrinth city, but there was another matter that needed to be confirmed first. Jing turned around and said to Shizuku, who was not far away. Shizuku, have Blinky spit out our suitcase. Also, retrieve this game console, it needs further improvement later. Shizuku complied. She materialized Blinky, and Blinky's large tongue curled deep into its throat, bringing out a silver suitcase, which it placed on the pile of weeds. Then, Blinky used its tongue to roll up the game console nearby and swallowed it into its mouth. Jing squatted down, clicked open the suitcase, revealing numerous classified cards placed in different transparent card boxes. Let me see, which card should I try? Designated card, spell card, free card. This one, designated, stereo camera. Since this place was completely outside the coverage of Greed Island, everyone couldn't summon a magic book to store, retrieve, or use cards. They could only rely on this special suitcase and card boxes custom made by Duen and List. Jing pulled out the designated, stereo camera card from the card box, held it up, and used it. With a pop, after the smoke cleared, a camera appeared in Jing's hand. He raised the camera, aimed it towards the ancient labyrinth city, and with a click, took a photo. He looked down, confirming that the function was complete. Photos developed from the stereo camera are like three-dimensional images. You can zoom in and out to view details, and even reproduce some textures. Jing handed the stereo camera to Bisky. Use it well. You can rest assured. Bisky blinked her big eyes, fiddling with the new camera. She was somewhat looking forward to the finished product after it was developed. Because this was not Greed Island, any tools materialized after using cards could not be retrieved and turned back into cards. The stereo camera had to be carried by someone specifically. Jing then took out 4 transparent card boxes, keeping one for himself and distributing the other 3 to Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku. The cards in these card boxes are for your emergency use. Other cards will remain in the suitcase, stored inside Shizuku's blinky. Please check them to see if anything is missing. Germain took the card box, flipped through it, confirmed all 40 cards were present, and put it into a pocket of his Tomb Raider Hunter black coat. The card box, like the suitcase, was a substitute for the magic book. Its restriction and vow determined its limit was 40 cards. Even one more card would be automatically used immediately. In other words, as long as it doesn't exceed 40 cards, if there are empty slots after use, they can be refilled with 40 cards from the suitcase, which solves the problem. After all 4 confirmed that the cards in their card boxes were complete and the quantity was correct, Shizuku once again used Blinky to swallow the closed suitcase. Germain looked at the other 3 and said, "Then let's maintain the formation we agreed upon and prepare to enter the ancient labyrinth city. Jing will lead the way, and using the map from New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, Ancient Labyrinth City Chapter, he will find the most suitable path under the current circumstances. Bisky will use the stereo camera and her phone to record everything we see along the way. Shizuku, protect yourself well, which is equivalent to protecting the card resources in the suitcase. There's no need to force yourself in an emergency. I will be at the very back, preventing and defending against tracking and sneak attacks from behind." Everyone nodded in agreement. So, Jing stood at the very front of the team. He first adjusted his worn-out hat, then took out a paper map of the ancient labyrinth city from inside his tattered coat. It depicted the areas explored by his ancestor, Don Freaks. Other areas were darkness, a blank space. In fact, Duan and List had already used technical means to store the map of the ancient labyrinth city on each of the 4 people's phones, so they could easily view it. However, Jing was too lazy to zoom in and out on his phone to look at the path. With his familiarity with map locations, looking at a paper map was actually better than looking at a phone map for him. Everyone passed the Sahelta United States stone monument, going under an arch made of giant stones. Looking at the rift on the arch, there was always a feeling that it would collapse at any moment. Soon after Germain's feet completely stepped into the ancient labyrinth city, he felt a certain strangeness, like ants gnawing at his heart, intermittently transmitting to his body. Quickly, this feeling yielded a result. Stress +3. Even with the master aura, Germain still gained 3 points of stress, which means the stress that would originally be applied to him should have been 8 points. However, the stress did not increase as frequently as in the darkness of Spider Valley Bottom, but rather after a considerably long interval, it came again. Stress +3. This was the benefit of an enhanced physique. Walking through the forest of tall stone pillar buildings, a sense of insignificance welled up in their hearts. Everyone involuntarily lowered their voices, and no one spoke for a relatively long time. Chapter 204, Avoid unnecessary battles as much as possible. Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere, Bisky tried to break the silence. She took photos of the high-rise buildings, which resembled stone pillars, while randomly bringing up a topic. "Jin, I've actually been following the game players on Greed Island these past few days. I feel like your game is quite dangerous. What happens if a player dies on Greed Island? What else could happen? Of course, their bodies are teleported back to where they entered Greed Island," appearing next to the game console, Jin, walking at the front of the group, replied. They were informed of the extreme danger before entering the game. However, from another perspective, as long as one can persevere, Greed Island is an excellent training ground for non-users. Extremely dangerous, after all, it's real death. Bisky suddenly realized she seemed to have brought up an even worse topic and felt a bit annoyed. At the same time, she also realized that an anxious and uneasy emotion was brewing within her. And this emotion was slowly affecting her mind, to the point where she lost her head and mentioned death so soon after the exploration began. This was definitely not something her usual self would do. Is this what Germain usually calls stress? Am I also starting to feel this tangible sense of oppression? Jin then said, "Speaking of which, thanks to you all, a guy named Genthru and his companions, whom you eliminated, were habitual murderers on Greed Island. After the 3 of them died, the death rate on Greed Island visibly decreased. Before that, Duan and List had quite a headache dealing with them. Because although their actions didn't violate the rules of Greed Island, they went against our original intention for designing the Greed Island game. Greed Island isn't Heaven's arena, where people fight for glory. Its essence is still a game. If everyone takes the shortcut of killing to collect cards, it would be too boring." Bomber Genthru. Bisky thought for a moment, then made a spiky shape on her head. "Is it that hedgehog-haired guy who uses an ability to plant bombs?" "It's those 3, Jin replied without looking back. Duan and List recognized them immediately after seeing the photos of the culprits from the train hijacking case. Bisky nodded, then they deserved to die. Perhaps before, their evil deeds hadn't yet caught up to them, but now Shizuku and I are their retribution. With them dead, they can't harm anyone else." Germain observed everything ahead and noticed that the previously somewhat dull atmosphere had gradually dissipated during Jin and Bisky's conversation. Normally, When Bisky was happy, the other members of the team would also be infected and become cheerful. After all, Germain was taciturn, Shizuko had an eccentric way of thinking, and Jin was quite tsundere. In this situation, Bisky was the knob that adjusted the team's mood. After walking for another stretch, Jin looked down at the unfolded paper map, drew a few circles in the air with his finger, and then pointed to the right. We'll go this way. This action looked like he was casually pointing in a direction, but Germain still trusted Jin. Jin was not the reckless idiot that rumors made him out to be. On the contrary, as long as he put his mind to something, he would appear very steady and act in an orderly manner, just like now. Jin led everyone to the right. After turning past one stone pillar, there were more stone pillars, all looking identical, but numerous markings left by previous explorers appeared on the stone pillars. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the stone pillars. Jin, the ruins hunter, immediately urged Bisky to photograph the scene before them. Such residual markings contained too much information. Germain walked at the very end of the team, caressing the numerous scratches on the stone pillars. Many were carved with huge USS markings, which was the abbreviation for HxH United States. He speculated that those special forces members carved markings here to better find the way back or if team members got separated. Besides that, at the very top of the stone pillar was an incredibly conspicuous carving, a Mobius strip. It had endured 200 or 300 years, and wind erosion had failed to erase it, almost like the beam of a lighthouse, guiding passers-by along this path. That was a mark Don Freaks carved for himself and for future generations. He was telling those who came after that this was a definite location marked on his map. Seeing this Mobius strip, the special forces of the HxH United States back then, like Germain's group, must have felt a sense of relief at this very moment, right? Because it meant that this path was correct, someone had already walked it for us. The rest was how to deal with the plant weapon gold silver ingot, one of the 5 great calamities. They didn't linger here for too long and soon set off again. At this moment, Germain felt Jin's N radiating outwards in all directions, scanning everything nearby. Not this way, Jin pointed in another direction. There's a magical beast on this path. We'll take another route. His N had detected a magical beast blocking the path they originally intended to take. Fortunately, Don Freaks had explored a sufficiently large area, so Jin only needed to confirm on the paper map to decide on a temporary change of route. The plant weapon gold silver ingot has a comprehensive danger index of B+, which is already quite close to the highest level A. Its destructive power is A1, -1, -2 represent a certain degree of difference within the A level, with extremely high lethality and disablement rates. Its ferocity level is B, but under certain conditions, it can transform into A1. And one of these conditions is stepping into the ancient labyrinth city, that is, as long as Germain's group is within the ancient labyrinth city, they will be actively attacked by them. The ancient labyrinth city is equivalent to their nest, and the cure-all herb is equivalent to their young. To nourish the cure-all herb, they will hunt intruders. At the same time, their reproductive capacity is B2, stronger than human C, but their quantity is only C, meaning less than 100. This indicates that their reproduction is somewhat different from humans. The plant weapon gold silver ingot is parasitic, meaning a portion of its spores transfers from one living body to another living body. They control the body, bear fruit and then flower, only then is a reproduction complete. One plant weapon gold silver ingot can split into a dozen parts, parasitizing a dozen living creatures, and only then will the original plant weapon gold silver ingot die. However, the quantity of plant weapon gold silver ingot has not exploded as a result. This is due to the existence of the ancient labyrinth city. They seem to maintain a certain instinct or mission, constantly active within the ancient labyrinth city, and only in very rare cases do they leave the ancient labyrinth city. In this way, only living creatures attracted by the cure-all herb, or those who accidentally enter the ancient labyrinth city, will have the chance to be parasitized by them. Their individual quantity is thus controlled to below 100. And once the ancient labyrinth city's restraint is gone, the reproductive capacity of the plant weapon gold silver ingot could even reach A. In this situation, their quantity would also reach a terrifying number, swarming out of their nest like cockroaches. Considering this characteristic of the plant weapon gold silver ingot, Germain and the others decided in previous discussions that they should avoid battle if possible. Quantity C is the most significant shortcoming of the plant weapon gold silver ingot. In the vast ancient labyrinth city, their distribution and wandering will be quite scattered. This means that Germain and the others can avoid many unnecessary battles, and Jin's superb N, along with the 4's excellent N, makes this possibility a reality. Germain's group will not forget that their primary objective this time is to obtain the cure-all herb, one of the 5 great hopes. Being able to avoid battle as much as possible before reaching the core area is the most correct choice for the 4-person team. If the information recorded in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment 2 or 300 years ago is still accurate, then Germain's group will face a tough battle upon reaching the core area. Germain believes that all textual information indicates that there is a champion-level monster in the core area. As they rounded another cuboid stone pillar, Jin's N captured abnormal biological activity. Be careful, he frowned, warning, there's a monster that has detected our presence and is heading towards us, very quickly. Can we shake it off if we move quickly now? Bisky asked. Once detected, you can't shake it off, Jin said. You can consider all the parasitized monsters here to be what Germain called elite level and above non-users. They also use N, and their range is also very large, but their N is often irregular, with certain gaps left between them for us to pass through. We are currently maintaining N, which is why we haven't been detected by too many gold and silver ingot parasitized monsters. However, the wildness of these monsters is clearly very strong. Even if we use in, as long as we remain within the range of their N for a period of time, we will be detected. Once we are detected, it will be very difficult to shake it off, and as it pursues us, it will attract more parasitized monsters. They will all notice the anomaly here and eventually form an encirclement. Shizuku adjusted her glasses and said, but if we fight the monster here, won't that also attract the attention of other monsters? Germain roughly understood Jin's idea and explained to Shizuku. So we need to make a quick decision and eliminate this relentless enemy. Before other gold and silver ingot parasitized monsters arrive, we'll continue to advance stealthily and escape their encirclement in advance. He drew a circle in the air with Nin, deliberately leaving a few gaps, and pointed to those gaps for Shizuku to see. Shizuku and Bisky saw Germain's diagram using Gyo, understood, and both nodded. Jin smiled slightly, seeing that Germain had understood his thoughts so quickly. If it were an ordinary non-user team, they might not be able to do this, but the four of us can. We must resolve the battle within 5 seconds of encountering the enemy. He thought to himself, Germain, this guy, in some aspects, his way of thinking is very similar to mine. When he reaches my age, he might become a monster like Chairman Netero. Chapter 205, 2 people take turns to kill. If that's the case, I know what to do. Bisky lifted her skirt, placed her right palm on the neatly paved stone ground, in a stance similar to an American football player kicking off. First, let Shizuku and me set a small trap. A few minutes later, a green worm, taller than 2 trains stacked together, wriggled out from the crevice between 2 giant stone pillars. Its body completely filled the road, yet its soft, deformable body allowed it to move its massive green form forward with surprising agility. The green worm had smelled the delicious Nin from afar and was tracking it. No, strictly speaking, it was already half dead, it was the tumor on its back that had smelled it. Within the segmented body of the green worm, a black, circular tumor-like shadow rolled back and forth as it continuously crawled forward. This tumor, the fruit of the plant weapon gold and silver ingot, was already quite mature. When it eventually broke out of its shell and bloomed, it would shoot out spores like a pea, parasitizing nearby living creatures. Now, the time was almost right, and it needed to find a new living creature for reproduction. At this moment, the 2 antennae on the green worm's head rose, almost immediately sensing the life form hiding behind a cubic stone pillar. The gold and silver ingot rolled forward, directly pressing into the green worm's head, and it recklessly lifted its short legs, rumbling like a locomotive as it crashed into the cubic stone pillar. Shizuku emerged from behind the cubic stone pillar. She had deliberately released Nin to expose herself. Seeing that the green worm had crawled to the designated spot, Shizuku raised Blinky in her hand. Blinky, eat those broken rocks. Blinky immediately opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force pulled the shattered rocks beneath the green worm towards it. It turned out that Bisky had, not long ago, used a rather exquisite Shinjinryu Kung Fu secret technique to destroy a large section of the flagstone bedrock there, loosening its structure. The giant green worm's own weight, coupled with Blinky's suction exacerbating the loosening of that area, completed the simple trap. With a bang, the giant green worm suddenly plunged into a large pit from its middle, reflexively curling up. Germain then flew out from beside them, like a black lightning bolt, his meat cleaver transforming into a long segment with a crackling sound. He leaped above the pit, coldly glanced at the giant green worm below, and unleashed a massive Nin slash. Germain was aiming for the gold and silver ingot forcibly embedded within the green worm's body. Hiss! 1/3 of the giant green worm was cleanly severed, and viscous fluid spurted out, splattering everywhere. The tumor-like gold and silver ingot was also instantly cut into 2 hemispheres, then spewed out black mist. In fact, those were tiny, parasitic spores scattering into the air. If it were to bloom and scatter spores in a mature state, the success rate of parasitism would be very high. Now, with the gold and silver ingot forcefully cut open and compelled to parasitize, the success rate was relatively lower. However, being rashly enveloped by this spore mist was still very dangerous. This gold and silver ingot was several times larger than the previous one, and the spore mist it spewed spread even wider, instantly engulfing the area around several nearby stone pillars. Fortunately, Germain had been cautiously guarding against this. He leaped onto a stone pillar, sprinted along its side for a while, then jumped to another stone pillar, moving away from the mist. After dodging and weaving among numerous stone pillars for a while, he finally made a large circle and arrived at one of the tallest nearby stone pillars, where he reunited with Gon, Bisky, and Shizuku. Shizuku, after completing her decoy work, immediately turned and rushed to this spot. Gon stood on the edge of the stone pillar, having watched Germain and Shizuku's coordinated effort throughout, and stroked his stubbled chin. This is a scare silver moth larva. The species parasitized by the gold and silver ingot is called that. It was named by Don Freaks and drawn in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. When this omnivorous creature hunts or defends, it releases a scarenin, thereby confusing its prey or enemies, making them mistake it for a terrifying magical beast and causing them to make incorrect judgments. He had just looked through the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment data entered into his phone by Duen and List, and quickly found the corresponding monster's information. Germain noticed that his physique had increased by 5 points at this moment, which didn't surprise him much, and he said, "This monster parasitized by the gold and silver ingot isn't very strong. We can continue with this attack method. One person lures, the other kills, and then quickly retreats from the area where the gold and silver ingot spreads." Gon, with his hands in his pockets, nodded. Solving it before it releases its scarenin is the fastest and most reliable solution. Next, we can completely work in pairs, taking turns to eliminate enemies we encounter as quickly as possible. If we encounter monsters stronger than what we've seen so far, we can appropriately increase our numbers. This way, at least one group can rest temporarily while the other is fighting. Germain replied, all right. Then Shizuko and I will be a group, and you and Bisky will be a group. Gon, Bisky, and Shizuko had no objections to the grouping, but Shizuko raised an objection to another issue. I think we should just proceed above the stone pillars? That way we won't have to take detours and can save time. No. Bisky pointed to the air not far away. Shizuko, look over there. Shizuko looked over and saw a group of strange monsters flying in the air. They looked like carp but had 2 pairs of wings and mouths full of sharp teeth. And on their eyeballs, fins, bellies, tails, and other parts, they often had a gold and silver ingot growing, which looked quite incongruous. Bisky explained. Moving above the stone pillars is too conspicuous. Those sharp-eyed, flying monsters will quickly find us. Conversely, when we move on the ground, the stone pillars help shield us from some of their vision. If the magical beasts want to find us, they can only use perception techniques similar to N, which will increase their search cost, and we can maintain temporary safety. Gon said from the side, I agree. Shizuko nodded, acknowledging this statement. Let's leave here immediately before other monsters arrive, Germain said. The others also didn't want to get too entangled with the parasitized monsters here, and more importantly, didn't want to be surrounded and waste too much energy, so they all agreed. Thus, they stepped on the flat sides of the stone pillars, ran back to the ground, concealed their presence, and proceeded cautiously. Next, they encountered 2 more parasitized giant magical beasts wandering in the ancient labyrinth city. Using their 2-person rotating team mode, they successfully eliminated both. Germain participated in killing one of them, so his aura capacity also increased by 5 points. He felt that if he wasn't worried about being heavily surrounded and hadn't yet achieved his ultimate goal of obtaining the cure-all herb, he could really keep grinding physique and aura capacity here. However, at the same time, his stress was slowly increasing, having inadvertently reached 21 points, most likely because the ancient labyrinth city was having some kind of effect on him. As everyone stealthily moved through the ancient labyrinth city for a distance, several hours passed without them realizing it. Germain checked his pocket watch. It was almost 1 p.m., so he suggested, let's rest for a bit and have lunch here. Okay. Shizuko rubbed her stomach and said, I'm a bit hungry. As she finished speaking, her stomach rumbled. Bisky covered her mouth and chuckled, but soon, her own stomach also rumbled, and her face turned red. It seemed that the continuous stealth, interspersed with 3 battles that required quick resolution, plus mental tension, had exhausted everyone too much. So, they found a relatively safe area and stopped to rest beside a cubic pillar. Shizuko used Blinky to spit out the broken rocks it had previously absorbed, then spit out the silver briefcase from Greed Island, placing it on the ground. After opening the briefcase, Shizuko took out the transparent card box labeled food and asked, what do you want to eat? Sandwiches, sausages, cream-filled biscuits, macarons, milk. Thank you. Bisky eagerly took out a card box from the briefcase, used the free card, picnic blanket within it, and then spread the unsealed blanket on the floor. Like a girl on a camping trip, she placed the sandwiches, sausages, cream-filled biscuits, macarons, milk, etc., that Shizuko handed over after unsealing the cards, onto the blanket. Bisky noticed that both Germain and Gon were staring at her, and she couldn't help but blush, explaining, no matter where I am, or under what circumstances, I am a lady. Gon smiled and sat cross-legged on the blanket. Shizuko, please give me pork cutlets, soba noodles, cherry tomatoes. Shizuko took grilled meat, omurice, orange juice, and so on for herself. Germain also asked for pickled long bean fried rice with egg, beef ball soup, and mineral water. These were all delicacies carefully prepared by Menchi and Boera, taking into full consideration everyone's different tastes, and specially made in various styles for them to choose from. As the masterpieces of 2 gourmet hunters, Germain and his group enjoyed a rich and delicious lunch, immediately feeling quite satisfied. Germain's stress also dropped slightly due to the delicious food, coming down to 15 points. However, considering that it's better not to accumulate too much stress, he asked Bisky for help, using magical esthetician cookie to completely reset his stress to 0. Bisky also gave herself a massage at the same time. As for Gon and Shizuko, they stated that they had no problems at the moment, so they didn't need stress relief for now. After 2 p.m., they set off again. Gon once again used N to lead the way, with Germain at the very back, as the 4-person team continued forward. Chapter 206, This is my restriction and vow. The battle in the ancient labyrinth city continued. Boom. The mountain-sized Ankylosaurus, with its head and short tail severed, still tirelessly charged at Germain. A mere fatal wound was no longer enough to kill this giant beast. It wasn't until Germain broke a hole in the gold and silver ingot on its underside, where its thick hide didn't cover, causing black spore mist to gush out, that it finally lost its power source. The parasitic Ankylosaurus crashed to the ground like an airship making a hard landing, leaving a long trail of blood. The parasitic spores surged like smoke after an explosion, wave after wave, quickly approaching Germain. Shizuko, holding Blinky, reminded him from behind, Germain, we should retreat. Wait, Germain materialized a flamethrower, aimed it at the black spore mist. Let's see how effective fire is. The flamethrower spewed flames into the black mist, and the spores immediately crackled like popcorn. At the same time, they came alive, twisting and shifting direction in midair, forming the maw of a man-eating beast, biting at Germain. Germain moved the nozzle of the flamethrower, sweeping the flames across, blocking the advance of this black, gaping maw. A moment later, the sky full of parasitic spores were all incinerated by Germain's flames, leaving behind a ground covered in black ash, like a thick carpet. Germain walked back to Shizuka's side. Fire can't burn through the Ankylosaurus's shell, nor can it burn through the gold and silver ingot's shell, but it's effective against the gold and silver ingot's spores. Using fire to burn them is like burning a nest of cockroaches, just be careful not to let any of them escape and crawl onto you. But Shizuku, like a female scholar, adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. Urine consumption must be very high, right? The fire isn't burning oil, it's burning urine. It's fine, I still have plenty of nin right now. As long as I don't keep burning it, it's fine, Germain replied. He wasn't lying or trying to be strong, it was indeed true. So far, he and Shizuku, as a duo, had jointly killed a total of 5 monsters. Both his physique and aura capacity had crossed the champion level, reaching 103 and 104 points respectively, thereby earning him the champion aura, replacing his previous master aura. Under the champion aura, Germain's aura capacity was already the highest among non-users on the 6 continents, and his physique allowed him to mitigate more stress. For example, the stress from the ancient labyrinth city, which was previously 3 points, had further reduced to only 1 point. This meant that the champion aura reduced 7 points of damage for him every time he suffered stress damage. Although both his physique and aura capacity had reached the champion level, Germain's overall combat power was still master class. After all, most of his physique and aura capacity were suddenly elevated due to his inability, not through natural cultivation or spiritual enlightenment. It was like a person wearing a coat much larger than his body and frame. Germain took off his grave robber's hood, which allowed him to look Shizuku in the eye better. The two walked in the same direction, conversing. I actually tried to use Blinky to absorb the entire gold and silver ingot, or its spores, but it really didn't work. I couldn't fool myself. They are alive. Bisky told you to try, didn't she? Yes, she said, you can think of them as dead, and told me to try. But they are alive, just now they could even change direction and surge towards us, actively attacking us. You think so too, right? Anyway, I can't make Blinky eat living things. After cutting off the parasitic gold and silver ingot, I can absorb the monster's corpse though. Why? What why? Why are you so insistent that Blinky cannot swallow living things? That's my restriction in vow, Shizuku said, widening her eyes in surprise, as if wondering why Germain would ask such a question. Then for what reason did you make such a restriction in vow? Germain decided to explain his question more deeply. Shizuku poked her chin with her index finger, thought seriously for a while, and replied, thinking about it carefully, it might be related to something that happened when I was little in Meteor City. What happened? You know, we in Meteor City were very short on food and water, right? Once, I snuck into someone's house, planning to steal some food, but after searching for a long time, I realized their whole family had no food either. Germain vaguely guessed something, but still asked, and then? Then I heard screams in the room, and I saw them cutting open and eating their own child. Shizuku blinked her big eyes, her expression unchanged. I'll never forget the look in those parents' eyes when they looked at me. They wanted to eat you. No, their eyes were like the dead people I saw on the street. They just glanced at me and continued eating, as if I didn't exist. Germain was silent. Shizuku continued, later I heard that if you went to the church, there was food, so I went. After some time, I told the old priest about it. She touched the inverted cross necklace hanging on her chest. The old priest sighed at the time and said, they committed a grave sin, but they weren't utterly evil, they just wanted to live. All in all, from then on, I couldn't accept eating things that were still alive. It's probably because of this that Blinky also became like this. I know I'm not a good person, and I'll never be a saint in this life, but I still hope to adhere to some bottom lines, that way, I feel like I'm alive. Germain nodded. Then go with your own thoughts. Blinky's current ability is definitely because of you being this way. If you change, it might not have its current ability anymore. I think so too. It smells so good. Germain was stunned when he heard Shizuku suddenly say it smells so good, until he also smelled the fragrance, and then he reacted. She wasn't talking about the smell of meat he had imagined. It was a rich fragrance, like the scent of an unknown flower blooming, wafting from a considerable distance. You're back, Bisky said with a smile, emerging from behind a cubic stone pillar. Jin is urging, he said if you don't come back soon, he'll set off first. I didn't say that. Bisky, don't falsely accuse me. Jin followed Bisky out, still clutching the crumpled ancient labyrinth city map in his hand. But isn't that exactly something you would do? Reckless idiot. No matter how reckless I am, I know that I can't get the cure-all herb by myself. You could learn from your ancestor, Don Freaks. Jin glanced at Bisky, no longer paying attention to her sarcasm, but unrolled the map, confirmed it repeatedly, and said, you all smelled that fragrance, right? We smelled it, Shizuku said, I just told Germain, it smells so good. That should be the scent of the cure-all herb, Jin explained, the beast's sense of smell is more acute than ours. They were attracted into the ancient labyrinth city, but in the end, they became the prey of the gold and silver ingot. We are already very close to the core of the ancient labyrinth city. At our speed, I estimate we can arrive before tomorrow afternoon. Bisky stroked her golden ponytail, combing it over her shoulder, it feels like this journey has been quite smooth, the monsters we've annihilated were all just elite level. Maybe we'll encounter Master Class 1s next, Jin said. Don't say such inauspicious things. Because Germain often used his personal opinion to classify non-user levels, similar to Hisoka, everyone heard it so much that they gradually accepted this system, and naturally used it in conversation. Let's continue. Jin tapped the paper map with his knuckles, making a pattering sound. Don Freaks left a residence. I don't know if it's still there now, we need to get there before dark and spend the night. Don Freaks had visited the ancient labyrinth city more than once, so of course he needed places to stay overnight along the way, and thus dug out several residences himself. Germain and his group were heading to one of them, which was considered a safe point left by Don Freaks for them. The further they walked, the more they felt the passage of time. The sky gradually changed from bright to dim yellow, then grayness covered most of the stone pillars like heavy snow. Germain and his group were like walking in the shadows of a sketch, and slowly, the colors on them also blended in, like ashes after burning. It should be here. Jin stopped, looking up at the Mobius strip carved on top of a stone pillar. That's the mark Don Freaks left. Below the Mobius strip mark on this stone pillar, there was also an empty notch, and looking at the other 3 walls, there were similar notches. I always feel much more at ease whenever I see the Mobius strip, Bisky said sincerely. Help me look. Jin tucked the paper map into his embrace, then walked towards the stone pillar, gently stroking its surface with both hands. There should be a secret door. Your movements are disgusting, Bisky scoffed, but she also chose a wall, touching it with her fingers and knocking on it with her fist. Germain and Shizuko exchanged glances and also started searching, but Jin was the first to find it. It's here. He said loudly. Everyone heard him and walked towards him. This is definitely it. Jin pushed hard on the wall in front of him. The wall, which had originally looked perfectly sealed, was pushed in, revealing a dark inner chamber, from which a stuffy odor emerged. With a bang, the stone door was pushed down by Jin, falling to the ground. He waved his hand, fanning away the surging dust. Let's air it out first. After a long while, everyone entered with flashlights. They coughed a few times, covering their mouths and noses, while illuminating the space inside the stone pillar with their flashlight beams. It was dark inside, with only 4 walls having notches 2 to 3 meters high, each serving as a window for air circulation. Don Freaks had excavated a cubic space at the bottom of this stone pillar to serve as his temporary residence. And Don Freaks' temporary residence would become the lodging for Germain and his group tonight. Thanks to the readers for your subscriptions, monthly votes, and recommendation tickets. From now on, the update times will be changed to 10 AM and 4 PM, he. Now I'm trying my best to ensure daily updates of over 6,000 characters. The more I update, the more readers I'll have. This is my restriction and vow. Chapter 207, Jing Freaks' request to Germain. Don Freaks hasn't returned here in a very long time. Jing shook his flashlight, observing the interior of the temporary dwelling. There are absolutely no traces of anyone living here. If we were to meet Don Freaks here, I'd find it quite terrifying, Bisky said. Jing turned back curiously and asked, why? We still can't be sure if Don Freaks is alive or dead, can we? Bisky spread her hands. If he's already dead, then his appearance here would be a monster we'd have to face. Jing fell silent. He understood Bisky's meaning. A person like Don Freaks, capable of wandering the Dark Continent alone, must possess inconceivable strength. And if such a person were killed by something, transformed into some kind of monster, and then encountered the 4 of them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Such a Don Freaks would himself be a calamity, or even more terrifying than a calamity. Thinking about it this way, it's indeed a bit conflicted, Jing said, digging at his face with a finger in annoyance. I both want to see him and don't want to see him anymore. It's really troublesome. At this moment, Germain, who could no longer tolerate the dust flying around the room, said to Shizuku, Shizuku, could you use your blinky to tidy this place up? Ah. Shizuku blinked. Oh, right. Then you guys go outside. I'll use Blinky to clean up here. The other 3 walked out of the stone pillar dwelling and stood outside the door, watching Shizuku, who wore a gas mask unsealed with a free card, holding Blinky, continuously sucking away dust and debris. This is truly incredible. Bisky tugged on Germain's black robe. Could you have imagined this before? Shizuku's Blinky is actually doing the job of a vacuum cleaner. Germain thought back. Indeed, what Shizuku had previously sucked away with Blinky were mostly corpses and tools. In short, all sorts of messy things were crammed into Blinky's space. This time, her using Blinky to honestly suck up dust made both of them a bit unaccustomed. Finally, the stone pillar room was thoroughly cleaned. Everyone walked back inside. Jing raised his hand, lifted the stone door, and returned it to its original position, but he didn't close it completely, leaving a gap for ventilation. At this point, darkness swallowed most of the room, with only a sliver of moonlight streaming through the gaps in the wall and the light from their flashlights illuminating a small area. Shizuku took out a silver suitcase, then used a free card from a transparent card holder to unseal a lamp the size of a floor fan, placing it in the center. After flipping the switch, light instantly filled most of the room. Then let's eat something and get some good rest. Germain could only see the pitch-black sky through the gaps in the wall. There are 4 of us, so we can take turns on night watch. Bisky laid a carpet under her feet before sitting down with Shizuku. Finally, I can rest again. Honestly, ever since I started working with you, Germain, I always feel like I'm at work, Bisky grumbled. Germain and Jing were not so particular, they sat directly on the ground. After all, Shizuku's Blinky should have sucked up all the dust and spit it outside. Their dinner was equally lavish, so much so that Bisky, after the meal, rubbed her belly, silently thanking Menchi and Buera for their contributions. After eating and drinking their fill, drowsiness quickly set in. They unsealed their free card sleeping bags and each crawled inside. However, only Bisky and Shizuku truly closed their eyes to sleep. Germain and Jing merely lay in their sleeping bags. Germain was on the first watch, then it would be Jing, then Bisky, and finally Shizuku. Bisky and Shizuku could confidently get some sleep first. Jing went outside to relieve himself and returned after a while. He also dimmed the light from the lantern pole and then crawled back into his sleeping bag. Germain and his sleeping bag were moved next to the entrance of the stone pillar room. By turning his head, he could see the outside through the unclosed gap. "You're not sleeping yet." He sat leaning against the stone wall, noticing that Jing was also sitting by the wall not far away, eyes open. Jing looked at Germain. "To be honest, you might not believe it. I'm very excited right now and a bit unable to sleep, even though last night I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Why can't you sleep?" Germain glanced at Bisky and Shizuku, deliberately lowering his voice. Jing also lowered his voice. "It's simple, because I've truly arrived at the Dark Continent." He pointed at Germain. "Although there's a lot of indirect evidence, and although Bisky, Shizuku, Menchi and Buera vouched for you, ultimately, seeing is believing, right?" Jing clasped his hands behind his head, tilted his head back, and looked up at the sky through the gap in the wall. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the moon from this angle. "You're not playing tricks, and that makes me very happy." It was only when he actually saw the stone tablet left by the Sahelta United States, and the undeniable ancient labyrinth city, gold and silver ingots, and Don Freaks' Mobius strip mark and temporary dwelling, that he was convinced this was indeed the Dark Continent. This sense of reality made his fingers tremble until just now, and he had to press them down with his head to conceal their excited twitching. "Germain." After a while, he spoke again. "Actually, the cure-all herb isn't my real goal." As soon as Jing finished speaking, he smiled. "Of course, I'll do my best to get it. After all, I have to report back to the old man, Chairman Netero." "Then what is your real goal?" Germain was a little curious. "It's a tall tower standing at the core of the ancient labyrinth city." Jing looked at Germain, his eyes shining brightly. Don Freaks mentioned it in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. He once climbed it but found nothing. Even when Travels in the New World, Eastern Chapter was written, he still hadn't figured out what that tower was for. "If I had to say what I'm most interested in among all the ruins of the ancient labyrinth city, it would definitely be this tall tower that even Don Freaks couldn't find many clues about. Being in the very core, it must serve some purpose, it just hasn't been discovered yet. If I can uncover the truth about that tall tower, then I'll probably also know who built the ancient labyrinth city and why it was built, right?" Germain remembered the sketch of the ancient labyrinth city that Don Freaks had drawn in the fragment. He had an impression of it. Amidst numerous cubic stone pillars and reed-like plants, a tall tower stood out, quite conspicuous. "It's certainly worth investigating." "Right." Jing couldn't help but raise his voice. The next moment, he looked at Bisky and Shizuku, saw that they were still sleeping in their sleeping bags and hadn't been woken up, then lowered his voice again. "It's very interesting, isn't it, Germain?" "It is very interesting," Germain replied. Jing stared at Germain for a while, then smiled. "You know what? I've said these words to many close friends for over 30 years. However, some of them thought that Travels in the New World, Eastern Chapter was merely a novelist's fantasy of the Dark Continent. Another part was half believing, but thought it impossible for me to meet all the conditions, cross the vast ocean, reach the Dark Continent, and uncover the truth. They felt regret for me. They believed I had such a strong and fervent desire for knowledge about this place, yet I was destined never to find the truth in my lifetime. But I don't need this regret and pity. Riza, Duen, List, Ida, and Elena, they all couldn't understand my obsession with the Dark Continent. They were willing to silently support me from behind, but ultimately, they couldn't fully understand me." Jing looked at Germain and said, "So, after learning about you all, and after actually interacting with you all, honestly, I breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out I'm not the only fool or madman in the world. I envy you for having such an ability, it's almost as if it was born for exploring this place. At the same time, I sincerely thank your ability. We are undoubtedly fellow travelers." "You're exaggerating," Germain said. "I don't think it's an exaggeration." Jing sat up straight and said very earnestly, "In one's lifetime, it's actually very difficult to meet like-minded people, people who truly understand my feelings. By the way, Germain, there's something I need to ask of you." "What is it?" Germain saw Jing's very serious expression. "After obtaining the cure-all herb, I've decided to stay on the Dark Continent." Jing took off the worn hat on his head, revealing his short hair. "I won't be returning with you all." Germain was slightly surprised for a moment but quickly understood. "You see," Jing chuckled, "if it were you, you'd understand why I'm doing this. But if it were anyone else, they'd immediately have all sorts of questions and try to stop me. Simply put, my staying here has both selfish and selfless reasons. The selfish reason is, of course, that after finally coming to the Dark Continent, I really don't want to just go back. I just want to spend the rest of my life in this place. The selfless reason." Jing pointed at Germain again. "Your teleportation lantern can only bring 4 people at a time, which is too inefficient. On the Dark Continent, you need more helpers. From this perspective, you should leave me behind, and then you can bring a new trio over. This way, your helpers on the Dark Continent will increase from the original 3 to 4, and so on. My staying here can also provide you with lodging, information, and so on, while you provide me with continuous support. This is a win-win situation for us. Germain pondered for a while. He had to admit, Jing's proposal moved him. He had similar thoughts a long time ago, but he couldn't force Bisky or Shizuku to stay here. Now, Jing was willing to stay voluntarily, which might be a brand new opportunity. But, Germain asked, what about Greed Island? What about your son? Haha. Jing chuckled softly, Greed Island, with or without me, actually makes little difference. Not to mention, I've already shared the shares with you, you can't possibly just stand by, can you? So you started calculating me from back then. You could say that. Didn't I mention before? Every English letter of Greed Island is the first letter of one of our members' names. You all will be the same in the future. I thought about it for a long time afterward, and perhaps there's no need to force your initial letters in. You see, the first letters of our names are all G. One G leaves, another G fills in, isn't that great? As for my son, gone. Jing seemed to be trying hard to recall his son's appearance, but unfortunately, the memory was a bit blurry. If you meet him, tell him. Gone, if you truly want to see me, your irresponsible father, then come find me on the Dark Continent. Chapter 208, The Troublesome Alliance of Night Raid Species and Parasitic Species. Germain swapped shifts with Jin at 1 AM the next day. After crawling into his warm sleeping bag. With his excellent physique, his mental state was still able to resist a full day's fatigue and exhaustion. Such clear consciousness might also be related to Jin's heartfelt words. Germain didn't immediately agree, but promised to consider it carefully. He didn't like making promises lightly, as promises meant responsibility, especially concerning the future direction of the entire Greed Island. However, he couldn't let this matter trouble him indefinitely and prevent him from sleeping. Tomorrow would surely be another difficult and tiring day, and he needed ample rest. So, with his eyes closed and lying flat in his sleeping bag, Germain skillfully circulated his Nen throughout his body, slowly relaxing his mind and body. Finally, at a certain moment, he drifted into a hazy dream. In the blur, he saw the pitch-black night sky, the disorderly wooden huts and tents, and tattered people sitting around a bonfire. He didn't know why, but even without anyone telling him, he knew this was Meteor City. Slowly, he felt something, and looking down, he saw a black mud pit had appeared under his feet at some point, bubbling with numerous foams. A gaunt hand reached out, grabbed his foot, and pulled him deeper into the mud pit. Yet, he was surprisingly calm, so calm that he didn't react at all, allowing the hand to do as it pleased. Germain, he heard someone calling from afar. Germain. His shoulder was nudged, and he immediately woke up, instinctively materializing his meat cleaver. In the dim room, a figure blocked Germain's view. That person held down Germain's meat cleaver with one hand and placed the other hand on their lips, making a shushing gesture. He moved aside slightly, and the light from the lamppost and the moon shone in, revealing Jin's pale face, which Germain couldn't tell if it was due to the lighting. There's movement outside, Jin whispered as a warning. Germain first turned to look at Bisky and Shizuku, watching them sleep soundly with their heads together, still undisturbed. Then, he flipped over and sat up, agilely slipping out of his sleeping bag, and went with Jin to the side of the stone door, peeking out through the gap. At this moment, the grayish-white crescent moon had finally moved into a position where they could see it from their angle. Look up, Jin pointed to a distant cubic stone pillar. Don't use N, that might expose us. Germain followed Jin's pointing finger, his gaze flying along the stone pillar to its top. There, a robust, strange creature floated. It was truly floating, not touching the top of the pillar at all, but circling around it, like a beast sniffing for scent. From its outline alone, it resembled a great white shark, but its entire body emitted black smoke, wisps of which spread outwards like blood spreading in sea water. As for its large mouth filled with jagged teeth, it was large enough to bite off and swallow the entire top of the cubic stone pillar. This is a night raid species, Jin whispered. It's recorded in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment as a very troublesome beast that often appears in the dark of night to attack prey. Don Freaks, in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, made a simple classification of all life forms he encountered. First were humans, most of whom lived on the 6 continents. Second were beasts, which was actually a broad and general concept, including wild beasts, plants, microorganisms, monsters, magical beasts, demi-humans, and so on, that is, all living things other than humans. Next were corruptions, which were bizarre products of humans and beasts resurrected after death for some reason. Finally, there were aberrations, which were incomprehensible life forms that should not exist in this world. The night raid species Jin mentioned was a branch of beasts recorded in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. Many beasts hunt at night, but this type of beast is specifically classified as a night raid species, so there must be a reason, Jin said cautiously. Don Freaks described them as troublesome, so we'd best be careful. Germain nodded, and at the same time, looking at the night raid shark, he quickly thought of the dark nightmare panther he had encountered last time, noticing similarities between the two. Perhaps they were both night raid species. The two held their breath, silently observing by the stone door, waiting for the night raid shark's next move. If they could avoid a fight, that would be best. However, the night raid shark lingered by the stone pillar for a long time, not leaving. It circled in the air, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes rising, sometimes diving. It seemed to be aimless, but Germain and Jin remained very cautious, maintaining their Zetsu state, expertly blending into the darkness and quiet of the night. After a while longer, the night rage shark finally flicked its tail and flew in the opposite direction of the stone pillar where Germain and his group were located. Germain and Jin exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. This way, they could continue to rest for the night. They both needed to recover their strength. However, suddenly, a prickling sensation made them both turn their heads at the same time, looking out through the stone door's crack once more. Then, they met the night rage shark's small, hollow black eyes. It had actually returned after leaving. Could it be that even with Germain and Jin maintaining Zetsu, it still sensed them with its en, which far surpassed that of humans living in comfortable environments? As Germain and Jin were in shock, the night rage shark slowly opened its gaping maw, revealing jagged, spear-like teeth and dark red, rigid flesh and blood inside its mouth. It let out a roar towards the night sky, towards the entire ancient labyrinth city. Roar. This roar tore through all silence, echoing far and wide, then reverberating between the cubic stone pillars. Subsequently, an entire area fell into silence again. Damn it, Jin gritted his teeth and stood up. I understand what Don Freaks meant by troublesome now. Germain, in the first instance, turned around and rushed towards Bisky and Shizuku, who were lying in the corner. Bisky had already been startled awake. She sprang from her sleeping bag as if on springs, her loose golden hair tangled into a messy knot. She squinted, saw Germain dart in front of her, and was startled, asking, "What's going on?" "Enemy attack," Germain said succinctly. "There's likely to be a huge wave of enemy attacks." He unceremoniously shook Shizuku awake with force. Bisky didn't ask too many questions, immediately scrambling out of her sleeping bag and tidying her clothes. Shizuku groggily got up, and Germain grabbed the black-rimmed glasses nearby, thrusting them into her hand, reminding her, "Wake up quickly, we need to break through." What breakthrough? Shizuku rubbed her eyes and put on her black-rimmed glasses. At this moment, the night rage shark's second roar came. Roar. And this time, not only its roar, but also the roars of other beasts were mixed in the air. At this, Shizuku fully woke up. She quickly crawled out of her sleeping bag and, like Bisky, simply tidied her clothes. "We need to leave here immediately." Jin stood by the stone door, observing the night rage shark's every move. "It didn't attack us immediately, it's planning to call for more help. Before the encirclement forms, we might still have a chance." Bisky was already ready and came to Jin's side with Germain, looking outside. Shizuku used Blinky to swallow the lamppost, sleeping bags, and other items. Once they were unsealed from their card's state, they could not return to cards unless they returned to Greed Island to be resealed. She crammed everyone's belongings into Blinky, then swallowed the silver briefcase containing the cards last, so they could be retrieved more quickly later. The room lost the light source from the lamppost, becoming pitch black, with only some grayish-white light shining through the gap in the wall. "I'm ready," Shizuku reminded everyone after finishing everything. "Then let's break through," Germain said. The night rage shark's third roar came at this moment, and this time, not only were other beasts' roars mixed in, but also some heavy friction sounds. The first wave of beasts attracted by the night rage shark's roar appeared between the stone pillars. Some were taller than the stone pillars, some shorter, filling the gaps between them. The parasitized beasts appearing in such a clustered manner was enough to make one's skin crawl. "They're like demons from hell," Bisky muttered softly after watching for a while. "I'll draw their fire later," Jin said. "You guys take the opportunity to leave. Don't worry about me, I'll follow shortly." Germain didn't hesitate or waste time saying things like "we can never abandon our comrades," but decided immediately, "Good." Jin nodded, not even giving Bisky and Shizuku time to react, and abruptly pushed open the stone door, letting it crash to the ground with a bang. The giant beasts parasitized by gold and silver ingot, those twisted black shadows, instantly occupied the area in front of the door, completely annihilating the moonlight. The mountain-like bodies pressed together, the low, coarse panting and groaning, and the almost unconcealed killing intent all rushed at them, giving everyone an indescribable sense of impact. Germain's stress had unknowingly accumulated to 34 points, but he wasn't focusing on that at all right now. Jin charged out first, striding into the midst of the glowering monsters. "Ha! This is good. This is what makes it interesting. What Don Freaks can do, I can do too." He raised his hands as if praising the moon, and at the same time, Nen converged at an incredibly terrifying speed, gathering like a whirlwind into a surging Nen bullet. This Nen bullet emitted dazzling golden light, extremely conspicuous in the darkness, and enough to attract the attention of most monsters. The monsters roared at him, sounding like thunderclaps in his ears. They gathered more and more, getting closer and closer. Come on, come on. Jin hurled the giant golden Nen bullet. Chapter 209, Cutting a Path Through a Swarm of Monsters. Boom. Exploding golden light, spreading ripples, and fragmented chunks of flesh and blood filled the entire area, seemingly ready to completely swallow the darkness. However, the light was fleeting, and darkness once again took over. "Charge," Germain pointed in a direction, not even glancing at Jin's location. "Don't stop, maintain formation as much as possible." "Okay," Bisky and Shizuku responded. The three, like three sharp arrows, shot out from the gate, speeding away under the shadow of the golden Nen bullet, quickly leaving the explosion zone. However, equally massive and terrifying monsters soon surged from all directions, marking the arrival of the second wave of monsters. Germain and the other two knew that concealment and evasion were impossible, so they charged directly, battling the towering monsters whose mere shadows could engulf them. Bisky, in her giant form, roared and unleashed a palm strike. Anon wave slammed into a monster resembling a wild boar, knocking it to the ground and creating a crater. Shizuku sucked the surrounding gravel into Blinky, then shot them out one by one at the monsters, disrupting their movements and judgment. Germain had already sprinted up the arm of a giant bear-like monster that had stood upright, his spiral cane transforming into a giant spear, which he then hurled. Whoosh! Thud! The gold and silver ingot embedded in the giant bear's eye socket was pierced, and a large cloud of black mist sprayed out like a burst pipe. Germain landed on the ground, regrouping with Bisky and Shizuku, not lingering to entangle with the monsters here. They found a gap in the encirclement and once again broke through. At that moment, the giant bear finally crashed down, shaking the ground. The beasts of the ancient labyrinth city were mostly parasite species, all controlled by gold and silver ingot. Since each gold and silver ingot operated independently, many gaps appeared in the encirclement, giving them an opportunity. Germain and the others thus broke out of the second wave of monsters' encirclement. However, the roar of the night raid shark from far behind echoed again, accompanied by the loud sounds of Jin battling the parasite species beast. Such a commotion quickly attracted a third wave of monsters. Although the gold and silver ingot parasite numbered no more than 100, most were enormous. Just a few appearing were enough to block all paths in the ancient labyrinth city. Everyone had to use force to clear the obstacles. After Germain once again burned away the surging gold and silver ingot parasite black mist with his flamethrower, he saw a monster, moving faster than any previous gold and silver ingot parasite, suddenly burst out from an angle. It resembled a giant lizard, covered in scales, but when it opened its gaping maw like a black hole abyss, it revealed not a tongue, but a gold and silver ingot. That gold and silver ingot suddenly split into 6 petals, revealing eerie, dense teeth, then spat a cloud of black mist at Germain, followed by 4 vine-like tendrils with hooked claws at their ends, sweeping towards him. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Germain countered them with his flamethrower. Raging flames erupted, and sparks flew, creating a scene like a blacksmith's fireworks display. Shizuku. At this moment, Germain heard Bisky's shriek. After forcing back the giant lizard's assault, he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Bisky holding Shizuku, both looking somewhat disheveled. Bisky's golden hair, in her giant form, whipped wildly in the strong wind. Shizuku lay in her arms, a section of her side missing, large patches of blood staining Bisky's princess dress. Germain's eyes widened slightly, then he heard the whipping sound of tendrils in the wind. He immediately dodged the slashing attack of a hooked claw. He looked towards the gold and silver ingot giant lizard, which was still spewing black mist, attempting to parasitize Germain while also obstructing his vision. This was truly endless. Germain put down his flamethrower and drew his meat cleaver, which gleamed with a cold light. Nightcat glowed brightly. With lightning speed, he circled to the side of the gold and silver ingot giant lizard, leaped onto its scales, and then sprang into the air. The meat cleaver transformed into a long segment with a snapping sound. Almost in that instant, he had a premonition. Beastbane glowed brightly. With an unusual intensity, Germain roared, holding the blade with both hands, and unleashed a crescent-shaped slash downwards. At that moment, the gold and silver ingot giant lizard also detected the presence in the air, raising its head, its mouth half open, the blooming gold and silver ingot faintly visible within. In that instant, it followed its beast instinct and urgently closed its mouth, attempting to protect the blooming gold and silver ingot within. However, when the slashing wave struck the gold and silver ingot giant lizard, it erupted with extreme power. A blinding white light burst forth, falling and exploding like a cannonball. Critical strike. Boom. After the explosion, Germain, still in midair, tore through the dust of the shattered floor with his meat cleaver, his hood flapping in the strong wind. He landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, the gold and silver ingot giant lizard's entire head, along with the blooming gold and silver ingot, had been completely pulverized into scattered meat by the terrifying slashing wave. Thud. The headless gold and silver ingot giant lizard finally truly died and collapsed to the ground, kicking up another cloud of dust. Germain, using the cover of the dust, quickly moved to Bisky and Shizuka's side while remaining vigilant against other monsters. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a woman floating in midair like a goddess, exhaling a large cloud of strange aura towards the severely wounded Shizuku. Subsequently, the missing section of Shizuka's side visibly recovered. Her previously tightly closed eyes stirred, and her furrowed brow slightly relaxed. The goddess smiled gently, slowly scattering in the wind, becoming countless fireflies in the night sky. I used the designated card, Breath of the Archangel, Bisky explained. Thankfully, I used it quickly, and it worked. You did well, Germain said. At this moment, Shizuka gradually awoke. She opened her eyes, looking somewhat bewildered at Bisky, who was holding her, and Germain, who was standing in front of them. I'm not dead. She blinked her big eyes. You're not dead. Can you stand up and move on your own? Bisky asked with concern. We haven't broken through the encirclement yet. I can. Shizuka climbed out of Bisky's arms and bounced up and down a few times. Hey, my injuries are healed, and I feel even more energetic. That's the ability of the designated card, Breath of the Archangel, Bisky explained concisely. Now is not the time to discuss this, let's go. Okay, Shizuka obediently replied. The three continued to weave through the gaps in the monster encirclement, constantly repelling and killing the attacking monsters. I feel like the night raid species roar has increased their ferocity, Germain said, catching up to Bisky and Shizuko after chopping off the parasitic gold and silver ingot of another monster with his meat cleaver. Before Bisky could answer, Jin's voice came from afar. That's because that is the ability of the night raid species. A giant monster was cut in half by a golden light. Jin, holding his tattered hat, jumped out from the middle. Covered in blood, he arrived beside the group. Are you all right? Germain asked, still sprinting forward. Jin followed beside them, then revealed his torn sleeve and wrist, smiling. Just now, a gold and silver ingot parasite released poisonous gas. I injected Sanbika's antidote to control the spread of the poison, but my fingers are still a bit numb. Bisky, sharp-eyed, grabbed his wrist, forcing him to stop. What's wrong? Jin asked, puzzled. Bisky examined it closely and told Jin, you've been parasitized by a gold and silver ingot. Germain and Shizuku, who had stopped, were both startled and quickly gathered around. The four of them looked at Jin's wrist together and saw a long bloodstain from which a tumor the size of a fingertip was emerging, pulsating with Jin's breathing. Its many tiny, blood vessel-like tentacles had already burrowed into Jin's flesh and blood. Tisk, Jin reached out without hesitation, yanked it out, and blood immediately spurted forth. He threw the tumor far away. I was surrounded by too many parasite species gold and silver ingot just now, and I was very careful, but I still got hit. He suddenly frowned and looked down again, only to see that although the tumor had disappeared, the tentacles were still wriggling, and his expression turned grim. The parasitic spores have already penetrated your flesh and blood, Germain said calmly. Jin, use the designated card, Breath of the Archangel, or you won't have a chance to use it. Jin no longer hesitated, drawing the designated card, Breath of the Archangel from his personal card box and using it. During this process, Germain, Bisky, and Shizuko stood by, repelling the monsters that were once again stirring and encircling them, buying him time. Fortunately, the healing of the designated card, Breath of the Archangel was very fast. Jin's injuries healed, and the parasitic spores within him were completely removed. However, this meant that two of the four had already used the designated card, Breath of the Archangel, and the designated card, Breath of the Archangel would be permanently ineffective for them. Jin and Shizuko had already lost the protection of a second life, and now needed to be even more careful about their safety. They once again broke through, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. The four no longer spoke, focusing only on eliminating and repelling monsters, until an incredibly vast shadow enveloped them. Initially, they thought it was dark clouds, but when they realized something was wrong and looked up, they discovered it was the night raid shark, which had flown above their heads, staring at them. Roar! After a deafening roar, another wave of monsters surged from the shadows of the towering stone pillars, from beside the shattered ground, and from the vast night sky. It was as if they were endless, never ceasing, making them wonder if the quantity of gold and silver ingot parasite truly did not exceed 100. Chapter 210, A Temporary Truce. As the first light of dawn broke, the ancient labyrinth city, which had been boisterous, roaring, and chaotic for almost the entire dark night, gradually quieted down. Of course, within the vast ruins, there were always discordant notes emanating from certain corners, the wriggling gold and silver ingot parasite still attempting to find any trace of their targets from the previous night. As night turned to day and dawn arrived, the night raid shark, which had guided them and always found targets first, had quietly disappeared. The night raid species were only active in their home territory, the long, dark world. Once daylight arrived, they would hand control of the area back to the gold and silver ingot parasite. Sunlight tore through the dim shadows, eventually enveloping a cubic stone pillar, one engraved with a Mobius strip. Dawn Freaks had set up more than one safe point within the ancient labyrinth city, and this was one of them. Germain and his companions had fought and retreated in the darkness, finally shaking off their relentless pursuers not long ago. Dragging their weary bodies, they eventually reached the second safe point. They had injuries of varying degrees that needed attention, so they quickly unsealed Sanbika's medical supplies and began to clean, stitch, and bandage each other's wounds. Even the four individuals at the pinnacle of the Nanuser pyramid felt heavy fatigue after enduring an almost non-stop series of battles. Bisky and Shizuko had slept for at least a few hours before the night raid began, and Jin had also slept for an hour. However, Germain had been woken up by Jin less than half an hour after lying down for his shift, and then he had continuously fought against the gold and silver ingot parasite. Furthermore, he had maintained a fairly high intensity of extermination combat throughout the previous day, making him arguably the most sleep-deprived of the four. Therefore, when Germain suggested standing guard to let the others rest, he was immediately met with unanimous opposition. No matter how good your physique is, you, as a human, still have limits. Even if you were a robot, robots would eventually run out of energy. It was Bisky who said this. To facilitate combat, she had already torn off the skirt below her knees and cut off her ponytail, leaving only ear-length short hair. Smooth long hair requires long-term maintenance for women, not to mention Bisky, who is quite fond of beauty. The fact that she had now voluntarily transformed herself into a tomboy-like appearance showed how desperate she had been last night. Not to mention, you still have this. She pointed at the silent Germain's head, where a dark crown flickered erratically, continuously emitting an eerie aura. That was Germain's undeniable presence. Torment, brutality highlighted. In the intense, non-stop battle, Bisky had no time to clear Germain's accumulated stress, which eventually peaked at some point and erupted. The good news was that Germain became even more valiant at that time, displaying an aura of slaying gods and Buddhas. The bad news was that Germain, immersed in slaughter, almost forgot about the other three and intended to fight alone. Fortunately, he was awakened just before almost going all in, preventing him from being surrounded. At that time, he indeed felt, I don't know where this is, I don't know who I am, I only know that I need to go on a rampage. And the dark crown he had put on then had not been removed until now. It's affecting your mind, Bisky said. Let my magical aesthetician cookie remove it, and then you can rest for a while. Yes, Shizuku adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. The left lens had a significant crack, so these glasses definitely couldn't be used for long. Let me stand guard. I'll take the next shift. Jin's broken hat had been lost during their constant shifts in position. He sat cross-legged on the ground, scratching his short hair. Germain, just sleep peacefully. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jin wouldn't have understood the influence of the dark crown of torment on Germain. What was even more chilling was that the other three were also subtly affected. In the chaos before dawn, even Jin had a fleeting moment where he wanted to accommodate Germain, to charge into battle with him and kill more gold and silver ingot parasite. Fortunately, they still retained their sanity and withdrew in time, otherwise at least one of them would have fallen there, and that person would most likely have been Shizuku, the weakest among them. And the worst-case scenario, of course, was Germain's death. In that case, the survivors would face the same desperate situation as the Sahelta United States Special Forces. They would have to force their way out of the ancient labyrinth city, travel 400 kilometers, and then cross the treacherous and confusing sea of trees to reach the Dark Continent's coastline, seeking assistance from a guide. Without any support, only then would they have a chance to return to the human world. Even if it wasn't for these reasons, everyone couldn't stand by and watch Germain continue to suffer torment. You've been incredibly brave over the past few hours. Bisky wasn't comforting or deliberately persuading, but stating the truth. Don't feel guilty. Shizuku nodded, agreeing with Bisky. Jin also said, we voluntarily came to the Dark Continent with you, and we roughly knew what kind of situation we would face beforehand. To say something ominous, even if one of us dies in the night raid or subsequent battles, it won't be your fault. Those afraid of death wouldn't have come with you at all. Shizuku nodded again, with a feeling of although I can't articulate such profound reason as them, I feel the same. Germain was finally persuaded by everyone, lay down to receive the soothing touch of magical aesthetician cookie, and then fell into a deep sleep in the sleeping bag spat out by Blinky. Bisky had expended a lot of nen, and since she was the third to take a turn standing guard, she also crawled into a sleeping bag and relaxed to rest. When Germain woke up several hours later, he felt no soreness from the previous fighting in his limbs and bones, instead, he felt incredibly refreshed. The dark crown had disappeared. This was the result of the combined effects of trait, resilience and magical aesthetician cookie's soothing touch. And having survived the night raid bloodbath, Germain also received extremely generous rewards. His physique and aura capacity rapidly climbed to 133 and 139 points. Unfortunately, not all gold and silver ingot parasite he killed or participated in killing could bring him a grudge gift, otherwise he could have ascended even higher. However, his physique and aura capacity were still far from touching the edge of legendary level. Before crossing each class threshold, he would have a premonition, knowing precisely where that line was. For example, he knew that master class was 50 points, and champion level was 100 points. And after crossing the master class and champion level thresholds, physique and aura capacity would also gain the corresponding amplified master aura and champion aura. Currently, Germain could not foresee when his physique and aura capacity would cross the legendary level threshold, let alone actually touch the existence of a legendary aura. His only premonition was that the leap from champion level to legendary level might be greater than the combined span of apprentice level, brave level, elite level, master class, and champion level. Chapter 211, Transcending the Fear of Death. Germain turned over in his sleeping bag and saw Shizuku lying next to him. Shizuku was lying on her side in her sleeping bag, one side of her broken glasses removed, sleeping soundly as if the night raid bloody battle hadn't affected her mood at all. Being able to get such quality sleep now was actually a good thing, and Germain was genuinely happy for Shizuku. Germain slowly got up, then saw Jin sitting against a nearby wall, also resting with his eyes closed. The lookout had, without Germain's knowledge, rotated from Shizuku to Jin, and then from Jin to Bisky, allowing Shizuku and Jin to rest in turn. Bisky was originally sitting cross-legged by the stone gate of the second safe point, circulating her nen. Noticing the movement, she looked over and smiled at Germain. She made no sound, so as not to wake Jin and Shizuku. Germain also didn't want to disturb the current peaceful atmosphere, so he simply sat cross-legged like Bisky and began his 10, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu, Shu, Ko, Ken, Ryu, Gyo, in training. The more one perseveres in this daily training, the more one can feel its benefits, especially in a grueling battle where, in the end, there aren't many tricks left, and it becomes a test of willpower and fundamental skills. After some more time, Jin and Shizuku woke up one after another, by which point it was past noon. Everyone was quite hungry, so they took out cards from the silver briefcase and unsealed the food. After what could be considered breakfast, lunch, or even afternoon tea, Bisky finished her last piece of dessert, a cream puff, and praised it with great satisfaction. At times like these, I truly realize how important the resources Menchi, Boera, and Sanbika prepared in advance are to us. At least they allow us to properly catch our breath. Everyone deeply agreed. Afterward, they had no choice but to break free from their temporary comfort and tranquility and begin discussing their next plan. Originally, I estimated that we would reach the core area of the ancient labyrinth city before this afternoon, Jin said with regret. Now, that's definitely not possible. He flattened the crumpled paper map on the floor, pointing to their current safe house location in the core area of the ancient labyrinth city. Fortunately, we didn't leave the area explored by Dawn Freaks while escaping the night raid. Although we took some detours, there is still a path to the core area. If we take this path, we should enter the core area tonight. Tonight. Bisky couldn't help but frown. Wouldn't that be too risky? If we do that, we'll have to face the threats of both the core area and the night raid species simultaneously. If we can enter the core area, we'll be safer instead, Jin said. Dawn Freaks once described that once the conditions are met, a clear boundary will appear there, blocking other life forms that wish to enter the core area. This certainly includes the gold and silver ingot parasite and the night raid species. Bisky pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then I have no more questions. In that case, it is indeed better to enter the core area as soon as possible. Jin looked at Germain and Shizuku. What are your thoughts? I'm with you, Germain replied. Me too, Shizuku nodded. Thus, the next itinerary was agreed upon. They rested for a while longer, packed up simply, and then left Dawn Freaks' safe house to set off. En route, the group once again continued yesterday's team rotation tactic. 2 people formed a team to kill the gold and silver ingot parasite, while the other team rested, then they switched. When it was Germain and Shizuku's turn to rest, and Jin and Bisky went to kill the gold and silver ingot parasite that had discovered them, Germain noticed Shizuku constantly touching her abdomen. What's wrong? Germain asked curiously. Weren't you full just now? Do you want to have some more snacks while we have the chance? There were snacks in the free card in addition to main meals. Menchi and Buera had considered that they might not have time to sit down and enjoy a good meal. In such situations, snacks could also serve a purpose, at least providing a feeling of fullness. I'm not hungry, Shizuku shook her head, giving Germain a strange glance. Then why are you constantly touching your abdomen? Oh, that. Shizuku stroked that area of her abdomen again. During yesterday's night raid, wasn't a piece of me directly blown off here? Germain remembered that scene vividly. If it hadn't been for the breath of the Archangel, Shizuku would most likely have died there. He hadn't realized that Shizuku was stroking the healed location of her wound while recalling the details of that moment. At that time, I truly thought I was dead, so after surviving, up until now, I've had a sense of unreality. Shizuku stopped touching the area and instead rubbed her belly. Germain. I feel scared, the fear of death. I never used to feel this way. Have I become weaker? Shizuku asked softly, lowering her head. Germain thought for a moment, then replied, No, you haven't. Shizuku slowly raised her head, looking at him questioningly. Germain said, whether it's humans or anything else, as long as they have emotions, they will fear death. Many people in a state of preferring death to submission, or remaining calm in danger, are thought to be completely unafraid of death, or to lack emotions like fear. However, I believe this is a mistaken notion. They are not unafraid or fearless, rather, they have transcended death in spirit and will, achieving sublimation. And once they cross this boundary, their resolve will become even firmer. Shizuku, before, you were just numb to death. But now, you have faced and experienced death. You tremble for it, and you will overcome it. You will become stronger. Shizuku pursed her lips, then nodded. In the time that followed, Germain and his group advanced relentlessly, encountering no strong resistance along the way. They crushed the isolated elite-level gold and silver ingot parasite with overwhelming force. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky once again underwent a change, from dawn, bright, dim yellow, to the current grayish-black, as night slowly descended. The closer they got to the core area, the more active and dense the gold and silver ingot parasite became. Finally, they resembled a huge, moving wall, blocking the group's path. Germain and the others had to forcibly break through this wave of heavy barriers to reach the core area. Chapter 212, Ominous Wraith opens the path to the core area. The pale moonlight was insufficient to illuminate every inch of the ancient labyrinth city core area. Numerous colossal shadows piled up, resembling moving mountain ranges. A moment later, they gradually came to a halt and turned their heads if they still possessed heads. The gold and silver ingots parasitic on or within their bodies sensed something and issued instructions. The giant beasts all turned in unison, approaching with overwhelming momentum, looking down at the tiny figure whose black robe swayed in the night wind. Germain's hood obscured his expression at that moment, but one thing glowed faintly in the darkness, his aura slot. The aura slot was forcibly materialized and displayed for everyone to see. To prevent its materialization from constantly revealing his location, Germain always released the aura slot in one go, no matter how little it had accumulated. However, it was different now. He deliberately controlled and accumulated the amount of aura slot during dusk, finally releasing them all at once at this moment. 4-stage aura slot materialization type Nan Beast Ominous Wraith. A vortex of diffused and twisted Nan quickly formed around Germain, and in silent stillness, light and darkness intertwined, chaos converged, and burst through the sky. Bones rattled with strange sounds, and flowing dark hair rose like smoke from a burnt ruin, exuding an ominous aura. The giant beasts confronted it, and the subsequent calm was utterly shattered by roars. They toppled the stone pillars in their path and charged towards the ominous wraith. The ominous wraith's finger bones closed, and a giant meat cleaver and a shotgun appeared in its left and right hands, respectively. Facing the aggressive giant beasts, the ominous wraith swung its meat cleaver without hesitation. In that instant, it was as fast as lightning, and indeed, a holy light shone like thunder over the area for a moment. After the light vanished in a flash, the body of one giant beast was cut in half. A winged giant beast descended from the sky, attempting to pin the ominous wraith to the ground, but the shotgun's muzzle was directly pressed against its abdomen. Boom! After an explosion no less deafening than a clap of thunder, a huge crater immediately appeared in the winged giant beast's abdomen, large enough to see the moon hanging in the sky from this angle. More giant beasts surged forward, surrounding it, only to be repelled one by its meat cleaver and shotgun. The parasitic black mist it spat out enveloped the ominous wraith like harmless smoke, having no effect. Almost all the giant beasts on the core area edge were drawn to the ominous wraith, gathering one after another like a rising tide, threatening to completely engulf the ominous wraith. Meanwhile, Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku used this opportunity to stealthily move through the black shadows and flying chunks of blood. How long can it last? Bisky asked. I can feel the nin on your body rapidly draining, all of it injected into that nin beast. Of course, if he didn't possess champion level aura capacity, Germain would not be able to sustain such a powerful nin beast for very long. Originally, the ominous wraith was a nin beast he materialized for a fatal blow, but now, he was adapting to the situation, turning it into a warrior tank that continuously asserted its presence and drew fire. Enough to last until we pass through this area and enter the core area, Germain replied. Materialization type nin beasts and transmutation type nin beasts have an advantage over emission type nin beasts, manipulation type nin beasts, and specialization type nin beasts in that they do not require continuous control. Manipulation type goes without saying, emission type and specialization type, being close to manipulation type, inevitably carry characteristics of manipulation type when using nin beasts. Materialization type and transmutation type nin beasts are relatively better in this regard. Germain needed to give the ominous wraith certain commands, as for how to complete the commands, the ominous wraith had to exercise its own initiative. Bisky herself was skilled at using transmutation type nin beasts, so she naturally knew these points and did not waste much time on this matter. However, the trio's stealth was not entirely unnoticed by the giant beasts. The night raid shark, floating under the moonlight and always haunting the night, appeared. It flapped its wings and tail, flying over as if smelling blood, yet it ignored the chaotic battle between the ominous wraith and the gold and silver ingot parasite below. The night raid shark's dark, tiny eyes seemed to possess a pure innocence and malice without any disguise. It detected the three dark figures quietly moving through the shadows of the cubic stone pillars, three figures almost ignored by all the giant beasts here. But the night raid shark would not. It bared its dark red gums, revealing jagged teeth, and was about to let out a roar, just like earlier this morning, exposing the location of the three figures. However, at this moment, not far away, a man's voice came from the wind. Finally caught you. The night raid shark tilted its head at the sound and saw a golden light rushing towards it. Jin's right hand was like a knife, directly plunging with a squelch into the night raid shark's large eyeball, and fluid gushed out like a spring. The night raid shark howled mournfully. Jin, pulling the huge night raid shark, laughed loudly as he plummeted like a downed fighter jet towards the ground of the ancient labyrinth city. Bang! The golden light piercing the night sky, the distant explosion, and the sound of numerous cubic stone pillars being shattered all confirmed one thing for Germain and the others. Jin had caught the culprit of the night raid and was fighting with it. Germain and the others successfully broke free from the encirclement of the gold and silver ingot parasite and arrived in front of the ancient labyrinth city core area. Before them was a dense, endless expanse of reed-like plants, most of them as tall as the shorter cubic stone pillars, looking quite spectacular. However, they were not cure-all herbs. The closer they got, the more intense the aroma Germain and his group smelled, even overpowering the bloody and foul odors of the giant beasts, giving them a thought-provoking sensation. The aroma came from deep within this strange reed forest, and deep within, there was a towering high tower, the tallest building here, and the place Jin truly wanted to reach. Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku all watched the high tower from afar, not rashly stepping into this strange reed forest that could completely engulf them. They were waiting for Jin. 10 minutes later, Germain was on the verge of collapsing from the cost of continuously maintaining the ominous wraith's existence, and he had to tell Bisky and Shizuku, I need some time to recover my nin. No problem, Bisky and Shizuku both responded. Thus, the distant ominous wraith suddenly transformed into white and black particles, shooting in all directions and disappearing. Germain himself sat cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time, concentrating, and gradually recovering his expended nin. Shizuku took a card from her card box and used it on Germain. Using designated card Fragrant Hair Maiden. A maiden, somewhat resembling Asuka from Neon Genesis Evangelion, was summoned. She was wrapped in vibrant red petals and sat gently in a duck-like posture beside Germain. The fragrance emanating from her long hair had the ability to relieve stress and restore mental energy, although the effect was subtle and slow, it was better than nothing. Shizuku used it to help Germain recover his state. Chapter 213, Within the Fog Wall, All Beings Are Equal. The gold and silver ingot parasite, having lost their siege target, finally noticed Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku after several minutes of confusion. They successively turned around, pushing the cubic stone pillars, letting them collapse with a roar, then stepping over the corpses of the dead gold and silver ingot parasite and rushing towards them. Short-haired Bisky immediately underwent a gigantic transformation, her clothes stretching to the point of tearing, revealing the lines of her strong muscles. Shizuku held Blinky, her eyes fixed on the incoming giant beasts. They both used the designated card substitute armor, and then a layer of greenish-blue armor appeared on their bodies. This substitute armor could withstand physical attacks, but the restriction in vow dictated that the two of them could never rely on it for defense. The substitute armor might shatter after being attacked 100 times, but it could also shatter after just one attack. Its durability was completely uncertain, making it difficult to use with confidence. In any case, the two of them still donned the substitute armor and faced the encroaching giant beasts. Germain silently recovered his nin beside the fragrant hair maiden, while keeping an eye on Bisky and Shizuka's situation. Once he sensed they couldn't hold on, he would immediately take action. Fortunately, the ominous wraith had cleared out quite a lot of gold and silver ingot parasite, so only a dozen or so were rushing forward at this point. Bisky and Shizuka repelled them, their substitute armors shattering one after another, but at least they didn't suffer severe injuries. After a while, Jing finally appeared. He arrived, covered in blood, shattering a gold and silver ingot parasite within an wave, and then sprinted to everyone's side. The fragrant hair maiden had long since been unable to maintain her form and disappeared, and Germain also ended his nin recovery process after Jing joined them. I've already taken down the night raid shark, Jing said concisely. For the next few days, until new night raid species arrive, there shouldn't be any more troublesome night raids. The four gathered together. Germain turned and pointed to the peculiar reed forest behind them, then let's enter the core area now. Okay, everyone responded. Thus, under the gaze of numerous gold and silver ingot parasite, the four plunged into the dense peculiar reed forest, and given their size, they quickly vanished. Germain and the others stepped onto the muddy ground, the giant reeds completely blocked the moonlight, plunging them into a dim environment. From behind came the roars of the gold and silver ingot parasite, some giant beasts hesitated, while others followed Germain and the others, crushing a large patch of reeds. It was also at this time that a strange atmosphere began to unfold. The muddy ground began to tremble, and the tall reeds swayed wildly from side to side, as if a carnival was about to begin. The gold and silver ingot parasite that had rashly intruded finally realized some danger. They turned to leave, but amid the rumbling, sky-shattering tremors, they saw mist rising. Fog walls rapidly appeared on all sides of the core area. The fog walls rose from the ground, stretching like a wall of size, separating the inside and outside of the core area. The gold and silver ingot parasite outside could not enter, and those inside could not leave. The ancient labyrinth city was thus divided into two worlds. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Germain, holding a flamethrower, unhesitatingly spat out flames, letting them spread and illuminate their vision. They saw that what was beneath their feet was not mud at all, but constantly bubbling, rotting flesh and blood, covered by the scent of plants, which turned bright red in the raging fire. In the cleared area opened by the fire, they looked towards the rumbling epicenter of the earthquake. In that spot, a pulsating gold and silver ingot, larger than any they had seen before, gradually emerged from the flesh and blood. It rotated, shaking off the attached filth, and then cracked open. The earthquake stopped at this moment, as if it had never happened. The gold and silver ingot, split by several cracks, was like a gradually blooming flower bud, and then numerous fat and thick branches and vines lifted it high into the air. From the perspective of Germain and the others, this blooming gold and silver ingot almost blocked the moon in the sky, or rather, it took the moon's place. Besides a few of the thickest and largest vines serving as support for the gold and silver ingot, the rest were smaller branches and vines swaying in midair like jellyfish tentacles. A rich and alluring fragrance diffused from its pistil and petals, drifting farther with the night wind, far enough to float out of the ancient labyrinth city and attract more nearby beasts. After a period of silence, Jing looked up at the giant creature and was the first to speak. This is the strongest monster of the ancient labyrinth city recorded by Dawn Freaks. The ancient labyrinth city is like Pandora's box, once the lid is opened, what is released are calamities, and what is hidden in the box is hope. If we don't kill it, or if we are killed by it, the fog walls will not disappear, the fog walls will keep us trapped in this cage. It was named the Painful Bloodthirsty Apostle by Dawn Freaks. The Painful Bloodthirsty Apostle truly floated like a jellyfish. It swung its vines in a sea of fire, and numerous tiny black spores detached, falling into the sea of blood like raindrops with a pattering sound. Soon, amidst the rustling sound of water, these spores rapidly moved through the blood, revealing tiny fangs and tentacles, surging towards Germain and the others like swarms of piranhas. Their targets were not only Germain and the others but also the gold and silver ingot parasite that had mistakenly entered and couldn't retreat. The black spores were clearly more aggressive and made no distinction between friend and foe. They leaped directly from the blood pool, densely enveloping the gold and silver ingot parasite, using their fangs and tentacles to directly suck their flesh and blood. Soon, those gold and silver ingot parasite withered, as if only a layer of skin remained, falling one by one into the sea of blood. Everyone watched, horrified. Its target is all life other than itself, Jing said. Only by eliminating it can this riot truly end. The good news is that the spores detached from the painful bloodthirsty apostle do not parasitize flesh. The bad news is that they like to feed on flesh and blood, and then return to the painful bloodthirsty apostle's body to nourish the mother body. Germain didn't say much, he calmly took out the free card Sanbika's ultimate restorative from his card box and unsealed it. With a hiss, he injected Sanbika's ultimate restorative into his arm, and a feeling of surging blood and heightened spirits rushed over him. For the next hour, his physique recovery and aura capacity recovery would be maximized. The cost was a half-day period of fatigue after the drug's effects wore off in an hour. Seeing Germain's decisiveness, Jing, Bisky, and Shizuku no longer hesitated, similarly unsealing Sanbika's ultimate restorative and injecting it into their bodies. They each changed into substitute armors, preparing for a fierce battle. The reason the four hadn't used the substitute armor before was to save it for the current decisive battle. After all, the quantity of substitute armors that could be created and used was limited. With popping sounds, the bloodthirsty spores bypassed the hindering sea of fire and finally reached the foreign users, launching their attack. Germain materialized Katana Thousand Shadows, a samurai sword whose bloodlust was no less than theirs. He immersed the tip of his blade in the flesh and blood at his feet, letting it draw power. Chapter 214, Crimson Draw / and Part Destruction. Germain's original plan was to soak the Katana Thousand Shadows with his own blood or the enemy's blood to trigger its special ability and gain an amplification. However, since there was a ready-made, widespread pool of blood, he couldn't just waste it. The blade tip dripped with blood, and a dark red aura, like a ribbon, coiled around the blade, then wrapped around Germain's arm. He and the Katana Thousand Shadows had become one, reaching the state of man and blade united. Whoosh! Palm-sized bloodthirsty spores surged forward like a school of piranhas, causing a disturbance in the blood pool. Germain sheathed the Katana Thousand Shadows, and then, in an instant, drew it. Draw slash! The dark red slash, like a crescent moon, cut through the blood pool and swept towards the incoming bloodthirsty spores. Clatter clatter clatter! Sounds like cracking nutshells rang out one after another, and after this commotion, everything returned to silence. Germain sheathed his katana again. Gon, Bisky, and Shizuko had been standing by, ready to defend against the bloodthirsty spores clinging to their faces, but at this moment, they were astonished to find that all of them had ceased movement. Soon after, dense bloodthirsty spores floated to the surface, drifting in the blood pool, every single one cut in half. This precise slash, this extremely strong control. Germain had become even stronger. Everyone was both surprised and delighted. Surprised by his rapid progress, compared to when he first entered the ancient labyrinth city, he had made significant improvements. Delighted that he was their companion, making their fight against the painful bloodthirsty apostle more assured. Let's do it, Germain's low call pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. Before them, there was still a gigantic monster, swaying its tendrils like a jellyfish in the night sky, waiting to be dealt with. Now was not the time to be distracted. Germain gave a reminder, then stepped onto the blood pool and walked towards the painful bloodthirsty apostle. The others dispersed, to avoid becoming concentrated targets. Germain strode through the sea of fire he had created by burning the reeds, heading directly beneath the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Don Freaks' New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment clearly recorded his method for defeating the painful bloodthirsty apostle. This was equivalent to a strategy guide he left behind, detailing the painful bloodthirsty apostle's weaknesses, and even if there were some differences from the current reality, it was still of invaluable reference. What Germain needed to do now was to approach the painful bloodthirsty apostle, get as close to it as possible, because it couldn't maintain its floating state indefinitely. If Don Freaks' records were still accurate now, it would definitely descend. As Germain pondered and approached, the painful bloodthirsty apostle launched attacks at the only 4 remaining life forms within the fog wall barrier besides itself. A giant tendril whistled down from the sky, smashing towards Germain with fierce momentum. Perhaps due to the perspective of distant smallness and near largeness, Germain only now realized that this single tendril was as thick as any random cubic stone pillar in the ancient labyrinth city. The massive tendril, carrying a violent oppressive force, struck down towards Germain. Germain dodged to the side, and the tendril struck the blood pool, raising dark red waves, like a magician's curtain. However, when the magician's curtain fell, it was Germain's side that performed the magic. Draw slash! Another dark red strike, and with a crisp crack, the giant tendril was neatly severed in the middle. Amidst the splashing of blood and the sound of the severed tendril hitting the ground, Germain continued to walk towards the painful bloodthirsty apostle. He could confirm the safety of the other members with just a glance and his N, which had now expanded to a maximum radius of 100 meters. Thus, Germain focused more on defeating the painful bloodthirsty apostle, as this was the top priority. Finally, as expected, the painful bloodthirsty apostle seemed to regain the pull of gravity, slowly descending like a twisted island. Germain showed a slight smile. It seemed Don Freaks' records were still valid. Next, it was the part destruction he was familiar with, which he had repeatedly performed in Bloodborne. Rumble rumble rumble. The painful bloodthirsty apostle crashed down, stirring up blood waves like a tide, surging in all directions. Thick roots plunged into the blood pool, greedily drinking flesh and blood, recovering their strength. Germain seized this opportunity to sprint forward, and the dark red blade light split the blood waves that sought to engulf him in two, then he passed through them. He arrived before the roots of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Those small, jellyfish-like tendrils whipped out from various corners, stabbing at Germain. Germain dodged with agile movements, then simply performed a spinning move in midair, and immediately unleashed a dark red circular blade light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The obstructing small tendrils were all cut down by his slash, none spared. Germain leaped onto a thick root, stepping on its slippery surface, and shot upwards like a bullet. He saw the connection point between the thick root and the main body of the painful bloodthirsty apostle, which pulsated like a blood vessel, tirelessly absorbing flesh and blood. As if sensing the danger Germain brought, even more small tendrils stabbed out from the dark shadows, aiming for him. However, Germain completely ignored them this time. He endured their stabs with the greenish-blue armor of the stand covering his body, and just before the armor of the stand shattered, he finally stepped onto the root connection point. Drawing his katana, unsheathing it, the blood slash was like a dragon. Hiss! The root connection point was severed by the katana Thousand Shadows, and immediately, flesh and blood gushed out like a spring. Germain, using the cover of the blood curtain, dodged the pursuing attacks of numerous small tendrils, and with a splash, returned to the blood pool. The katana returned to its sheath, his mind calm and focused, Germain's murderous intent, which had been soaring like blood-red light, also receded. At the same time, the other three companions, who had thought along the same lines as Germain, also used their respective methods, from different directions, to sever the root connection points of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Part destruction achieved. After only a brief silence, an earth-shattering roar came from deep within the painful bloodthirsty apostle's petals. Roar. Germain felt his entire body's blood involuntarily boil, and he was sent flying by a sudden surge of air, then submerged by the overwhelming blood water that crashed down like a mountain. Gulp gulp gulp. In the dark red, foul-smelling world of the blood pool, Germain was swept away by countless turbulent currents, constantly rushing into the distance. When everything returned to calm, he swam out of the bloody surface of the blood pool, finally able to take a breath of air, and he realized he had been pushed by the blood waves far away from the painful bloodthirsty apostle. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand, grabbed a nearby reed, and slowly stood up, only to see that the painful bloodthirsty apostle had undergone a slight change. Phase 2 begins. It now looked more like a fully bloomed flower, but within its crimson petals were dense sharp teeth and a deep maw, aimed in one direction. Germain's end immediately shot out, but not in all directions. Instead, like a sharp arrow, it shot only in the direction the painful bloodthirsty apostle was aiming. A concentrated N, although lacking the function of comprehensive detection, could reach a point requiring precise detection at the fastest speed. Germain sensed that the painful bloodthirsty apostle was aiming at Bisky and Shizuku, who were gathered together. He opened his eyes, but did not blindly rush in that direction. Instead, he charged towards the main body of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Reason told him that the distance was too great. By the time he arrived, the attack would have already ended, so it was better to use the opportunity to approach the painful bloodthirsty apostle. He only hoped Bisky and Shizuku could dodge in time. Boom. The next moment, a blood-red light beam spewed forth from the painful bloodthirsty apostle's maw, sweeping towards Bisky and Shizuku's position, cutting through an entire section of the blood pool until it was blocked by the fog wall barrier. Germain sprinted towards the painful bloodthirsty apostle like lightning, occasionally using a sharp-shaped end to probe the situation over there. Before he could find Bisky and Shizuku's presence after the destruction of the blood-red light beam, his naked eyes saw a huge, beautiful female figure floating in the air. That was the breath of the Archangel. Currently, only Germain and Bisky could still use the breath of the Archangel, the other two had permanently lost its healing protection. Given this, the one using the breath of the Archangel now must be Bisky. It seemed the blood-red light beam just now had severely injured Bisky. Bisky herself or Shizuku was forced to use the breath of the Archangel to heal Bisky. In a flash, the breath of the Archangel ended, transforming into a sky full of firefly-like lights, disappearing beautifully. And Germain finally caught Bisky and Shizuku's presence, feeling that both were fine, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was once again quite close to the painful bloodthirsty apostle. And the painful bloodthirsty apostle also noticed his presence, turning its giant petal-like head, its terrifying maw aiming at the charging Germain. The next moment, after a brief hum, a blood-red light beam full of destructive power shot out from its maw, heading towards Germain. Germain, however, neither dodged nor flinched, he just happened to need this blood-red light beam attack. Wearing the greedy antler helmet, his peculiar appearance, he completely and permanently consumed the spider silk lasso, covering his entire body with a defense barrier. Boom. The blood-red light beam streaked across the night sky, cut through the blood waves, directly hit the defense barrier on Germain's body, exploding into splashing light. Chapter 215, Focused Destruction Strike. The defensive barrier greedily absorbed the destructive power of the crimson beam. However, the shockwave was too immense, directly knocking Germain backward. Even as his movements were distorted in midair, he still drew his katana, stabilized his posture, and then plunged the tip of his katana downward into the blood pool, his legs following suit to the ground. Germain settled into a horse stance. Swish. Covered by the defensive barrier, Germain forcefully withstood the barrage of the crimson beam, finally stopping his retreat as its power waned. The crimson beam completely vanished. Germain's Tomb Raider hunter black clothes were largely torn, revealing burn marks on his lean, muscular body. The greedy antler helmet dissipated, but all the destructive power it absorbed became nourishment for Germain's nin. It was time to deal with the painful bloodthirsty apostle that had entered its second stage. Germain made a hand seal-like gesture with both hands. The next moment, the nin erupting from his body transformed into a swirling torrent, blasting away the surrounding blood waves. Light and shadow intertwined, shooting out as a gigantic nin beast materialized in an instant. The ominous wraith, dragging its bony body and eerie black fur, holding a giant katana thousand shadows soaked in flesh and blood, leaped out of the blood pool. It was much smaller in stature compared to the painful bloodthirsty apostle. If the painful bloodthirsty apostle was the normal size of an adult, then it was akin to a dwarf. However, a mad dwarf wielding a katana charging forward, looking fierce and menacing, was still a terrifying sight. It was just unknown how much fear the painful bloodthirsty apostle possessed. The ominous wraith lunged forward, engaging the painful bloodthirsty apostle in a head-on battle. The painful bloodthirsty apostle roared in response. Every attack was an explosion and rebound of nin waves. The sea of blood undulated with it, as if it were boiling. Germain indeed felt the blood within his body crashing uncontrollably, and his stress soared rapidly. If the increase could be plotted on a line graph, the slope of that line graph would already be well over 45 degrees. The closer Germain got to the core battlefield, the more his temples throbbed, his vision blurred, and his ears buzzed. He knew this was the effect of one of the painful bloodthirsty apostle's abilities, boiling flesh and blood. The obstruction Germain felt was greater than imagined. He truly wondered how Don Freaks had endured it alone. At this moment, golden light flickered in mid-air. Don Freaks, whose presence had vanished for a while, reappeared. He held aloft a giant golden bullet, throwing it all at once towards the painful bloodthirsty apostle, who was entangled with the ominous wraith. Bang! The giant golden bullet struck the petal-like head, piercing through one of its crimson petals. A vine whipped through the air, hitting Don Freaks' side abdomen and sweeping him far away, his whereabouts unknown. At this point, Germain once again closed in on the painful bloodthirsty apostle, looking up to see two giant beasts, one large and one small, locked in fierce combat. The painful bloodthirsty apostle had more vines, roots, and petals severed by the ominous wraith. Meanwhile, the ominous wraith's bony body was also largely damaged. Bang! Finally, the ominous wraith was shattered by the painful bloodthirsty apostle right before Germain's eyes. It fell into the sea of blood, scattering into a sky full of intertwined black and white light. The severely damaged painful bloodthirsty apostle still had one breath left, its mouth parts aimed at Germain, letting out a roar. Roar! Boiling flesh and blood. Rolling waves of blood surged up, about to engulf the tiny Germain. At this moment, these blood waves suddenly twisted in mid-air, forming a dark red water tornado that spun continuously, flying to the side, away from Germain. Germain turned his head and saw Shizuku's figure. Shizuku, holding Blinky, actually sucked up the entire massive blood-red water tornado, destroying the painful bloodthirsty apostle's attack. To be able to generate such powerful suction from such a distance, and for Blinky to swallow the blood waters so quickly, all proved that Shizuku's nin ability had evolved. Germain, however, had no time for other concerns. He stepped on the surging nin, flying straight up to deliver a fatal blow to the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Coincidentally, his stress also reached its peak at this moment, breaking through its limits. Germain was not afraid of this. Virtue focus glowed brightly. Pure white holy light overflowed, encircling Germain's limbs and bones like a halo. The katana thousand shadows in his hand returned to its sheath, only to be drawn out again in an instant. IAI slash. Precision. Critical strike. This slash was truly as sacred as moonlight, and its reach was incredibly vast, almost exhausting all of Germain's strength. The diagonal slash wave struck the painful bloodthirsty apostle, causing its mountain-like body to tremble uncontrollably. Hiss. Then, the petal-like head was split in two. Bang. After this moment, the painful bloodthirsty apostle's colossal fleshy mountain lost all its power, slowly collapsing into the sea of blood. Germain collapsed from exhaustion in the blood, about to be crushed beneath the giant fleshy mountain. Just then, Shizuku rushed out from the side, picked up Germain, and sprinted towards a safe spot. Finally, before the fleshy mountain completely collapsed, Shizuku, holding Germain, reached the safe zone and was then flung by the air blast from the collapsing mountain, both falling into the sea of blood. Gurgle gurgle. After soaking in the sea of blood for a while longer, a pair of large hands reached into the blood and pulled out Germain and Shizuku, one in each hand. It was Bisky who pulled them out. Well done. Bisky exclaimed in surprise. I thought I wouldn't make it. This is great, you guys dealt with this monster. A short while ago, Bisky, to protect Shizuku, had endured a blow from the crimson beam with her body, forcing her to use Breath of the Archangel. And before the healing began, Bisky urged Shizuku to help Germain. Shizuku followed Bisky's advice, and the final outcome proved Bisky's advice was correct. Germain needed help from others before the final blow. Germain got up with Shizuku's support. He didn't have many external injuries, mostly internal shock to his organs, and his nin was almost depleted, with not much left to squeeze out. Should we use Breath of the Archangel? Shizuku, with a broken spectacle lens, asked with concern. Germain waved his hand and said, no need. If it's not a fatal injury, then no need. I can recover from these injuries later, there's no need to waste a life. I also agree with Germain's decision. Don Freak strode through the blood water, walking over. His already tattered clothes were now beyond recognition, making him look like a beggar from some slum. Germain delivered the fatal blow to the painful bloodthirsty apostle, the biggest threat is no longer present. Breath of the Archangel should be saved for later. Don Freaks patted Germain's shoulder and said, remarkably excellent focus, judgment, and mental fortitude. Without these, one cannot seize fleeting opportunities in battle. I believe you will surpass me very soon, perhaps this year, perhaps next year. Bisky smiled and said, rare indeed, Don Freaks, for you to praise someone so much, even using yourself as a stepping stone. This isn't like you. I've always been like this. Don Freaks shrugged. It's just that you guys mistakenly thought I was an asshole, a scumbag. I'm not the kind of person who's stubborn. If you say so. Bisky wiggled her finger. However, I also think your judgment is accurate, what a terrifying rate of improvement. She was the first among those present to know Germain, Shizuku had not met Germain directly before this. Therefore, she was deeply impressed by how Germain had continuously made leaps in progress over the past year. Germain himself also experienced tangible improvements. Grudge Gift received 10 points, which were allocated to physique and aura capacity, reaching 148 and 159 points respectively. In addition, he received a new form of Grudge Gift different from before, Rune Blood Intoxication. A peculiar, eye-shaped rune was branded on Germain's chest. Whenever Germain landed a critical strike on an enemy, Rune Blood Intoxication would glow and activate its effect, healing Germain's injuries. This essentially granted Germain a form of sustained combat ability. Although not very stable, it could indeed play an unexpected role. As everyone conversed, the surrounding mist wall barrier slowly descended like a curtain. At this moment, the ugly corpse of the painful bloodthirsty apostle, lying in the sea of blood, emitted an even richer aroma. Herbs sprouted from its back like mushrooms after rain. Everyone stared at this strange scene, stunned for a long while. Bisky reminded, Shizuku, quick, collect all these cure-all herbs. Now is the time to reap the rewards, they deserved it after such a hard-fought battle. So, Germain was now supported by Bisky, whose injuries had been completely healed by breath of the Archangel. Shizuku, meanwhile, jumped onto the painful bloodthirsty apostle to harvest the cure-all herbs. Don Freaks used his stereo camera to record the scene before them, saying, once we harvest the cure-all herbs, its corpse will gradually decompose in the sea of blood. Gold and silver ingot will supply more flesh and blood here, cultivating new painful bloodthirsty apostle, and at the same time, a new batch of cure-all herbs will be waiting to be harvested. This cycle has been repeating, I wonder if it's been hundreds or thousands of years. Don Freaks rotated the camera lens, aimed at the distant, towering high tower, and clicked a photo. Once Shizuku finishes harvesting, we'll go check out that high tower. Chapter 216, A Nightmare on the High Tower. On the night of September 26, 1998, the painful bloodthirsty apostle fell, marking the German team's completion of the ancient labyrinth city's capture in just 2 days. This was undoubtedly an incredible feat. They surpassed the Sahelta United States Special Forces and were on the right path to catching up with the legend Don Freaks. As for the result of their feat, they obtained the cure-all herb, a cluster of ordinary-looking herbs that, despite their appearance, emitted a rich fragrance. Germain inexplicably felt that they were more like food seasonings than medicinal herbs. After Shizuku finished harvesting the cure-all herb, the 4 members of the German team approached the ancient, towering structure. Innumerable stones piled up to form this high tower, now covered in vines and moss, making it look quite old and weathered by time. At the top of the high tower was a spherical object similar to a gold and silver ingot, though everyone could tell from sight alone that it was also made of stone. The bottom of the high tower had only one large, doorless entrance. Looking inside the stone archway, one could see a spiraling, handrail-less stone staircase. Don was the first to enter the base of the high tower to investigate, confirming no traps or other dangers before emerging. He said to Germain, who had quickly recovered some of his energy and no longer needed assistance. We can go up now. Don Freaks didn't find any important clues here, do you think we can? Don now increasingly valued Germain's opinions. The reasons, besides his recognition of Germain's strength, were the many mysterious aspects still surrounding Germain, such as the teleportation lantern. Perhaps these would be key. Germain looked up, observing the high tower, and said. Don Freaks probably searched this tower inside and out more than once. If we want to make new discoveries, we'll need a bit of luck. Don nodded. Luck, hey. You're right. Let's go. We'll try our luck as we go, that's all we can do now. Don said this, but after entering the high tower, he stopped at every step, almost pausing before every brick or tile he found slightly suspicious, observing it carefully. He was a ruins hunter, and meticulous, protective archaeology was his specialty, often reaching out to gently tap and prod. Bisky was taking photos, and he himself retrieved his 3-dimensional camera after unsealing it from its card state, taking pictures inside the high tower alongside Bisky. However, Don behaved like a meticulous archaeologist, while Bisky was more like a reporter focused only on peculiar details. The German team wasn't particularly pressed for time, so no one interrupted Don and Bisky's study of the high tower. They slowly ascended. However, some things were not within their subjective control. As they climbed to the middle section of the high tower, the side effects of Sanbika's extreme restorative came. They would feel utterly exhausted for about half a day. One after another, they felt this uncontrollable, full-body fatigue, and eventually had to give up dawdling in the high tower, deciding to rush to the top first. Resting on the spiral stone staircase was not a good idea, and there were no halls or rooms in the middle section of the high tower. When they sped through the entire spiral stone staircase and arrived inside the spherical top, they found it to be an empty platform with balconies on all 4 sides, where the night wind whistled through. Weariness swept over them like a tide, their eyelids were almost completely drooping, so they decided to quickly eat dinner there and then get a good night's rest. However, halfway through dinner, Germain felt a bump on his shoulder, and turning his head, he saw Shizuku's head resting on his shoulder. Shizuku's eyes were closed, her hand still holding a knife, fork, and plate with unfinished curry rice, and she even had her mouth slightly open, a small mouthful of rice still unswallowed. She remained in this position, sleeping soundly without a care. Germain had no choice but to ask Bisky for help, putting away the knife, fork, and plate, and together they helped Shizuku into her sleeping bag, also removing the rice from her mouth and discarding it. During this process, Shizuku merely frowned but didn't wake up. Instead, she nestled against them trustingly, as if they were caring for a deeply sleeping infant. Afterward, the other 3 quickly finished their dinner, tidied up, and also went to sleep one after another. On this high tower, they didn't need to stand guard, only needing to maintain a certain level of vigilance. The New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment recorded that this high tower was the true safe house. Neither the painful bloodthirsty apostle, night raid species, nor gold and silver ingot parasite would attack this place, for unknown reasons. Perhaps this place was indeed exceptionally special. Don Freaks' inspiration for the safe houses he set up in multiple cube stone pillars actually came from this high tower, he had safely spent many nights here. Regardless, the German team had endured 2 days of exhaustion and fatigue, and now they could finally get a good, relaxed night's sleep. In fact, Dawn, Bisky, and Shizuku all had excellent sleep on the high tower platform, especially after the night wind stopped, leaving only coolness. However, Germain had a terribly poor sleep, and the reason for his poor sleep quality came from his dream. He had another nightmare. Germain returned to the night he first arrived in this world, walking vaguely in that dilapidated courtyard, with the abandoned clock tower directly before him. The difference this time was that there were no phantom troop members nearby, only he himself. He walked for a long time before leaving the courtyard. In fact, its area shouldn't have been that large. In any case, he arrived outside the courtyard. However, outside the courtyard was not a mountain forest but an expanse of darkness, like an unrendered map, with nothing at all. Germain wasn't sure what he was doing standing there. Dreams always make people do things that contradict real-world logic. After a while, he finally saw something. Germain walked over and squatted down. He saw a pot with a human face placed on the ground, its eyes closed, but its mouth open. He watched for a while, and even in the dream, he had a sense of déjà vu about this human-faced pot. Just as this feeling arose, the human face on the pot's surface opened its eyes and met Germain's gaze. The next moment, it exhaled black smoke with a whoosh from its mouth. The black smoke billowed onto Germain's face. Germain instinctively recoiled a step, then realized that he had somehow already stood up and was in an environment where only a faint glimmer of light remained beside him. The human-faced pot had disappeared, replaced by the black smoke twisting and changing in midair, transforming into rolled-up white sheets of paper. They flew past Germain like startled bats in a cave. Germain instinctively shielded his face with his hands, and then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the flickering, distorted musical notes on those white papers, which vanished in an instant. The white papers disappeared into the darkness. Germain's dream was destined not to stop there. He noticed a large door floating from afar, which soon stood before him. This door was majestic and solemn, engraved with the crest of surging waves, exuding a strange power. Germain involuntarily reached out to touch it, only to realize in a blink of an eye that the door had disappeared. Before him appeared a pale, white object placed on the ground. Germain approached to look, and almost without needing to distinguish, he could tell it was a human torso, headless and limbless. And this torso seemed to come alive, pulsating, its originally pale skin cracking open to reveal flesh and blood as crimson as a pomegranate, instantly engulfing Germain's vision. Germain involuntarily closed his eyes, then realized he hadn't been attacked, so he opened his eyes. This time, the scene before him changed again. He was no longer in darkness but stood on a slope covered with white flowers. Not far away, a full moon slowly rose, staring intently at Germain like a giant eyeball, scarlet like bloodshot veins filling this eyeball. What were these? The overwhelming knowledge did not allow Germain to easily accept it. He only felt pain, and his consciousness became even more chaotic. The entire world also began to shatter at this moment, darkness falling like peeling paint, engulfing everything visible, including Germain himself. Finally, after a long while, Germain heard someone calling from afar. Germain! 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 Like a drowning person finally surfacing, he abruptly opened his eyes and gasped for air. Someone was gently supporting his back, someone was wiping the sweat from his face and neck with a towel, and someone was softly asking something, but he couldn't hear clearly. After a while, all of his human senses returned, allowing him to correctly perceive reality. Sunlight streamed into the top of the high tower, making it bright. The night had long gone, and it was now the daytime of September 27th, almost noon. He was still on the ancient labyrinth city's high tower, having never left. Bisky was supporting his back, Shizuku was wiping his sweat, and Dawn, squatting nearby, was asking about his condition. They gazed at Germain with worried eyes. 2 hours earlier, they had successively woken up and were preparing breakfast when they noticed Germain was sleeping a bit too deeply, which was unlike him. So, they tried to wake Germain, using various methods, both rough and gentle, but ultimately to no avail. Chapter 217, The Amplified Lantern, The Amplified Worldview. Everyone felt an increasing sense of unease. At the same time, Germain's body grew colder and colder, sweat soaked his robes, he frowned deeply, his expression serious, yet he never woke up. They tried to crush the cure-all herb into juice and force-feed it to him, to see if it would have any effect. After waiting for half an hour, it still didn't work. After all, the herb was only a cure-all and couldn't solve every disease. Moreover, Germain's condition might not have been caused by a disease. They were forced to take out the breath of the Archangel, intending to use it to save Germain. But at that moment, Germain's eyelids and fingers twitched, showing signs of wanting to wake up, so they put away their last resort, the breath of the Archangel. Bisky and Shizuku began calling Germain's name, helping him up and shaking his body. This time, their calls seemed to work. Germain suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and took deep breaths, as if he had been in a suffocating environment just now. Everyone was puzzled. After he had recovered sufficiently, they asked what had happened. Germain recalled the contents of his nightmare, thought about it carefully for a while, and roughly understood what he had dreamt. I had a dream. I dreamt of 5 symbols. Falling unconscious on the ancient labyrinth's tower, having a nightmare, and even dreaming of 5 symbols. This made everyone think of unpleasant things. Jin sat down cross-legged and asked very solemnly, what symbols did you dream of? Germain had no intention of hiding anything, he needed to brainstorm at this point. The first should be the Kaken royal family's pot of greed. Jin, who had some research in this area and was well informed, quickly knew what Germain was talking about. The artifact required for the Kaken royal families, the Pot of Greed ritual to select an heir, passed down from the first king of the Kaken Empire. Why would you dream of this? Never mind, pretend I didn't ask. Continue, and tell me all the symbols that appeared at once. So, Germain continued. The second should be the Dark Sonata's musical score. The third is the Gatekeeper's Gate. The fourth is a mass of flesh and blood. The fifth is a crimson full moon. After listening, everyone pondered what these symbols were and what they represented. Jin frowned deeply, lost in thought. The Dark Sonata's musical score was said to be a musical score written by the Demon King, consisting of 4 parts: piano, violin, flute, and harp. It was said that both the performers and listeners of the Dark Sonata's musical score would encounter terrible calamities. It was a legendary and terrifying musical score that few dared to attempt. The Gatekeeper's Gate was controlled by the Gatekeeper, a gate on the safe path to the Dark Continent. Countless humans exploring the Dark Continent had to pass through this gate. As for Flesh and Blood and Red Moon, they were completely baffling. Why did you dream of these? Bisky couldn't help but ask, are they related? Germain was also thinking about the connection. At this moment, after deep thought, Jin spoke. Dreams usually have a premonitory function, and for them to achieve this effect, they must rely on some memories existing in a person's brain. Dreams cannot present scenes or details you have never seen before, but they will splice together these fragmented scenes and details from your memory to tell you the answer. The answer is hidden behind the superficial. Germain, think carefully, what was the first thought that came to your mind after seeing these scenes and symbols? Jin's guidance quickly made Germain think of something. What he thought of first, of course, was the scene where the crimson full moon appeared. That was the theoretical final stage of Bloodborne. The first 3 symbols existed within this world itself. The 4th symbol had not been seen specifically, but flesh and blood was a very common element. Only the 5th, that was a scene Germain had seen many times. The appearance of the 5th symbol certainly didn't mean that such a place truly existed in this world, but rather that the dream, under this guise, wanted to tell Germain something. In this world, only Germain knew what would happen next after the beginning of this dream. In the final stage of Bloodborne, players face a choice of 3 endings, all of which must be made before old hunter Germain. And after certain conditions are met, in one of the endings, players must battle the boss commonly known as the Moon Presence, and after victory, pay a price and enter a new cycle. Whether this counted as victory had always been a subject of much debate. If this was the case, Germain understood, this was a subtle hint. In the future, I might be forced to fight something called a god. Germain silently thought I in his heart, not we. At the same time, he wasn't very confident about this conjecture, so he didn't immediately voice it. His silence, however, left everyone even more confused. At the same time, as Germain said the word God internally and contemplated their existence, it was like a key turning in a lock, triggering some mechanism at the top of the tower. It rumbled and trembled, disrupting everyone's thoughts, and then they saw purple patterns appear on the originally unremarkable floor. The patterns, like blood vessels, converged towards the center of the floor, gradually forming something that slowly emerged. It was a giant lantern. Everyone watched the appearance of this giant lantern, first a little surprised, then realizing they weren't so surprised after all. It was more like a boot hanging in the air that had finally dropped into the mud. Jin stroked his stubbled chin and muttered, I knew it, coming with Germain would most likely lead to strange things. This is our luck. He said this because of the unique nature of Germain's ability, especially the teleportation lantern, which clearly pointed deep into the Dark Continent. Dawn Freaks had been here many times, but not once had he triggered such a sight. It was impossible not to make a connection. After a while, Germain said, step back, I'm going to take a look. Germain relaxed and instructed everyone to retreat to the staircase entrance, so that if anything went wrong, they could leave immediately. He himself slowly walked towards the lantern. Of course, Germain only gave the other 3 this choice. Whether they were willing to decisively abandon Germain if a crisis occurred was another choice entirely. Germain reached out his hand, and his fingertips touched the cold lantern post. Suddenly, a purple light ignited, growing brighter and brighter, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Buzz. The purple light instantly filled the entire top floor of the tower, shining through the 4 windows towards the 4 directions of the ancient labyrinth city. If it were at night, the scene of these 4 pillars of light penetrating the darkness would probably be even more striking, turning this tower into something like a lighthouse. Germain closed his eyes, avoiding the strong light. In this world, where he theoretically shouldn't have seen anything but light and darkness, he saw other things. Germain saw a total of 17 glowing lanterns, like circling stars, arrayed around him. 6 of them were his known ones. Lantern of Rymeru Castle Dungeon. Lantern of Dried River Valley. Lantern of Muddy Land. Lantern of Spider Valley Bottom. Lantern of Ancient Labyrinth Entrance. Unlit Lantern. There were also 5 lanterns that he hadn't known about before, but now that he saw them, he understood where they pointed. Lantern of the Labyrinth. Lantern of the Wilderness. Lantern of the Mountains. Lantern of the Swamp. Lantern of the Bay. Additionally, there were 6 completely dark lanterns, whose destinations were unknown, with no hints whatsoever. Besides that, the 6 teleportation lanterns Germain possessed existed in isolation. However, the other 11 teleportation lanterns were connected by purple light, showing their uniqueness and interconnectedness. When the dazzling purple light completely faded, Jin, Bisky, and Shizuku opened their eyes to see Germain standing in the center of the tower's top floor, and the lantern at his feet. That lantern emitted a faint glow, and 4 gaunt messenger imps clung to the lamp base, surprisingly not howling, but merely staring at everyone with blank eyes. Germain opened his eyes. The other 3, confirming there was no danger, immediately walked over. Now they were less concerned about Germain's dream, they were more interested in the lantern that had suddenly appeared before them. What's going on? Jin asked, a hint of excitement in his voice, pointing at the lantern at his feet. Germain glanced at him and replied, this is a lantern that can connect with my teleportation lantern, meaning we can freely travel between these teleportation lanterns. In the light just now, I saw a total of 11 special teleportation lanterns. They are interconnected, and one of them is this one before us, the lantern of the labyrinth. Germain concisely described the illusion he had seen, including the 5 gnome lanterns and the 6 dark lanterns, which made everyone tense up. Jin pondered for a moment, then looked up at Germain, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Germain smiled and asked, then do you want us to each write our answer in our palm and then simultaneously show it to each other? That's not necessary, Jin said. This world had the Dragon Ball manga, based on Journey to the West, and of course, other 3 great classical novels. They definitely point to all calamities. It should be said, they point to all hope. Germain preferred this more positive phrasing. Hey. Bisky understood most of it, but some parts she didn't. What are you two talking about? Explain it to Shizuku and me too. Actually, Shizuku wasn't that concerned, she was more like a player in an open-world game who only wanted to complete quests and achieve objectives, not paying much attention to the background story. Jin continued, I estimate that these teleportation lanterns should all be distributed along Mobius Lake. Don Freaks might have missed several of them, or he might have included them in the New World Travelogue, Western Chapter. Only by finding the Western Chapter or him personally can we confirm it. He was very confident that his ancestor was still alive. Germain nodded. I generally agree with your idea. Besides that, I believe the new 11 teleportation lanterns, although connected to my teleportation lantern, should have their own unique characteristics. Jin looked at Germain without turning his head and asked, what unique characteristics? I don't know, we'll find out if we try. Chapter 218, Germain's vision for a major Greed Island update. Give it a try? How to try it? The answer, of course, is to use the teleportation lantern to see if the place it arrives at, the scenes it witnesses, and the enemies it encounters align with expectations. However, it cannot be attempted now. The German team of 4 were all exhausted, and many consumables had been used up, requiring replenishment. It was not suitable to immediately plunge into a new round of dangerous exploration. However, these objective circumstances did not prevent them from discussing their next target during lunch. What Germain's nightmare represented, whether it was real, or merely a result of his waking thoughts manifesting in dreams, was inconclusive and thus not included in their discussion. The 11 new teleportation lanterns, which definitely existed, were the focus of the discussion. Now they had more targets and a wider range to explore. Germain's Tomb Explorer Hunter's robe was tattered in battle, he was now only wearing an ordinary shirt unsealed from a card, making him look rather incongruous. He said, I believe our next target should be the Undying Disease, Zabi and the Alchemic Plant Metal Lion. There are 3 reasons. First, the danger level of the Undying Disease, Zabi is the same as gold and silver ingot, both B+, and in many aspects, it's not even as dangerous as gold and silver ingot. Second, the cure-all herb is the antidote for the Undying Disease, Zabi. Don Freaks' strategy order was different from ours, but he still used the cure-all herb to resolve the Undying Disease, Zabi. Third, the combat support provided by the Alchemic Plant Metal Line is obvious. The Alchemic Plant Metal Line is not truly limited to just alchemy. In fact, according to the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, it is a special plant capable of enchanting physical attacks. Germain's analysis sounded very reasonable. In that case, Jin, eating a hamburger this time, swallowed a large bite and said, you all go back tonight. I'll stay here at this tower and wait for you to be ready. The tonight Jin referred to actually meant midnight on the 28th. You're staying here. Bisky was surprised, Jin hadn't told her or Shizuku about his intention to stay in the ancient labyrinth when he revealed it to Germain. Jin glanced at Germain, then replied, yes, I'm staying here. That way, the next time you come to the Dark Continent, your team can free up 1 more person. You just need to leave most of the consumables and a small portion of the cure-all herb here, then take most of the cure-all herb back to Greed Island. I'll be fine here. Menchi, Boera, Sanbika, Duen, List, and Riza prepared an excessive amount of resource cards for us, just in case. Leave all your portions to me. With the ancient labyrinth tower as a safe house, I can last here until the end of the year without much trouble. Bisky also glanced at Germain and, seeing no objection from him, knew that these 2 men must have secretly discussed this topic behind her and Shizuku's backs and reached an agreement. At the same time, she knew that one of Jin's long-cherished wishes was to explore the unknown side of the Dark Continent, to find Don Freaks and the travels in the New World, Western Chapter. Jin simply didn't want to go back. All right, let him have his way. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed and said, then do as you please. You choose your own life, and we will all respect your choice. As for me, after returning to Greed Island, I will immediately take a cure-all herb to negotiate with the old man for more support from him. The old man she referred to was, of course, Chairman Netero. Jin nodded and said, I'll leave that to you. You're the only one here who understands Chairman Netero's temperament. Oh, and after you go back, go find Du and enlist. They'll give you the promised blue planet. Tisk. Bisky rolled her eyes at him. Don't think these small favors can buy me off. The blue planet was mine to begin with. However, judging from her expression and body language, Bisky was in a very good mood after hearing that statement. Jin then turned to Germain. I actually have 2 things to ask of you. What is it? Germain asked. First, the game player I brought isn't working. Please take it back for me and have Du and enlist receive it for modifications. We'll deal with it later when there's an opportunity. Second, Greed Island needs your help. It will eventually be impacted by our actions, and since I won't be returning easily, I can only entrust it to your care. Germain thoughtfully said, I thought you would ask me to look after your disciple Kite, or your son Gon. Jin was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head, saying somewhat helplessly, don't even mention them. As long as they haven't completely lost their curiosity about this world, we will definitely meet again. Regarding that, Germain suddenly said, I have a suggestion. Tell me. Germain said solemnly, I want to change the entire nature of Greed Island, which you created, to a certain extent, in order to select suitable team members. In the future, we will need more talents from all aspects. Simply seeking them out actively is too inefficient, we need a stable selection channel. Everyone's eyes widened slightly, revealing expressions of surprise. Jin frowned and thought for a while, then asked, how exactly would you do that? I don't understand game creation, Germain said honestly. I just want to propose a general direction, and leave the remaining details to Riza, Duen, and List to complete. Jin couldn't help but laugh, aren't you just like me back then? Duen and List will definitely have a headache. So what's your general direction? Maintain the large framework of Greed Island, subdivide areas and make necessary modifications and expansions to buildings. Germain paused, then continued, haven't you always built it as an end-user's game? Then why not thoroughly implement that concept? Apprentices should go to the apprentice level area, braves should go to the brave level area, elites should go to the elite level area. Of course, if they want to challenge higher levels, that's up to them. In the 6 continents today, after non-users actively or accidentally awaken their non-ability, they face a very difficult choice. Should they settle for a corner, using their non-ability to be a charlatan or a superhuman in a small field, or should they travel far and wide, traversing all 6 continents, challenging various powerhouses and powerful magical beasts? Both can improve their non-ability, but the latter clearly has a greater chance of becoming a first-class or top-tier non-user, though it comes with risks. You advance over the corpses of the defeated, but there's no guarantee that one day, you won't become a stepping stone for someone else. Since Greed Island is called a non-user's game, efforts can actually be made in this regard to provide them with a smoother, more stable path for improvement. I hope that any non-user who clears Greed Island will at least become elite level. This means the new version will emphasize non-ability improvement and combat coordinated with cards. In addition, it's about punishing and expelling players who specifically hunt other game players, meaning red name players, to ensure a good experience for newcomers. But regardless of whether they reach the end, those non-users who perform exceptionally will stand out. We will pay attention to them, give them a final trial, and then try to recruit them. Germain said a lot, and it was indeed just a general direction, but apart from Shizuku, Jin and Bisky understood it. I don't object, Jin said, stroking his chin. However, you'll have to convince Riza, Duen, List, Ida, and Elena. To be honest, I've been away from Greed Island for too long. They are the actual operators of Greed Island. If you can convince them, I won't have any problems. I can record a video later, explaining to them why I'm staying on the Dark Continent and supporting your decision. Beyond that, you'll have to put in the effort yourself. Of course, I think the probability of them agreeing is quite high. They, especially Duen, have long had opinions about various aspects of the current Greed Island. He is the one who most hopes for a huge version update. Jin immediately informed Germain that upon returning to Greed Island, the first person to unite in order to push forward this major matter concerning Greed Island was Duen. And so, the matters here basically came to an end. Shizuku used Blinky to collect a total of 108 unremarkable cure-all herbs, leaving 30 for Jin, and taking the rest back to Greed Island. There was no other way, the deceased painful bloodthirsty apostle did not have too many cure-all herbs at once, and 108 was already a considerable quantity. In addition, all the cards held by Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku were given to Jin, ensuring both his daily life and the storage of the cure-all herb. The discussion concluded here. Chapter 219 Gon is dead. Afterward, time passed 0 o'clock. Germain lit the teleportation lantern on the tower. The light indeed tore through the darkness of the ancient labyrinth from afar, illuminating the distance like a lighthouse. Even with such prominence, the gold and silver ingot parasite still did not attack the ancient labyrinth tower. Their current continuous work was to find more living bodies to parasitize, bring them to the sea of blood at the base of the tower, and with a fearless spirit of sacrifice, dissolve themselves in the sea of blood. New painful bloodthirsty apostles were being nurtured. Gon waved at the 3, watching them disappear in the light of the teleportation lantern. After the light vanished, only the pale moonlight remained on the tower's top. He stayed there alone, yet felt no fear or pity, only excitement. Starting tomorrow, he, the Ruins Hunter, would conduct a true ruins exploration of the tower and the ancient labyrinth. Just as Dawn Freaks had done. September 28th, 0:15 am. The lantern of Raimaru Castle lit up, and 3 figures appeared in the light. The German team had stated before their departure that they would return to Greed Island by midnight AM on September 28 at the earliest. They had done it. However, no one had taken this as a definitive, precise return time. After all, they were challenging the ancient labyrinth, which contained the gold and silver ingot, one of the 5 great calamities, with a B and danger rating, which was quite high. Everyone on Greed Island did not believe this would be an easy journey. The German team was highly likely to encounter various difficult situations and some low-probability events. It would be perfectly normal if they failed to return as scheduled, and it would even be a cruel but realistic outcome if they never returned. Therefore, when Sandvika and Duen, who were on duty, saw the teleportation lantern materialize and light up, followed by figures appearing, they were both surprised and delighted. They actually returned shortly after 0 o'clock. However, the next moment, Sandvika and Duen's expressions changed drastically when they saw that only Germain, Bisky, and Shizuko had appeared. Sandvika remained calm, or perhaps her dislike of expressing emotions made her seem very composed. She stepped forward to examine the seemingly disheveled Germain, Bisky, and Shizuko. She didn't ask about Gon. In such a situation, what more needed to be said? Should she poke at their wounds? Perhaps Gon had been killed in front of them not long ago. They must have experienced a very terrifying 2 days, and Gon might have sacrificed himself to protect them. Such a sad thing should be discussed only when they were willing to speak about it. Duen's face was pale, he swallowed hard, almost collapsing to the ground. At that moment, he really wanted to rush to the Dark Continent to save Gon, but he knew it was impossible now, the tragedy had already happened. He ultimately leaned against the wall with his hand, forcing himself to appear resolute and brave. Then, he took out his phone and sent text messages to the others. At this time, Sandvika needed to check the survivors' injuries, and the survivors must be physically and mentally exhausted. So, the responsibility of sending out the obituary could only fall to Duen. Duen did not resent Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku. He believed they were feeling terrible, and Gon must have made that choice willingly. It was just pitiful for Gon, he hadn't seen his biological father since he could remember, and now he had no chance at all. After sending the text message, Duen considered whether he should bring Gon over in the future and raise him well into adulthood. Duen wanted to tell him that Gon, though not a good father, was a great man. Too many thoughts came to him at once, he took several deep breaths before mustering the courage to walk over to Germain and the others. By this time, Sandvika had completed the entire process of trait physical examination and hospitalization record. However, wearing her mask, she frowned as she looked at the conditions of everyone on the medical record. How to put it, it seemed much better than expected. They did have injuries, but there were no signs of severe trauma. Did the breath of the Archangel work? But, what kind of situation forced Gon to stay behind and sacrifice himself? This should have been a desperate situation. However, if it was a desperate situation, wouldn't Germain and the others' conditions be a bit too good? Sandvika's perplexed and troubled expression was interpreted by Duen as meaning that Germain and the other two were also not doing well. He quickly asked with concern, how are their injuries? What needs to be done? We can prepare here. Sandvika was stunned and hadn't answered yet when Bisky waved her hand, saying casually, it's nothing, we're all fine. We just had Sandvika check us to put your minds at ease. Germain, who was looking at what new trait he had gained this time, also nodded in agreement upon hearing this. So calm. How could it be nothing? Duen cautiously observed them. They were so calm it was almost cold-blooded. No, it must be that in this situation, they don't know how to face us, so they are displaying this kind of self-protective behavior. In reality, their hearts must be in great pain. Duen sighed deeply, he really wanted to light a cigarette, but the current situation didn't allow it. In any case, you all get a good night's rest first. We can discuss anything tomorrow morning. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the dungeon hall, and soon after, a group of people rushed into the room. Menchi, Boera, List, and Abengane had rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw only Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku, they knew Duen's text message was true. Immediately, the dungeon hall fell into a sad, silent atmosphere. No matter how slow-witted, Germain, Bisky, and Shizuku realized something was wrong. Everyone's expressions were too strange, and even stranger, they didn't even ask about Gon's absence. Did they not care about Gon's life or death? Bisky's eyes darted around, and she understood. She couldn't help but pat her forehead and said loudly, it's our fault, we should have explained clearly from the beginning. Everyone looked at her, not understanding what she wanted to explain. Gon is fine, he's alive, Bisky said with a wry smile, although we encountered some twists and turns, at the last moment, Germain slayed the painful bloodthirsty apostle, which allowed us to successfully retrieve the cure-all herb. The reason Gon isn't here is his personal wish, he wants to stay in the ancient labyrinth. There's a safe house there that will never be attacked, and we left all our resources with him, so you can rest assured. Everyone listened for a moment, then looked at Duen with strange expressions. Duen was dumbfounded, and asked with a dry voice, Gon, he didn't die. Do you wish he did? Germain took out his phone, which contained a video recorded by Gon, and played it for everyone to see. Although an ability can fake videos, we don't need to go to such lengths, do we? The Gon in the video was indeed fine and briefly explained the whole story. Afterward, Germain had Shizuku take out the cure-all herb for everyone to see, which dispelled all doubts. List glanced at Duen, couldn't help but rub his forehead, and shook his head, seemingly ashamed of such an unreliable companion. Sanbika's cheeks were also flushed at this moment, but because she was wearing a mask and no one was staring at her, no one noticed the change in her expression. She too had mistakenly believed Gon was dead at first, not expecting such a reversal. Duan's mouth was dry, and he finally showed a helpless smile, saying, "My fault, my fault." Before he finished his self-reproach, another person rushed in from the corridor, tall and strong like an iron tower. It was Riza. Riza had rushed back as soon as he saw the obituary. Gon is dead. Riza looked at everyone with an incredulous expression. Where is his body? Don't tell me you didn't even retrieve his body. He had a hint of demanding an explanation, but after seeing everyone looking at him with strange eyes, he froze in place, realizing that something unexpected had happened. So, this time List explained, with Germain and Bisky adding details, which finally reassured Riza, who then playfully scolded Duan, "You should have confirmed it first." As soon as he finished speaking, two more people squeezed in from outside, the twins Ida and Elena. Duan's obituary had alarmed them both. Gon is dead. They showed sad expressions until List spent a few more minutes explaining everything. By this time, Duan was truly so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole on the spot, crawl in, and never come out. Note: due to translation errors, Jing is being called Gon, and Nov being called Knuckle. Chapter 220, The Glasses Girl Without Glasses. 8:30 am on September 28th. Germain, who had slept for 7 hours, got out of bed, washed up briefly, and began his daily training. After his mandatory practice, Germain opened his door, ready to go for breakfast. Just then, the door across the hall creaked open, and Shizuku also emerged from her room at that exact moment. To be honest, Germain didn't recognize Shizuku at first glance. It took a second look. This was because Shizuku had taken off her glasses, one side of them was broken, making the whole pair unusable, so she needed new ones. Someone who always appears in front of others wearing glasses, when they occasionally take them off, can evoke a sense of unfamiliarity. Shizuku was just like that. With severe myopia, she squinted her eyes, hands fumbling along the wall. Hearing footsteps, she looked at the blurry figure in front of her and moved a little closer. "It's Germain. It's me. Can't you see clearly?" "I can't see clearly." Shizuku took another step closer, now able to make out the outline of Germain's face. "When will your new glasses be ready? Or, why don't you just wear contact lenses?" "I don't like contact lenses." Shizuku moved another step closer, this time leaning forward, almost right beside Germain's neck. "You'll come with me for the eye exam later. List said the new pair can be ready by noon at the earliest." "Why do I have to go with you for the eye exam?" "Because I can't see the way." Shizuku naturally extended her hand. She scrutinized Germain up and down for a moment, unsure where to grab him. Finally, she placed her hand on Germain's head, tugging a lock of his black hair. "Let's go, let's get breakfast first." Germain glanced at her, an incredulous look on his face. "Are you serious?" "Let's go, hurry up and go." Shizuku didn't understand why Germain was dawdling, and she gave a punitive tug at Germain's hair roots. Fortunately, Germain had no worries about hair loss, it remained firmly in place. Against Germain's objections, Shizuku then suggested taking off her inverted cross necklace and putting it around Germain's neck, while she held the necklace cord. This proposal was also rejected. Shizuku had no choice but to place her hand on Germain's shoulder, following his steps forward. But after only a few steps, Germain felt as if a eunuch was leading an empress dowager out, so he rejected this method as well. "This way doesn't work, that way doesn't work, Germain, you're so troublesome." For some reason, the source of the trouble became righteously angry. Finally, when they walked into the dining hall, what Bisky, Menchi, and Boera saw was Shizuku tugging Germain's sleeve, following slowly behind him. After everyone sat down, Germain still had to bring Shizuku her requested breakfast. The German team had returned 8 hours earlier, but it was still early morning, so everyone just chatted briefly, confirmed the situation, and then went back to their rooms to rest. They would hold a meeting that afternoon to explain in detail their ancient labyrinth journey and Greed Island's future direction. Germain drank his porridge, a dish from Menchi, who sat diagonally opposite him and was skilled in cuisines from various countries and regions, then heard Bisky speak to him. "Germain, Menchi, Boera, and I plan to protect a cure-all herb and go negotiate with Chairman Netero. We expect to be back within a week. Although Chairman Netero hasn't promised us anything, we have, after all, retrieved a form of hope. I believe the negotiation will be favorable to us." Menchi, with her 5 spiky updos, and Boera, as stout as a bear, both nodded repeatedly. Germain took a spoonful of porridge. Within a week. The first thing Germain did upon returning to Greed Island was to confirm the cooldown time of the teleportation lantern. It wasn't the expected doubled 128 hours, but 5 days, 120 hours. This meant that 8 hours had been erased, which was good news for Germain. However, this also meant that after 5 days, Germain would face a choice, whether to immediately go and rendezvous with Gon, or wait for Bisky and the others to return. He planned to bring up this question for discussion at the group meeting that afternoon. So, Germain did not respond to Bisky immediately. After breakfast, Germain took Shizuku to List for her eye exam. List said the glasses would be ready in half an hour, which was faster than expected. Shizuku still chose the same style of glasses as before. When she put on her new glasses, they didn't slide down her nose as they usually did, which made her a little unaccustomed. She fiddled with the frames of her new glasses, her large eyes darting around, as if she was visually testing the effectiveness of the glasses, before thanking List. The Shota-sized List bowed slightly in return, then watched the two leave. Shizuku no longer needed Germain to temporarily be her guide dog, but she happened to have nothing to do, so she quickly caught up with Germain. Where are you going? To do what? I'm going to find Abengain to ask him to perform exorcism for me. Oh, I'll come too. Why are you coming? How should I know? Shizuku glared at Germain, an inexplicable expression on her face, as if reprimanding Germain for asking such a question with no answer. Germain ignored her, letting her follow, and soon they arrived at the Rimaru Castle treatment room on the basement floor. The entire structure of Rimaru Castle had undergone a round of modifications after Germain and the others joined. The second floor and above were for bedrooms and studies, while the first floor housed the dining hall, reception room, and training room. The first basement floor contained the library, treatment room, and conference room. The second basement floor housed the research institute and the lantern teleportation hall. Germain and Shizuku arrived on the first basement floor and found Abengain in the treatment room, sitting at a desk, flipping through a book. The brown-skinned Abengain, hearing footsteps, put down the book in his hand. After seeing clearly that it was Germain, he quickly stood up. Mr. Germain, you've arrived. Abengain rubbed his palms together, walked around the desk, and approached. Would you like some tea? No need to be polite. Germain waved his hand. I need you to perform exorcism for me. Abengain, of course, knew why Germain was here to see him. All right, please follow me. With Bisky's magical aesthetician cookie, the stress Abengain endured after exorcism was sharply reduced, so he no longer needed to wait a month before performing exorcism for Germain. The treatment room was large and was temporarily divided into areas dedicated to Bisky, Sanbika, and Abengain. Abengain's dedicated area was in the innermost part, a greenhouse full of vibrantly blooming flowers and lush green leaves. He had set up the magic circle needed for the forest spirit here. Upon his return, Germain had acquired two types of trait. One was the positive trait, Rally, which granted Germain a battle power boost when his health was reduced by more than half. The other was the negative trait, Terrible Gambling Skills, which increased the probability of Germain losing when he attempted to gamble. The negative trait was, of course, what Germain wanted Abengain to remove. Thanks to Manbuyuhuo for the reward. Chapter 221, The Cure-All Herb with Immediate Effect. He currently had two negative traits, kleptomania and bad gambling skills. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to cleanse himself of kleptomania, which had been with him the longest. This exorcism by Abengain was more difficult and time-consuming than expected, but in the end, kleptomania was removed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, this situation is likely due to the inability accompanying you for too long, becoming deeply ingrained. However, it can still be resolved. Thank you for the reminder. Germain, of course, knew that Abengain was subtly reminding him to cleanse negative traits in a timely manner. Germain would remember this sound advice. After he and Shizuku walked out of the treatment room, they descended a spiral staircase for a while before he suddenly called out to Shizuku. Stand here and don't move. Can I not move at all? Shizuku cooperatively stood by the wall. Correct. Germain looked at Shizuku in front of him, slowly relaxing his body and mind, no longer thinking about guarding against kleptomania. After a while, he blinked and looked at his hands. There was nothing. He then checked his pockets, confirming that he hadn't stolen anything from Shizuku, and then said to her, all right, you can move now. Once Shizuku could move, she stretched her entire body as if she had been petrified for a long time. Is this some kind of game? Yes, Germain replied. He rummaged in his pants pocket for a moment and pulled out a pre-prepared die, showing it to Shizuku. Let's play higher or lower. He lightly tossed the die, and it bounced a few times on the steps before landing on a flat surface below. Shizuku blinked her large eyes. What are the rules of this game? After we looked at each other, the first one to move gets to roll the die first. MHM, MHM, MHM. Germain nodded, then leaned over to look. It was a 2. He was sure he had lost but still handed the die to Shizuku. Shizuku placed the die in her palm, then pressed her hands together, shaking them like a dice cup, blew a breath between her fingers, and then tossed it out. It was a 3. Germain glanced sideways at Shizuku. He had bad gambling skills, while this person was truly unlucky, a big fat sheep in a casino. Did I win? Shizuku asked. Yes, you won. Shizuku expressionlessly picked up the die and, treating it as a trophy, tucked it into her jeans pocket. The two walked into the research institute. The lighting was dim, with only a bright spot where Sanbika stood by the experimental table. It wasn't that Sanbika was being mysterious, rather, she could concentrate better in dim environments. Currently, all 77 cure-all herbs brought back by the German team were in the research institute. She was responsible for researching and testing what diseases the cure-all herbs could treat. Originally, there were 108 plants. 1 was used for the unconscious Germain, and 30 were left for Jing, who was stationed in the ancient labyrinth, leaving 77 plants. Although the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment had already recorded which 100 diseases the herb cured, that was, after all, Don Freaks' conclusion. Sanbika wanted to find out if it was truly effective against these 100 diseases, if it could be effective against other diseases, and what effects it would have when combined with other medicines. Could the cure-all herb be cultivated? If its truly effective medicinal part was found, could it be replaced by other drug combinations? All these questions needed to be answered. Wearing a mask, she was so focused that when Germain called her name, she jumped. Seeing that it was Germain and Shizuku, Sanbika not only didn't relax but instead shrank back like a small animal, lowering her head and not daring to make eye contact with them. You two. After several months of acquaintance, Sanbika was at least willing to talk to them. She timidly shuffled her feet. Is there something you need? Germain wasn't there to observe the research process of the cure-all herb. I want to personally try one cure-all herb to test its efficacy. Sanbika looked up at him, then lowered her head again, asking softly, is it because of tetanus? Germain paused, then understood how Sanbika knew about the disease, tetanus he acquired due to the restriction and vow of the teleportation lantern. In the tetanus state, Germain's attack accuracy and critical strike rate would decrease. The reason Sanbika knew about tetanus, of course, was because of her specialization and ability, physical examination and hospital records. Immediately after Germain's return, she performed an examination on him and learned from his records that he had tetanus. The records also showed that Germain's tetanus was in its incubation period and had not yet shown obvious symptoms. However, as a physician, Sanbika had already planned out the treatment and nursing regimen for Germain for the upcoming period. But now that Germain proposed testing the medicine on himself, Sanbika hesitated for 2 seconds before gently and weakly objecting. In the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, The Cure for Tetanus, it is recorded, but it's too risky. Despite her social anxiety, she was very persistent when it came to treating patients. For the cure-all herb, she hoped to go through a mouse trial phase before using it on humans. She always approached the records written by Don Freaks 2 or 3 centuries ago with a critical eye. However, Germain also had his persistence. I don't think there will be side effects, the answer is right here on me. Before returning to Greed Island, I already took one cure-all herb. After returning to Greed Island, you used physical examination and hospital records to examine my body. You shouldn't have found any diseases other than tetanus, right? As for tetanus, it's the cost of the teleportation lantern, not the cost of the cure-all herb. I think it's perfectly fine to take one cure-all herb and directly test if it can resolve the tetanus in my body. Indeed, Sanbika had not detected any abnormalities through her inability at that time. Germain's medical records showed that his physical fitness was astonishingly good, almost inhuman, more like a monster forged through 1,000 trials. Besides tetanus, the records only showed some old scars, muscle damage, etc., which are normal for any person. Even if a disease Sanbika didn't understand had appeared, it would have been marked in the records to draw her attention. However, there were no such markings in Germain's medical records. Aside from tetanus, Germain was a very healthy person. In the end, Sanbika was convinced by Germain. Germain drank Sanbika's herb potion. Besides the fragrance filling his mouth, a warmth circulated within his body, which only subsided after a long while. He used his hunter badge to confirm his status, while Sanbika used his records to confirm. Both of them successively discovered that tetanus had disappeared. The cure-all herb was indeed effective, and it was immediate. Sanbika, already having difficulty breathing with her mask on, now breathed heavily due to excitement. She was the one who best understood what immense changes the cure-all herb would bring to the medical field and what good news it would bring to countless patients. Now, all their hope was in this room. Although Germain seemed fine and his records showed nothing amiss, Sanbika still told Germain to inform her immediately if he ever felt unwell. Germain agreed, then left with Shizuku, leaving the research institute to Sanbika. After lunch, there was a meeting where everyone from Greed Island gathered. Chapter 222, Will those with the means to seek freedom lose their freedom? Bisky spent 15 minutes describing their team of four's 3-day experience in the ancient labyrinth to everyone present at the meeting. The twists and turns, especially the night raid bloodbath and the battle to slay the pain-loving bloodthirsty apostle, sent shivers down everyone's spines. Germain listened quietly, without adding anything. As Bisky spoke, everyone looked through the photos she and Jin had taken with a 3D camera and developed. These photos could be enlarged and reduced like phone pictures. Even more miraculously, the photos could restore some tactile sensations, with the uneven textures feeling incredibly real. Only now did everyone truly grasp that the German team had indeed accomplished a magnificent feat. They had retrieved a form of hope from the Dark Continent. Beyond's previous team had the opportunity to be the first to achieve this. They had already obtained the alchemic plant Metal Lion, but unfortunately, they failed at the last hurdle during their return journey. The German team had the right timing, location, and people, which allowed them to complete this truly great endeavor. That's how it is. The short-haired Bisky made everyone a little uncomfortable. Her tone had changed from her usual playful and cute demeanor to a serious and solemn one, making everyone realize that she was indeed a senior. Germain is the first test subject for the cure-all herb, and the results are as expected. As for its full potential, that will be up to Sanbika to uncover. Sanbika shifted in her seat, feeling a slight stress. Her hands rested on her knees, and her head was bowed, like a shy student diligently listening to a teacher's instruction. However, everyone present knew that her medical skills were superb, worthy of the title of one-star hunter. There was absolutely no problem in entrusting the cure-all herb to her for research. Despite this adorable contrast, no one doubted that Sanbika could accomplish this, it would just take time. Bisky walked around the circular conference table as she spoke in the meeting room. However, her current stature was too petite, so everyone couldn't see her lower body, only her head above her neck, giving off an eerie feeling that her head was floating around the table. After completing a full circle, she finally returned to her seat, next to Germain and Shizuku. The main event now is the negotiation with Chairman Netero. Menchi, Boera, and I will protect one cure-all herb and have a secret conversation with Chairman Netero. I've already informed him of this in advance and arranged a meeting place. Regardless, there will be a result within a week. However, we must consider the worst-case scenario. That is, the three of us are detained, Chairman Netero and the V5 storm Greed Island, take all the cure-all herb, and control all of us. Bisky turned to look at Germain. If something like that happens, we don't need to do anything, just let them do as they please. Germain, you mustn't act rashly. Germain looked at her. Why do you think I would act rashly? I'm afraid you'll just start a fight if things don't go your way, especially since your obsession with the Dark Continent is so deep. The reason is simple, we have already successfully retrieved a hope, but there are still 4 more hopes, and they cannot resist that temptation. In previous Dark Continent exploration attempts, the V5 paid extremely high prices without any gains. They need us, but our personal freedom will certainly be restricted in the future. Germain will definitely be under complete surveillance, becoming a tool for the V5 to travel back and forth to the Dark Continent. Bisky stared at Germain. You will permanently lose the opportunity to explore the Dark Continent because of such an inability. The V5 cannot risk letting you continue. I know you've already realized this, and I also know that you are capable of attacking Chairman Netero, which is why I'm telling you not to act rashly. Germain listened expressionlessly, neither accepting nor opposing. This attitude gave Bisky an even bigger headache. At this moment, Riza, across the circular table, placed his strong arms on the table, narrowing his eyes. So, what's a good outcome for us? Bisky smiled, she had been waiting for Riza and the others to ask. That would, of course, be the old man and us colluding, being in cahoots, birds of a feather. Ahem, ahem. In short, he covers for us, provides secret assistance, and temporarily maintains the status quo. At the same time, the old man will renegotiate the terms of the complete ban on Dark Continent exploration with the V5, lifting the taboo and shackles. The Hunter Association will take the lead, the V5 will provide funding, and humanity will return to the Dark Continent. Concurrently, our exploration will not stop. Later, at an appropriate time, our team and the old man's team will rendezvous at a certain point and retrieve the hope as planned. In this way, Germain's teleportation lantern will be kept hidden. Or, we could reveal a part of it, describing it as a lantern that can only teleport within a certain distance, rather than one that can directly reach the Dark Continent from here. Bisky paused, then continued, another unstable factor is the Beyond faction. But as long as we grasp the key, which is to pull the old man into our camp, Beyond, wanting to enter the Dark Continent in his lifetime, will not actively expose our situation. Our goals align with the Beyond faction, only the methods differ. I believe Beyond will make the correct choice, and perhaps the old man will also lift his shackles on him at that time. Riza crossed his arms, revealing the sharp contours of his muscles. So, the crucial point now is whether this negotiation can get Chairman Netero on our side, ultimately achieving the plan of deceiving the heavens. Germain will not lose his freedom, we will receive more funding, the Beyond faction will get the opportunity to depart for the Dark Continent, and hope will bring change to the 6 continents. This is the best outcome. Bisky nodded. This is also the best outcome for Jin, who is currently stationed in the ancient labyrinth. If Germain were controlled, then for the sake of his own will, he might act alone. Riza pursed his lips. Indeed, that's his style. Ah, speaking of Jin, I almost forgot something he asked me to do. Riza looked at Duan and List. Here it is. List understood, took a cards from his pocket, stood up, and solemnly handed it to Bisky. Jin said, the blue planet is yours. Although Bisky had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but widen her eyes, revealing a greedy expression. He. She immediately unsealed the cards, and with a bang, a blue, water-like planetary gem fell into her palm. Bisky examined it closely, holding it up to the sunlight, allowing it to emit dazzling rays, then showing a satisfied smile. You still belong to me after all, can't escape, can you? Bisky spoke as if to a passionately devoted lover, so engrossed that she didn't even notice List had returned to his seat. Duan spoke at this moment. Game consoles and teleportation spell cards don't work in the Dark Continent, but Jin suggested in the video that it might be due to the distance. He really wanted to smoke a cigarette. However, before the meeting started, as soon as he took out his cigarettes and lighter, he received a murderous glare from the usually timid Sanbika, so he silently put them back. As soon as he started brainstorming technical aspects, his craving for a cigarette kicked in, and he unconsciously twitched his legs. If the V5 and the Hunter Association return to the Dark Continent, then we will have an opportunity to build a bridge between Greed Island and the Dark Continent. Jin really is something, to stay there alone. We'll soon have a new batch of resource cards ready here. When do you plan to return to the ancient labyrinth? Where do you plan to explore next? Bisky was still immersed in her one-on-one whispered conversation with the blue planet, completely ignoring Duan's questions. An awkward silence immediately fell over the circular table. It wasn't until everyone else's gaze focused on Germain that Germain remembered he was the nominal number 1 person here. Currently, Greed Island was essentially divided into 2 factions. Namely, Jin, Riza, Duan, List, Ida, and Elena on one side, and the later arrivals, Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, Menchi, Boera, Sanbika, and Abengain on the other. However, Jin had already expressed his support for Germain's decision in a recorded video. Thus, Germain was nominally the leader here. I plan to return to the ancient labyrinth after Bisky and the others have a result from their negotiation with Chairman Netero. As for the next place to explore, of course, it's still where hope lies. The New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment has already proven its authenticity and reliability during the ancient labyrinth exploration. It mentions that the cure-all herb can treat the undying disease. Of course, it can treat the early stages of the undying disease. Once a life afflicted with the undying disease is left with only a shell and its soul has completely dissipated, then the cure-all herb will be powerless. We have a considerable amount of cure-all herb, which we can use to resist the undying disease and obtain the alchemic plant metal lion located in that area. Duen stroked his chin. If that's the case, we'll cooperate with Sanbika to quickly make the cure-all herb into a potion, seal it as cards, and then hand them over for you to take. He scratched his afro, a somewhat distressed expression on his face. Honestly, I thought Jin's statement back then, "I'll go to the Dark Continent sooner or later," was arrogant enough, but I never expected someone to respond to him and achieve it. This is Jin's dream, and his dream needs your help. To help him, we will also help you. So, please confidently leave this work to us. Germain nodded, thank you. Besides that, Duen hesitated for a moment, then asked, Jin specifically stayed in the ancient labyrinth to free up a spot for the teleportation lantern. Have you decided on the 4-person team for the next departure? Germain held up 2 fingers. There are 2 scenarios. In the first scenario, Bisky, Menchi, and Boera successfully negotiate and are able to return here freely. Then our team members will be me, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi. In the second scenario, the negotiation fails, and Bisky and the others are detained. Then our team members will be me, Shizuku, and Sanbika. Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, Menchi, and Boera are all personnel who have experienced at least one lantern teleportation, so their priority is the highest, followed by Sanbika. Chapter 223, Let Those with Ability Change Greed Island. Actually, when it comes to prescribing the right medicine, since the undying disease is to be challenged, bringing the virus hunter Sanbika would be a good choice. However, she currently has more important work, researching the cure-all herb. As for Gain, his priority would be even lower. His own combat power and willingness are insufficient, so there's no need to force him. It's also good for him to stay and work on Greed Island. Then there are Riza, Duen, List, and others. They also have the responsibility of maintaining the operation of Greed Island and ensuring logistics for the Dark Continent exploration, so they cannot leave easily. After discussing matters related to the Dark Continent, the next topic was about the version update for Greed Island. I'm not going to manage this, the petite Bisky jumped off her seat and blew a breath on the blue planet she held dear. You all can chat slowly, I'm going to rest. She looked at Shizuku, let's go. Later, you can help me take a few photos with little blue dot. The little blue Bisky referred to was, of course, the blue planet, and take a few photos was definitely a lie, 50 or 60 photos would be the minimum. Shizuku obediently followed her. Leaving the room with Bisky and Shizuku were also Menchi, Boera, Sanbika, and Gain, and the conference room suddenly became more than half empty. Only Germain, Riza, Duen, and List remained at the round table. Ida and Elena had not attended the meeting in person from the start. They had to ensure the basic operation of Greed Island at their posts, even if they needed to rest, they couldn't both disappear at the same time. Normally, Ida is responsible for allowing game players to enter Greed Island, and Elena is responsible for allowing game players to leave Greed Island. However, since they are almost identical twins, sometimes if one of them really needs to leave her post, the other will take on both roles for a period of time. They also need to rest, even the cruelest vampire capitalists couldn't impose a 007 work schedule on such adorable twins, let alone Jin and his team. However, the twins are currently at their respective posts, participating in this meeting in real time via a large screen. After everyone uninterested in the Greed Island reform had left, Riza was the first among the remaining people to speak to Germain. I've watched Jin's video twice. He supports you on this matter. I am a death row inmate, and this status will not change no matter how long I serve as a Greed Island administrator. Therefore, I will not participate in the decision-making for the Greed Island reform. It was Jin who gave me a chance to extend my life. Whatever Greed Island becomes in the future, my work will continue. Riza decisively cast an abstention vote. Germain was somewhat surprised. He had thought the biggest obstacle would come from Riza, who was responsible for maintaining the existing order of Greed Island, but he didn't expect Riza to directly abstain from the decision. The first major obstacle collapsed. Duen, List, Ida, and Elena, who had been with Riza day in and day out, were slightly surprised, then understood Riza's decision and did not force him. Their bond was already very deep, there was no need to say empty words like we don't care about your identity, you've long been one of us, or we've accepted you. However, List stepped forward at this moment and cast a dissenting vote. Regarding the Greed Island reform, I object. This will throw Greed Island into chaos for a period, and our workload will skyrocket. The update is very likely to destroy the existing game balance of Greed Island, turning it into a bad game. Ida and Elena hesitated and did not send their decision immediately. Duen, meanwhile, leaned forward, raising both hands and crossing his fingers in front of him. Germain, I have a question. What exactly are the contents of your Greed Island version update? Actually, they are just some broad directions, Germain said. Specific details still need to be discussed with you all. He spoke slowly. First, ensure that the main quest line of collecting specified cards to reach the ending remains unshaken. Subdivide card distribution areas and improve the corresponding tiers for card rarity and difficulty. Since Germain had little talent in game creation and updating, he spoke in officialese to those who did have talent. Second, ensure the experience of game players, especially new players. Punish or expel red-named players who hunt other players, and maintain game order. Third, promote combat primarily based on an ability, supplemented by cards. Set victory conditions for player versus player battles, where meeting the conditions allows one to obtain the opponent's cards. Fourth, add more side quests beyond the main storyline and provide more regional dungeons to enhance combat power, creating conditions for players who do not aim for completion as their ultimate goal or who urgently need to improve their combat power. Fifth. Germain spoke a lot in a row, but they were indeed just broad directions, some crucial numerical balances were not even mentioned. However, Duen, List, and others who were actually involved in the creation of Greed Island understood immediately upon hearing him. After listening, Duen asked, "How do you plan to divide the rarity and difficulty correspondence tiers mentioned in the first point?" Germain replied, "Don't your cards have rarity divisions from F to SS? Different difficulty areas should have cards of corresponding rarity, allowing players a smooth transition. According to mine and user level classification, there are levels like Apprentice, Warrior, Elite, Master, and Champion. Generally speaking, players only need to clear the Apprentice level to Elite level areas to collect all specified cards and reach the ending. If players want a higher difficulty challenge, let them challenge the Master class area, Champion level is out of the question." Duen then asked, "What are the victory conditions for player versus player battles you mentioned in the third point?" "For example, setting player health points," Germain said. "When health points reach 0, the battle is lost. The loser will not die as a result, but will be forced to hand over one or more cards to the winner. So that's how it is." Duen frowned, thought for a while, then looked at Germain again. "I somewhat understand Jin's feelings now. Is that so? I, on the other hand, don't understand what you mean." Duen did not answer Germain but stood up directly and said to Riza and List, "Honestly, I agree with Germain's view. I've wanted to make changes to Greed Island for a long time. Germain's direction for change really spoke to my heart. I've complained to you many times about many problems with Greed Island, but no one truly understood me. How can there be a game, like Greed Island, that since its release in 1987, no one has ever completed, and there's still no hope of completion in the next year or two? How can there be a game, like Greed Island, that failed to let players enjoy card collection and battles, but instead led to infighting among them, deviating from the game's original intention? How can there be a game, like Greed Island, where the vast majority of game players, after reaching the ending and obtaining what they need, never replay the game? Greed Island is called the game of non-users because only non-users can enter here. But there are countless players who spend many years here and end up neglecting their non ability, such as the one-star hunter Zizu Ziegler. His combat power when he first entered the game, and his current combat power, have seen a significant decrease. Can Greed Island still be considered the game of non-users then? It should be the graveyard of non-users, shouldn't it?" Duen had kept these words in his heart for a long time. He had also tried to tell those around him, wanting to make changes, but had never received support until now, when a turning point arrived. List, who had cast a dissenting vote, frowned. "But this will be a huge project, requiring at least half a year to complete the version update. What about the game players during this time?" Duen stood up, walked around the round table, and sat beside Germain, stating his position. If it were a single-player game, it would be understandable not to have a major version update after 11 years of release. But Greed Island is an online game with so many game players. We should have made changes earlier. As for the major version update period, let them leave the game for now, and we'll save their game data. Many of them actually wanted to leave the game a long time ago, but they didn't have the ability to compete for the spell card, leave and could only stay in the game, struggling and wasting time. After the major version update, it's like giving them a brand new choice, stay outside, or re-enter Greed Island. This is mercy for that portion of players. And for those old players who choose to re-enter Greed Island, we will give them some exclusive benefits for old players, allowing them to gain advantages that do not disrupt the balance." List sighed, "Duen, you should understand how much work this is. We will be extremely busy for at least the next half year, and you won't have time to go out with your girlfriend." Upon hearing girlfriend, Duen's expression clearly froze for a moment, then returned to firmness. "Afraid? Afraid of what? Am I afraid of her? I'm not afraid." Duen's tone sounded a bit like he was trying to convince himself. List could tell that Duen was determined to stand with Germain and Jin's reformist faction, and finally, he could only helplessly pinch his brow. "All right. Actually, there are some aspects I also wanted to change. This way, perhaps, our work as administrators could be lightened in the future. We also need to recruit more reliable personnel. Abe and Gain can join us, and besides that, we need to add new members. There's just no convincing you all." List was persuaded. He changed his dissenting vote to an affirmative vote. Then, Ida and Elena also sent their affirmative votes via the large screen. In this way, the Greed Island administrator team reached an initial consensus on the reform of Greed Island. Chapter 224, Many futures changed because of Germain. Bisky, Menchi, and Boera departed Greed Island the next morning, protecting a cure-all herb, to begin negotiations. Germain had unified the Greed Island administration team. In fact, he had spurred Duen, who already had a strong desire to change the game's content, to firmly lead the other members down this path. However, like every time before, after sowing his seeds, he, like a scumbag, washed his hands of it and left the Greed Island version update to Duan and the others. Germain didn't understand games, he only needed to achieve his goal to transform Greed Island into a backyard more suitable for selecting future team members. Riza, like Germain, did not participate in the meetings to design more game elements or modify existing main and side quests. However, his reasons differed from Germain's. Germain was unwilling to steal work from experts, while Riza adhered to his principles, the bottom line of a death row inmate. If all death row inmates in the world were like you, that would be wonderful, Germain said to Riza during a casual chat. More death row inmates are those bastards behind us, Riza said with a squinting smile, pointing his inverted thumb at the members of the seaside city, Safrabi pirate crew, who were wearing white shirts. On the surface, he was the captain of this pirate crew, in reality, he controlled the lives and deaths of these unruly pirates, their tyrannical king. The pirates watched from a distance, drinking at the bar, but dared not make a sound, mainly because they had suffered countless times before and could only silently swallow the bitter liquor. Every so often, Riza would physically smash one of them who defied him. His established authority was unquestionable. Germain, however, was different. He was said to be an airborne administrator, young and handsome, and didn't appear forceful. After this stereotype persisted for some time, some pirates began to look down on him. Thus, after some pirates provoked Germain several times and Riza allowed it, finally, one day, 2 pirates got drunk and their viciousness was exposed. The situation naturally took a sharp turn for the worse. Germain had been waiting for this moment. He swiftly and cleanly cut down the 2 pirates, so fast that only Riza in the bar saw it clearly. After Germain established his authority with the 2 pirates, he made the other pirates drag away the bodies and help him clean up. When the other pirates saw him again, they all realized he was as difficult to provoke as Riza and became much more restrained, like unruly children encountering their parents outside, immediately softening up. Germain sat at a long table with flickering candlelight, looking out at the shimmering sea beneath the cliff, and said, "Perhaps one day, there will be a group of fellows even more troublesome than death row inmates that you'll need to manage. A group of fellows even more troublesome than death row inmates." Riza wiped the foam from his lips, placed his glass with a thud on the wooden table, and raised one eyebrow. "Who are they?" Germain's mind flashed with the names of many people from the Phantom Troop, the Chimera Ants, Beyond's faction and the Kaken Empire's faction. It's still uncertain, perhaps they will all die at my hands or someone else's. After all, not many of them are willing to cooperate with me. That certainly sounds stubborn enough. Riza's usually squinted eyes opened slightly. However, if that day truly comes and they fall into my hands, I will treat them like the strictest warden. You can rest assured of that. He reached out and poured Germain a full glass of beer, the foam overflowing, and gave Germain a big smile, saying, "Let's not talk about such uncertain things tonight." Riza raised his glass, "To your success in stirring up the stagnant water of Greed Island, and to Duan, List, Ida, and Elena being overwhelmed." Cheers. It seemed he wasn't as unconcerned about the future direction of Greed Island as one might have imagined. Cheers. Germain clinked glasses with Riza, making a crisp sound. The 2 detached individuals drank heartily and chatted happily that night. Meanwhile, Duan and List, severely short-staffed, chose to recruit Abe and Gain, the exorcist, to join their team and help them with some basic tasks. Which was essentially grunt work. Whenever they saw Germain, Riza, and Shizuko leisurely going about their days, they would cast resentful glances but could do nothing. During the period Germain was awaiting Bisky's reply, he began to pay attention to the recent situations of his acquaintances. So many people's futures had subtly changed due to his existence. First, his disciple, Kurapika. In several communications, Germain learned that Kurapika's journey to retrieve the Kurta clan's Scarlet Eyes was not smooth. However, under his repeated threats and inducements, 1 pair of Scarlet Eyes had been successfully recovered. There were still over 30 pairs of Scarlet Eyes scattered abroad. Kurapika needed to plan his route and begin a world-traveling journey, preparing for a long negotiation with the Scarlet Eyes buyers. Next were Wing and Zushi. They arrived at Heaven's Arena earlier than in the original timeline. Zushi was now challenging the towering structure with the 200th floor as his goal. Then there were Kite and Shira. They were likely deep in the mountains and wild forests, as there had been no news from them for a long time. Finally, Hisoka, Illumi, and the Phantom Troop. Since the day Hisoka sent a message stating that Illumi had seemingly left Kurora, and Kurora was without other Phantom Troop members, Hisoka had not contacted Germain again. Many possibilities existed. Perhaps Hisoka and Kurora had fought again, and Hisoka had truly died this time. Perhaps Hisoka was not dead and was still playing a cat and mouse game. What Germain could temporarily confirm was that the Phantom Troop was on the Kaken Empire's wanted list, considered the most likely culprits for the murder of the 4th prince. Infiltrating under disguise, cruelly killing, and stealing the 4th prince's collection, these indeed matched the Phantom Troop's usual modus operandi. Germain, the mastermind, watched how news reports analyzed the Phantom Troop's criminal patterns while quietly awaiting good news, a reply from Bisky. If negotiations broke down, he would never sit idly by, even if it meant facing a strong opponent like Chairman Netero and the overwhelming waves from V5 and the Hunter Association. For a stat monster like him, whether it was physique or aura capacity, no matter how terrifyingly high they rose, they could not directly show the moment he stepped into the champion level. Only one situation could prove this. That was to defeat Chairman Netero in a one-on-one battle. In that case, his champion level strength would be truly deserved. However, luck was on their side. Bisky called on October 3, confirming that negotiations were largely successful, but they needed to agree to a small condition from Chairman Netero. Chapter 225, Another legendary figure from the older generation. October 5th. The sky over Greed Island was overcast, having just been cleansed by rain under the administrator's control. The visible vegetation glowed with a vibrant green. The whirring sound of propellers grew from a distance, approaching steadily. A bullet-shaped airship descended from the clouds. Without any advertisements or organizational logos, it was simply encased in a white shell, appearing unremarkable. However, this airship carried a highly respected elder from the Hunter Association, which made it special. Almost all of the current, active Greed Island administrators were waiting on a vast, open grassland to greet the airship's arrival. Even Duan and List, who had been swamped recently with the Greed Island version update, came to the scene. The airship grew larger in everyone's sight, and then the strong winds from its propellers carried the fresh scent of green grass to their noses. It landed smoothly, without a hitch. The propellers slowly stopped turning. A moment later, the airship's hatch opened with a hiss of air, and a metal gangway was lowered, providing a path for boarding and disembarking. Germain and his group stepped forward, waiting quietly. During a long 5 minutes, no one descended from the airship until a series of caring voices, as if protecting some precious treasure, drifted out. Please be careful, there's a protruding corner here. Watch your head, watch your head. Ahead is the descending gangway, walk slowly, we're not in a hurry. Germain and his group could see a hunched old woman appear at the hatch, surrounded and supported by Bisky, Menchi, Boera, and a group of strangers. This old woman had sparse, silver hair, always kept her eyes squinted, appearing half asleep, and her face was covered in wrinkles. She was Lin Adebru, a 2-star hunter and the greatest gourmet hunter in history, whose seniority in the Hunter Association was second only to Chairman Isaac Netero. Beyond that, a fact known only to a select few was that Lin had once followed Chairman Netero to the Dark Continent. The other companion on that journey was Zigzaldi Xeno's father and Sylva's grandfather. From this, her legendary status was evident and not to be underestimated. Even without this history, Lin's other great achievements and undeniable qualifications had cemented her revered position within the entire Hunter Association. Perhaps some might secretly disdain her, thinking she was a useless, always taciturn old woman, but openly, no one dared to disrespect her. Grandma Lin, personally supported by Bisky and Menchi, slowly and deliberately descended the gangway, step by step, and no one was displeased by this. Aside from Germain, all the pro-hunters present had at least met this highly respected old woman before and were, of course, aware of her status. She simply kept her eyes squinted, appearing as if she were deeply asleep, and was steadily guided down the gangway by Bisky and Menchi. Behind them was Boera, whose massive body filled the entire wide gangway, looking like an inflated air cushion. In fact, he was ready to serve that very purpose. Should Grandma Lin show any sign of falling or other mishap, he would rush forward without hesitation, using his body to cushion her fall. As long as Grandma Lin was safe, Boera didn't mind if he looked a bit disheveled. Behind Boera followed 4 strangers, dressed in white lab coats and carrying briefcases, appearing very professional. They were Grandma Lin's dedicated medical staff. Chairman Netero's small condition was to have Grandma Lin and the 4 medical staff represent him and reside on Greed Island. Bisky and Menchi helped Lin walk to the front of the crowd, and everyone collectively greeted her as Grandma Lin or Ms. Lin. Lin stood like a statue, her eyelids not even twitching, and the corners of her wrinkled mouth were downturned, completely still. She didn't respond to anyone, nor did she speak, simply letting Bisky and Menchi support her as she stood there. Everyone stood there for several more minutes. Shizuka couldn't help but lean into Germain's ear, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "Why isn't she speaking? Is she not dead, is she?" She was thinking the worst, or rather, she didn't consider it the worst direction. She's not dead, Germain had already seen beyond the outward appearance, seeing the essence, as the hidden was still flowing. Then is she asleep? Perhaps. Rumor has it that Grandma Lin hasn't spoken for several years, likely due to hypersomnia. At this moment, Grandma Lin suddenly spoke. "Who is Germain?" Everyone paused, then looked at Germain, who was whispering with Shizuku. Bisky waved at Germain, "Come here. What are you doing standing on the edge of the crowd? Grandma Lin wants to see you." Germain walked over, and everyone parted to make way for him. He stood before the hunched Grandma Lin, bowing his head slightly, realizing how small this elder truly was. Grandma Lin shakily raised her hand, then grasped Germain's arm, stroking it. She released it, then touched Germain's wrist, and finally, Germain's palm and fingers. Throughout the entire process, her eyes remained closed, like a blind person. The cultivation of a seasoned warrior, that much is true. Grandma Lin withdrew her hand. "Among your peers, you are undoubtedly top tier, but how far you can go is uncertain." Her voice was hoarse and low, carrying conviction. Germain blinked, unmoved. Grandma Lin slowly raised her hand again, pointing to the 3 layers of wrinkles on her face. "Germain, do you know what these wrinkles on my face represent?" "I do not." Grandma Lin smiled. "They represent countless lives I deemed worthy of recording, lives I personally buried, who never reached my current state. Every single one of them was a powerful rival from my era. Many of them surpassed me in talent and strength, yet in the end, they all died, and only I have made it this far, still alive. Everyone has different strengths, but they all died at my hands in different ways because I never confined myself to defeating them through direct combat. If you don't want to become the next one, you must honestly listen to me. This is my advice to you. Can you promise me? Germain remained unmoved. However, as Grandmalin's threatening words were uttered, the atmosphere on the scene grew heavy. At this moment, Menchi suddenly interjected. Grandmalin, you're at it again. You're not that fierce a person at all. She supported Grandmalin and turned to explain to everyone. Grandmalin achieved consecutive championships in the world culinary competition. Before she retired, no one could ever defeat her. Menchi was a gourmet hunter, so it could be said that Grandmalin was her idol when she entered the profession, and she was naturally very clear about this matter. Everyone listened, stunned. Pfft, Grandmalin suddenly let out a laugh, then covered her mouth. Oh ho ho, did I scare you? Did I scare you? Don't worry. I'm over 100 years old, how could I do such a thing? Heh heh heh, I'm just a useless old woman who retired from the Hunter Association and was rehired here. Heh heh heh, that was just a joke. Future matters are still up to you. I'm a nominal consultant, but in reality, I'm just a name on the payroll, collecting some salary. Grandmalin smiled, revealing her amiable side. Everyone could only cooperate with awkward smiles. Amidst everyone's laughter, Grandmalin slightly opened her eyelids, glanced at Germain, and then closed them again. This Germain, so calm, like a machine. He didn't react to anything I said, but when I just concentrated mine in, he reciprocally concentrated his nin. Is he a brat with absolutely no respect for elders? That posture, it's as if he truly doesn't care if I'm an old woman, he'd go all out if it came to a fight. Netero, Bisky, you two master and disciple have really given me a big headache, heh heh heh. Note, Grandmalin's character setting has been modified here. Chapter 22, Netero's 3 Reasons. In the deliberately aged, classical hall of Raimeru Castle, Grandmalin, the most senior among them, sat at the head of the long table. Germain and Bisky were seated on either side, and the other relevant parties also took their places. Grandmalin's withered hands rested on the table, her eyelids drooped, and the sagging wrinkles on her aged face looked unpleasant, like flesh about to dissolve. She had maintained this posture for almost 5 minutes, and the awkward silence at the long table had also lasted for 5 minutes. Whispers, like water in a hot pot, gradually came to a boil, until white steam puffed out and bubbles formed, making the entire hall noisy. Even so, Grandmalin remained silent, as if she had completely fallen asleep. Is she asleep again? Shizuko whispered to Germain for what felt like the umpteenth time. Are we really okay like this? If Grandmalin had to sleep for 5 minutes or more for every 3 minutes she spoke, this meeting would be endless. Germain closed his eyes and nodded, signaling Shizuko to calm down, then looked across the long table at Bisky, meeting the gaze of the short-haired, 50-something woman. Your turn, Germain's eyes said. Understood, Bisky's eyes replied. Bisky pursed her lips, and, out of have no choice, pushed her hands against the table, leaning her upper body towards Grandmalin. She didn't dare to speak loudly, only softly calling out, Grandmalin, wake up, Grandmalin. Bisky called out softly several times, but Grandmalin showed no reaction. Just as she was wondering whether to raise her voice a bit, Grandmalin suddenly lifted her chin and smacked her lips. Grandmalin still didn't open her eyes or look directly at anyone, but she was finally awake. Where was I just now? You haven't started yet, Bisky reminded her. Is that so? How do I remember saying a lot? My lips are all dry. Grandmalin grumbled a few words like a true old person, and someone immediately brought her tea. She slowly began to drink it. I'm old, and my memory isn't very good. Perhaps I said it in a dream. Mid-sentence, her voice grew softer and softer, and her lip smacking slowed. She slowly lowered her head, placed the teacup on the table, looking as if she was about to fall asleep again. Bisky was truly afraid she would sleep for a few more minutes, so she had to cough loudly several times. Grandmalin's drowsiness was startled away. She trembled, lifted her head, mumbled for a moment, and said, Bisky, you're coughing very badly. Are you not feeling well? Do you want my accompanying doctor to take a look at you? Grandmalin, I'm fine, Bisky replied awkwardly. Oh, Grandmalin misunderstood. That's right, you all have obtained the cure-all herb now, so you really don't need my accompanying doctor. What humans possess is medical skill, but the cure-all herb is a mysterious power beyond medical skill. The cure-all herb could only be described as mysterious power, otherwise it would be difficult to explain how it managed to cure over 100 different types of diseases. Bisky blushed, which was rare for her. In front of Germain and the others, she was always the most senior elder. Now, another even older elder, almost twice her age, had suddenly appeared, lecturing her in front of so many people, and she could only obediently listen, which made her quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, from this moment on, Grandmalin seemed to have regained much of her spirit and began to speak about the main topic. Do you know why Isaac Netero protected you all? Grandmalin was one of the few remaining people on the 6 continents today who could call Chairman Netero by his first name. Silence fell over the long table. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. There are 3 reasons, Grandmalin said, though her eyes were closed and she held up 4 fingers. The first is that what this girl, Bisky, said touched Isaac Netero. Grandmalin was also one of the few remaining people on the 6 continents today who could refer to Bisky as this girl. You succeeded in becoming the only team in V5's recorded history to successfully bring hope back to the 6 continents. This is an unquestionable feat. You are bound to be remembered in history. Isaac Netero may not say it, but he must be very relieved in his heart, especially since this team is almost entirely made up of Hunter Association members, not people from his foolish son's side. Germain, the fastest single-star hunter. Bisky, Isaac Netaro's disciple. Sanbika, the virus hunter. Menchi and Buera, the gourmet hunters. The administrators of Greed Island. Abengane, the exorcist. Grandma Lin's personal commendation was enough to make most of those named feel proud, even those who hadn't gone to the Dark Continent but had stayed behind to support them. Finally, she looked at Shizuku, who had a black bob, wore brand new black-rimmed glasses, and had a graceful figure. Shizuku, the cleaner of the dark world. If you are willing, why don't you take the Pro Hunter exam next year? I dare say, you are a promising talent, and your future achievements will be at least 1 star. I'm not interested in that. Shizuku instinctively adjusted her glasses, even though they no longer slipped down her nose easily. Before, I did want to get a hunter license, and then I thought about earning more money, but now I realize that none of that can save Meteor City. You want to save Meteor City? Grandma Lin's voice showed surprise, then she sighed. That place, you've chosen a very difficult problem. Let me be direct, perhaps the difficulty of saving it is even harder than resolving an A-rank calamity and bringing back hope. You will face the malice of almost all of humanity. I don't care, Shizuku blinked her big eyes. As long as more than half of the people from there can live a normal life, even if it means destroying Meteor City, I am willing. Grandma Lin shook her head, temporarily suppressing the extreme thoughts of this too young girl. The second reason is that the cure-all herb can genuinely help many old friends Isaac Netero knows, and I am one of them. Grandma Lin showed a kind smile to everyone. All non-users, as long as they don't die unnaturally, can almost all live long lives. This is because NAN can extend the healthy lifespan of non-users. However, not all long-lived non-users can be like Isaac Netero and Mahazaldik, who, even after turning 100, are not only physically robust but also maintain first-class combat strength. Mahazaldik is currently the longest living member of the Zaldik family. He is Zig's father, Zeno's grandfather, and is close in age to Chairman Netero. For example, I retired from the historical stage early on. I can no longer fight like I did when I was 80 or 90. Experience is my only remaining sword. Grandma Lin tremblingly raised her hand and pointed to the wrinkles on her cheek. By the way, do you know what the wrinkles on my face represent? They represent countless lives I deemed worth recording and personally buried. Cough, cough. Menchi had no choice but to interrupt. Grandma Lin, you've already said this once. Oh, Grandma Lin made a somewhat disappointed sound. In any case, I am no longer young, and I have a lot of injuries and illnesses. This has kept me out of the public eye for several years, leading to the nickname Silent Grandma. She chuckled a few dry, hoarse laughs. The cure-all herb brought back by Bisky, Menchi, and Buera has alleviated some of my physical ailments. If I want to fully recover, it would be best for me to retire from the Hunter Association and come here, treating Greed Island as a retirement home. I am very grateful to you all, and Isaac Netero must also be very grateful to you, as I am one of the few remaining companions who once fought alongside him. He certainly doesn't want me to die so soon. Therefore, I am here, partly representing Isaac Netero, and partly for my own health. Of course, I am not entirely Isaac Netero's mouthpiece or monitor. If you want to recruit some pro hunters with immediate combat power, perhaps an old woman like me can be useful. Grandma Lin made a gesture with her index finger and thumb, as if holding a tiny universe. My meager remaining prestige should be able to keep things in order for you, making those pro hunters, or some non-professional non-users, obedient. Germain pondered these words. Indeed, the central hub of Greed Island was empty during the period when he, Bisky, and others went to the Dark Continent. Riza only intervened to protect and maintain order on Greed Island, beyond that was a line he would never cross. This personality meant he would never become a leader. Duen, Lest, Ida, and Elena did not have such a strong aura. Grandma Lin had both seniority and presence. Most importantly, she was also one of the members of Isaac Netero's team who secretly went to the Dark Continent back then, so there was no need to hide anything about the Dark Continent from her. She knew how to balance the various forces when Germain and the others left Greed Island and a diverse group of non-users would join in the future, and she had enough experience to handle problems. Germain silently approved of Chairman Netero's choice. Then, he asked, Grandma Lin, what about the third reason? The third reason, Grandma Lin's smile faded. Is because of Isaac Netero's foolish son. Before Bisky and the others came to negotiate with Isaac Netero, Beyond found Isaac Netero even earlier than you. I'm not very clear about what they discussed, but it must have been very troublesome. As you know, more than half of the Zodiac's members do not appear at the Hunter Association for years on end, but are busy in their respective fields. After Beyond left, the remaining Zodiac's members also received various missions and set off one after another, probably not returning for a year and a half. Isaac Netero clearly knew what was going on, but he didn't stop them, even though if he had just said the word, those Zodiac's members who respected him like a father would have stayed. As long as they stayed, even if only 2 or 3 of them remained, all conspiracies and tricks would vanish and be ineffective. But he didn't. Isaac Netero seemed to already know what was going to happen next, and for the first time in decades, I saw his fighting spirit again. The clean part of the Zodiacs of the Hunter Association, and you all, are the trump cards he left behind, the hope. He has been the association chairman for over 40 years, and he has protected your younger generation for over 40 years. He cannot always keep you under his wing. Perhaps Isaac Netero feels it's time to put you in the spotlight and let you grow up. And he, he wants to do some selfish things, just for himself, to spend the last period of his life. Chapter 227, The Cruel Two-Star Gourmet Hunter. Is this really okay? Bisky nervously twirled her golden hair, which had grown long enough to reach past her ears. She glanced guiltily in the direction of the kitchen, listening to the sounds of spatulas clanging and oil sizzling, and shifted uncomfortably, wanting to see what was happening inside. Relax. Germain, just as he advised, sat on a nearby sofa, flipping through a copy of New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment. Grandma Lin specifically asked to cook herself, and Menchi and Buera are helping, plus Sanbika and 4 accompanying doctors, and a large supply of cure-all herb. What could possibly go wrong? Germain thought Bisky was being overly worried, but Bisky felt Germain was being too detached and unconcerned. You don't know Grandma Lin's status in the Hunter Association. Bisky retorted, her neck flushed, everyone is terrified she'll fall or get sick, even a tiny bump is unacceptable. Germain, however, was the type to look beyond appearances to the essence. I think that old woman's physique is perfectly fine. You're all double-teaming to support her, and there are 4 doctors with the team. It's too exaggerated. Bisky heard Germain call Grandma Lin an old woman, and combined with her accidental discovery some time ago that Germain's note for her was Xiao Popo. With old and new grudges, Bisky's eyes turned red, and she transformed into her giant form, pouncing on him, intending to restrain Germain with her strong arms. Germain, as if he had eyes on his back, quickly got up, rolled up the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, and began to evade Bisky's pursuit in the hall. Don't run. Bisky was flustered. Germain refused to stop. Didn't you also call Chairman Netero old man? I just did the same thing you did. You dare talk back? Bisky looked incredulous. What's my relationship with that old man? You, don't run. Shizuku, help me catch him. Shizuku had been sitting quietly on the sofa by the window, taking off her glasses, occasionally breathing warm air onto the lenses, and then carefully wiping them with a tissue. Hearing Bisky's words, she didn't say a word, just silently put on her glasses, and then, as Germain passed by, she suddenly stood up, executed a waist grab takedown, and pinned Germain to the ground. Good. Bisky cheered excitedly, hold him down, hold him down. Shizuku immediately used her full weight, pressing Germain down like an octopus, not allowing him to easily break free. So, when Menchi helped Grandma Lin and Buera carried the dishes out of the kitchen, they saw Bisky and Shizuku punishing Germain on the floor together with different grappling techniques. Menchi coughed a few times, reminding Bisky. Seeing Grandma Lin, she quickly released her hands and feet, got up from the ground, and offered an embarrassed smile. Shizuku, however, had not yet relaxed, as if completely unaware that everyone was watching her. She was using a front naked choke, also known as a guillotine choke, with her legs wrapped around Germain's hips and her hands clamped around Germain's head, pinning the back of his head against her chest. Bisky quickly extended her leg and gently kicked Shizuku's shoulder. Shizuku looked up blankly, only to see Bisky glaring at her fiercely. Stop playing around, everyone's watching. Bisky signaled with her eyes. This member cannot receive private team communications. Shizuku blinked her big eyes. Get up now, Bisky could only awkwardly remind her verbally, Grandma Lin and everyone else are watching. As Germain forcefully tried to get up, Shizuku even attempted to continue the naked choke, transitioning from a front naked choke to a rear naked choke. Stop messing around. Germain easily broke free from Shizuku, his physique was no joke now. Haven't you had enough fun? He patted the dust off himself. Next time I want to try a cross choke. Shizuku's cheeks were flushed from the physical activity, and she seemed to want more. Grandma Lin still appeared half asleep. Only after Menchi gently reminded her did she seem to startle awake from a dream, lifting her head and offering a kind smile. Let everyone come to the dining room and taste my cooking. 15 minutes later, as the broadcast within Raimeru Castle concluded, everyone gathered in the dining room to enjoy the dinner personally prepared by Grandma Lin. Of course, she alone didn't have the energy to cook a whole table of dishes, so many of the assisting tasks were completed by Menchi and Buera. In the soft glow of the ceiling chandelier, everyone tasted just one bite of the food and immediately declared its unparalleled deliciousness. Menchi and Buera's culinary skills were already world-class, but compared to Grandma Lin, they still lacked a certain touch. Everyone praised her profusely. Grandma Lin accepted each compliment, then smiled and urged everyone to eat more, just like a grandmother encouraging her grandchildren to eat more of her home-cooked meals. Everyone ate their fill, savoring the deliciousness, and another wave of praise followed. However, the next morning, Germain woke up to a scream that echoed throughout Raimeru Castle. As he got up, he felt something was off with his body, and looking down, he realized his arms seemed a bit plump. Germain put on his slippers and walked to the full-length mirror, finally confirming the truth. He had indeed gained some weight. When he lifted his shirt, his once defined abs were replaced by a layer of fat. Gaining weight overnight was incredible. Germain quickly realized what was going on. At that moment, his bedroom door was violently flung open. The person who entered didn't even bother to knock. It was Bisky, the source of that scream. But now, Bisky had transformed into a plump young girl, all round and fleshy. She frantically clutched the fat on her face, completely panicked. I gained so much. How could this happen? Bisky's reaction was as if the sky had fallen. Germain almost thought she was going to suffocate, but she quickly calmed down. Just then, Shizuku also appeared at the doorway. She had come from the room diagonally opposite to check on the situation after hearing the scream and the door slamming. What happened? Shizuku was very curious. Bisky quickly turned her head and scrutinized Shizuku from head to toe. She noticed that although Shizuku had also gained some weight, the extent didn't seem as great as her own. Why was that? Soon, Bisky found the blind spot and instantly got furious. She stomped over angrily and slapped Shizuku on the chest. How come all your fat grew here? Bisky was furious. Later, when everyone gathered, they discovered that anyone who had eaten dinner last night had gained weight, as if they had risen like bread dough. Bisky tried to use magical esthetician cookie to lose weight quickly, but it had almost no effect, which made her even more incredulous. Later, they found Sanbika, whose face was so plump her mask couldn't cover it, wanting to see if this was some kind of disease. Then, Grandma Lin's appearance revealed the answer. She happily said, "You don't need to look for Sanbika, and don't panic. This isn't a disease, nor is it poison. This is mine ability. Transmutation type, excessive nutrition cooking. As long as you eat my carefully cooked delicacies, your body will inflate like a balloon within a few hours. But I'm not harming you. What you need to do is to exercise your body to the point of exhaustion in the next few hours. This way, the fat will disappear rapidly, and your body will be transformed. Your physique will become healthier, stronger, or more agile. The speed of wound healing will increase, and your resistance to disease and toxins will increase. Although these are all very small increases, every little bit adds up." Grandma Lin suddenly changed her tone, like an old woman from a horror story, letting out an eerie laugh. "However, if you fail to lose all this fat through exercise in the next few hours, it will stay on your body for at least a week, and you won't be able to get rid of it. Remember, only exercise is effective, other methods won't work, unless you can find a special ability that transcends this rule." Bisky, who valued her beauty above all else, heard these thunderous words and nearly collapsed to the ground. Grandma Lin then turned to Germain and asked, "You should be heading to the Dark Continent again soon, right? Roughly when?" "October 8th, 0:00. Germain answered truthfully. "Oh ho ho ho," Grandma Lin laughed, her face full of wrinkles smoothing out. "About 2 days later? Then, besides dinner on the 7th, all subsequent 3 meals will be left to me. You should still remember the story of the wrinkles on my face, right?" Grandma Lin pointed to the 3 layers of wrinkles on her face. "But countless people have given up because of excessive nutrition cooking and became permanent fat people. If you don't believe me, you can try it." He. Although everyone knew Grandma Lin was lying, in that atmosphere, they couldn't help but feel that everything she said seemed to be true. Chapter 228, Rendezvous at the Top of the Tower. On the evening of October 7th, close to midnight, the not-so-spacious teleportation lantern hall was packed with people. Grandma Lin sat on a creaking rocking chair, her withered fingers intertwined over her padded abdomen. She always looked like this, no one but herself knew whether she was in a deep sleep or awake. Perhaps this was the outcome Grandma Lin desired. These past few days, she had rarely shown the vitality of a young person, meticulously cooking ingredients for everyone. It was a heaven and hell-like experience. The weight lost after a strenuous sweat often bounced back after the next meal. Ultimately, everyone could voluntarily withdraw from this trial, such as Sanbika, Abengain, Duen, List, and the twins Ida and Elena. They only lasted 2 meals before giving up on the trial for their own reasons. The remaining people persevered until the end, especially the protagonists of tonight: Germain, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi. They passed the cycle of reincarnation set by Grandma Lin, successfully forging their bodies into suitable forms before departure, maintaining their lean or agile physiques. Everyone was checking if the essential items were fully prepared, while Germain was confirming his own status. Physique, 149. Aura capacity, 160. Overall combat power, Master Class. Still evolving, still with no end in sight, he knew he still had a very long road ahead of him. Clang, clang, clang when the grandfather clock chimed, and the time passed midnight, the clamor in the hall vanished in an instant. Everyone looked at this team about to depart for the Dark Continent to challenge the next calamities. What they were about to do was absolutely unimaginable. In this era, few could compare to them. Only Don Freaks walked far ahead of them, so far that his back could not even be seen. By this point, the records of the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment had been verified repeatedly. No one would ever again think he was a liar, nor would anyone consider the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment to be fantasy literature. If he were still alive, he would undoubtedly be an extraordinary legend. Germain lit the lantern, and 4 messenger imps crawled out, looking at them dryly. He wore a brand new set of hunter's black robes, but it was the original style, with his tricorn hat pulled low and his mask pulled up to his neck. "Are you ready?" Germain turned his head, signaling the final command. The other 3 nodded in response. Everything was ready, especially since 3 of them were veteran heroes who had conquered the ancient labyrinth, which made them even more confident at this moment. That wasn't arrogance, but rather an experienced opinion from having actually climbed towering mountains and having some psychological preparation for such dangers. Of course, without Germain's teleportation lantern, Shizuku's Blinky, Bisky's magical esthetician, and Jin's immediate combat power, the difficulty of challenging the ancient labyrinth would undoubtedly double. With the most suitable quartet, they achieved the best outcome. Whether Menchi's addition and the increase in numbers would be a gift or a burden would depend on the actual results at the time. The 4 members of the German team all held the messenger imps' cold, shriveled hands, but they did not set off immediately. They all looked at Grandma Lin, a person who should never be overlooked at the scene. Grandma Lin slightly opened her eyes, revealing a slit from which a shrewd light peered out. She smiled kindly and said, "Go, my children. Greed Island is safe with me. All you need to be careful of is the darkness ahead. Go and light up the winding paths there." Germain no longer waited, he gave the command to the messenger imp, and the distorted force field made them dizzy and their bodies warp. In an instant, the 4 living people and the lantern vanished without a trace. Even those who had seen this scene time and again felt a sense of novelty, while those seeing it for the first time were utterly amazed. Grandma Lin closed her eyelids, yet she was the calmest person there, as if her soul had left her body, following those young people, returning together to the kaleidoscopic dark continent. She recalled herself that year, and Isaac and Zig, the journey was perilous, yet they found joy in their hardships and had never regretted embarking on that journey. If there was any regret, it was probably that she could never again set foot on that land, right? However, these young people gave her hope, perhaps with their efforts, humanity would return to the land that gave birth to them. She might even take another breath of that air before she passed away. Jin sat cross-legged beside a lamppost emitting a dim yellow light, looking up at the pale grey crescent moon outside the tower, then turning to look at the empty central area at the top of the tower. Before Germain left, he did not specify a return date. He merely said that the teleportation lantern would cool down in 5 days, and if they were to come, it would definitely be at midnight on some day after that. For this, Jin left the tower during the day to explore the ancient labyrinth, especially the areas not recorded in the New World Travelogue, Eastern Chapter Fragment, to fill in the gaps in the New World Travelogue. At night, he would return to the tower, have a good dinner, and then quietly wait from midnight to 1 o'clock at the teleportation point at the top of the tower. At 1 in the morning, if there was still no reaction from the teleportation point at the top of the tower, he would get up to stretch his limbs, then slip into his sleeping bag and get some sleep. The next day, upon waking, he would repeat this process. It must be said that this act, like a lonely pilgrim, held an irresistible romance for him. They didn't come tonight either. Jin waited for a while, murmuring to himself, not out of disappointment or expectation, he remained very calm. As someone staying in the Dark Continent, one must possess extremely strong mental fortitude, this is essential, otherwise, the daily, torturous doubt would take a person's life. Jin never doubted whether Germain would return or abandon him. Firstly, he himself was capable of acting alone, and secondly, he didn't believe Germain could resist the allure of the Dark Continent. Just as he was wondering whether to turn off the light and go to sleep early, purple patterns appeared where he was sitting. And these patterns, like streams converging into a lake, all poured back into the central teleportation point. "They're here." Jin smiled. A lantern floated up from the floor, which had melted open, and its light unfurled like a curtain, revealing 4 expected figures and the messenger imps they held. The lantern dimmed and then disappeared. "You seem to be fine." Germain lifted his tricorn hat, his dark eyes scanning Jin a few times. "As long as it's not the worst-case scenario, it's good." Standing beside him were, naturally, Bisky, Shizuku, and Menchi. "Are you perhaps underestimating me a bit too much?" Jin got up from the floor, raising an eyebrow. "The ancient labyrinth has lost its previous aggressiveness during this period. No matter what, with so many cure-all herbs, I wouldn't get into trouble. Alright, do you want to rest for a night first, or tell me now what happened on Greed Island?" He was still very concerned about Greed Island, especially after he supported Germain's transformation of Greed Island. "There's one more chapter today, but it will be quite late. My computer has had its network card replaced and dust cleaned, solving the problem. It should be fine now. Computers are still better to use, typing on a phone is very uncomfortable. Also, in one of my very old chapters, Lin appeared, not the current Lin Nai. This is a translation issue, but the original cannot be changed, so I've decided to uniformly change Lin Nai in the recent chapters to Lin to maintain consistency as much as possible.